She built her career on logic. He shattered her confidence in a single moment. Forced to rebuild everything together, their arguments sparked an undeniable tension. What happens when the line between rivalry and obsession begins to blur? The Variable of You, a web novel, Enemies to Lovers. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The meeting room was too warm for January. Dunwallan's main seminar hall held 30 people in tiered seats that creaked under every shift of weight. The winter light through the tall windows did nothing to soften the institutional gray of the walls. Imra Callech stood at the front with her framework open on the lectern, 3 colors of annotation visible even from the back row, and she was 7 minutes into her opening presentation when the door opened. She did not stop speaking. She had learned years ago that stopping for interruptions ceded control, so she kept her voice steady, kept her gaze on the senior research fellows and the visiting analysts, and let the latecomer settle into the available seat near the back without acknowledgement. But she saw him. Dark blonde hair worn too long at the collar, thin scar along the left side of his jaw. A man who moved like someone accustomed to being unnoticed, and who had clearly not expected to find her at the front of this room. Quovyn Sorby. 2 years absent, returned without announcement. She had read his old field notes. She had absorbed them so thoroughly they had become part of her thinking, part of the framework she was now presenting, and she had assumed he would stay buried in whatever self-imposed exile had swallowed him after the operation fell apart. The operation she never named. She continued through her overview of the concealment variable. The room listened. Fanuil Miraz sat in the front row with his fingers laced, watching her with the careful attention of a director who had already calculated how this residency would serve the Institute's publication pipeline. Theodora Octa sat 2 rows behind him, her pen moving fast over a notebook, recording everything. Iru reached the section on behavioral clustering under witness pressure conditions. She had written this part herself from the data she had gathered across 4 years of cross-border interviews with investigators who had learned to read deception in the micro-movements of people who had reason to lie. She turned a page. From the back of the room, a chair squeaked. She looked up. Quovyn Sorby had her printed framework open in his hands, reading with the focused stillness of someone who had already decided what he was looking for. She finished her sentence. Then he said, "This variable is structurally unsound." The room went quiet. Imra let the silence hold. She closed her folder slowly, deliberately, a gesture that signaled readiness rather than retreat. "Dr. Sorby, welcome back. I read 3 pages. His voice was low, unused to public speaking. The framework's concealment variable assumes a linear relationship between witness coherence and truth probability. That assumption is not supported by the field data I collected before my leave. You have been back for approximately 8 minutes. I have been reading for 8 minutes. That was enough." She smiled. It was not a warm smile. "Then you have missed the comparative analysis on pages 12 through 19, where the variable accounts for precisely the nonlinear conditions you seem to be describing." He did not look up from the pages. "I saw pages 12 through 19. Your comparative analysis uses a sample set drawn exclusively from cooperative witnesses. The variable's strength is validated against the population least likely to test it. You want me to validate a concealment variable against witnesses who are actively concealing? I want you to validate it against witnesses who are concealing under institutional pressure." He looked up then. His eyes were pale gray, the color of winter sky before snow, which is the only condition that matters in practice. The room shifted. She felt the weight of 30 people watching her calculate her next move. She chose precision over patience. "Dr. Sorby, my framework has been adopted in preliminary form by agencies across Europe. It has been stress-tested against 12 distinct investigative environments. Your critique would be more persuasive if you had been present for any of those evaluations, or if the field data you collected before your leave had been published for peer review rather than held in private archives." It landed. She saw it land, but he did not flinch. "The framework's adoption rate," he said quietly, is precisely what makes the variable dangerous. Agencies are using it, they are trusting it, and they are not asking what happens when witness pressure conditions create false positive clustering in the very population your model is supposed to protect. Her thumb tapped once against the lectern. She caught herself, stopped the movement before anyone could read it. "I am familiar with the false positive risk profile," she said. "It is addressed in the threshold safeguards on page 34. I read page 34. He held up the printed sheet. "Your safeguards assume a maximum 2% error margin under standard interview conditions. They do not account for the pressure cascade that occurs when a witness is also a protected asset under active threat." The room felt colder. She had not expected him to find that. She had not expected anyone to find that. Not in the first meeting, not without the full framework in front of them, not without weeks of study. But he had. It had been reading for 8 minutes. "You cannot account for that cascade without the raw data," she said. "And the raw data from that scenario is not publicly available." "I know." He set the pages down flat on the empty chair beside him. "That is why I am asking. What is the false positive rate of your concealment variable under witness pressure conditions, where the witness is a protected asset undergoing relocation?" She knew the answer. She had known it for 5 years. The number sat in her chest like a stone she had swallowed and refused to cough up. She had buried it under new data, under refinements, under the architecture of a framework so carefully built that no one had ever pushed hard enough to find the gap, until now. "The variable has not been separately validated for that specific pressure condition," she said. It was the most honest thing she had said in years, and she felt it like a wound. Quovyn Sorby nodded. Not triumphantly, not with the satisfaction of a trap closed. He nodded like someone who had known the answer before she spoke, and was not pleased to be right. The silence stretched. Marta cleared his throat. "This is precisely the kind of productive friction the Residency is designed to surface. Dr. Sorby, your objections will be formally documented. Dr. Callech, we will schedule a joint revision process." Imra kept her eyes on Quovyn. He did not look away. And she understood, in the space between one breath and the next, that this was not a battle she could win by being faster or louder. He had identified the exact weakness she had spent 5 years refusing to examine. He had named it in front of the entire institute, and he had done it without raising his voice, without a trace of cruelty, as if he was simply stating a fact that had been waiting for someone to speak it. She gathered her papers. The meeting continued around her. Questions from the visiting analysts. Mia's practiced redirection. Theodora's pen moving faster. But Imra was already somewhere else. She was in a room 5 years ago, staring at a profile she had written, a recommendation she had made, a witness operation she had redirected with confidence that had felt like certainty. And she was watching it collapse into a phone call she had taken at 3 in the morning. A name she had never said aloud since, a photograph she kept face down in her desk drawer because she could not bring herself to throw it away and could not bear to look at it. Quovyn Sorby had been there. She did not know how. She did not know what he had seen or what he had lost, but he had been there, and he had returned. And he had found her at the front of this room with a framework that carried his notes and her guilt, and a variable that had never been quite right. The meeting adjourned. She walked out without speaking to anyone. Behind her she heard his chair creak again, and she did not turn around. Chapter 2. The corridor outside the seminar hall felt narrower than it had that morning. Imra walked at a measured pace, heels clicking against the old stone floor, each step a deliberate assertion of control. She did not look back. She did not slow. She turned toward her office with the same precision she used to structure a closing argument, as if velocity alone could outrun the silence Quovyn Sorby had left inside her chest. Theodora caught her at the stairwell. "Dr. Callech," Imra kept walking. "Not now. The director wants to see you. Both of you." Theodora's voice carried that careful neutrality she deployed when she had already registered more than she was supposed to. "His office. 15 minutes. Imra stopped at the top of the stairs. She turned. Theodora stood 2 steps below, tablet pressed against her chest, dark hair pulled tight, eyes tracking Imra's face with the focused attention of someone cataloging damage. "What else did he say?" that it wasn't a request. Theodora paused, and that Dr. Sorby would be informed separately. Of course he would. Imra nodded once and continued to her office, closed the door behind her, and stood in the silence of a room that smelled like cold paper and old radiator heat. Her desk was exactly as she had left it, the photograph face down in the top drawer, the 3-ink annotation system laid out in order, the printed copy of her framework with Quovyn's marginal notes still visible on page 34. She did not sit. She stood at the window with her back to the glass, the way she always did, the way she needed to when a room felt too exposed. Outside, the Scottish winter pressed gray against the panes. The sea was somewhere beyond the headland, invisible and constant, a sound she had learned to stop hearing. She had 15 minutes. She used them to rebuild. Her framework was sound. The concealment variable had a gap, yes, a known limitation she had documented internally, even if she had never published it. But the variable itself was not wrong. It was incomplete. There was a difference, and incomplete could be corrected without dismantling the whole system. That was what she would tell Miraz. That was what she would hold. She straightened her collar, pinned a stray strand of hair back into place, and walked to the director's office with her spine locked and her face smooth. Miraz's office occupied the corner of the east wing, a room of restrained authority. Dark wood, tall windows, a desk clear of everything except a single folder and a carafe of water. He sat behind it with the patience of a man who had already decided how the conversation would end. Quovyn was already there. He stood by the window, arms loose at his sides, pale gray eyes fixed on nothing outside. He did not turn when she entered. He did not acknowledge her presence with anything so obvious as a glance. But the angle of his head shifted, just slightly, and she understood that he had registered her the moment the door opened. Miraz gestured to the empty chair across from his desk. She did not take it. "I prefer to stand." "Of course." Miraz leaned back. "I will be direct. The Residency publication moves forward regardless of this morning's event. The funding cycle does not pause for internal disagreements, and the agencies using your framework are not going to wait 12 weeks while you and Dr. Sorby establish who was right first." Imra kept her voice flat. "I was not planning to delay publication. You were also not planning to have your central variable publicly dismantled before the first staff meeting." Mars's tone remained conversational, almost gentle. "And yet?" She said nothing. "The solution is simple," Mars continued. "You will co-author the residency paper, joint revision, joint submission, joint authorship credit, equal weight, equal responsibility. You will meet daily to review the disputed variable, examine the underlying field data, and produce corrected threshold safeguards before the paper goes to external review. And if we cannot agree on the correction, you will find a way to agree." Mars's eyes held hers. "I am not asking you to like each other. I am asking you to produce defensible work before the agencies using your framework run into a case that exposes the gap in public." Imra felt the shape of the trap. Daily meetings, shared authorship, 12 weeks of proximity to a man who had, in 8 minutes, identified the exact wound she had spent 5 years learning not to touch. "What about consultation requests?" she asked. It was the wrong question. She knew at the moment she asked it. She had meant to ask about the revision timeline, about external review deadlines, about the scope of the correction. Instead, she had asked about consultations, about the live cases, about the part of her work that still felt like hers alone. Miraz smiled. It was not a warm smile. "Dr. Sorby will share authority over agency consultations for the duration of the revision process. Any recommendation that relies on the concealment variable must be approved by both of you before transmission." The room went quiet. Imra turned to Quovyn for the first time since entering. He had finally shifted, had turned from the window, and was watching her with an expression she could not name. Like triumph, not apology, something closer to recognition, as if he had known this was coming and had already made his peace with it. "You cannot be serious," she said. "I am entirely serious," Miraz replied. "The alternative is a formal ethics review and a suspension of the advisory pipeline until the variable is independently validated. That takes months. The agencies need guidance now. You will collaborate, or you will both explain to a parliamentary review why your work could not withstand the scrutiny of a single co-author. Imra's thumb pressed against her palm. She stopped the motion before it spread. Quovyn spoke for the first time. I have no objection to the arrangement. Of course he did not. He had already won the opening move. He had already proved he could find the crack. Now he would spend 12 weeks watching her try to close it, and he would have authority over every recommendation she tried to send through the pipeline. You will share an office, Marta added. 3rd floor, south wing. It has been prepared. An office. Daily. For 12 weeks. Imra looked at Quovyn again. He met her gaze without flinching. Pale eyes steady, dark blonde hair brushing his collar, the thin scar along his jaw catching the gray light from the window. She could not read him. That was the worst part. She could read every investigator she had ever interviewed. She could spot the microtells of concealment, the breathing shifts of someone preparing to lie, the eye movements of a subject calculating risk. But Quovyn Sorby stood in front of her like a closed file, and she had no idea what he was holding back. Do you accept the terms? Marta asked. She had no choice. The framework needed the correction. The agencies needed the guidance. And somewhere beneath the professional calculation, buried so deep she would never admit it aloud, she needed to know whether he was right about the variable, or whether he was right about her. I accept, she said. Marta nodded. Then you begin tomorrow. 8 a.m., 3rd floor, south wing. Dr. Sorby will bring his field archives. You will bring the framework's raw validation data, and you will not leave that office until you have produced a defensible threshold for the concealment variable. And if we cannot produce one in a single session? Then you will return the next day. Marta closed the folder on his desk. And the day after. And every day until the paper is ready for submission. Imra turned toward the door. Quovyn moved at the same time, and they reached the threshold together, close enough that she caught the edge of his scent. Something clean and cold, like coastal air and old paper. He held the door for her. She did not thank him. She walked past him into the corridor, her heels striking stone, her spine straight, her face an empty room. And behind her, she heard his footsteps fall into pace, matching hers exactly, as if they were already learning each other's rhythms, whether she wanted to or not. Chapter 3. She arrived at 8. The 3rd floor office faced east, which meant the morning light would be in her eyes for the first 3 hours, and in his for the afternoon. She noted the placement the way she noted everything, as a tactical fact. The room held 2 desks set perpendicular to each other, a wall of reference texts, a single narrow window, and a silence that felt like it had been waiting. She chose the desk that kept her back to the wall. Quovyn was already there. He sat at the other desk, sleeves pushed to his elbows, a stack of archives open in front of him. He did not look up when she entered. She set down her validation data. The printout was thick. 3 years of comparative analysis, false positive rates, confidence intervals, and the single buried appendix where she had documented the concealment variable's limitation. She had never shown that appendix to anyone. He waited until she was seated. Then he slid a single page across the gap between their desks. She did not touch it. Read it, he said. She read. It was her variable, but rewritten. He had stripped out every qualifying clause, every contextual note, every hedge she had built into the language. What remained was the raw inference chain, laid bare, and it looked worse than she had expected. You removed the conditions. I removed the language that disguises the conditions as controlled. The variable does not say what it does under witness pressure scenarios because you never tested it under those scenarios, so the published form implies competence it does not have. She set the page down. I documented the limitation internally. Internally. He said the word like he was testing its taste. The agencies using your framework did not receive the internal documentation. They received the variable. And the variable treats correlation as causation in the specific condition where a witness is concealing under threat. Show me. He pulled a second page from his stack and placed it beside the first. She studied it. The analysis was clean. He had taken her raw data, isolated the subset involving witnesses under relocation pressure, and run the false positive calculation separately. The number was higher than her published threshold, high enough to shift a recommendation from protective action to tactical escalation. Her thumb pressed into her palm. She stopped the motion. You used my own data to prove my error. I used your data because it is good data, he said it flat, without flattery. The collection methodology is sound. The comparative structure is the strongest I have seen in the field. But the variable does not survive the condition you did not test. And you tested it just now. I tested it 2 years ago. The room went still. She heard the wind against the window, the distant hum of the heating system, the clock on the wall marking seconds. 2 years ago, she repeated. I had access to a subset of your framework before publication, not the full version, enough to see where the concealment variable was heading. He leaned back in his chair. I ran the same calculation then. The results were identical. She stared at him. You knew about this before the staff meeting, before you walked into that seminar room, before you read my framework in front of 30 people. Yes. And you waited. I needed to see whether the published version included the correction. It did not. Her jaw tightened. You could have approached me privately. I could have. He did not look away. Would you have listened? She wanted to say yes. The word formed in her throat, ready, polished, the correct professional answer, but she had spent 5 years defending this framework. 5 years folding every criticism into the narrative of refinement rather than error. 5 years treating every question as a threat to be neutralized. She did not know if she would have listened. She hated that she did not know. Let me see the rest, she said. He raised an eyebrow. Your field data, the notes you never published. If you have been sitting on this analysis for 2 years, you have more than 1 page. I want to see the full architecture of your objection. He studied her. She held his gaze. Something shifted in his expression. Not softening, not approval, but a kind of recalibration, as if she had answered a question he had not yet asked aloud. You will not like what you find, he said. I do not like any of this. He pulled a notebook from his bag and placed it on the desk between them. It was worn. The spine was cracked, the corners softened by handling. She recognized the binding, Dunwallan's standard issue from 5 years ago. She had notebooks just like it in her own archive. He opened it to a marked page. She leaned forward. The handwriting was dense, precise, with diagrams pressed into the margins. He had mapped the same variable she had, but from the opposite direction, starting with the witness pressure condition and working backward to the inference. His path was longer, more cautious, built around thresholds she had never considered. Your variable assumes the witness's behavioral baseline is stable across contexts, he said. It is not. Under threat, the same indicators that suggest deception in a cooperative setting suggest adaptive survival behavior in a relocation scenario. You coded them as identical. Show me where. He tapped a passage in his notes. She read it. Then she read it again. The logic was precise, uncomfortably precise. He had identified the exact point where her assumption diverged from the field reality, and he had documented it with case references she did not recognize. These cases, she said. Where are they from? He did not answer immediately. She looked up. His face had gone still. Not the controlled stillness of professional composure, but something deeper, something guarded. The cases are mine, he said, from before the leave, before the operation. The word hung between them. He did not confirm it. He did not deny it. She understood then that his objection was not purely methodological. He had been in the field when those cases were collected. He had watched witnesses make decisions under pressure, had seen the variable misread in real time, had carried the consequences back to Dunwallan in those worn notebooks. And then she had published a framework that coded his field data into certainty, without his knowledge, without his consent, without the safeguards he had written into his margins. She looked down at his notes again. The handwriting was smaller toward the end of the passage, as if he had been running out of space, or running out of time. You wrote this before the witness died? She said. It was not a question. He did not answer, but his silence was louder than any confirmation. She reached for her pen, black ink, her annotation color for external sources. She circled the passage where his logic diverged from hers and drew a line to the margin. Page 12 through 19 of my framework, she said. The comparative analysis you dismissed in the staff meeting. It accounts for context variance in cooperative witnesses. You are correct that it does not extend to relocation scenarios, but the structural framework can absorb the correction without collapsing. You are certain? I am certain about the architecture. The variable needs to be rebuilt from the threshold up, but the framework itself holds. He watched her for a long moment. Then he pulled a second notebook from his bag. Then let me show you why the architecture is not the problem. He opened it to a section marked with a red tab. She recognized the color. Red was her annotation for arguments she did not trust. She had never told anyone that. She looked at him, and for the first time since the staff meeting, she felt something other than threat, something closer to recognition. He had not come to destroy her framework. He had come to find the person who built it, and to see whether that person could face what she had made. The question was still open. She turned to the marked page. "Walk me through your threshold," she said. He leaned closer, and the morning light shifted across the desk, catching the edge of his jaw, the scar she had noticed in Marta's office. She let herself look for half a second longer than necessary. He did not look away. "Line by line," he said. "Line by line." She picked up her pen. Chapter 4. The seminar room smelled of rain and travel. 3 visiting investigators from the Nordic Regional Office sat on one side of the table, files open, expressions calibrated to professional neutrality. The one in the center, a woman with silver hair cut sharp at the jaw, had introduced herself as Senior Investigator Petra Dalagard. She had not smiled. Imra stood at the front with her framework summary projected behind her. She had prepared for this. The residency required external review sessions, and these were the first of the winter cycle. Visiting agencies sent analysts to test the Institute's methods before committing to wider adoption. Dalagard had already read the framework. That was clear from the first question. "You profile deception through behavioral clusters," Dalagard said. "But the clusters are built from cooperative subject pools. Police detainees, clinical interviews, witnesses under no active threat. Your field data is clean because your conditions were clean." Imra kept her voice even. "The comparative analysis on pages 12 through 19 addresses context variance across subject types. Pages 12 through 19 compare cooperative witnesses to other cooperative witnesses in different institutional settings. That is not variance. That is scenery." The other investigator, a man with a shaved head and a thick silver watch, leaned forward. "Chief Analyst Tomas Landowski," he said, as if she had asked. "I have read your framework twice. The concealment variable is elegant. It is also untested in the conditions where agencies need it most." Imra felt the weight of the room shift. Quovyn sat near the window, arms loose, notebook closed. He had not spoken since the session began. "The variable is undergoing revision," she said. "That is the purpose of this residency." "Undergoing revision," Landowski repeated, meaning it was published before it was ready. She had no safe answer. The truth was the truth. She had published it before the threshold was tested under pressure conditions. She had known the gap existed. She had documented it internally. She had published anyway. Dalagard leaned back. "Dr. Callech, I am not here to humiliate you. I am here because my agency has already incorporated elements of your framework into training protocols. If the foundation is unsound, I need to know before we certify instructors." "I understand." "Then tell me plainly, how confident are you in the concealment variable's performance under witness relocation?" The room waited. Imra heard her own answer forming, the qualified one, the careful one, the one that sounded like certainty without offering it. Before she could speak, Landowski turned to Quovyn. "Dr. Sorby, you challenged the framework publicly at the start of this residency. You have been working on the revision. Is the framework structurally sound, or is this polished guesswork dressed in academic language?" The question was bait. Clear, deliberate, laid out like a trap. Landowski expected Quovyn to take the opening, expected him to confirm the doubt, to drive the blade deeper while the visiting investigators watched. Quovyn did not move. He looked at Landowski with an expression Imra could not read. Not cold, not calculating, something slower. "The framework's broader architecture is among the most rigorously tested comparative models in European forensic behavioral analysis," he said. "The perpetrator typology section alone draws from 7 years of cross-border interview data with a consistency margin under 4%. The risk stratification matrix has been validated against resolved cases in 3 jurisdictions. If you are dismissing the entire system as guesswork, you are not reading carefully enough. Landowski's mouth tightened. Delagard's eyebrows lifted slightly. Imra stopped breathing. Quovyn turned a page in his notebook, unconcerned. There is one variable in the framework that has not been separately validated under witness relocation pressure. That variable is the concealment threshold. I have been clear about that from the first meeting, but the concealment threshold is not the framework. It is a component, and components can be corrected without dismantling the structure that supports them. You are defending her work, Landowski said. I am describing it accurately. Those are not the same thing. The silence that followed was not hostile. It was uncertain. The visiting investigators had come expecting division. They had found precision instead. Delagard studied Quovyn for a long moment, then turned back to Imra. Then tell me about the correction. Imra's voice returned. The threshold needs to be rebuilt from the base assumption upward. The variable currently treats concealment behavior under threat as functionally identical to concealment behavior under low-stakes conditions. It is not. We are redefining the baseline to account for context shift. Who is we? Dr. Sorby and myself. Delagard nodded slowly. And the timeline? 8 weeks to a revised threshold. 4 weeks of cross-validation against archived field cases. Show me the archived cases. Imra hesitated. Quovyn spoke before she could. The cases are from my field notes, pre-leave. I will provide redacted excerpts for review. Delagard looked between them. Something shifted in her face. Not trust, but the beginning of it. 8 weeks, she said. Then I want to see the revised threshold. If it holds, my agency continues adoption. If it does not, we pause certification and revisit. That is fair, Imra said. It is not fair. It is practical. Delagard closed her file. The session was over. The investigators gathered their materials. Landowski left without another word. Delagard paused at the door and looked back at Imra. Dr. Callech, you have an unusual ally. She left. The door closed. The room emptied. Imra stood at the front, her hands flat on the table, her notes untouched. The projector hummed behind her, casting her framework against the wall in pale blue light. She looked at Quovyn. He was still seated near the window, his notebook open, his pen moving across the page. He had not looked up since Delagard left. You did not have to do that, she said. He did not stop writing. Do what? Defend the framework. He looked up then. His pale gray eyes held hers. The concealment variable is still unsound. You know that. I know that. But the rest of your work deserves better than dismissal from people who have not done the reading. She did not know what to say. He stood, sliding his notebook into his bag. You should eat something, he said. The dining hall closes in 40 minutes. He walked toward the door. She watched him go. He paused at the threshold, his back to her. Imra. Her name. Not Dr. Callech. Not a title. Her name. You asked me line by line. You meant it. That is rare. He did not turn around. Rarer than you know. He stepped through the door and was gone. The projector hummed. The room was silent. Imra stood alone at the front of the seminar hall, her hands still flat on the table, her framework cast against the wall behind her in cold blue light. She had not expected him to stay silent. She had not expected him to defend her. She had not expected him to say her name. The door stayed closed. The corridor beyond it was empty. She looked at the projector, at her own work projected against the wall, at the elegant lines and careful categories that had never quite accounted for what she carried. She picked up her notes and walked out. The dining hall was nearly empty when she arrived. She found a table near the window and sat with her back to the wall. Old habit. Reflex. She did not see Quovyn anywhere. She ate without tasting the food. After a few minutes, Theodora slid into the seat across from her. You look shaken. I am not shaken. Theodora tilted her head. He defended you. The framework. He defended you. Imra set down her fork. What is your point? Theodora did not answer directly. She pulled a folded sheet from her pocket and placed it on the table between them. UN Strath logged a request this morning. Sealed records access. 5 years old. Imra looked at the paper. Theodora's voice dropped. It was Quovyn. He requested the full operation file from the witness death. The dining hall noise faded. Imra stared at the folded sheet. She did not pick it up. I thought you should know, Theodora said. She stood and walked away. Imra sat alone, the paper between her hands, the projection of her framework still burned into her memory. Quovyn's voice still in her ears. Her name. Rarer than you know. And he had already requested the file. She unfolded the sheet. The request was time-stamped that morning, before the seminar, before he had defended her, before he had said her name. He had already started looking. Chapter 5. The dining hall had gone quiet. Not silent. There were still voices at the far tables, the clatter of trays, the scrape of chairs. But the noise had receded, pressed back by the weight of the folded sheet in Imra's hands. She read the timestamp again. 7:42, before the seminar. Before he had stood in front of Dalagard and Landowski and called her work rigorous. Before he had said her name like it cost him something. He had already started digging. She folded the paper along its creases and slid it into her jacket pocket. The motion felt too deliberate. She made herself pick up her fork and take another bite of the cold vegetables on her plate. Theodora was still standing by the door, watching. Imra did not look at her. She ate. The food had no taste. When she finally stood and carried her tray to the return hatch, the dining hall had emptied further. Theodora was gone. The window showed only her own reflection against the darkening sky outside. She walked back through the glass corridor. Her footsteps echoed. The third floor was empty when she reached it. The shared office door was closed. She could see no light beneath it. Quovyn had not returned. She stood in the corridor for a long moment, her hand on the door handle, and felt the paper shift against her chest. She did not go in. She turned and walked to her own office instead. The room was as she had left it. Notes stacked, pens aligned, chair pushed in. The face-down photograph in the top drawer where it had been for 5 years. She sat down. She did not open the drawer. She sat with her hands flat on the desk, her spine straight, and tried to rebuild the certainty she had carried into that morning. She had stood in front of Dalagard and Landowski and held the room. She had conceded nothing she could not defend. She had named the variable's limitation before they could, reframed it as a correction in progress, not a failure in design. She had sounded like herself, and Quovyn had defended her, before he had already requested the file. She pulled the folded sheet from her pocket and opened it again. The request form was standard Dunwallan issue. Name, date, file reference number. His handwriting was precise, economical, no hesitation in the strokes. He had known what he was looking for. She had told him nothing, not about the operation, not about the profile she had written, not about the recommendation that had shifted the tactical response. He had walked into that seminar with nothing but the variable's flaw and a suspicion she had never confirmed. And he had still requested the file, before she had asked him line by line, before she had let him see her uncertainty, before he had called her by her name. A knock at the door. Blank folded the paper and slid it into her pocket before she answered. Come in? Theodora entered. She closed the door behind her and stood with her back to it, arms crossed, dark hair pulled tight against her scalp. You are not going to confront him. It was not a question. Imra leaned back in her chair. I am going to continue the revision. That is the joint assignment. You know what he is looking for. I know what he requested. I do not know why. Theodora's mouth tightened. You are a worse liar than you think. I am not lying. You are not telling the truth either. The silence stretched. Imra held her gaze. Theodora did not look away. 5 years, Theodora said. You have been carrying this for 5 years, that photograph in your desk, the one you never turn over, the one you cannot throw away. Leave it. I am trying to help you. Then leave it. Theodora stepped forward. She stopped at the edge of Imra's desk, close enough that Imra could see the fine lines around her eyes, the tension in her jaw. He requested the file before he knew anything about you, before he had any reason to trust you. That means he already suspected. That means he already knew something. He knew the variable was unsound. He knew more than that. Imra said nothing. Theodora's voice dropped. What if he does not need the file to confirm what he thinks? What if he needs it to prove what he already knows? The question hung in the air. Imra looked at the closed drawer of her desk, at the photograph she had not touched in 5 years, at the face she had not let herself see. He does not know, she said. Are you sure? She was not. She had been sure of nothing since the moment Quovyn Sorby had walked into that seminar hall and read her framework in silence. She had been sure of nothing since he had looked at her across the table and said her name like a door opening. She had been sure of nothing since she had realized she wanted him to keep looking. I will handle it, she said. How? I will handle it. Theodora studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded once and turned toward the door. She paused with her hand on the handle. He also requested access to the sealed field materials. Imra went still. What materials? Archive inventory. He logged a secondary request this afternoon for the raw interview transcripts from your original framework interviews, the ones you conducted before publication. The moon shifted. The transcripts, the interviews she had conducted across Europe with investigators and analysts and witnesses, the raw material that had shaped every variable in a framework, including the concealment threshold. The interviews she had conducted after reading Quovyn's unpublished field notes, the ones he had never known she had seen. He cannot access those, Imra said. They are sealed under the framework's development protocol. He filed a research exemption. For what purpose? Theodora's eyes met hers. He said he needed to verify the data provenance of the concealment variable, to confirm whether it was drawn entirely from investigator interviews or whether it incorporated unpublished field observations. The words landed like a blade. Imra felt her breath stop. He was not looking for the variable's flaw anymore. He was looking for where it came from. He was looking for her. Theodora opened the door. I thought you should know. She stepped through and closed it behind her. Imra sat alone in the yellow light of her office, her hands flat on the desk, her breath slow and deliberate, the weight of the photograph in the drawer beside her pressing against the silence. He had requested the transcripts. He was going to find out. She looked at the closed drawer. 5 years. She reached out. Her hand stopped an inch from the handle. She did not open it. She could not. The photograph stayed face down, her truth stayed buried, and somewhere in the archive, Quovyn Sorby was already reading. Chapter 6. She sat in the yellow light for a long time after Theodora left. The closed drawer stayed closed. Her hand stayed flat on the desk. The silence pressed in from all sides, thick and patient, waiting for her to move. She did not move. He had requested the transcripts. He was going to read her interviews. He was going to see the sequence of dates. He was going to trace the line from his unpublished field notes to her published variable and find the place where one became the other without permission, without citation, without a single word that said this came from him. And then he would know. Not the whole truth, not the operation, not the witness, but enough. She stood. Her legs carried her out of the office before she decided to move. Down the corridor, past the empty seminar room, past the glass wall where the sea lay dark under the late afternoon sky, past the alcove where Theodora had stood that morning, feeding her intelligence she had not asked for. She stopped at the door to the shared office. The light was on. She pushed the door open. Quovyn sat at the desk she had not used, the one with its back to the window, his sleeves rolled to the elbow, a stack of archive folders open in front of him. His pen was uncapped in his hand. He looked up when she entered, and his pale gray eyes registered no surprise. I was wondering when you would come, he said. You knew I would. I knew you would find out about the request. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. The latch clicked into place, sealing the room. Tell me what you were looking for. He set the pen down. The motion was deliberate, unhurried, the gesture of a man who had already decided how this conversation would go. I am looking for the origin of the concealment variable. You already know its origin. I published the methodology. The interviews are cited in the appendix. The published methodology cites investigator interviews. The transcripts will show what those interviews were based on. She felt the floor settle beneath her. They were based on field observations, she said. That is documented. They were based on field observations. He repeated her words without inflection. And those observations were yours. The question hung in the air, unasked and unavoidable. She did not answer. He reached into the stack of folders and pulled out a slim binder, worn at the edges, the spine cracked from years of handling. He opened it to a page marked with a red tab. The red tab. Her color. This is a transcript of your interview with a senior investigator in Lyon, he said, dated 4 years ago. In it, you describe a behavioral pattern you call pressure distortion under concealment conditions. You state that the pattern was observed across 3 separate witness operations, and that the data supporting it came from your own field research. He looked up. Your own field research. She said nothing. The problem, he continued, is that the operations you describe were not yours. They were mine. The witnesses were mine. The data was mine. And the pattern you call pressure distortion was documented in my field notes 2 years before this interview. She held his gaze. I read your notes, she said. I know. How? The archive logs show who checked out what. You accessed them during your first year at Dunwallan, before your framework development formally began. You signed them out under a general research exemption. You returned them 3 weeks later. She felt the heat rise in her chest, the old defensive reflex coiling. I did not take your data. You summarized it. You synthesized it. You built a variable around it, and you published it without citation. The framework was built from hundreds of interviews across 12 countries. Your notes were one source among many. My notes were the source of the concealment variable. The words landed flat, without accusation, without heat. He was not angry. He was stating a fact. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that synthesis was not theft, that ideas in collaborative environments did not remain pure, that every researcher stood on ground another had cleared. She wanted to tell him that the framework had saved lives since its publication, that the variable had performed within acceptable thresholds in every standard application, that the real flaw was only visible under conditions no one had properly tested. She wanted to tell him all of it. But he had already read the transcripts, and he had already seen the line that could not be uncrossed. You built the variable from my unpublished field notes, he said. You refined it using investigator interviews designed to confirm what my data had already shown, and when you published, you credited the interviews but not the source that shaped them. You left me out of the paper. The paper was mine. The variable was not. The silence stretched between them, taut and brittle. She forced herself to breathe. You are right, she said. The words cost her. Quovyn's expression shifted, not softening but changing, the hard line of his mouth loosening by a fraction. I am right, he repeated. You are right about the source. You are right about the citation. You are right that the variable's foundation came from your notes. And you never told anyone. No. Why? She looked at him, at the star along his jaw, at the way his hands rested on the open binder, steady, patient, waiting. Because I did not know how, she said. Because by the time I realized how much of it came from you, the framework was already in review. Because changing the citation would mean reopening the methodology. Because admitting I had built the variable from your unpublished work would raise questions about whether the rest of the framework was mine. Was it? Yes, the rest was mine. The structure, the comparative analysis, the perpetrator typology, the risk stratification, all of it. But the variable, the concealment threshold, that came from you. He studied her for a long moment. Then we have a problem, he said. Which problem? The variable is flawed. It was flawed when I tested it 5 years ago. It was flawed when you published it. And if it was built from my data, then the flaw is also mine. She blinked. I'm not trying to assign blame, he said. I'm trying to understand whether the error originates in my field observations or in your interpretation of them. If the flaw is in the data itself, then the variable was never going to work, no matter how well it was built. If the flaw is in your synthesis, then the data was sound, but your model distorted it. He leaned back. That is what the transcripts were for, to separate my responsibility from yours. She stared at him. You are not trying to expose me. I am trying to find out who made the mistake. The simplicity of it cracked something open in her chest. You defended me this morning, she said. To Landowski, to Dalligard. You called the framework sound. The framework is sound. The variable is not. Those are different statements. You could have let them tear it apart. You could have used their skepticism to advance your argument. I could have. Why did not you? He looked at her. His pale gray eyes held hers, steady, unreadable, and for a moment she thought he would not answer. Because they were not arguing in good faith, he said. And you were. She felt the words land like a hand against her spine. I did not cite you, she said. I used your notes without permission. I built a career on something that started with your work. Yes, I am sorry. The apology came out rough, unpolished, the first honest thing she had said in days. He did not respond immediately. He looked down at the binder, at the red tab, at the pages of her interview transcript that held the borrowed logic of his field observations. Apology accepted, he said. She did not believe him. You are not finished. No. What else? He closed the binder. The motion was final, deliberate, the sound of paper settling against paper. The operation, he said. 5 years ago. The witness death. Her throat closed. I have not accessed the sealed file yet, he said. But I have seen the initial request, and I know the variable's flaw was active during that operation. I know the recommendation you made was based on the concealment threshold, and I know the witness died because the tactical response shifted around a pattern that did not exist. You do not know that. I know the dates, I know the sequence, and I know you. You do not know me. He stood. The chair scraped against the floor. He was close now, close enough that she could see the thin line of the scar on his jaw, the small crescent bone on his right wrist, the exhaustion in the corners of his eyes. I know that you built a variable from my field notes, he said, and I know that you have a photograph in your desk that you have not looked at in 5 years, and I know that when I asked you whether the variable was validated for protected witness conditions, you told the truth. He paused. Tell me the truth now. She felt the question like a blade. Ask it. Did you know the variable would fail that operation? The room went silent. She could feel her pulse in her throat, could feel the weight of the drawer in her office, the photograph she had not touched, the face she had not let herself see. I did not know, she said. But you suspected. I suspected. And you made the recommendation anyway. I made the recommendation because the framework said the pattern was reliable, and I needed the framework to be reliable. I needed it more than I needed to question it. The words came out raw, unfiltered, the truth she had carried for 5 years spilling into the space between them. He did not look away. Thank you, he said. For what? For telling the truth. He held her gaze for a moment longer. Then he sat back down and opened the binder, his pen uncapped, his attention returning to the pages in front of him. Where do we go from here? She asked. He looked up. We rebuild the variable, he said, from the threshold up, and we do it honestly this time. She stood in the doorway, the weight of the confession still burning in her chest, and watched him return to the work. She should have left. She should have gone back to her office, closed the door, and let the silence settle around her. But she did not. She crossed the room and sat down at the empty desk, the one with its back to the window. She felt the glass behind her, the cold press of the outside world against her spine, and she stayed. She stayed because there was nowhere left to hide. She stayed because he had asked her the truth, and she had given it. She stayed because she wanted to see what happened next. In the archive, 3 floors below, a sealed box sat on a shelving cart, waiting for the morning. Inside it, a case file with Imra Callech's name on the cover, a witness photograph that matched the face-down image in her desk drawer, and a recommendation letter signed in her own hand, the ink faded, but the words still legible. Yuan Strath had moved it for inventory. He had not opened it. He had simply logged the box, noted the contents, and left it on the cart for the morning shift. The file would reach Quovyn's desk by noon. Chapter 7. She heard Marta Callech before she saw her. The voice carried from the reception corridor, low and precise, cutting through the morning hum of the Institute like a blade through loose thread. Imra looked up from the threshold calculations spread across the shared desk. Quovyn's pen had stopped moving. "Visiting analyst," he said. "Croatian liaison. I know who she is. You met her." I read the residency roster. He did not smile, but something moved at the corner of his mouth. The barest acknowledgement that she prepared for things, that she did not walk into rooms blind. The door opened. Marta Callech was shorter than Imra had expected, compact and solid, with dark hair pulled back so tightly it stretched the skin at her temples. She carried a leather satchel and a tablet, and she did not pause at the threshold to survey the room. She walked straight to the empty chair between their desks and sat down. "You are Callech," she said. "You are Sorby. I have read both of your files and the framework summary. I have also read the transcript of the morning seminar." Imra's fingers tightened around her pen. "I am not here to evaluate you," Marta said. "I am here because my agency has 3 pending requests that depend on your concealment variable, and I need to know whether to advise them to wait or to find another source." She pulled a tablet from her satchel, swiped once, and set it on the desk between them. "This is a request from the Regional Coordination Office in Zagreb. They are preparing a witness relocation assessment for a protected individual currently under threat assessment. The timeline is 9 days. 9 days. Imra did not look at Quovyn. She did not need to. She could feel the weight of the deadline pressing against the 8-week window they had just accepted from Dalagard. "That is not possible," she said. "I know," Marta said. "That is why I am here." She slid a second document across the table. Imra did not reach for it. "The regional office does not know about your internal dispute," Marta said. "They submitted the request through standard channels. They expect a response based on the published framework. The published framework is not reliable for witness pressure conditions," Quovyn said. Marta looked at him. Her gaze was steady, unhurried, the look of someone who had spent years reading people who did not want to be read. "I know," she said again. She turned back to Imra. "What I need from you is a professional judgment, not a corrected threshold, not a full revision, a professional judgment about whether the variable, as it currently stands, will introduce unacceptable risk into this assessment." Imra felt the question land exactly where Marta had aimed it. She could say yes. She could say the variable was sound enough for a preliminary assessment, that the correction could be applied retroactively, that the framework's broader architecture would catch any false positives before they reached operational decisions. She had said variations of that before. She had said it 5 years ago. "If I say it is not ready," Imra said, "the agency in Zagreb loses 9 days. The witness loses 9 days. Yes. Then I need to know what you want me to say." Marta leaned back. The chair creaked. "I want you to tell me the truth," she said. "I do not need you to protect my agency's timeline. I do not need you to protect your reputation. I need to know whether this variable will hold under witness pressure conditions or whether it will fail." Imra looked at the tablet, at the request form, at the signature line waiting for a name that was not hers. "The variable will not hold," Quovyn said. She looked up. He was not looking at Marta. He was looking at her. "The false positive rate under coercive witness conditions is 22%, he said. "That is not a margin of error. That is a structural failure. If you base a relocation assessment on that threshold, you will recommend a pattern that does not exist, and the tactical response will shift around a ghost." "Then I need an alternative," Marta said. "There is no alternative yet. Then I need a qualified opinion that the framework should not be used for this request." Marta was looking at Imra. The silence stretched. Imra could hear the heat humming through the radiators, could hear the distant sound of a door closing somewhere in the south wing, could feel the cold glass at her back, the window she had chosen to face away from, the vulnerability of sitting with nothing behind her but the sky. "Qualify it," she said. "Explain. Write the response with a qualification. State that the concealment threshold is under active revision, and that the current model carries elevated false positive risk in witness pressure conditions." Recommend that the assessment be deferred pending the revision, or that alternative methodology be used if the timeline cannot shift. Marta studied her. And you will sign that? I will sign it. Marta pulled a pen from her satchel. She wrote 3 lines on the request form, then slid it across the table toward Imra. Read it. Imra read. The undersigned confirms that the concealment variable has not been validated for protected witness relocation conditions. Active revision is underway. Use of the current threshold for this assessment carries an elevated risk of false positive clustering. Recommendation: defer or seek alternative framework. She signed her name. The ink was still wet when Marta took the paper back. Thank you, Marta said. She did not say it with warmth. She said it like a closing statement, like a line drawn under a transaction. She stood. I will inform the regional office that the response is preliminary and that a full revision is expected within 8 weeks. 8 weeks, Quovyn said. Yes. We have a deadline from Dalagard. Now you have 2. Marta walked to the door. She paused with her hand on the frame. You are both intelligent people, she said. That is not the problem. The problem is that institutional trust moves faster than correction. Your variable is already embedded in training protocols across Europe. The gap between what you know and what they believe cannot remain open for long. She looked at Imra. You chose honesty today. That is good. But honesty is not the same as repair. And repair takes time you do not have. She left. The door clicked shut. Imra stared at the space where Marta had been sitting, at the tablet still glowing on the desk, at the request form, now signed, that would travel to Zagreb before the end of the day. She is right, Quovyn said. About what? About the gap. He leaned forward, his pen uncapped, his attention returning to the threshold calculations. We have 8 weeks to close it, and we just lost the first day. Imra did not respond. She was still looking at the door, at the space Marta had occupied, at the weight of the signature she had just written. She had chosen honesty. She had signed her name to a document that said the variable was not ready, and she had done it in front of Quovyn Sorby, who had watched her choose truth over protection. She did not know if that made her stronger or more exposed. She did not know if there was a difference anymore. She turned back to the desk. The threshold calculations were still there, the red tabs, the pages of data they had not yet begun to correct. And in the archive, 3 floors below, the sealed case file sat on Yuan Strath's cart, waiting for the morning shift. The file with her name on the cover. The file with the witness photograph. The file with her recommendation letter, signed in the same hand that had just crossed the page for Marta Callech. She did not know it was there. She did not know it would reach Quovyn's desk by noon. She picked up her pen and began to work. Chapter 8. The simulation was designed to test the new threshold against archived data. Miraz had arranged it that morning, a quiet email to both of them. Conference room D, 1400 hours. Bring your notes. The Zagreb request cannot wait 9 days for theoretical alignment. Imra had agreed because refusing would look like fear. Now she stood at the whiteboard in the narrow seminar room, a marker in her hand, a mock case file open on the table behind her. The scenario was a standard witness pressure matrix, a protected subject showing concealment behavior under active relocation, the tactical question being whether to shift the operational posture or hold. 3 other staff members sat along the far wall. Theodora, her dark hair pulled tight, a tablet balanced on her knee. A junior analyst named Kellen, who had not spoken since the session began, and Yuan Strath, summoned by Miraz to confirm archive access for the data pull, his hands folded, his stillness absolute. Quovyn sat closest to the whiteboard. He had not touched his notes. He was watching her. Imra wrote the concealment indicators along the left axis: elevated threat perception, selective information withholding, patterned inconsistencies in timeline reporting. She had written these variables 100 times. The marker moved without hesitation, but she felt his attention like a pressure change. She turned. The question is whether the concealment cluster is reactive or structural. If reactive, the witness is responding to external threat and the relocation holds. If structural, the concealment is personality-driven and the witness may be manipulating the process. She said it cleanly. The room heard competence. Quovyn said nothing. She returned to the board, added a secondary notation beneath the cluster. Reactive indicators, hypervigilance, contingency checking, delayed disclosure. Structural indicators, pattern consistency across contexts, narrative rigidity, low emotional variation. Which profile fits the case data? The question was rhetorical. She already knew the answer. Behind her, Quovyn shifted. The data supports reactive concealment, she said. The witness displays hypervigilance and contingency checking, but no narrative rigidity. That suggests adaptive behavior under threat, not manipulation. The tactical recommendation is to maintain the relocation posture and increase psychological support contact. She turned to face the room. Kellen nodded. Theodora was watching Quovyn. Quovyn was still watching her. "Dr. Sorby," she said, "does that analysis hold?" He did not answer immediately. He let the silence stretch, not as hesitation but as method, as if he were waiting to see whether she would fill it. She did not. "It holds," he said. "If you believed it when you wrote it, I would not have written it otherwise." "That is not what I asked." Theodora's pen stopped moving. Imra set the marker down. "You want to know whether I believe the analysis, or whether I believe the analysis will survive your scrutiny?" "Both." "And if I said both, I would ask you which one came first." The room understood, suddenly, that this was not a peer review. Kellen shifted in his chair. Miwan Strath's stillness deepened. Theodora watched Imra with the sharp attention of someone who had seen her avoid this kind of exposure for 5 years. Imra held Quovyn's gaze. "The conclusion came first," she said. "The data supported it. I wrote the analysis to match the evidence, not to preempt your objection." "You wrote it with the confidence of someone who has already decided the answer is safe." "I wrote it with the confidence of someone who has tested the logic." "Tested it," he repeated. "Or trusted it because you needed it to hold." The silence sharpened. Imra felt the trap closing, not as humiliation, but as recognition. He was not attacking her conclusion. He was reading the half-second between her seeing the data and committing to the frame. That gap, that invisible hesitation she had trained herself to conceal, was what he watched. She had never realized anyone could see it. "Tested," she said, "and trusted, in that order." "Show me." "Show you what?" "The test. Walk me through the moment you decided the concealment cluster was reactive, not the analysis, the moment before the analysis, the part you skip when you write the report." She could have deflected, could have called the question irrelevant, redirected to method, invoked the Glock. Instead, she felt something shift in her chest. Not weakness, something closer to the feeling of choosing a direction she could not reverse. "The subject mentioned a childhood address 3 times in the first interview," she said. "The 3rd time, he corrected the street name. The first 2 times, the street name was wrong." "Typo," Kellen said. "Memory error." "No," Imra said. "Correction under pressure. The first 2 times, he was reciting a rehearsed answer. The 3rd time, he remembered the real address and corrected himself. That is hypervigilance, not manipulation." A subject fabricating a narrative would memorize the false version and repeat it consistently. He broke consistency under pressure because the rehearsed answer failed and the real memory surfaced. She turned to Quovyn. "That is the moment before the analysis. He corrected himself. I flagged it. I decided it meant reactive concealment. I then built the framework to test that decision." Quovyn was quiet. Then he leaned forward. "That is the cleanest reading of witness behavior I have heard in 3 years. The room exhaled. "And you published the concealment variable without citing the correction pattern." Imra's chest tightened. "No, you should have. That specific marker, the 3rd time correction under pressure, is the difference between a witness who is afraid and a witness who is lying. If you had built the variable around that single behavioral tell, instead of a cluster that includes it, the false positive rate would have dropped before the framework went to adoption." He was not attacking her. He was showing her the gap in her own logic, the exact place where she had stopped refining and started defending. She stared at him. "You have been sitting on that for 3 years. I have been waiting for someone to see the pattern without being told. Why did you not publish it yourself?" "Because I was not building a framework. I was building a warning." and no one wanted to hear a warning from someone who had already failed to save the witness. The name hung in the air. Kellen looked at the floor. Theodora's pen started moving again, slow and deliberate. Strath remained motionless. Imra felt the weight of what he had just said. The witness. Their witness. The operation they both carried differently. "The third time correction," she said. "Does it appear in your field notes?" "Yes." "Show it to me." "Read my notes again. You already have access." "The notes I saw covered the variable failure, not the corrective pattern." "You saw the pages I wanted you to see." Her jaw tightened. "Then show me the rest." "Ask me properly." "Dr. Sorby, I am asking you to share the unpublished field data that would improve the framework we are jointly revising." He held her gaze. "That was not proper." "What would be?" "An acknowledgement that you are not asking as a collaborator. You are asking because you need to know whether I have been holding the correction back deliberately, or whether I am simply as damaged by the past as you are." The room stopped. Theodora's pen froze mid-word. Kellen was no longer breathing audibly. Strath's stillness became something else, the stillness of a man who had already read this file and knew where the conversation was heading. Imra stood very still. "I am asking," she said, "because I trust your reading, and I need your data, and because I am trying to learn how to ask before I take." Quovyn studied her. Then he pulled a worn notebook from his bag and slid it across the table. Page 47, the correction pattern, full field notes, 3 operations, with the witness interviews time-stamped before the relocation. Imra did not open it immediately. She looked at the notebook, at the red tab visible at the edge of the pages. The same red she used for arguments she did not trust. "Thank you," she said. "Do not thank me. Use it. That is what I need from you." She opened the notebook. The handwriting was dense, precise, the margins crowded with afterthoughts and cross-references. Page 47 began with a single underlined sentence. The witness corrected the street name. "That is the signal. Everything else is noise." She read the entry 3 times. When she looked up, Quovyn was watching her again. But this time, his expression was unguarded, tired, open in a way she had not seen before. "Page 48, he said quietly. "There is a note about the operation, the one we do not name." She turned the page. The handwriting changed, smaller, faster, like someone writing while the event was still happening. Callech's profile arrived at 1422. The tactical unit shift in posture within the hour. "I flagged the concealment reading as provisional, but the recommendation had already been transmitted." No one reads provisional when the recommendation is signed. Her name, her profile, her signature weighted more than his qualification. She looked up. "I did not know you had flagged it." "You were not supposed to. I was a field analyst. You were the Institute's lead consultant. My flag went into the appendix. Your recommendation went into the operation order." "Who decided that?" "The chain. It is not personal. It is process. Process is what kills people when it does not leave room for the people in the field." The room was completely silent. Imra closed the notebook. She did not hand it back. "I need to read the rest of this. It will take hours. Then I will take hours." Quovyn nodded. He did not ask for it back. Theodora cleared her throat. "Should I reschedule the 3 o'clock?" "Yes," Imra said. Theodora made a note. Kellen stood, uncertain, then gathered his papers and left. The Strath rose without a word, his eyes lingering on the notebook for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. The door clicked shut. Imra and Quovyn were alone in the narrow seminar room, the whiteboard still marked with her handwriting, the notebook open between them, the silence thick with everything they had not said. She looked at page 48 again, at her name, at his qualification, buried in the appendix, never read by the people who needed it. "You should have told me this the first day," she said. "I was not ready." "And now?" He met her eyes. "Now I want to know if you can read it and still sit in this room with me." She did not answer. She turned to page 49. He watched her read. And in the corridor outside, footsteps slowed outside the glass door, paused, and then moved on without knocking. Chapter 9. The corridor was empty when she left the seminar room. Theodora had cleared the floor without a sound, and the glass door swung shut behind Imra with a soft, pneumatic hiss. She still carried Quovyn's notebook. She had not meant to take it. He had not asked for it back. The weight of it in her bag felt like a promise she had not consented to make. Her office was 2 floors up, north end, the window overlooking the courtyard where the light had shifted from gray to something thicker. Stormlight. The kind that settled into the stone and made the building feel smaller. She closed the door, sat down, placed the notebook on the desk beside her keyboard. For a long moment she did nothing. The photograph was still in the drawer. She had known it was there every second of the past hour, past week, past 5 years. The knowledge lived under her ribs like a stitch she could not run through. Her hand moved before she decided it would. She pulled the drawer open. The photograph lay face down where she had left it after the last time, creased at the corner where her thumb had pressed too hard while sliding it out of sight. The paper had yellowed at the edges. 5 years of untouched darkness had done nothing to soften its weight. She picked it up, turned it over. The image was sharper than memory had led her believe. A woman in her late 30s, dark hair pulled back, standing in what looked like a safe-house kitchen. The light was fluorescent, harsh, casting shadows under her eyes. She was not smiling. She was looking at someone just outside the frame, her mouth slightly open, mid-sentence, mid-life. Beside her, cropped at the edge, a man in a tactical vest. His face was half obscured by the camera angle and the glare off a refrigerator door, and in the background, barely visible through a window, the shape of a man standing in a courtyard with his back to the lens. Dark blonde hair, collar worn too long. Quovyn. She had not remembered him being in that photograph. She had trained herself not to remember anything from that day except the profile, the recommendation, the sequence of decisions that had seemed logical at every step and catastrophic in aggregate. She had treated memory like an evidence chain she could control by refusing to examine it. The women in the photograph had a name. Ariane Vass, 37 years old, former logistics coordinator for a trans-European procurement network. Turned state witness after her brother was killed in a consolidation dispute. 2 children placed in separate foster arrangements under sealed identities. 11 months of debriefings, behavioral assessments, relocation planning. Imra had met her once, for 43 minutes, long enough to write a profile that classified her concealment behavior as reactive withholding rather than structural deception. Long enough to recommend that the tactical posture shift from protective containment to active engagement. Long enough to make the operational team believe Ariane Vass was holding back information she would eventually give, that pressure would break her open rather than break her. She had been wrong. The tactical unit had shifted posture. Ariane Vass had died in a transfer corridor, caught between 2 threat streams the new positioning had not accounted for. And Quovyn had been there, in the courtyard, watching, flagging the concealment reading as provisional in a notebook no one read until after. Imra set the photograph down on the desk. Her hand was steady. That surprised her. She had expected shaking, tears, the kind of grief she had refused to let herself feel for 5 years. Instead, there was only a cold, hollow clarity, the sensation of a door opening onto a room she had sealed shut and finding it exactly as she had left it. The woman in the photograph looked at her from the safe-house kitchen. "I am sorry," Imra thought. She did not say it aloud. She had never said it aloud, not to anyone. Not even to herself in the dark of her apartment at 3 in the morning when the guilt pressed hardest. She picked up the photograph again, studied the background, the figure that might be Quovyn, the angle of his shoulders, turned away from the camera, watching something she could not see. He had been there. He had seen the operation shift. He had written the flag that no one read, and he had carried that knowledge for 5 years, the same way she had carried hers. The difference was she had built a framework from the error. She had turned her mistake into a system and let agencies across Europe adopt it as doctrine. He had buried his warning in an appendix and walked away from the Institute for 2 years. She was still not sure which of them had done more damage. Her phone buzzed. She ignored it. It buzzed again. She picked it up without looking away from the photograph. The message was, from Theodora. Coast Road closing. Med Office has upgraded to red. Marad says no one leaves site tonight. All residency staff to remain in main building. Rooms being assigned from 18 o'clock. Do not drive anywhere. Imra read it twice. The storm she had seen building in the courtyard light was not passing. It was arriving. She looked at the photograph again, at Arian Vass, at the faint shape of Quovyn in the background, watching something she could not see. She turned the photograph face down again. Her hand hovered over it for a moment. Then she slid it back into the drawer and closed it. The phone buzzed a third time. She looked down. Another message from Theodora. He is still in the archive. Has not left since you took the notebook. UN says he requested the sealed file for formal review. It will be delivered to his desk by 17 o'clock. The sealed file. The one containing her name, her recommendation letter, the witness photograph that matched the one in her drawer. Quovyn would have it in his hands before the storm locked them all inside. She stood up. The notebook was still on her desk. She picked it up, opened it to page 49, and read the entry she had not finished in the seminar room. Callech's framework is structurally sound. The variable is not. She knows this. The question is whether she will face it before someone else does it for her. Dated 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks before the residency began. He had written that before he met her. Before he challenged her in the seminar hall. Before he defended her to Dalagard and Landowski. He had already decided she knew. He had been waiting to see what she would do with that knowledge. She closed the notebook. The corridor outside her door was silent. The stormlight had deepened to bronze. She had 2 hours before the sealed file reached Quovyn's desk. 2 hours before the photograph and the recommendation letter and the name of Arian Vass sat in front of him, waiting for him to connect the last thread. She did not know what he would do when he saw it. She did not know if she wanted to find out before he did. Her phone buzzed one final time. Not Theodora. Quovyn. I need you in the archive, now. Chapter 10. The corridor stretched ahead of her, empty and bronze-lit, the storm pressing against the windows like something trying to get in. Imra did not check her phone again. She did not reply to Quovyn's message. She walked. The main building had already begun its lockdown rhythm. Doors she had never seen closed stood sealed. A maintenance worker passed her with a coil of rope over one shoulder and did not meet her eyes. Through the west-facing windows, the sea had turned the color of old iron, churning under a sky that had abandoned gray for something heavier. She reached the archive stairwell at 16:47, 13 minutes before the sealed file would be delivered to his desk. She took the stairs instead of the lift, her heels clicking against the stone in a rhythm she recognized as too fast. She was speaking faster in her head. That was what she did when certainty cracked. She accelerated. The archive door was closed. She stopped in front of it. The glass panel showed a rectangle of dim light. Shelves. The edge of a table. A figure seated with his back to the corridor. She pushed the door open. Quovyn did not turn around. He was sitting at the long wooden table where they had worked through field notes 2 days ago. His shoulders were still. His hands rested on either side of an open file, the edges of paper catching the low ceiling light. The sealed file. It was already there. Imra stopped 3 feet from the table. You told me to come, she said. I'm here. He did not answer immediately. His head stayed angled toward the papers in front of him, and she could not see his face. She could not read the set of his shoulders either, not the way she had learned to read other people. He gave her nothing she could use. She forced herself to stand still. Wait. Do not fill the silence. The storm howled against the archive's small high window, and the light flickered once, twice, then held. The photograph is in your desk, Quovyn said. His voice was flat, not accusatory, not gentle, just flat, as if he had been sitting with the knowledge long enough for the shape of it to stop surprising him. Yes. The same photograph that is in this file. I assume so. He turned then, slowly, as if the movement cost him something she could not name. His face was pale in the low light, the scar along his jaw catching shadow, and his gray eyes were fixed on her with an expression she still could not decode. You assume, he repeated. I have not compared them side by side. But yes, it is the same woman. Arian Vass. I met her once for 43 minutes. I wrote the profile that redirected the operation. She died because of it. The words came out clean. She had not planned them. She had not rehearsed this moment. Not in 5 years. Not in the hours since she pulled the photograph from her drawer. But they came out clean anyway, as if some part of her had been waiting for permission to speak them aloud. Quovyn looked at her for a long moment. Then he stood. He did not step toward her. He moved sideways, toward the shelf where the archive's ledgers sat, and picked up a notebook she recognized. His notebook. The one she had carried out of the seminar room without asking. He held it out. "You left this." She took it. "I read page 49, she said. "You wrote that I know the variable is unsound 3 weeks before the residency." "I did. Is that why you challenged me at the meeting? Because you had already decided I was hiding it." "I challenged you because the variable is dangerous, and someone had to stop it from being published as doctrine." He set the notebook down on the table between them. "But yes, I also wanted to see what you would do when someone forced you to look at it directly." She opened her mouth to answer, but the lights flickered again, longer this time, and a low groan came from the building's old bones as the wind drove harder against the stone. Neither of them moved. The archive held its breath. And then, from somewhere above them, a muffled crack, the sound of something giving way, followed by a distant shout and the abrupt, complete dark. The lights did not come back. The emergency system hummed for a moment, clicked, and fell silent. Imra stood in the pitch black of the archive, the notebook still in her hands, and heard Quovyn exhale somewhere to her left. "The road," he said, his voice appearing out of the dark. "The power. The storm." A pause. "It is not a metaphor." She laughed. It came out of her before she could stop it, a short, broken sound that she did not recognize as her own. "I know. I can hear you laughing. I know. Are you all right?" She considered the question. She was standing in a room that had gone completely dark, trapped on site with the man whose silence she had mistaken for judgment for 7 weeks, holding a notebook that contained evidence of the professional lie she had spent 5 years constructing, and the sealed file containing the operational truth of a woman's death sat open on the table between them. "I do not know," she said. The words hung in the dark. She heard him shift weight, the scrape of a chair leg against stone. Then his voice again, lower now, closer. "I have been trying to decide what to do with this file since Ewan placed it on my desk at 1623. "Did you decide?" "No." A pause. "I thought I would wait until you arrived." The dark pressed in around them. Imra's hand tightened on the notebook. "What do you want me to say?" she asked. "I want you to tell me what you wrote in that recommendation." She closed her eyes, though it made no difference in the black. "I wrote that Ariane Vass was concealing knowledge, not fear. I wrote that her withholding was reactive and strategic, not trauma-based. I recommended shifting from protective containment to active engagement because I believed that building rapport would produce better intelligence than waiting for her to offer it on her own." "And you believed that?" "I believed it enough to write it, but you also suspected it was wrong." The silence stretched. "I suspected it could be wrong," she said. "That is not the same thing." "How do you know?" She opened her eyes. The black was absolute. "Because I was not sure," she said. "And I wrote it as if I was." She heard him draw a breath. Then the lights flickered once, caught, and held. The emergency bulbs had activated, casting a dim yellow glow across the archive shelves, the table, the open file, the two of them standing 6 feet apart with nothing left to hide behind. Quovyn was watching her with an expression she finally recognized. Not anger, not judgment, grief. He had been carrying this too. She could see it in the set of his jaw, the stillness of his hands, the way he kept his back to the room as if waiting for something to strike. "You wrote the flag," she said. "I did." "Before the operation shifted?" 3 hours before. "Did anyone read it?" "No." She waited. He said nothing else. The storm hammered against the window, and the emergency light held steady, and they stood on opposite sides of the table, between them the file, the notebook, and the 5-year wait of a woman neither of them had saved. I do not know what to do with this either, Imra said. Quovyn did not look away. Then we are both standing in the dark, he said, with nowhere to go and no one coming to decide for us. The building groaned again. Somewhere above, footsteps moved quickly across a corridor, and a voice called something she could not make out. The archive door remained closed. The light held. And Imra Callech, for the first time in 5 years, did not try to fill the silence with words that sounded certain. Chapter 11. The emergency lights held, but the building kept shuddering. Imra set Quovyn's notebook on the table beside the open file deliberately, as if placing it there meant she could still choose what came next. The yellow glow caught the edge of a page, the red tab visible even in the dim. We could work, she said. Quovyn looked at her. Through the data, the field notes and the transcripts you already requested. If we are locked in, we could cross-reference the threshold calculations against the original witness interviews, see where the variables started drifting. He said nothing for a long moment. Then he reached past her and pulled the second folder from his bag, a stack of papers bound with a thick rubber band. I already started. She sat down across from him. The table between them held the file, the notebook, the folder, and the charged space of 4 hours of conversation that had stripped them both to something raw and unguarded. Neither acknowledged it. Neither needed to. The work became their shield. Quovyn spread the pages across the table, field notes from 3 separate witness operations, each annotated in his cramped hand, each with marginal calculations she recognized as false positive clustering tests. He had been tracking this pattern for years, building a case against a variable he had not yet named. Why did you never publish this? He did not look up. Because I did not trust the sample size. 3 operations is not enough to discredit a framework. It is enough to suspect one. 3 operations is how I built the variable. Then you understand the problem. She did. The silence stretched while she read. The handwriting was careful, methodological, but not cold. He had underlined certain phrases with a pressure that had nearly torn the paper. Subject repeated same denial at 14-minute interval and vocal pitch stable, but word choice shifted from future to past tense. He had noticed everything. He had documented it all, and he had filed it away because 3 cases were not enough to stop a machine already in motion. Your methodology is impeccable, she said. That sounded like a concession. It is not. It is an observation. He looked up then, and for a moment the old wariness flickered back into his expression. You do not concede. I just did. About the file. She gestured toward the sealed documents. About Vasa. About the variable. I have conceded more in the last 4 hours than in the last 5 years. Do not pretend you missed it. He held her gaze. I did not miss it. Then stop testing me. I am not testing you. I am trying to understand how you still operate after what you just admitted. She set down the page. By working, she said, the same way you do, the same way we both have been since the lights went out. You sit in the archive cross-checking data sets, and I sit across from you doing the same, and neither of us says the word that would make this real. What word? Guilt. The word landed between them. Quovyn did not flinch. He did not look away, but something in his posture shifted, a relaxation she had not seen before, as if she had named the thing he had been carrying, and in naming it, had made it possible to set down. Guilt, he repeated. I am guilty of writing a profile I was not certain of and presenting it as certainty. I am guilty of letting the framework absorb the error rather than correcting it. I am guilty of building a career on a correction I never made. And me. You are guilty of withholding the 3rd-time pattern for 3 years because you believed no one would listen. You are guilty of leaving the Institute instead of forcing the confrontation. You are guilty of waiting for someone else to prove what you already knew. He stared at her. That was brutal. You asked? The silence returned, but it was different now. Not hostile, not watchful. Something closer to acknowledgement. Quovyn pulled a fresh page from his bag and set it between them. The threshold calculations from the Zagreb request, he said. I ran them before Marta arrived. The variable fails at pressure point 4 every time, regardless of witness profile. The false positive rate spikes to 31% when the subject has been in protective custody longer than 72 hours. She read the page. He was right. The data was clean, the pattern unmistakable. The variable she had defended for 5 years broke under conditions that were not even extreme. They were standard. How long have you had these? I finished the last calculation the morning of Marta's arrival. Did you show her? No. Why not? He met her eyes. Because I wanted to see if you would sign the qualified statement before I showed you the proof. I needed to know whether the honesty was real or tactical. And the honesty was real? She pushed the page back toward him. It still is. The storm hammered the window again. The emergency lights flickered but held. Imra reached for the sealed file. She had not touched it since she entered the archive. She placed her hand flat on the cover, feeling the weight of the paper inside, the weight of the name written across the first page. I should not have written that recommendation, she said. You already told me that. I am telling you again, because I need to hear it out loud more than once. I need it to stop sounding like a confession and start sounding like a fact. Quovyn watched her hand on the file. What does it feel like, he asked, when a model you built starts sounding like a confession? She looked up. Like every equation you trusted was actually an alibi. He nodded slowly. That is what I have been trying to say for 3 years, he said. The variable was not wrong because the math failed. It was wrong because the math was constructed to protect something. You built a system that could not admit its own limit because admitting the limit would mean admitting the cost. Or because I did not see the limit. You saw it. You told me yourself. You suspected the variable could fail during the Voss operation, but you wrote the recommendation anyway because you needed the framework to be reliable. She closed her eyes. Yes, that is not an error in methodology. That is an error in courage. She opened her eyes. And you? She said. 3 years of silence. The third-time pattern locked in a drawer. The flag buried in the appendix. Is that courage? Is that what we are measuring now? I am asking what we are doing here, Quovyn. What this is supposed to become. He did not answer. He did not need to. The building groaned again, and the emergency lights cut for a full second, long enough for the dark to reclaim the room, long enough for her to feel the absence of his presence across the table, long enough for her heart to spike before the glow returned. Quovyn had not moved, but his hand was resting on the table, palm up, as if waiting for her to place something in it. She did not touch him, but she thought about it, and the thought sat in her chest like a weight she did not know she was carrying, until she recognized how badly she wanted to set it down. Chapter 12. The emergency lights held, but the air in the archive had changed. Imra's hand still rested on the sealed file. She could feel the edges of the cardboard through her fingertips, the weight of 5 years compressed into a single folder. Quovyn's hand remained on the table, palm up, waiting. She did not move toward it. She did not move away. Tell me something, she said. I will if I can. The flag you wrote. 3 hours before the operation shifted. He inhaled slowly. What do you want to know? Where did you send it? Chain of command, tactical lead, operations coordinator, field security supervisor. Did anyone acknowledge receipt? The system logged all 3 as read. Then someone read it. The system logged them as read. That does not mean anyone processed the content. She turned the words over in her mind. And you never asked? I asked. 2 weeks after the operation. Tactical lead said they received a flag, but could not recall the specific content. Operations coordinator said the same. Field security supervisor had rotated out by then and was unavailable for follow-up. So no one remembers. Or no one wants to remember. The storm hammered the building again. The lights flickered once. Held. She looked at the file under her hand. It is still in there, isn't it? What? Your flag, in the operational record. He nodded. I assume so. I have not opened the file to confirm. Then we do not know if it was ignored or buried. We know it was not acted on. She pulled her hand back from the file. That is the same thing. No, he said. It is not. Ignorance is a failure of attention. Burial is a choice. She studied his face. The scar along his jaw was barely visible in the dim light. His eyes were fixed on the space between them. Which one do you believe it was? She asked. I have spent 3 years trying not to answer that question. Why? Because if it was ignorance, then the system failed. If it was burial, then someone in that chain chose to let the operation proceed despite knowing the risk, and I do not know which version is harder to carry. The silence stretched. Imra thought about the photograph in her desk drawer, the safe house kitchen, the woman standing at the counter, the man visible through the window, already watching, already knowing, already too late. You were there, she said. I was. You saw her. I saw her. Did she know you were watching? He hesitated. I think she knew someone was watching. The question is whether she understood it as protection or surveillance. And which did you intend? He looked at her then, directly. Both. The word landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. Imra felt the archive press in around her, the shelves, the paper, the dust, the storm outside, the sealed file under her hand, the man across the table who had watched the same woman die and had been asking the same questions for 3 years. What happens now? Quovyn did not answer immediately. He looked at the file, then at her, then at the space where his hand still lay open. I do not know. That is not like you. Neither is sitting in a basement during a storm with the woman who wrote the profile that destroyed my life. She felt the words hit her chest. Is that what I am to you? I do not know that either. The lights flickered again. This time, they did not come back immediately. The dark stretched for 3 seconds. 4, 5. She heard him shift in his chair, the scrape of his shoe against the concrete floor, the rustle of paper as his hand moved off the table. Then the lights returned. He was standing. She had not heard him rise. He was standing at the edge of the table, looking down at the sealed file, his arms loose at his sides, his breathing slower than hers. We need to decide what to do with it, he said. Decide now? Before the storm ends, before the Institute reopens and the file becomes evidence in an investigation neither of us controls. She stood as well. If we open it together, we both know what is inside. Yes. If we open it separately, one of us has an advantage. Yes. If we leave it sealed, we can still claim ignorance. For now. She looked at the file, at the tape sealing the flap, at the label with the case number and the date. 5 years ago. 9 months after she had met Arian Vass for 43 minutes. You trusted me to sign the qualified statement before you showed me the threshold calculations, she said. I did. Why? Because I watched you say it out loud, not in theory, not in professional hedging. You said the variable was not validated for witness relocation. You put your name under it. That is not the behavior of someone who is protecting a system. She considered his words. And the transcripts? She said. What transcripts? The sealed, raw and interview transcripts, from my framework development, the ones you requested under a research exemption. His face went still. You know about that? Theodora monitors administrative requests, she told me. How long have you known? Since the morning you filed them. He was quiet for a moment, then he sat back down. I was trying to verify whether the flaw originated in my field data or your synthesis. I know. Did you read my field notes before conducting your framework interviews? She felt the question land. Yes. Without my knowledge or consent. Yes. He looked at her for a long moment. That is not the same as the transcripts, he said. I know, but you understand why I requested them. To determine whether I built the variable from your data or from independent research. And which do you believe it was? She met his eyes. I built it from both. Your data gave me the pattern. My own interviews gave me the framework to interpret it. I should have cited you. I should have asked. I did neither. The words sat between them. He did not speak for a long moment. Then he said, Thank you. For what? For saying it. Without qualification, without framing it as a misunderstanding. She exhaled. I am tired of misunderstandings, she said. I am tired of precision that functions as evasion. Then we are in the same room for the same reason. The lights flickered again. This time the dark held longer. She heard him rise. She heard the scrape of his chair. She heard his footsteps around the table, slow, deliberate, and then the dark was not empty, because she could feel the heat of him near her shoulder. "Quovyn, I'm here." The dark pressed in. She could hear his breathing, could feel the space between them shrinking. "Are you afraid of the dark?" he asked. "I am afraid of what I might say in it." The silence. Then his voice, lower than before. "Then say it." She felt the word rising, felt the weight of it in her throat, and then the lights returned. He was closer than she had expected, close enough to see the pulse at his throat, close enough to see the crescent burn mark on his right wrist. They stood in the sudden light, neither stepping back. "The sealed file," she said. "What about it?" "Open it." His hand moved toward the flap. A voice from the stairwell. "Dr. Sorby?" UN Strath's voice. Flat, unhurried, professional. Quovyn's hand stopped. "Archive inventory is running behind schedule," Strath called. "The sealed boxes from the 5-year window have been moved to the processing shelf. Your file is still on your desk, but I wanted you to know the rest have been relocated." Quovyn looked at Imra. "Rest of what?" Strath's footsteps approached. "The sealed boxes from the operation that year. They were in cold storage. I moved them for inventory before the storm hit." Chapter 13. Imra woke at her desk. The storm had passed sometime before dawn, leaving the institute humming with emergency generators and the smell of damp stone. She had not gone to the assigned room, had not slept in the bed the duty manager had prepared. Instead, she had sat in her office with Quovyn's notebook open to page 49 and the photograph of Ariane Vass face down beside it, waiting for light to break. The sealed file was still on Quovyn's desk. They had not opened it. ESRI Strath's interruption had broken something, not resolved it. After the archivist had finished his slow, unhurried explanation about cold storage relocation, the moment had collapsed. Quovyn had looked at her across the table, the file between them, and something in his expression had shifted. "Not now," he had said. "When? When we are not being listened to," she had not argued. Now the morning light was gray and thin through the window, and the institute was stirring back to life. Footsteps in the corridor, a door opening somewhere down the hall, the distant hum of a boiler restarting. Imra closed the notebook and slid the photograph back into her desk drawer, face down, exactly as it had been for 5 years. She stood. Her neck ached. Her eyes felt grainy. She had not changed clothes since the night before, and her blouse was wrinkled from the hours spent hunched over Quovyn's data. She did not care. She walked to the archive. The basement corridor was still dark at this hour, the emergency lights casting long shadows across the concrete floor. She found the door to the records room unlocked and pushed it open. Quovyn was there. He sat at the same table where they had spent the night, the sealed file still in front of him, untouched. He had not slept either. His hair was disheveled, his collar loose, and there was a stillness to him that she recognized as exhaustion held at bay through pure will. He looked up when she entered. "You did not go to your room. Neither did you." "I stayed." She sat across from him, the file between them like a third presence in the room. "Strath knows," she said. "Strath knows everything. That is his function. He will tell Miraz. He will log the inventory movement. Miraz may or may not ask questions, but Strath will not volunteer information. He is a custodian, not a witness." She studied his face. "How do you know that?" "Because I have spent 2 years learning which people at this institute hold power through silence rather than speech." The words landed. She thought of Theodora, of how much Theodora knew and had not said, of how much she herself had held in silence for 5 years. "Then we have time," she said. "Maybe." She looked at the file. "Open it." "Not yet." "Why?" "Because once I do, the knowledge cannot be unmade, for either of us, and I want to be certain we are ready for what it contains." She felt the truth of that settle into her chest. "And if we are not ready?" "Then we prepare." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded page. He slid it across the table. She unfolded it. Her own handwriting. A page from her framework draft, the section on concealment clustering under witness pressure conditions. She had written it 3 weeks ago, before the residency, before she had known he existed. He had annotated it. His corrections ran in the margins in that precise, unhurried hand. Small adjustments, pruned assumptions, a recalibrated probability range that shaved 6 percentage points off her confidence interval. And at the bottom, one circled sentence. Her inference. Elegant. Clean. The kind of sentence that sounded true because it was well-formed. Beneath it, his note. This is beautiful. It is not supported by your data, you know that. She read it twice. You corrected my logic, she said. I corrected your method. Your logic was sound. Your evidence was not. And you circled this, because it is the best sentence you have written in this section, and it is the most dangerous. Why dangerous? Because anyone who reads it will believe it, including you. She set the page down. You could have kept this, used it against me. I could have. Why did you not? He met her eyes. Because I do not want to defeat you. I want the framework to survive. There is a difference. The air between them changed. She had heard him defend her work in the seminar room, had seen him absorb political heat, had watched him slide his notebook across a table, and trust her with pages he had shown no one else. But this was different. This was him returning her own work with the flaws marked in his hand, not as ammunition, but as invitation. Thank you, she said. For what? For treating my work like it matters. Something crossed his face, too quick to name. Then he looked away. It matters, he said. She did not know what to do with those words. The archive door opened. Theodora stood in the frame, dark hair pulled tight, face unreadable. Imra's assistant looked at her, at Quovyn, at the page of annotated notes between them. Dr. Callech. Theodora. Director Miraz is holding a debrief at 9, all residency staff. He wants to discuss the storm protocols and the revised consultation timeline. Understood. Theodora did not leave. Is there something else? Theodora's gaze moved to the sealed file on the table, stayed there a beat longer than casual. No, she said. Nothing else. She turned and walked out. Imra looked at Quovyn. She knows. She is your assistant. She has known longer than you think. And if she tells Miraz? Quovyn picked up the file, weighed it in his hands. Then we run out of time sooner. He set it down. But not yet. Chapter 14. He pulled a second folder from his bag, worn at the edges, different paper, older stock. These are edge cases, he said. From before the leave, I never published them. She watched his hands as he opened the folder. The crescent burn on his right wrist caught the archive's yellow light. How many? 12. Witness pressure scenarios where the cluster you trust produced false positives. Every single time. He spread them across the table. Field notes, interview transcripts, threshold calculations in that precise hand she was learning to recognize before she saw the ink. She reached for the first one. A witness in protective custody, 72 hours in, starting to fragment. The concealment indicators had all fired. Evasive language, flattened effect, selective memory, classic clustering, textbook. The witness had been telling the truth. She read the case notes, Quovyn's assessment, the moment he flagged the reading as provisional. The operation lead had overridden him. Pressure point 4, she said. Yes, every time? Every time. She pulled the second case. Same pattern. Witnessed at hour 81. Concealment cluster firing across all 3 domains. Quovyn's marginal note. Not concealment. Stress regression. Do not act. They had acted anyway. The third case pushed the variable past hour 96. The false positive rate was not theoretical there. It was structural. The cluster collapsed under prolonged pressure because it had never been calibrated for what fear looked like when it stopped being acute and became chronic. She looked up. You built these after the VAS operation? During. He tapped the first page. This one was 2 weeks before. The air in the room changed. She picked up the fourth case, the date in the corner, 3 weeks before Ariane Vass had been placed in protective custody. The same concealment cluster, the same false positive, the same override. He had known. He had known the variable was breaking before the VAS operation ever started. You ran these tests, she said slowly, while the operation was being planned. Yes, And you flagged the VAS reading anyway, knowing the cluster was unreliable. I flagged it because the cluster was unreliable. That was the point. Then why did no one listen? He set his hands flat on the table. Because the cluster had already been adopted into preliminary agency protocols. Because correcting it would have meant delaying the operation. Because the people making the decisions did not want to hear that their tool was failing when they needed it most. She heard what he was not saying. And you buried these. I did not bury them. I stored them. There is a difference. Did you show them to anyone? I showed them to my supervisor. He told me to keep working, that the pattern was not yet statistically significant. How many cases would have been significant? A few more. How many more dead witnesses? The question landed. He did not flinch. I do not know, he said. That is what I have been trying to calculate for 3 years. She looked at the pages spread before her. 12 cases, 12 failures. 12 times the variable had misread fear as concealment, and the system had acted on the misreading, and one of them had died. You should have published these, she said. I could not. Why? Because publishing them would have meant naming the operations, and naming the operations would have meant exposing the witnesses, and the witnesses were already dead. She felt the weight of that. He had chosen silence to protect the dead. She had chosen silence to protect herself. What are you doing here? She asked. The question came out before she had decided to speak it. The archive hummed around them. I am trying to decide whether I can trust you, he said. With what? With these. He touched the edge cases, and with what comes after. And if you cannot? Then I burn them, and I finish the revision alone. And the framework survives without the variable, but without the truth either. She thought about that. And if you can? Then we build the correction together. And when Dalagard asks where the data came from, you tell her the truth. I tell her I built the variable from your notes without consent. Yes. And that you flagged the failure before the VAS operation and no one read it. Yes. And that I wrote the profile that killed her. He looked at her. Yes. The word hung in the air between them. She did not look away. Then we need to work, she said. Before the debrief, he slid the 4th case toward her. Start here. This one matches the Zagreb profile almost exactly. Same pressure conditions, same witness demographics, same failure point. She picked it up. The headache was returning. A dull pulse behind her eyes from sleep she had not taken, and coffee she had not drunk. She read anyway. The case was clean, well documented. Quovyn's field notes ran alongside the interview transcripts, each observation keyed to a timestamp. She could see the moment the variable had started to misfire. Hour 67, when the witness had begun repeating herself. The concealment cluster had flagged it as selective memory evasion. Quovyn's note read, repetition indicates cognitive load, not concealment. Witness is trying to hold coherence under threat. Do not read as deception. The operation lead had read it as deception anyway. She looked at the next page. The outcome. The witness had not been concealing anything. She had been trying to remember a detail that would have exonerated her brother. The detail existed. She had been right. They had acted on the misreading, and the brother had been charged before the exonerating evidence surfaced. No one had died in that case, but someone had served time. She turned the page, the next case. Same pattern, different witness, different outcome. She kept reading. By the time she reached the 7th case, she had stopped seeing individual failures. She was seeing a system, a cascade, a mechanism that looked like sound methodology until you understood what it was doing to the people underneath it. She set the page down. These are not edge cases. No, these are a pattern. Yes, and you have been carrying this pattern alone for 3 years. He did not answer. She looked at him. The exhaustion she had seen earlier was still there, but something else had surfaced beneath it. Something quieter. You did not bury these because you were protecting the witnesses, she said. You buried them because you did not know what to do with the evidence that the system you built for was failing. He was very still. Is that what you think? Yes. And if I told you that you were wrong, then I would ask you to prove it. The silence between them stretched. He reached into his bag and pulled out one more page. Not a case file. A letter. Institutional letterhead. Dated 3 years and 2 months ago. He slid it across the table. She read it. A formal request from Quovyn Sorby to Director Marta, requesting authorization to conduct a full audit of the concealment variable's field performance across 3 agency jurisdictions, citing preliminary evidence of false positive clustering under witness pressure conditions. The response was stamped at the bottom. Request denied. Insufficient grounds for institutional review. Recommend continued observation. She looked at the date. 3 years ago. He had tried. You submitted this, she said. Copied to ethics review. And they denied it. They denied it, and then they classified the request. She set the letter down beside the edge cases. Why are you showing me this now? Because you asked what I was doing here. He held her gaze. I am here because I tried the formal route and it failed. I am here because the only way to force the correction is to make the flaw visible from inside the framework, from inside your work. By challenging me in front of the Institute. Yes. By forcing me to defend the indefensible. Yes. By making me choose between my reputation and the truth. He did not answer. She should have felt angry, manipulated, used. Instead, she felt something she did not have a name for. The archive door opened. Imra Callech stood in the frame, dark hair pulled tight, compact build. The same direct, unhurried stillness she had carried into the consultation room 2 days ago. She looked at the papers spread across the table. At Imra. At Quovyn. Good, she said. You are both here. Imra straightened. What is happening? Marta stepped inside and closed the door behind her. A cross-border task force has requested Dunwallan's immediate consultation. Active case, witness concealment, possible escalation within 72 hours. She looked at both of them. They want an assessment by end of day, and they want it signed by both of you. Chapter 15. The consultation suite smelled of old coffee and institutional carpet. Imra sat at the long table with the case file open before her, Marta across from her, Quovyn at the far end, a seat between them like a buffer zone. Marta had not sat down. She stood at the head of the table, one hand flat on a printed operations summary, and she read the situation in the clipped rhythm of someone who had done this before. Target is Dimitar Petrovich, 41, former logistics coordinator for a procurement network operating out of Montenegro through Croatia into Hungary. No direct violence on his record. He approached state authorities 11 days ago. She flipped a page. Somebody in his former network learned of the contact within 48 hours. The leak is unidentified. Petrovich's wife and 2 children were moved to a protective location. Petrovich himself was placed in a separate facility, but the separation was not clean. He has been interviewed 4 times. 3 behavioral assessments have been filed. 2 flag concealment. 1 flags cooperation with reservations. Marta's eyes lifted. The discrepancies are concentrated on a single variable cluster. Imra did not look at Quovyn. She did not need to. What is the escalation threat? Imra asked. The network has identified the wife's location. They have not acted. That silence is being read as containment, not reconnaissance. My agency believes reconnaissance. If Petrovich's former associates are waiting for something before they move, we have a window. If they are already moving, we have less. Marta tapped the page. The task force wants a reading on Petrovich's concealment. Is he hiding operational knowledge, or is he afraid? The answer determines whether they continue protective separation or consolidate the family unit and extract them as a group. They need a decision within 72 hours. The room was quiet. Imra's thumb moved across the file's edge. She could feel it already, the pull of the pattern, the way the concealment cluster would sort the interview data into a neat binary, withholding knowledge or withholding from fear. The framework would score it, weight it, produce a probability range that looked like clarity. She looked at the 4th interview transcript, page 7. The witness had repeated herself 3 times in response to a question about her brother's last known location. The pattern matched. Exactly. Quovyn had not moved. Marta, he said. Who filed the first 2 assessments? Regional office, standard protocol. And the 3rd? Independent contractor, brought in after the discrepancy was flagged. The contractor would have used the framework. Imra knew it without asking. The framework was embedded now. It lived in the standard protocols. Agencies did not commission assessments anymore. They commissioned scoring. She turned to the contractor's report. There it was, the concealment variable. Weighted at 171, strong confidence. The contractor had flagged concealment of operational knowledge. She looked at the timestamp, hour 63, right at the edge of the false positive window. That reading is not reliable past 60 hours, she said. Marta's gaze sharpened. Explain. Petrovic has been in isolation for 11 days. The first 2 assessments were filed before hour 60. The third was filed at hour 63. The variable's false positive rate increases by approximately 9% per 12 hours after the 72-hour mark. The contractor is working from a threshold that does not account for the degradation. But your framework is not validated for prolonged protective custody. That is what we are here to fix. Marta leaned back. She looked at Quovyn. And you? Quovyn's voice was even. She is correct about the threshold. The variable is structurally unstable under extended hold conditions. I will show you the calculations if you need them. I will need them. Then you will have them. The silence held. Marta closed the file. Then we have a problem. The task force needs a recommendation within 72 hours. The framework they are using to assess Petrovic's concealment is the same framework currently under revision because it does not work under the exact conditions Petrovic is in. Imra's jaw tightened. Unless... She stopped. Marta waited. Imra looked at the file again, at the repetition pattern, at the hour marker, at the contractor's confident reading. Unless we produce a corrected assessment before the deadline. Marta's expression did not change. Can you? Yes. On what basis? Cognitive load indicators. The repetition cluster. The witness is trying to hold coherence under threat. She is not concealing knowledge. She is protecting memory. If we assess her as cooperative with reservations rather than concealment of operational knowledge, the recommendation shifts from continued separation to extraction with the family. Quovyn's chair scraped. He stood. Imra. She looked up. That is exactly what the variable would say. I am not using the variable. I am reading the transcript. You are reading the transcript through the framework's lens. The repetition cluster you are interpreting as memory protection could be concealment. You cannot tell the difference from a written transcript. Then what do you propose? We tell the task force we need 3 months to recalibrate? If that is what it takes. The witness's family will be dead in 3 months. The words landed hard. Quovyn did not flinch. Then we produce an assessment that names the uncertainty, he said. We do not pretend the framework is sound when it is not. Marta stood. So the two of you need to decide what you are. She looked at Imra. The framework you built is in the field. It is scoring real witnesses right now. If you sign an assessment that overweights the concealment variable, you are repeating the error you have been trying to correct for the past 5 years. She looked at Quovyn. And if you refuse to produce an assessment at all, the task force will use the one they already have, the flawed one, and the witness's family will be moved on the basis of a reading you believe is false. She picked up the file. I need your recommendation by 17 o'clock. If you cannot give me one, I will file my own. She left. The door closed. Imra sat very still. Quovyn had not moved from the end of the table. His arms were loose at his sides. His face was unreadable. The repetition pattern, he said. You are sure? I am not sure. Then why did you speak? Because the alternative is silence, and silence will not save her. Certainty will not either. I know. She turned the page. The 4th interview transcript. The witness's statement. She had asked for her brother's photograph. They had denied her. She had asked again. They had denied her again. The repetition began after the 2nd denial. Not concealment. Grief. Imra looked up. She is not protecting operational knowledge. She is protecting the memory of her brother. They took the photograph away and she is trying to hold it in her mind. Quovyn walked to the table. He sat down across from her. That is a reading, he said, not a certainty. It is a hypothesis. It is also the only reading that does not require the variable to be correct. He was quiet. If you are wrong, then the task force moves the family on a false negative, and Petrovic's associates find them before we correct the assessment. He did not answer. Imra looked at the page, at the repetition, at the denial, At the witness's hand-drawn annotation in the margin, a rough sketch of a face. No eyes, no mouth, just the outline of a jaw. She had drawn her brother from memory. Imra set the page down. I need to see the data. All of it. The raw interview transcripts, the original assessment files, the contractor's field notes. That will take hours. Then we start now. Quovyn did not argue. He reached into his bag and pulled out a folder. One condition. What? We produced the assessment together. Every line, every threshold. If either of us flags a reading as unreliable, we name it in the report. No silences, no buried qualifiers. Imra's hand hovered over the folder. Agreed. She opened it. The first page was the contractor's field notes. Handwritten, dense. The same pattern she had seen across Quovyn's edge cases. The same quiet precision. She began reading. Behind her, the clock on the suite wall read 10:47. They had 6 hours before Marta returned. Chapter 16. By 14 o'clock, they had the assessment. Imra's back ached from leaning over the contractor's field notes. Her eyes burned from cross-checking timestamps, interview transcripts, the wife's repetition clusters. Quovyn had built a second column alongside her analysis, tracking where his threshold calculations diverged from the framework's default readings. 3 points of divergence, each named, each quantified. She slid the final page into the folder. Done. Quovyn read the last paragraph. His finger traced the line where she had written, "This assessment assumes the subject's repetition pattern indicates grief-based memory protection rather than operational concealment. Alternative reading, concealed knowledge with grief overlay. Confidence threshold, 61% in favor of primary assessment." 61%, he said. It is honest. 61% is a coin flip with a thumb on scale. It is the highest confidence the data supports without the variable. He held her gaze. Then he closed the folder. We transmitted 15 o'clock. Marta was in Miraz's conference room when they arrived, a rectangular room with glass walls overlooking the courtyard, the storm's aftermath leaving everything wet and gray. Delagarde and Ladowski were on video from the Nordic office, their faces flat on the wall screen. Miraz sat at the head of the table, Saskia Ibram beside him with a legal pad, her pen motionless. Ira placed the folder on the table. Joint assessment, cognitive load indicators, threshold annotations, alternative readings named. The recommendation is extraction with family consolidation within 48 hours, subject to revised concealment protocols. Marta reached for the folder. Wait. Quovyn's voice cut through the room. Everyone looked at him. The recommendation uses a cognitive load reading to override the concealment variable's default scoring, he said. The primary assessment is grief-based memory protection. The alternative reading is concealed operational knowledge with grief overlay. The confidence gap is 11%. Marta's hand stopped. 11% is within operational tolerance. 11% is the difference between a family extracted together and a family moved into a network's kill zone. Miraz leaned back. You signed this assessment, Dr. Sorby? I annotated it. I did not sign it. You are refusing to sign? I am refusing to transmit a recommendation that overweights a behavioral cluster prone to false positives under the exact conditions this witness is in. Imra's throat tightened. Quovyn! I am not disagreeing with your analysis. I am telling you that the cluster you are reading as grief produces the same pattern as concealment in 31% of cases after 72 hours in custody. You have 11 data points. You do not have a threshold. The variable is the reason the framework is broken, Imra said. If I use it, I am repeating the same error. Then do not use the variable, but do not pretend a 61% confidence assessment is a foundation for extraction. It is a hypothesis. Marta's voice cut in. You have been in this room for 4 hours, and you are still debating methodology? We are debating whether the assessment kills the family or saves them, Quovyn said. The room went still. Delagarde's voice came through the speaker. Dr. Sorby, you identify a methodological objection. What alternative do you offer? A 72-hour delay. The witness's wife has been in custody for 71 hours. The concealment variable's false positive rate spikes at 72. If we wait until hour 73, the pattern will either stabilize into grief behavior or escalate into concealment indicators. The data will be clearer. The network will not wait 72 hours, Marta said. The network identified the wife's location 36 hours ago and has not acted. They are not waiting, they are watching. If we consolidate the family now and are wrong, we deliver them. If we wait and the reading shifts, we have a clearer threshold. And if the reading does not shift, then Imra's assessment is correct and we extract at hour 73 with higher confidence. Miraz's fingers tapped the table. Dr. Callech, you built the assessment. Do you accept the delay? Imra looked at Quovyn. His face was unreadable. The delay carries its own risk, she said. Every hour the wife stays in protective custody, the false positive rate climbs. If she is concealing knowledge and we wait, we give the network more time to relocate her. If she is grieving and we wait, we extend a separation that may already be causing psychological damage. But the threshold is thin. 11% is not a margin of safety. It is a margin of uncertainty. Landowski's voice cut in. This is precisely why the framework should not have been released before full validation. Dalagard silenced him with a glance. Dr. Miraz, you are the Institute director. Do you authorize transmission based on the joint assessment? Miraz's eyes moved between Imra and Quovyn. The assessment was submitted jointly. If the recommendation is approved, it carries the Institute's authority. If the recommendation fails, it carries the Institute's liability. Then authorize it, Imra said. Or do not, Quovyn said. Miraz's jaw tightened. You are asking me to choose between two analysts who cannot agree on whether their own recommendation is sound. We agree on the data, Imra said. We disagree on the confidence threshold, which means you do not agree. Saskia's pen finally moved. Director Miraz, if I may, the assessment contains a named uncertainty. If it is transmitted with that uncertainty visible, the task force can weigh the risk. If it is delayed until the threshold clarifies, the task force loses time. Neither path is risk-free. But transmitting with the caveat documented shifts accountability to the operational command rather than the Institute. Miraz was quiet for a long moment. Then he looked at Imra. Transmit the assessment as submitted, with the caveat. Imra nodded. Marta reached for the folder. No? Quovyn's voice again. If the assessment transmits, it goes as a joint recommendation. The caveat is embedded. The threshold is named, but the operational command will read a 61% confidence assessment and treat it as structural guidance, not provisional analysis. That is how the framework has been used. That is how Vas was killed. The room went cold. Miraz's face flattened. Dr. Sorby, I am naming the pattern, not the person. The framework's false confidence killed a witness. If we transmit this assessment without a clear warning that the primary reading is unvalidated for the witness's current pressure state, we are repeating the same structural error. Imra felt the floor shift beneath her. He had done it. He had stopped the recommendation before transmission. Not with methodology, with the truth. Marta's voice came through like glass. Dr. Sorby, you are telling me that your objection is not methodological, it is ethical. I am telling you that the assessment is the best reading we have. It is also a reading that could be wrong. If we transmit it without flagging that the confidence threshold is below operational standards, we are not being transparent. We are being efficient. And if I transmit it anyway? Then I will file a formal objection with Dalagard's office before the file reaches the task force. The room fractured. Lenowski's voice rose. Dalagard's voice cut over him. Miraz's hand slammed on the table. Imra did not hear any of it. She was watching Quovyn. He had not moved. His arms were still loose at his sides. His face was still unreadable. But she saw it now. The thin line of tension at the corner of his jaw. He was not trying to defeat her. He was trying to stop the framework from killing again. And he had just made himself the obstacle. Miraz stood. Dr. Sorby, you will file no formal objection. You will sign the assessment. You will transmit it, and you will do it now. No, the word hung. Miraz's face reddened. Then you are suspended from the revision process pending formal review. Do it. Quovyn's voice did not waver. But if you suspend me, the assessment transmits without my annotation. And without my annotation, the caveat disappears. and the task force receives a 61% confidence reading labeled as a joint recommendation, and the Institute owns the liability if it fails. Murad's hand gripped the back of his chair. You are blackmailing the Institute. I am preventing the Institute from repeating a fatal error. Imra stood. Transmit it with both our names. Quovyn looked at her. Transmit the caveat with it. Flag the confidence threshold. Flag the false positive risk. Flag the unvalidated reading. If the task force chooses to act on a 61% assessment with all warnings named, that is their operational decision, not ours. Marta nodded. I will transmit it with the caveats embedded. Both names, the threshold named, the warnings listed. She picked up the folder. Murad's did not stop her. Quovyn did not move. Imra watched Marta walk to the door, the folder against her chest, the Petrovic's family's fate in her hands. And she realized, with a clarity that burned, that Quovyn had just saved her from making the same mistake twice. Not by defeating her, by stopping her. And she did not know if she wanted to thank him or break the silence he had made. Chapter 17. Marta's footsteps faded down the corridor. The door clicked shut, and the silence that followed was worse than the argument. Muraz stood at the head of the table, both hands flat on the surface, his knuckles bloodless. He did not look at Imra. He did not look at Quovyn. He looked at the empty chair where Saskia Ibram had been sitting, her legal pad still resting against the armrest, her pen left behind like a deliberate marker. Everyone out. Landowski gathered his tablet. Dalagod's image had already vanished from the screen. The junior analysts filed past with their eyes fixed on the floor. Imra did not move. Quovyn did not move. Muraz waited until the door sealed. Then he turned. That was not a confrontation. That was a self-inflicted wound in front of 2 agencies and an ethics consultant. Do you understand what she saw? He was looking at Quovyn. Quovyn said nothing. She saw a researcher threaten his own director. She saw a framework under formal review named in connection with a witness death. She saw the Institute's senior analyst refuse to sign a joint assessment because he believes the methodology is lethal. Muraz's voice stayed low, controlled. That was worse than shouting. I will spend the next 3 hours telling Saskia Ibram that what she witnessed was healthy internal rigor, that the revision process is working exactly as designed, that dissent is how Dunwallan sharpens its tools. His gaze shifted to Imra, and you will help me. She felt the weight of it. Director, you will stand beside me in the debrief. You will confirm that the revision process is proceeding on schedule. You will state that the methodological disagreement has been resolved through transparent review. You will not mention VAS. You will not mention the sealed file. You will not mention that your framework was built partially from a colleague's unpublished field notes without attribution. The room tilted. He knew. Muraz knew about the field notes. How much else did he know? Ara's thumb pressed against the edge of the table, a gesture she used to ground herself in interrogation. Director, if Saskia's mandate includes ethics review, she will ask about prior operational harm regardless of what I say. Then you will tell her that the Institute has identified a methodological limitation and is in the process of correcting it before formal adoption. That is the version that preserves the Institute's funding, your career, and the integrity of every agency currently relying on your framework. Muraz stepped closer. I am not the enemy here, Dr. Callech. I am the person trying to keep this institute intact long enough for you to fix what you broke. If Saskia Ibram reports to the ethics board that a Dunwallan framework was linked to a witness death, the review process takes 3 years. During those 3 years, no agency can use your work, no witness can be assessed, no operation can be guided by behavioral analysis from this institute. He paused. Is that what you want? She did not answer. I thought not. Muraz straightened. His voice shifted to something almost reasonable. The debrief is in 30 minutes. Saskia will ask questions. You will answer them in the language I have outlined. Dr. Sorby will remain in this room until I return. He walked out. The door closed. Imra stood alone with Kova in the wreckage. He had not moved from his position, arms loose, face unreadable, his pale gray eyes fixed on the empty chair where Saskia's pen still lay. He knew, Imra said. Quovyn did not pretend to misunderstand. Marta has known about the field notes for at least a year. He chose not to act on it because your framework was already generating revenue and institutional partnerships. Acting would have meant auditing the entire development pipeline, which would have exposed how much of Dunwallan's current methodology rests on unverified borrowing. Imra's chest tightened. He let me build a career on something he knew was compromised. He let you build a career on something that brought the Institute prestige. He would have let it collapse if the risk of exposure exceeded the value of the reputation. She stared at him. And you? I did not know about the field notes until after I returned. I suspected. I did not confirm until I accessed the interview transcripts, which you requested without telling me, which I requested to verify whether the flaw originated in my data or your synthesis. I told you that. She remembered. He had told her. In the basement archive, during the storm, when the lights flickered and the emergency glow made his scar look deeper than it was, you could have used it against me. I am using it against the Institute. Quovyn finally turned to face her. Miraz's debrief is not about protecting you. It is about protecting the revenue stream. Saskia Ibrahim was not brought in because of the Zagreb request. She was brought in because someone in the ethics office flagged the framework for prior operational harm. Miraz has been managing that flag for months. Imra's voice dropped. How do you know that? Because I requested the ethics docket 3 weeks ago, the same day I wrote the assessment about your knowledge of the variable flaw. The floor shifted again. Before you met me. Yes. She wanted to be angry. She wanted to feel betrayed. But the anger would not rise because the shape of it was too familiar. She had done the same thing. Prepared. Anticipated. Stacked information like defensive walls. You have been planning this longer than I thought. Longer than you wanted to believe. And now? Quovyn's gaze held hers. Now Miraz will try to contain the damage by framing the confrontation as procedural. Saskia will ask you questions that sound neutral, but are not. She already knows about Vass. She is testing how much you will admit. Imra's throat tightened. How much should I admit? Enough that it cannot be called concealment later. Not so much that Miraz can claim you acted without institutional oversight. Professional ethics advice from the man who just threatened to bring down the entire framework. I am trying to give you a path that does not end with you being the sole sacrifice. The words landed. She watched his face, the thin scar along his jaw, the slight tension at the corner of his mouth. When did you start caring whether I survived this? Quovyn did not answer immediately. Then he said, so quietly she almost missed it. When I realized you were willing to look at what you had done. The silence between them stretched, and then the door opened. Saskia Ibrahim stood in the frame, her legal pad in one hand, the pen she had left behind in the other. Dr. Callech, a moment. Chapter 18. Saskia Ibrahim waited in the doorway, her legal pad pressed flat against her chest like a shield. Imra did not move. Quovyn did not look at either of them. His gaze stayed on the chair where Saskia's pen had lain, as though the object itself held more meaning than the woman standing 2 meters from it. Dr. Callech. Saskia's voice carried no pressure. That was what made it dangerous. Imra crossed to the door. She did not glance back at Quovyn. She could not afford to let Saskia read whatever passed between them in a look. The corridor was empty. Marta's footsteps had faded. The meeting room door stood open, lights still on, chairs pushed back at odd angles where people had risen too fast. Saskia led her into the room and closed the door. They sat across from each other at the long table. Saskia placed her pad between them, her pen uncapped. The gesture was deliberate. She wanted Imra to see that she was recording. You understand the position the Institute is in. It was not a question. Imra kept her hands flat on the table. I understand that the Petrovic assessment has been transmitted with caveats. I understand that Director Miraz is concerned about the framework's reputation. Miraz is concerned about funding. Saskia's voice was dry. I am concerned about the 5-year-old operation you have not mentioned in any internal report. The words landed like a blade between ribs. Imra did not flinch. She had spent too many years learning how to hold still when the knife came close. I do not know what you are referring to. Saskia studied her. The silence stretched long enough to become a test. Then I will be direct, Saskia said. 3 months ago, the ethics office received an anonymous submission, a sealed case file from 5 years ago. Your name, a witness photograph, a signed recommendation letter. The file was flagged for prior operational harm. Imra's chest went cold. Who submitted it? I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is that the file has been reviewed by legal counsel, and the recommendation letter you signed contains language that closely mirrors the concealment variable you are now revising. Many of my recommendations used that language. It was standard framing for witness pressure assessments. Yes, I read your methodology papers. Saskia set the pen down. But this recommendation was written for Ariane Vass, and Ariane Vass died because the operation shifted around your reading. The name in open air. Imra's hands stayed flat. Saskia waited. You have 30 minutes before the debrief, Saskia said. In that time you can choose to tell me the truth about what happened, or you can let Marta's containment narrative stand. If you choose containment, I will file an independent report that notes your cooperation was incomplete. If you choose the truth, I will recommend a structured disclosure process that protects the Institute while acknowledging the error. Imra's throat moved. And Quovyn? Dr. Sorby will be held to the same standard. His flag was not read. His edge cases were dismissed. He has as much reason to want the truth buried as you do. He does not. Saskia's eyebrows lifted. He wants it exposed, Imra said. He has wanted it exposed since he returned. Then perhaps you should let him help you. The words hung. Saskia gathered her pad and stood. I will be in the East Seminar Room. The debrief begins in 30 minutes. If you come through that door ready to speak the truth, I will record it. If you come through reciting Moraz's script, I will know. She walked out. The door clicked shut. Imra sat alone in the empty room. She counted her breaths to 12 before she stood. The corridor was still empty. The Institute hummed with the low vibration of systems returning after the storm. Somewhere above, a generator coughed and settled. She did not go to the East Seminar Room. She went to the 3rd floor. The shared office was dark, the desk with her back to the wall. The photograph still faced down in the drawer. Quovyn's notebook sat where she had left it, open to page 49, the red tab visible. She stood in the doorway and did not enter. You should not be alone right now. His voice came from behind her. She turned. Quovyn stood at the end of the corridor, his hands empty, his face unreadable. The emergency lights cast his scar into shadow. Saskia knows about Vass, Imra said. I know. She has the file. Someone submitted it 3 months ago. I know that too. Imra's voice dropped. How? Because I submitted it. The world tilted. She stared at him. He did not look away. 3 months ago, he said, before I returned to Dunwallan, I submitted the sealed case file to the ethics office. I did not know your name was in it. I submitted it because the operation file contained a flag that was never read, and I wanted it on record before I confronted the Institute. Her hands trembled. She locked them at her sides. You sent my name to the ethics office? I sent an operation file that happened to contain your name. I did not know you were the author of the recommendation until I accessed the interview transcripts here. And you did not tell me. I did not tell you because I was still verifying whether the flaw originated in my data or your synthesis. I told you that in the archive. She remembered. He had told her. In the dark, with the storm howling above them and the emergency glow making his face look older, you have been preparing for my destruction since before you met me. No. His voice was quiet. I have been preparing for the truth. Your destruction was never the goal, but your survival without accountability would mean the framework survives unchanged. And that? He stopped. She watched his jaw tighten. That would kill more witnesses. The air between them was thin. Imra stood in the dark corridor, her back to the window, her face toward the man who had sent her name to the ethics office before he ever heard her speak. Then answer me this, she said. If your goal is the truth, why did you stop me from going to Saskia now? Because I wanted to tell you myself. The words landed. She stared at him. I wanted you to hear it from me, he said, before you walked into that room and made a decision based on incomplete information. I wanted you to know what you were choosing. Choosing whether to trust you. Choosing whether to trust that I am not your enemy. The silence stretched, and then Imra did something she had not planned. She walked past him, down the corridor, toward the stairs. Where are you going? She did not stop. To tell Saskia the truth, before you can control the narrative. She heard his footsteps behind her. Imra, she kept walking. He caught her at the stairwell landing, his hand closing around her wrist. She turned. His face was close enough that she could see the exhaustion at the corners of his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the faint tremor in his grip. I am not trying to control anything, he said. I am trying to give you the chance to speak first. Then let go of me. He did. She stood on the landing, her wrist still warm from his fingers, her pulse loud in her ears. The stairwell hummed with the low buzz of emergency lighting. I am going to Saskia, she said. If you want the truth spoken, then speak it with me. Quovyn's pale gray eyes held hers. Together? Together. He did not answer, but when she turned and started down the stairs, his footsteps followed. Chapter 19. The stairwell had no windows. Emergency strips cast everything in the same flat amber. Imra took the steps one at a time, not running, not hesitating. Each footfall landed with the same weight she used in presentations when she needed the room to believe she was certain. Behind her, Quovyn's footsteps kept pace, not matching hers, following at a distance that let her stay ahead if she wanted. She did not want. She stopped at the second-floor landing, turned. He stood 3 steps above her, his face in shadow. You should know what you are about to speak, she said, before we walk in there together. The recommendation letter. Yes, I have read it. No. She shook her head. You have read the version that exists in the file, the one with the polished language, the clean inferences, the authority I performed for people who needed to believe I knew what I was doing. She watched his expression change. The exhaustion at the corners of his eyes deepened. There is another version, she said, the one I wrote first, before I cleaned it for submission. Where is it? In my private archive, handwritten, 3 pages, the original field notes I took after meeting Vas, including the observations I chose not to include in the final recommendation. Why are you telling me this? Because Saskia will ask, and if I lie about the first version, everything else I say in that room will be calculated damage control. I want to speak the truth once, completely. Quovyn was silent for a long moment. Then he descended the remaining 3 steps until he stood beside her on the landing. What did the first version say that the final version removed? Imra felt the question land like a hand on her chest. It said I was not certain. She watched his jaw tighten. It said the concealment indicators were ambiguous, that the witness's repetition pattern could indicate grief or memory protection as easily as operational knowledge. I wrote that I needed more time. But you did not submit that version. No, I submitted the clean version, the one that sounded certain, because I was afraid that if I admitted uncertainty, the operation would stall, the funding would question the framework, and I would lose the credibility I had spent 3 years building. She heard the words leave her mouth and felt how small they sounded against the weight of a dead woman's name. Quovyn did not speak. She forced herself to continue. I told myself it was a judgment call, that the field needed certainty, not equivocation, that I was protecting the framework from being dismissed by people who did not understand how behavioral analysis actually worked. And now I know I was protecting myself from being wrong in public. And I let a woman die because I was more afraid of looking uncertain than of being wrong. The words hung in the amber light. Quovyn's hand was on the railing. She watched his knuckles whiten, then release. I spent 2 years away from Dunwallan, he said, because I could not separate my own failure from the institution's. I was at the safe house. I saw her face when the transfer team arrived. I saw her realize that the people who were supposed to protect her had made a decision based on incomplete information. He paused. I wrote the flag. I sent it to 3 people. And when no one read it, I told myself I had done enough, that the system would correct itself, that it was not my responsibility to force the flag into the operation order. Is that why you left? Partly. But mostly I left because I could not trust my own judgment anymore. If I had written the flag more clearly, if I had escalated it outside the chain of command, if I had walked into the operation room and refused to let them proceed, she might still be alive. The admission landed between them like a physical weight. Imra felt the ground shift beneath her feet. She had expected anger. She had expected Quovyn to demand accountability, to lay the blame at her feet where it belonged. She had not expected him to meet her in the same wreckage. "What are we doing?" she asked. "Walking into Saskia's room to confess our shared failure? Is that supposed to make us feel better?" "No." His voice was flat. "It is supposed to make us honest. There is a difference between confession and absolution. I am not offering the latter." "Then what are you offering?" He reached into the inner pocket of his jacket. A folded sheaf of paper, thin, worn at the edges, the same paper she had seen in his field notebook. He held it out to her. "These are my field notes from the 3 months after Vas died. I wrote them because I could not stop thinking about what I missed. The pattern I should have seen earlier. The correction I could have made if I had trusted my own analysis over institutional hierarchy." She took the paper. Her fingers brushed his. Neither of them pulled away. "I am not offering absolution," he said. "I am offering the work I did after the failure, because that is the only thing that builds toward something better." Imra stared at the folded paper in her hand. "You are giving me your private field notes?" "Yes. The ones you have never shown anyone." "No, I have shown them to one person. You." She looked up. His pale gray eyes held hers. "Why now?" "Because you just told me the truth about the first version of your recommendation. Before I had to pull it out of you in a room full of people who are not on our side. That is not nothing, Imra." She heard her name in his voice and felt something crack inside her chest. "I do not know how to do this," she said. "Do what?" "Trust someone who has been preparing to expose me since before we met." He did not flinch. "Then start by trusting that I am not preparing to expose you now. I am preparing to expose the truth. And the truth, as you just demonstrated, includes the parts you would rather keep hidden." The corridor hummed. Oma held the field notes in her hand. She could feel the weight of them, the paper warm from his pocket, the ink bleeding slightly at the edges from months of handling. "There is one more thing," she said. "I know." She looked up. "There is a second sealed file, in my private archive. The handwritten field notes I took during the interview with Vas. The ones I wrote before I cleaned the recommendation. Do they contradict your final version? They show the moment I decided to remove my uncertainty. And you kept them instead of destroying them. I do not throw things away. I bury them. There is a difference." Quovyn studied her face. "Then we bring that file to Saskia as well." "Together?" "Together." The words settled between them. Imra turned toward the stairs. She did not look back to see if he was following. She heard his footsteps behind her, steady and close, as they descended into the dark. Chapter 20. The door closed behind them with the soft click of a lock they had not engaged. Imra stood at the threshold of the shared office, the paper still warm in her hands. Quovyn's field notes, 3 months of self-examination after Vasi died, written in ink that had bled at the edges from handling. She did not want to open them. She needed to. "Where do we start?" she asked. He moved past her to the desk, cleared the surface of stray files and empty cups, and laid out his notebook flat. The pages she had already seen. The red tabs that matched her own private system. "We start by building a correction that combines both methods," he said. "Your breadth, my uncertainty thresholds, the false positive data from all 12 edge cases mapped against your comparative framework." You make it sound simple. It is not simple. It is structural. The concealment variable fails at pressure point 4 because it was never calibrated for chronic fear. Your framework treats witness behavior as a sequence of decisions. Mine treats it as a sequence of pressures. They are not the same model. But they can converge. Yes. She sat down at the desk across from him. The storm had passed, but the wind still pressed against the glass, making the building hum at its seams. She opened his field notes. The first page read, Day 1. I cannot stop seeing her face. Imra looked up. Do I need to read all of this? No. But you need to see the structure, the way I analyzed my own assumptions afterward, the correction I built when no one was watching. She turned the page. It was not a diary. It was a forensic reconstruction of his own decision chain during the Vassal operation. Every moment he had second-guessed himself, every signal he had dismissed, every hour he had told himself the flag was enough. She read for 3 minutes in silence. Then she set the notes down. You built a methodology for identifying your own blind spots. Yes, and you never published it. I did not trust institutions to apply it honestly, but you are trusting me. He did not answer immediately. I am trusting the work, he said, not the institution, not the publication, the work. She pulled her own notes from the drawer, the ones she had written during her original framework development, before she absorbed his field observations into her model. I started with breadths, she said. 4 years of interviews across 17 agencies, patterns that held across cultures, legal systems, pressure environments. I believed if I collected enough data, the model would tell me what to trust. Did it? It told me what to defend. That is not the same thing. He reached for her notes. She let him take them. They worked in silence for a while, pages passing between them, annotations appearing in 2 different hands, hers in red, marking the arguments she had never trusted but built anyway. His in blue, marking the gaps where her model assumed certainty that did not exist. It was almost like a dance. She would lay out a comparative pattern from her interviews, and he would lay out the edge case where that pattern had collapsed under pressure. He would propose a threshold, and she would test it against the 17 agency scenarios she had cataloged. They crossed each other's lines, they corrected each other's readings. And somewhere in the 3rd hour, the hostility that had defined their first weeks at Dunwallan softened into something else. Imra did not notice when the distance between their chairs shrank. Neither did she notice when her hand brushed his, reaching for the same page, but she noticed when he did not pull away. The touch lasted a beat longer than necessary. She felt the warmth of his fingers against the edge of the paper, the slight roughness of skin that had spent years in fieldwork. She looked up. His pale gray eyes were already on her. "Do you want me to move?" he asked. "No." The word came out before she could stop it. He did not move. She did not pull her hand back. The paper sat between them, half annotated, full of corrections that would take days to finalize and nights to test against the archive data. None of that mattered in the moment. "What is this?" she asked. "I do not have a name for it yet." "Neither do I." His fingers shifted, not pulling away, not reaching closer, just resting against hers in a way that made the choice visible. They could stop. They could pretend it was professional proximity, a necessary closeness for collaborative work. Or they could name what was happening. Imra did not name it, but she did not pull away either. "Tell me about your uncertainty thresholds," she said. "Now?" "Now." He studied her face for a moment. Then he began, and they kept working, hands touching, voices low, as the wind pressed against the glass and the building hummed around them. The correction started to take shape. A framework that acknowledged its own limits, a model that named its parameters instead of pretending they did not exist. By the time the clock reached midnight, the first draft of the joint revision was spread across the desk, marked in 2 colors, full of questions neither could answer alone. Imra leaned back. Her shoulder brushed his. Neither of them moved. "We need more data," she said. "From the archive?" "From the Petrovic transcript. The independent contractor's assessment, the thermal imaging log from the first 48 hours in custody. You want to test the correction against the active case. I want to know if it works before we submit it to Saskia." He nodded. "Tomorrow morning," he said. "We request access. Together, yes, together." She looked at the desk, at the pages full of their shared handwriting, at the red and blue marks overlapping where they had argued, agreed, revised, argued again. "We should sleep," she said. "We should." Neither of them stood. The wind pressed against the glass. The building hummed. And Imra Callech sat beside the man who had been her enemy, her accuser, her witness, her collaborator, and, she was beginning to realize, something she did not yet have a name for. She did not pull away. Neither did he. And the night stretched between them, full of paper, ink, and the slow weight of a choice neither had finished making. Chapter 21. The morning seminar room smelled of coffee, paper, and the particular tension that settled when a room knew a fight was coming before anyone spoke. Imra sat at the long table with her back to the wall, Quovyn beside her. The joint revision spread across the surface in 2 colors. The residency cohort filled the remaining seats. Visiting analysts, 3 junior researchers who had been taking notes since week 1. Marta Jelly at the far end, arms crossed, watching. Miraz stood at the head of the table. He did not look at the revision. He held up a single page, Quovyn's earlier submission, the withdrawn finding from their first week of collaboration. The one Quovyn had flagged as incomplete, unready, needing more data before it could stand. "I want to address something," Miraz said, voice smooth as glass. Dr. Sorby's objection to the concealment threshold, the one he raised during the initial review, was felt. Quovyn go still beside her. Miraz tapped the page. "This document presents itself as a methodological finding, but when we trace the reasoning we find an argument that reads less like data and more like a personal grievance dressed in academic language, an attack on the framework's author framed as a correction." The room shifted, heads turned. "I want to be clear," Marta continued, setting the page down, "that Dunwallan does not conflate emotional investment with intellectual rigor. A finding that originates in personal opposition rather than structural evidence will not delay the publication schedule." Quovyn said nothing. His hand rested flat on the table, still. Imra looked at the page Miraz had set down. She recognized it. Quovyn had written it 2 days before the storm, before they had spoken honestly, before he had shown her his field notes. She had read it then as an attack. She knew better now. "Dr. Miraz," her voice cut through the room. Miraz turned to her, surprised. "Dr. Callech?" She stood, not fast, not aggressive, just a shift in position that changed the room's geometry. "That document," she said, "is not a grievance. It is a correction based on observed false positive clustering across 3 separate witness operations conducted by Dr. Sorby over 4 years. The finding was withdrawn because he judged it incomplete, not because it was wrong." "I read the argument," Marta said. "It is framed as a personal critique of your framework's author." "It is framed as a critique of the framework's concealment variable," Imra said, "which I authored. The professional proximity is not the same as personal animus." The room was silent. Miraz's jaw tightened. "Dr. Callech, I understand the impulse to defend a colleague under scrutiny, but the language in that document is unmistakably adversarial." "The language in that document is precise," she said. "And if you compare it to the joint revision we have produced over the past week, you will find that the correction he proposed is the same correction we have now built into the new threshold calculations." She pulled the revision page from the table and held it up. "Page 7, threshold adjustment for pressure point 4. The exact correction he proposed 3 weeks ago. It appears here integrated with comparative data from 17 agency interviews and validated against the false positive logs we recovered from the archive." She set the page down. "If that was a grievance, it was a grievance with structural evidence behind it. And dismissing evidence because it comes from someone who opposed the framework is not institutional rigor. It is institutional protection." Miraz's face went still. The room held its breath. Quovyn had not moved, but his hand, flat on the table, slowly turned palm up. Imra saw it. She did not look away from Miraz. "Dr. Callech," Miraz said, his voice softer now, controlled, "are you formally retracting your defense of the concealment variable as it stood in the original framework?" "I am formally stating that the original framework contained a structural weakness that Dr. Sorby identified and that the joint revision corrects. If that is a retraction, then yes, I am retracting confidence in a variable that was never properly tested under prolonged pressure conditions." She heard the intake of breath from the junior researchers. She saw Marta Callech's eyebrows lift, and she saw Miraz's calculation happening behind his eyes, the same calculation she had seen 100 times in institutional settings. He could not attack her admission without appearing to suppress truth. He could not accept it without losing control of the narrative. He chose control. "Dr. Callech's willingness to revise her own work is commendable," he said, "and demonstrates the intellectual honesty this institute values. The joint revision will proceed under my direct oversight. All materials, drafts, and communication related to the threshold revision will be copied to my office before submission to the ethics review. He was tightening the leash. Imra had known he would. Furthermore, Marta said, turning to the room, given the sensitivity of the Petrovic case and the Institute's expanding role in active operations, the revision history of the concealment variable will be reviewed by an external panel. I am requesting Senior Investigator Dalagard's office to conduct an independent audit of all development materials from the variable's inception to the present revision. The room stirred. An external audit meant everything. Every interview transcript, every field note reference, every annotation in every color of ink. Imra felt the weight of it settle on her chest. "And I trust," Marta said, his eyes meeting hers, "that the Institute's full cooperation with this audit will be forthcoming." "Of course," she said. Her voice did not shake. She did not look at Quovyn. But she felt his presence beside her, solid, unmoving, the hand still palm up on the table. Marta dismissed the room. The cohort dispersed in murmurs. Marta Callech paused at the door, gave Imra a look that said nothing and everything, and left. The door closed. They were alone. Quovyn did not speak. Imra lowered herself back into her chair and stared at the revision pages spread across the table. The red and blue annotations. The overlapping corrections. The work that had taken them nights and that Marta had just wrapped in red tape. "You did not have to do that," Quovyn said. "Yes, I did. You just made yourself the target of the audit." "I made us the target of the audit. That is different." He was quiet for a long moment. Then his hand, still palm up, moved closer to hers. She looked at it, then at him. "What you said about the finding," he said. "You made it sound like my work belonged in the revision from the start." "It did. I just did not see it until you showed me." "That cost you." She looked at the pages again. "It cost me certainty," she said. "Which was the point." His fingers brushed hers. Not a grip, not a claim, a touch, a choice. "You and Strath will have the full archive access logs ready by noon," he said. "Dalgard's office will want to see everything." "Then we show them everything." "Everything?" She met his eyes. "Everything." The word hung between them, full of the weight of everything it really meant. The notes, the annotations, the buried first draft of the Voss recommendation, the field notes he had given her in private, all of it, out in the light. Maraz thought he had contained them by demanding transparency. He had just made their honesty unavoidable. Kov's hand closed over hers. "Then we do not wait for noon," he said. "We go now." Chapter 22. They walked through the empty corridor. The building hummed around them, the heating system clicking in the walls, the coastal wind pressing against the glass. Morning light cut pale across the floor in long rectangles. Imra's hand still remembered the weight of his. She did not look at him. She did not need to. "You made Marad's choose control," Quovyn said. "That was deliberate. Of course it was deliberate. He knows what you did. He will not forgive it. He was never going to forgive me for existing in the same room as the truth. The only question was how long it took him to find a way to punish me for it." Quovyn stopped walking. She stopped too, 2 steps ahead, and turned. The corridor was empty. The seminar room doors were closed. The only light came from the windows and the emergency strips that still glowed amber from the storm night. "Look at me," he said. She looked. His face was unreadable in the way it always had been, but she was learning the tells now. The slight tension at the corner of his mouth, the way his fingers pressed against his palm before he said something he had been holding. "I do not doubt your intelligence," he said. "I have not doubted it since the first meeting. I know. I doubted your willingness to face what you built. I doubted whether you could look at the flaw without finding a way to call it something else. And now?" He stepped closer. The distance between them closed to something that was not professional and not yet intimate. Somewhere in between, in the space where truth lived. "Now I know you can look at it," he said. "The question is whether you can stay looking at it. whether you will let the truth settle without finding a new certainty to replace it. She understood. He was not accusing her. He was naming the fear that she would trade one certainty for another, that she would reframe the correction as a new doctrine instead of a living limitation, that the habit of mastery would reassert itself, polished and renamed. Loyalty to certainty, she said. Yes, I have been loyal to it my entire professional life. I know. It is not easy to break. I know that too. His voice was quiet, not soft, quiet. The kind of quiet that carried more weight than volume ever could. She looked at the corridor ahead, the door to the archive, the stacks and the sealed boxes and the buried evidence that would become public before the day ended. You asked me once, she said, whether I could tolerate being watched. I remember. I could not. Not honestly. I built my life around being the one who watched, not the one who was seen. And now? She met his eyes. Now I am about to hand over everything I have ever hidden, to an external audit, to Saskia Ibram, to anyone who asks. That is not the same as being seen. What is? He did not answer, but his hand moved, not toward her, not away, just a shift, a fraction of an inch, as if the air between them had become something he could measure. The first time I read your framework, he said, before I challenged it, before I knew you were the one who wrote the Vasa profile, I thought, this woman knows how to make uncertainty sound like a verdict. She has trained herself to speak as if doubt is a weakness. It was. It is not. She felt the words land in her chest. I do not know what I am going to find in the audit, he said. I do not know what Dalagard's office will pull from the materials. But I know that when you stood up in that room and told Miraz the variable was never properly tested, you were not performing certainty. You were telling the truth without controlling the outcome. That is not a small thing for me. I know. Another step. She could see the pale gray of his eyes, the thin scar along his jaw, the way his collar sat slightly crooked because he had been running his hand through his hair all morning. You are not the woman I expected to find, he said. Neither are you. The air between them changed. Not temperature, not pressure, something else. A shift in permission. She did not know who moved first. She did not know if it mattered. But suddenly his hand was at her jaw, his palm against her cheek, and she was not pulling away. His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone once, slowly, as if memorizing the shape of a face he had spent weeks learning to read. I do not know what this is, she said. I do not either. I cannot name it and still do my work today. Then do not name it. His forehead touched hers. The contact was light, barely pressure. The heat of his skin against her skin, the breath between them shared. Tell me you are not going to retreat into certainty, he said. I am not going to retreat into certainty. Tell me you will stay in the uncertainty with me. She opened her eyes. He was close enough that his features blurred at the edges. I will stay, she said. His hand stayed at her jaw, his thumb traced the same line again. And then, somewhere down the corridor, a door opened. Footsteps. Footsteps on the landing, approaching the glass corridor, moving toward them. Quovyn did not pull away immediately. Neither did she. The footsteps grew closer. A voice called out, familiar, tight with controlled urgency. Dr. Callech, Dr. Sorby. Theodora. Imra stepped back. The space between them reappeared, cold in the absence of his heat. She turned toward the voice. Theodora stood at the end of the corridor, dark hair pulled tight, expression unreadable. Her hand gripped a tablet. Her eyes moved from Imra to Quovyn and back, cataloging the distance between them, the flush at Imra's neck, the fact that neither of them had spoken. UN Strath has the access logs ready, Theodore said, and Saskia Ibram is on her way to the archive. She wants everything open before the auditor arrives. Imra nodded. She did not look at Quovyn, but she felt him behind her, close enough that she could still feel the shape of his hand against her skin. We are coming, she said. Theodora's eyes lingered a second too long. Then she turned and walked back the way she came. Imra stood still. The corridor stretched ahead, glass and light, and the open doors of the archive waiting to receive everything she had ever buried. She heard Quovyn exhale behind her. "Together," he said. She stepped forward. The space where his hand had been stayed warm against her skin, a question she could not yet answer, a truth she could not yet name. The archive was waiting, and so was everything they had agreed to uncover. Chapter 23. The archive was already awake when they arrived. Yuan Strath stood at the far end of the processing table, his back to the door, one hand resting on a stack of bound folders. The overhead lights hummed at full brightness, washing out the corners, eliminating shadow. Everything visible, nothing hidden. Saskia Ibram was not there yet, but Marta Callech was. She stood at the central table with a tablet in one hand and a marker in the other, dark hair pulled tight, her compact frame braced like someone who had already decided what she was about to see. 3 archive boxes sat open beside her. A laptop glowed at her elbow. "Good," Marta said without looking up. "Close the door." Imra stepped inside. Quovyn followed. The door clicked shut behind them. Theodora had vanished into the corridor without explanation, her tablet pressed to her chest, her eyes still carrying the weight of what she had witnessed between them. Imra did not know if Theodora would report it. She did not know if it mattered anymore. Marta turned. "I requested access to your joint revision draft," she said. "Yuan pulled the archived scenarios from the original variable development. I want to run your corrected thresholds against every case that was used to calibrate the original model." "Now?" Imra said. "Sakia will be here within the hour. When she arrives, I want to know whether your revision holds or whether you have simply built a more elegant version of the same error." Quovyn moved past Imra to the table. He did not ask permission. He pulled the nearest archive box toward him, lifted the lid, and began reading the top folder's case code without comment. Imra watched his hands, the crescent burn on his right wrist, the way his fingers moved across the paper as if he had already memorized the shape of the data before reading it. "Do you have a protocol for the review?" Marta said. "I do," Marta said. "One case at a time. I feed the archived scenario into your original variable, record the result, then apply your corrected thresholds and record the difference. Blind to which is which until both readings are complete. Blind to us, or blind to you? Blind to everyone. I want to see if the correction actually changes the outcome or if it just labels the same uncertainty in different language." Quovyn looked up from the folder. "Then run them." Marta pulled the first scenario. She read the details aloud. "A witness in protective custody, 48 hours in, concealment indicators flagged at threshold 4. The original variable returned a 73% confidence that the witness was concealing operational knowledge rather than fear-related withholding." Imra knew the case. She had reviewed it herself during the framework's development. She remembered the pressure point, the behavioral cluster, the language she had used to describe the decision pathway. Marta applied the revised threshold. The reading dropped to 58%. Not clean, not a reversal, an ambiguity that could have changed the operational posture if it had been available at the time. "What was the actual outcome?" Imra said. Marta did not look up. The witness was not concealing operational knowledge. She was protecting the identity of an informant she believed would be killed if the network identified the source. The operation proceeded under an active engagement framework based on the original reading. The informant was exposed and killed within 36 hours. Quovyn set the folder down. The silence in the room was the kind that settled into bones. "Next," Marta said. She pulled the second scenario. This one was different. The witness in custody for 72 hours, the concealment variable at its known failure point. The original reading had flagged 81% probability of concealment. The revised threshold returned 62%. But the actual outcome of the case, Marta read from the file, was that the witness had been concealing operational knowledge. The original reading had been correct. Imra felt the floor shift under her feet. "An improvement in specificity," Quovyn said, his voice flat. "But not a guarantee." "No," Marta said. "It is not a guarantee. It is a correction that moves the false positive rate from dangerous to merely problematic, which means it is better, but better is not the same as safe." She pulled a third scenario, a fourth, a fifth. Each one landed differently. Some showed the correction catching a false positive that the original variable would have missed. Others showed the correction introducing caution where caution was not needed. raising false negatives in cases where the witness was genuinely concealing risk. By the sixth scenario, Imra had stopped counting. She sat down at the table because her legs no longer wanted to hold her. "The correction redistributes the error," she said. "It reduces the false positives at the cost of increasing false negatives. It does not eliminate the risk. It moves it to a different failure point." "Yes," Marta said, "which is exactly what I designed the original variable to avoid." "Yes." Quovyn moved to stand beside her. He did not touch her, but he stood close enough that she could feel the heat of his arm near hers. "We are not building a perfect instrument," he said. "We are building one that kills fewer people. That is the choice." Marta looked at him. "Are you willing to tell Saskia Ibram and the external auditor that the best you can offer is a correction that moves the failure point instead of removing it?" "Yes," Imra said. Marta turned to her. "Your original framework was adopted because it promised certainty. Your revision promises better uncertainty. Do you think agencies that built their protocols around your original reading will accept a product that openly admits it can only fail in a different location?" "I think," Imra said, "that if they do not accept it, they will keep killing people using my name." The words hung in the air. Kova's hand moved. Not to her, not quite, but his fingers pressed against the edge of the table where her arm rested, a contact that could have been accidental if she did not know better. Marta held Imra's gaze for a long moment, then she pulled a seventh folder from the box. "This one arrived this morning," she said, "from the task force command handling the Petrovich family." Imra's chest tightened. Marta opened the folder and read without inflection. "The wife's brother has been located. He was detained by the network 48 hours before the wife's first interview. He is alive. The network has been using him to extract information about the family's location under threat of harm to his sister." Quovyn went very still. "The wife was not protecting operational knowledge," Marta said. "She was protecting her brother." The grief-based reading in the transcript, the drawing without eyes or mouth, the threefold repetition, those were not concealment indicators. They were trauma indicators. The original concealment variable would have flagged her as a high-risk concealment subject and recommended continued separation from her husband. Imra stared at the folder. "The revised thresholds," Marta continued, "with the corrected calibration for duration in custody, would have returned a lower concealment confidence. The recommendation would have shifted toward consolidation earlier, potentially within the window before the network located the brother." "Potentially?" Quovyn said. "Potentially. The data is not clean enough to say with certainty. The timeline depends on how quickly the revised reading would have been acted on, which depends on operational command, which is exactly the variable we cannot control." Imra pressed her palms flat against the table. "So the live case does not vindicate either reading. It suggests the correction might have helped, but it does not prove it." "No," Marta said. "It proves nothing. It only opens a question." "What question?" Marta closed the folder. "Whether you are willing to tell Saskia Ibram that your correction is still provisional, that the live case results are ambiguous, that you cannot guarantee the revision will save lives until it has been tested against a full cycle of operational outcomes." Imra looked at Quovyn. He was already looking at her. "We tell her the truth," he said. "The full truth, the provisional results, the ambiguous data, the live case that could have gone either way. We tell her everything. Even if it means she delays adoption of the correction? Even if." Imra held his gaze. The archive hummed around them. UN Strath had not moved from his position at the far end of the table. His hands rested on the sealed boxes from 5 years ago. His face gave nothing away. Saskia Ibram's footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Marta looked at both of them. "Your decision," she said. "Now." Chapter 24. The door swung open. Saskia Ibram stood in the threshold, coat still buttoned, tablet pressed against her chest. Her eyes swept the room once, cataloging the open folders, the archived scenarios spread across the table, the seventh folder from the task force command still lying where Marta had placed it. "You are ahead of me," Saskia said. "Good." She stepped inside. UN Strath pulled a chair from the wall and set it at the head of the table. Saskia sat without thanking him. "The task force command called me 20 minutes ago," she said. "They want to know why Dunwallan's recommendation on the Petrovich family included embedded caveats that read like a retraction before the assessment was even applied." Marta did not flinch. Because the assessment was built on a variable we no longer trust. Saskia's gaze moved to Imra. Explain. Imra opened her mouth, but Quovyn spoke first. The recommendation was transmitted with the original concealment threshold because the joint revision is still provisional. I refused to sign the clean version. The caveats were the compromise. Saskia turned to him. You refused? I refused. On what grounds? On the grounds that the variable produces false positives at an unacceptable rate after 72 hours in custody, and that I have 12 documented cases of the same failure pattern across 3 separate operations, one of which ended in a witness death. The room went still. Saskia set her tablet on the table. The vast operation. Yes. You are naming it aloud. I am. Saskia looked at him for a long moment, then she looked at Imra. And you? Do you agree with his characterization of the variable's failure? Imra felt the weight of the question. Yes, she said. I do. Saskia nodded slowly. Then the task force needs to understand that the Institute's own researchers no longer stand behind the product they transmitted. That is a problem. It is a problem, Quovyn said, but it is not a surprise. The framework was adopted too quickly. The variable was tested against theoretical models, not operational pressure. The failure was predictable. And yet you allowed the assessment to go through with caveats instead of stopping it entirely. I stopped it as far as I could. The alternative was to let the task force wait for a revision that does not exist yet while the Petrovic family's timeline collapsed. The caveats were the best available option. Saskia's eyes narrowed. You are defending a compromise you opposed. I am defending the least harmful outcome under constraints I could not control. And who controlled the constraints? Director Moraz. Saskia wrote something on her tablet. Marta leaned forward. The task force will accept the caveats if they are framed as operational guidance rather than institutional uncertainty. They want clarity, not confession. They want certainty, Saskia said. And I am sitting in a room full of people who just told me certainty is not available. Quovyn did not look away. Then we tell them what is available instead. A correction that reduces false positives at the cost of increasing false negatives. A revision that is better but not safe. A framework that admits its limits. Saskia studied him. You are willing to say that to the task force directly? Yes. Even though it will damage Dunwallan's credibility with agencies that have already adopted the framework. Damage is already done. The question is whether we stop compounding it with more certainty that does not hold. Saskia set her pen down. Then we will arrange a call with the task force command. You will explain the revision status. You will take responsibility for the delay, and you will absorb whatever political heat comes from it. Imra's chest tightened. Saskia was looking at Quovyn. He did not hesitate. Good. Saskia turned to Imra. And you? Will you stand beside him in that call? Yes. You understand that associating yourself publicly with his position may damage your reputation with the agencies that championed your framework. I understand. Saskia picked up her pen again. Then we have a working plan. She turned to Marta. Secure the task force command for a conference call at 1600 hours. I want the regional director and the operations lead on the line. No intermediaries. Marta nodded and left the room. Saskia looked at Yuan Strath. The archived materials from the operation 5 years ago. How many boxes? Yuan did not hesitate. 7. Moved from cold storage to processing inventory 2 days ago. Who has access? Currently, myself, Dr. Sorby, and Dr. Callech, pending formal authorization. Saskia wrote something on her tablet. I want a full inventory by morning. Every document, every annotation, every marginal note. If there is something in those boxes that contradicts what either of you has told me today, I want to find it myself before the auditor does. One nodded once. I will have it ready by 7 o'clock. Saskia stood. Dr. Sorby, walk with me. Quovyn looked at Imra. His expression was unreadable. Then he pushed back from the table and followed Saskia out of the archive. The door closed behind them. Imra stood alone in the humming silence. Yuan Strath had not moved from his position at the far end of the table. His hands rested on the sealed boxes. You should sit down, he said. You look like you are about to fall. Imra did not sit. She stood at the table, palms flat against the cold surface, and listened to the sound of Quovyn's footsteps receding down the corridor. The seventh folder from the task force command lay open in front of her. The wife's brother was alive. The network had been using him. And Imra had written a recommendation that would have kept the family separated long enough for the network to extract everything he knew. She closed the folder. N1 was watching her. "How long?" she said. "How long what?" "How long before Saskia asks for formal access to the revision history?" N1's face did not change. She just did. She asked for the inventory. The inventory will lead to the sealed materials. The sealed materials will lead to your original recommendation letter, and then she will ask for the revision history. Imra's throat tightened, and when she does, Iwan met her gaze. "Then you decide whether to hand it over voluntarily or wait for her to demand it under ethics review." The archive hummed. The footsteps in the corridor had faded to nothing. Imra stood alone at the table, the weight of the seventh folder pressing against her palms, and understood that the question she had been avoiding for 5 years was no longer avoidable. The truth was coming, and she could not control how it arrived. Chapter 25. The seventh folder was still open on the table. Imra stared at the page without reading it. The brother's face, the network's timeline, the gap between what they had known and what they had needed to know. The numbers blurred into gray. Wian had not moved. "Walk me through it," she said. "The inventory." His hands rested on the sealed boxes. Saskia wants every document cataloged by 7 o'clock. That means every annotation, every marginal note, every draft that was ever filed. And my recommendation letter. It will surface within the first hour. The revision history is logged in sequence. Your letter is the last formal document before the case closed. The inventory will flag it by association. Imra pressed her palms flat against the table. "Then I hand it over before she finds it. That is one option." "Or?" Wian's face did not change. "You wait. She demands it another ethics review. The demand becomes part of the record. Anyone who reads the file later sees that you did not volunteer the information." She understood. Voluntary disclosure looked like accountability. Forced disclosure looked like concealment. And the difference between them was the difference between control and collapse. "How long before she asks?" Iwan glanced at the clock on the wall. "The inventory starts at 5 o'clock. She will have the preliminary list by 6:30. If your letter is not on it, she will ask why." She had until morning. She had until morning to decide whether to walk into Saskia's office with the letter in her hand or wait for Saskia to come to her. The archive door opened. Quovyn walked in. His face was unreadable. The corridor light fell behind him and cut his silhouette against the glass. Iwan straightened. "I will leave you to discuss." He moved past the table and out the door, closing it behind him with a soft click. Imra did not turn around. "Saskia wants a justified request," Quovyn said. She turned. "What?" "Ewan found me in the corridor. He said the records reconciliation has exposed sealed materials from the operation, but access requires a justified request filed through formal channels. Saskia cannot bypass her own procedure." Imra's chest tightened. "She asked you to file it." "No, she asked me to consider whether I want to." "And?" Quovyn stepped closer. The light from the overhead fixture caught the thin scar along his jaw. "If I file a request, the materials enter the official record. Saskia reads them. Miraz reads them. Dogagard reads them during the audit. Everything becomes part of the institutional file. And if you do not file it, then the materials stay sealed, but Saskia knows they exist, and she will keep pressing until someone opens them." Imra understood. The archive was moving toward her whether she opened it or not. The only question was who controlled the access request. "If you file it," she said slowly, "you become the one who opened the sealed case. Miraz will treat it as an act of war." Quovyn did not look away. "I know. Seska will read your flag. She will read the 3-hour window. She will read that no one acted on it. I know her. And she will read my recommendation letter. She will see that I wrote the profile that shifted the operation. She will see the language I used, the certainty I performed." Quovyn stopped in front of the table. "Imra." She met his gaze. "I already read the file." The air in the room shifted. "What?" 3 months ago, when I submitted it to ethics, I read the entire operation file, including your recommendation letter. Her hands went cold against the table. And Quovyn's voice was quiet. I knew you were the author before I walked into the first staff meeting. I knew you wrote the profile. I knew you used the concealment variable to justify the shift. I knew everything. The silence stretched. You walked into that meeting, she said, knowing I killed her. Yes. And you still defended my work against Landowski. Yes, because I needed the framework to survive, not because I needed you to be innocent of its failures. Her throat burned. How long were you going to wait? Until you told me yourself. She thought of every conversation, every shared page, every moment in the archive, every touch. He had known from the start, and he had waited. Why? Quovyn's hand moved toward the folder on the table. He did not touch it. Because if I forced the confession, you would have told me what you thought I needed to hear to stop. If you told me yourself, you would have told the truth. Her eyes stung. I told you, in the stairwell. I told you I wrote 2 versions. I told you I chose certainty. I know. That was not the first time. No, and you did not tell me you already knew. I needed you to say it, not because I did not believe it, because you needed to say it. She looked at him, at the scar along his jaw, at the gray eyes that had read her worst moment and had not looked away. The clock on the wall ticked. I will file the request, Quovyn said. Quovyn. If I file it, the material becomes part of the audit. Saskia reads it. Dalgard reads it. But I control the framing. I control the sequence. I control what gets asked first. She shook her head. Miraz will burn you. Miraz will try. The conference call is in 2 hours. You cannot file a request before then. I can file it after, when Saskia is on the line with the task force, when Miraz is distracted by the political fallout. And if Saskia asks why you waited? Quovyn's hand moved to the folder. He flipped it open. Then I tell her I needed to see how you answered the first question first. She stared at him. He had been 3 steps ahead. He had been 3 steps ahead the entire time. I do not know if I can give the answer you want. I am not asking for the answer I want. He closed the folder. I am asking for the truth, whatever it looks like. The archive hummed. The sealed boxes sat in a row along the far wall, and Imra understood that the question she had been avoiding for 5 years was no longer a question. It was a deadline. File it, she said. Quovyn nodded once. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a single sheet of folded paper. What is that? He placed it on the table between them. The justified request, written and signed. I filed it before I came back into the room. Her breath stopped. The paper sat on the table. The sealed boxes waited, and the clock kept ticking toward 16 o'clock. Chapter 26. The seminar room was dark when Quovyn found her. Imra stood at the glass table with drafts spread across its surface like a battlefield map. The building had gone quiet an hour ago. The corridor lights had dimmed to standby mode. She had not turned on the overhead fixture, only a single desk lamp that cast a circle of yellow across the annotated pages. She heard his footsteps stop at the threshold. You should be preparing for the conference call. He did not answer. He crossed the room and stood on the opposite side of the table, the drafts between them. The light caught his jaw, the thin scar, the shirt collar still rumpled from the day's unraveling. I could not sleep, he said. Neither could I. She watched his hand settle on the table's edge. The crescent burn mark on his right wrist caught the light. I have been thinking, Quovyn said, about what happens after the call. The inventory, Saskia's review, Dalgard's audit, Miraz's retaliation. That is the sequence, not the content. Imra looked at him across the lamplight. Then tell me the content. He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was lower than usual. After the call, after the filing, after Saskia reads everything and Miraz decides whether to burn us both, there will be a moment when nothing is happening, when the next thing depends on someone else's decision, and I do not know what we do in that silence. His gray eyes held hers. I do not know whether you will still be in the room with me when the urgency stops forcing us together. The air between them tightened. Quovyn, I'm not asking for an answer. I am telling you what I am afraid of." She understood then what he was offering. Not a question, a confession. The same form of surrender he had asked of her in the archive, in the stairwell, in every room where he had waited for her to speak her truth instead of performing it. "I will still be in the room," she said. "You cannot know that. I can know that I have spent 5 years running from one death. I do not intend to spend the rest of them running from the one person who made me stop." His breath caught. Then he moved around the table. She did not step back. He stopped close enough that she could see the pulse in his throat, could smell the cold air still clinging to his coat. "Imra. Quovyn. The conference call is in 9 hours. The inventory starts at 7. Saskia will read your letter before noon. Miraz will know I filed the request before the day ends." "I know. And I still cannot think about any of that when I'm standing this close to you." Her hand moved before she decided it would. She reached for his wrist, her fingers brushing the crescent burn. He did not pull away. "Then do not think about it," she said. His hand turned beneath hers, his palm opened. Their fingers laced together over the edge of the seminar table. The drafts lay scattered beneath them. The lamp hummed. The building held its breath. "I told myself," Quovyn said, "that I would not do this, that I would not let it happen until the truth was fully between us." "The truth is fully between us." "Is it?" She heard the edge beneath the question, the doubt, the fear that she would pull back into certainty, into the safety of knowing exactly what this was and what it meant and where it ended. She leaned forward. "I do not know what this is," she said. "I do not know if it survives what Saskia will find. I do not know if I can stay in uncertainty the way I promised, but I know I do not want to stand on the other side of a table from you when the silence comes." His eyes held hers. "Then come here." She stepped forward, the edge of the table pressed against her hip. Quovyn's free hand rose. His fingers touched her jaw, traced the same line he had traced in the corridor, the same slow, deliberate attention that made her feel like a pattern he was finally learning to read. "This is not safe," he said. "I know. This could break everything. I know. Imra." She lifted her hand to his chest, felt his heartbeat beneath the rumpled shirt. "I know." He closed the distance. The kiss was not gentle. It was not the careful release of pressure they had been avoiding for weeks. It was hungry and uncertain and tasted like the coffee he had been drinking when he made the decision to file the request before telling her. His hand slid into her hair. Her fingers curled into the fabric of his shirt. The lamplight flickered as her hip knocked the table. And then he stopped, his forehead pressed against hers. His breath came hard. "Wait," he said. "Quovyn, I need to stop before I cannot." She held still. His hand was still in her hair. His chest still rose and fell beneath her palm. "Why?" she asked. He did not answer immediately. When he spoke, his voice was raw. "Because I want this too much. And if I take it now, when your letter is still sealed and Saskia has not read it and you have not fully faced what is in that file, I will always wonder if I used your uncertainty to get what I wanted." Her throat tightened. "That is not what this is." "I know. But I need the truth to exist between us before desire does, not the other way around." She held his gaze. The sealed boxes in the archive, the letter in the revision history, the conference call in 9 hours, the kiss still warm on her lips. "When the truth exists," she said, "will you still want this?" Quovyn's hand moved from her hair to her cheek. "Imra, I have wanted this since the first staff meeting. I have wanted this since I watched you dismantle my argument and realized I would let you dismantle everything else if it meant you kept looking at me that way." Her chest ached. "Then wait," she said. "We will wait until the truth is fully between us." His thumb traced her cheekbone. "And then you finish what you started." The lamp hummed between them. The drafts lay scattered beneath their hands. And somewhere in the archive, the sealed boxes waited for morning to open them. Chapter 27. Miraz's office smelled of cold coffee and the particular stillness that came before a blow. Imra stood at the window, watching the gray light crawl across the courtyard. She had not slept. The kiss was still a warm ghost on her mouth, and she kept pressing her palm against her thigh to stop herself from touching her lips. "You are early." She turned. Miraz stood in the doorway, coat still buttoned, tablet tucked beneath his arm. His face carried the practiced neutrality of a man who had already decided what he would say. "I could not sleep." "Neither could I." He crossed to his desk, set the tablet down, did not invite her to sit. "Saskia's inventory starts in 3 hours. Quovyn filed a justified request before anyone could brief him on the procedural consequences." "You briefed him yourself, yesterday." "He filed it anyway." Miraz's jaw tightened. "That paper will land on my desk by noon, and once it does, the sealed materials enter the official record. Everyone who reads them will know about the recommendation letter. Everyone will know you wrote the profile that shifted the Voss operation." She did not flinch. "I know. You know." He studied her with the careful attention of a man rereading a document he had once trusted. "You know, and you still told him to file it." "I did. Why?" The question hung between them. Imra could have answered in a dozen ways. Because Quovyn had already filed it before asking. Because the truth was already moving toward them whether she accelerated it or not. Because she had spent 5 years learning that silence was just another form of evidence. But none of those were the real answer. "Because I am tired of protecting something that should not have been protected." Marta's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes shifted. A door closing, a calculation adjusting. "Sit down, Imra." She did not sit. He moved around his desk and leaned against the front edge, arms crossed, the posture of a man who wanted to be seen as reasonable. "The framework has been quietly adopted by 17 agencies across Europe. 17. Do you understand what that means?" 17 field applications," she said. 17 opportunities for the same false pattern to repeat. It means 17 institutions have staked operational credibility on your work. It means investigators in 6 countries are making decisions based on your methodology. It means when the word gets out that the concealment variable is unsound, every case that used your framework becomes legally vulnerable. She heard the shape of the argument before he finished it. She had made it herself, 5 years ago, staring at her own uncertain original draft, convincing herself that the clean version was the responsible version. "Disclosure will not fix the problem quietly," Miraz said. "It will trigger a cascade. Defense attorneys will request disclosure across active cases. Convictions will be challenged. Agencies will distance themselves from Dunwallan. The funding cycle will collapse." "And if we do not disclose?" "We correct it, quietly, in the revision. We embed the new thresholds in the next publication. The framework becomes stronger, and no one needs to know how it looked before." "You want me to let you bury the error?" "I want you to save 17 operational pipelines and the careers of everyone who trusted your work." His voice sharpened. "Including your own." Imra looked at him. Director Fashionable Miraz, the man who had known about the unattractive fieldilts for a year and said nothing. Who had managed the ethics flag without informing her. Who had framed suppression as stewardship because he believed, genuinely believed, that the institution mattered more than the truth about how its products were built. She recognized the shape of his reasoning because it was the shape of her own. The same architecture of self-protection dressed in professional language. The same fear dressed as foresight. The same certainty that the damage of disclosure would outweigh the damage of silence. "I have spent 5 years," she said slowly, "telling myself that the framework was worth protecting. That the death was a tragedy, not a verdict. That I could fix the flaw without anyone needing to know how deep it ran." Miraz watched her. "Every time I chose silence, I told myself it was responsibility. Every time I buried doubt, I told myself it was clarity. Every time I refused to name the uncertainty, I told myself I was protecting the people who trusted me. Imra, I was wrong." The words landed like a door closing. 17 agencies, she said. 6 countries. How many cases used the variable at a point where it was already breaking down? How many witnesses were read wrong because I needed the model to hold? We do not know that the error caused harm in those cases. We did not know it caused harm in Voss either, until we did. Miraz's hands tightened against his arms. "This is not about one case anymore," she said. "This is about whether we tell the truth about what we built, or whether we keep protecting the institution at the expense of everyone who trusted it. You will destroy Dunwallan. I will stop it from destroying more people." The silence stretched. Maras's face was unreadable, but she saw the calculation behind his eyes, the rapid reassessment of which levers still worked. "Quovyn Sorby," he said finally. "He convinced you." "No. He has been working you since the first staff meeting. He identified your weakness, isolated you from the cohort, drew you into his crusade." "Stop." The word cut through his sentence like a blade. "He convinced me of nothing I did not already know," she said. "He just made it impossible to keep pretending I did not." Miraz stared at her. "Your decision," he said, "will end your career. Maybe. It will end his too. I know, and you are willing to let that happen." Imra thought of Quovyn's mouth on hers, his hand in her hair, his voice, raw and certain, telling her he would not take what he wanted until the truth existed between them. "I am willing to let the truth exist," she said, "whatever it costs." Miraz picked up his tablet. "The conference call is at 1600. Saskia will begin the inventory in 3 hours. If you change your mind before then, I will not." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he turned to the window. "Then there is nothing more to discuss." Imra left his office. The corridor was empty. The light was pale and cold. She walked toward the archive, and she did not look back. Theodora met her at the corner. "He summoned you," Theodora said. It was not a question. "He did." "And—" Imra stopped. "He offered me the same deal I offered myself 5 years ago. I turned it down." Theodora studied her with those sharp, cataloging eyes. "Good." She stepped past Imra, then paused. "Marta is in the archive. Yuan has already started pulling the first box. Saskia will arrive at 7. "Thank you." Theodora hesitated. Her hand lifted, nearly touched Imra's arm, then dropped. "I have been watching you protect yourself for 5 years, she said. "It is good to watch you stop." She walked away before Imra could answer. The archive door stood open. Through it, she could see Yuan's careful hands lifting a sealed box onto the processing table. The first of 7. The box that held her letter. She walked toward it. Behind her, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Quovyn's voice, low and steady from 15 feet away. "Imra." She turned. He stood at the end of the corridor, still in yesterday's clothes, hair mussed, shadows beneath his eyes. He looked like a man who had not slept either. "Miraz." He tried. "And?" She looked at him, at the gray eyes that had watched her dismantle her own defenses, at the mouth that had kissed her like a promise. "I told him no." Quovyn's chest rose, fell. Then he crossed the corridor and stopped beside her, close enough that his shoulder brushed hers. "Together," he said. "Together." They walked into the archive. The first box was open. Chapter 28. The archive smelled of paper and dust and the chemical tang of Yuan's preservation spray. Imra stood at the processing table while he worked, his hands moving through the first box with the slow precision of someone who had spent decades learning not to rush. Theodora had slipped in behind her, silent, tablet pressed to her chest. "The revision history," Imra said. "The full version history of the concealment variable. Does it exist in one place?" Yuan looked up. His face was unreadable. "It exists across 17 draft files, 3 separate repository folders, and 1 set of handwritten development notes that were never fully digitized. Can you pull them?" He studied her for a long moment. Then he reached under the processing table and pulled out a battered portable drive. "Theodora asked me to preserve a complete indexed copy 3 days ago. She said you might need it." Imra turned. Yozra met her gaze without flinching. "I saw where this was heading," she said. "Before you did." The drive sat between them like an accusation. Imra picked it up. The first terminal was in the corner of the archive, an old machine with a cracked screen and a keyboard missing 3 keys. Yuan plugged in the drive and stepped back. "The files are organized by date. The earliest is 4 years, 8 months old." Imra sat down. The first file opened. It was a clean draft, confident, polished. She remembered writing it. She remembered the satisfaction of finding the exact phrasing that turned a provisional observation into something that sounded like law. She scrolled forward. Second revision. 3 weeks later. She had tightened the language around the pressure threshold, made it sound more definitive. 3rd revision, 6 weeks after that. A paragraph about the variable's limitations had been moved to a footnote. 4th revision. The footnote was gone. She stopped scrolling. Her throat was dry. "You can see the pattern," Theodora said quietly from behind her. "I mapped the deletions. Every time you removed a caveat, you added a certainty marker. May indicate became suggests. Suggests became indicates. Indicates became is consistent with." Imra stared at the screen. 8 revisions. 8 times she had sanded down the edges of her own doubt. "I was trying to make it usable," she said. "You were trying to make it unassailable." The words hit like a door closing. She scrolled to the 9th revision, the one she had submitted for the VAS operation. The language was clean, certain. No caveats, no thresholds, no warning about pressure duration. Just the inference, stated as though it had never been provisional. She closed the file. The next one in the index was titled VAS Operation Cover Letter Draft 3. She did not open it. "How far back does the pattern go?" she asked. "To the beginning," Theodora said. The original variable draft had 6 caveats. By the time it was reviewed for adoption, there were none. Every single one was removed in revisions that only you accessed. Imra's hands were still on the keyboard. She could feel Quovyn behind her, standing at the edge of the light, not speaking. He had seen the same files. He had known what they contained before she did. "Why did you keep the originals?" Theodora asked. "I don't know." "Yes, you do." Imra closed her eyes. "Because I knew," she said. "Because somewhere I knew I was wrong. And I kept the evidence so I could prove it to myself later, when I was ready." "You were never going to be ready." "I know." The silence stretched. Then Ian's voice came from across the room. "The conference call is in 40 minutes, and the justified request has been processed." Memoir turned. Yuan was holding a tablet. His face was pale. "Processed how?" "Saskia authorized the archive access. The sealed operation materials from the VAS case file will be delivered to the consultation suite in 20 minutes. Imra's pulse slammed. "Quovyn," she said. "The filing." He met her gaze. "I sent it at 10:47 this morning, before I came to find you." "You said you already filed it." "I said I wrote and signed it. I timed the transmission for when the inventory officially opened." She stared at him. "Why?" "Because if I filed it during the inventory, it looks like we are cooperating with disclosure. If I filed it before the conference call, it looks like we are hiding something." "We are hiding something." "No. We are about to stop hiding it. There is a difference." Theodora stepped forward. "The materials will be here in 20 minutes. Saskia will arrive before that. You have exactly 17 minutes to decide what you want the first document Saskia reads to be." Imra looked at the screen, at the revision history that told the truth she had never spoken, at Quovyn, who had filed the request without telling her the timing, at Theodora, who had preserved the evidence before Imra knew she needed it. 17 minutes, she said. 16 now. She stood. Then I need to write one more revision. Theodora's eyebrows lifted. Of what? Imra reached for the keyboard. The cover letter, she said. The one that tells the truth before anyone has to dig for it. Her fingers found the keys. The first sentence wrote itself. I am Dr. Imra Callech. Below is the unredacted revision history of the concealment variable. It documents what I knew, when I knew it, and what I chose to delete. Quovyn moved to stand beside her. His hand rested on her shoulder, light, steady. She kept typing. Chapter 29. The archive smelled of old paper, dust, and the faint chemical tang of preservation spray. Yuan stood at the processing table with both palms flat on the surface, the sealed box between him and Quovyn like a negotiation neither had agreed to enter. Supervised access only, Yuan said. Saskia's protocol. You read nothing without me logging it. You annotate nothing. You photograph nothing. I know the rules. You sign for every document you handle. Quovyn pulled the chair from under the table and sat. The box was standard archival grade. Gray board, white label, a seam of tamper tape that had already been cut. Yuan had opened it before they arrived. Inside were 6 folders, neat, ordered, the same sterile precision Imra used in her presentations. Quovyn reached for the top folder. Yuan's hand moved, not quite stopping him. "You understand what you were looking for." "I understand what I will find." He lifted the folder. The cover sheet was a chain of custody log. Dates, initials, timestamps. The last entry was 3 months ago. His own name, submitted with the ethics docket. Below it was the operation summary. He did not read it. He had read it 3 months ago. The details were burned into the same neural pathway that still woke him at 3 in the morning with the memory of his own unread flag. He wanted the profile. He turned to the second folder. The recommendation letter was clipped to the inside cover. His eyes registered the language before he let himself feel it. Based on the behavioral indicators assessed during interview, the subject demonstrates a concealment pattern consistent with operational security risk. Relocation of the protective detail is advised prior to the scheduled contact window. He knew the words. He had read them 3 months ago, but reading them alone, in a sealed file, was different from seeing them here, embedded in the operational chain that had killed Ariane Vass. Third folder, assessment summary. Fourth folder. He opened it, and the world went quiet. Imra's original profile was not a single document. It was a sequence. Handwritten field notes, typed interview logs, a preliminary behavioral grid, and then the final version, the one she had submitted. He recognized the typeface. He had stared at it across the shared office for 3 weeks, but it was the handwritten pages that stopped him. Her handwriting was tight, controlled, the letters pressed into the paper with the same discipline she brought to everything. But at the margins, the pressure changed. The pen had bitten deeper where she had crossed something out and rewritten it. He read the marginalia. Subject's repetition on Q7 may indicate grief response rather than concealment. Recommend extended observation if timeline permits. Someone else had written in a different ink beside it. Timeline does not permit. Proceed with current assessment. The final version omitted the caveat entirely. He turned the page. The decisive inference was 3 paragraphs in. He had read it in the ethics docket. He had read it in the recommendation letter. He had heard echoes of it in every presentation Imra had given since he arrived at Dunwallan. But here, in the operational file, sealed between the field notes and the death notification, it read differently. It read like a verdict. The subject's behavioral cluster is consistent with active concealment of operational knowledge. The probability of protected witness affiliation is assessed as high. Continued standard protective separation presents acceptable risk. Quovyn's hand stopped moving. He had expected to find evidence of institutional abstraction, a recommendation filtered through layers of review and approval until no single person owned the judgment. But this was not abstracted. This was Imra. Her logic, her language, her certainty. He looked up. Yuan was watching him from across the table, his face unreadable. "There is more," Yuan said. "The 7th folder contains the tactical command's response to the profile. They cited directly in the Operation Shift authorization." Quovyn did not answer. He turned to the 7th folder. The authorization was signed by 3 people: tactical lead, operations coordinator, field security supervisor. The same 3 people who had received his flag 3 hours later. The same 3 people who had logged it as read. He read the authorization slowly, letting each sentence land. Per behavioral assessment, subject classified as active concealment risk. Relocation of protective detail to secondary position recommended. Primary extraction window moved forward by 14 hours. His flag had arrived 3 hours after that authorization had been signed. He had written it at 14:03. The operation had shifted at 11:17. By the time he flagged the error, the decision was already moving. Quovyn closed the folder. The room felt smaller than it had a moment ago. The light from the desk lamp seemed thinner, as though the archive had pulled its warmth inward. He had spent 3 years wondering whether his warning had been ignored or buried. Now he knew. It had not been ignored. It had arrived too late. The recommendation had already been authorized, by Imra's profile, by her certainty, by the polished, unqualified language that had traveled from her desk to the tactical command without a single caveat surviving the journey. He sat very still. UN did not speak. Somewhere in the archive, a clock ticked. Quovyn opened the folder again. He turned to the final page of Imra's profile. The inference was there, clean and final, the same words he had read before but could not now unread. Acceptable risk. He set the folder down. His hand was steady. His voice, when he found it, was not. I need a copy of this. UN's jaw tightened. The protocol does not permit. I know the protocol. Quovyn stood. I also know what it means to read something that changes the ground under your feet and have nowhere to put it. He looked at the page, at her handwriting, at the sentence she had written that had shifted an operation 14 hours earlier than his flag could reach it. I need a copy, he said again. Not to publish, not to weaponize, to answer. UN held his gaze for a long moment. Then he reached for the log sheet. Sign for the document, he said. You have 30 minutes. Quovyn picked up the pen. He did not look away from the page. 30 minutes. He would need less than 5 to write what he had to say. The rest was waiting to see if she would answer. Chapter 30. He carried the signed copy through the corridor with both hands, as though the folder contained something that would shatter if he held it wrong. The shared office was empty. Imra's desk lamp still burned. Her chair sat pushed back at the same angle she had left it, the confessional cover letter open on the screen, half finished. He did not look at it. He set the folder on his own desk and stood very still, letting the building hum settle around him. The archive had felt like a sealed room, her handwriting preserved in wax and silence. But here, in this office, she had typed the first line of a letter she was writing without protection. It documents what I knew, when I knew it, and what I chose to delete. He had read those words before he left. They were true. She was writing the truth. But the truth she was writing did not yet include the caveat she had written and then abandoned, the marginal note someone else had overridden, the inference that had shaped an operation before he even knew it needed flagging. She was confessing to the deletion. She did not yet know about the caveat that someone had removed for her. Quovyn sat down. He opened the folder to the page he had marked, the handwritten notes from 5 years ago. Her script was tight and sloping, the letters pressed into the paper with the force of someone who needed the record to hold. Subject's repetition on Q7 may indicate grief response rather than concealment. Recommend extended observation if timeline permits. Beneath it, the other hand, timeline does not permit. Proceed with current assessment. He had read it 4 times in the archive. He had read it twice more on the walk back. The words had not changed. They had only settled deeper into his chest, where they pressed against something he had not yet named. He took out his pen. The same black ink he used for every marginal note, every red tab in his own field data. The same hand she had learned to read across 12 weeks of shared drafts and annotated pages. He wrote beside the decisive inference. Not a question, not an accusation, not the verdict he could have written. Just 4 words, placed where she would have to see them before she saw anything else. Then answer this honestly. He set the pen down. His hand was steady. He closed the folder. He looked at her desk, at the screen still glowing with the letter she had begun writing before he found the archive. She had written, "It documents what I knew, when I knew it, and what I chose to delete." She did not yet know she had also written a caveat she let someone else remove. He stood. He placed the folder on her desk, exactly where she would find it when she returned. Not hidden, not displayed, just present, the way evidence should be present, waiting for someone to choose what to do with it. He did not leave a note. He had already written what needed to be said. Imra found it 23 minutes later. She had walked back from the archive processing room with nothing but the shape of the confessional letter in her head, the next sentence forming, the weight of what she still needed to write pressing against her throat. The folder on her desk stopped her at the door. She recognized it. The stamp, the seal, the institutional yellow of a recently accessed file. UN had said Quovyn signed for the copy. UN had given him 30 minutes. She did not call out. She did not look for him. She crossed to her desk and opened the folder to the first page, then the second, then the page where the margin had been marked. She saw her own handwriting. The caveat she had written 5 years ago, the one she had remembered only in fragments, the one she had let someone else talk her out of preserving. Subject's repetition on Q7 may indicate grief response rather than concealment. Recommend extended observation if timeline permits. Beneath it, the override she had never questioned. Timeline does not permit. Proceed with current assessment. And beneath that, in a hand she had learned to read in margins across 12 weeks of shared drafts and annotated pages, then answer this honestly. She did not breathe. She did not move. She stood in the empty office with her own handwriting looking back at her, and the question he had left was not a weapon. It was an opening, an invitation she could step through or seal shut. The letter she had been writing was still on the screen. It documents what I knew, when I knew it, and what I chose to delete. She looked at the marginal note, at the caveat she had written and then abandoned, at the 4 words he had left beside it. She could write a new letter. She could fold the caveat into the confession. She could tell him everything she had not yet told herself. Or she could close the folder and pretend she had not seen it. Her hand trembled once, then stopped. She pulled the chair back and sat down. She did not reach for the keyboard. She reached for her pen. Chapter 31. The folder sat where he had left it. Not centered, not angled, just placed, the way someone sets down something they do not want to handle anymore. Imra did not touch it. She stood at the edge of her desk and looked at the institutional yellow, the stamp, the chain of custody number she had seen 5 years ago on every document she signed. The same number, the same file, the same words she had written and then abandoned. The room was quiet. The corridor beyond the glass was empty. She reached out and opened the folder. The first page was the operation summary. She had not read it since the week after Vasa died, when she had pulled it from the archive at midnight and sat with it in her apartment until the paper blurred. She had told herself she was checking for procedural gaps. She had been checking to see if her name appeared anywhere she could not explain. It appeared on page 3. Assessment prepared by Dr. I. Callech. Recommendation. Continued standard protective separation presents acceptable risk. She had written that. She had signed it. She had believed it, or she had believed it enough to let it stand. She turned to the second folder division, where the handwritten field notes had been preserved. Her own script, tight and sloping, the pen pressure visible even in the photocopy. The words she had written in the interview room while Arian Vass sat across from her, repeating herself, repeating herself, repeating herself. Subject's repetition on Q7 may indicate grief response rather than concealment. Recommend extended observation if timeline permits. She stopped. The override beneath it was not her hand. She had known that, somewhere, across 5 years of not looking. She had known someone else had written, timeline does not permit. Proceed with current assessment. She had known because she had let them. She had not fought. She had not said, then I am not ready to submit. She had said, if that is the timeline, then that is the assessment. She had signed the clean version. She had walked away. And now Quovyn had seen it. The marginal note beneath the override was his. 4 words, placed with the same precision he used on every shared draft, every annotated page, every red tab in his field data. Then, answer this honestly. She read them 3 times. The first time, they landed as accusation. The second time, as demand. The third time, as something she could not name, because it did not sound like judgment. It sounded like an opening he had left open on purpose, waiting for her to decide whether to step through or seal it shut. She wanted to close the folder. She wanted to walk to the archive, find him, and explain. The timeline had been tight. The original pressure had been real. The override had come from someone senior, someone whose job was to make calls when the window was closing. She had told herself she was being responsible by accepting the decision instead of forcing a delay that might have cost the operation in a different way. It had sounded true at the time. It sounded like a lie now. Because the caveat had been her professional judgment. She had written it in her own hand, pressed into the paper with the force of someone who needed the record to hold. and she had let someone else erase it without a single formal objection. She had not documented her dissent. She had not filed a minority opinion. She had not even preserved the handwritten page in the submitted packet. She had let it disappear. Because making the assessment work had mattered more than making it honest. Because certainty had felt safer than delay. Because she had already spent the whole week defending the variable, and changing course would have meant admitting she was not sure, which would have meant admitting she had never been as sure as she sounded. The room pressed in. Her hand was still on the folder. She looked at the screen where her confessional letter waited, half-finished, the cursor blinking at the end of, "It documents what I knew when I knew it and what I chose to delete." She had been writing about the revision history. She had not yet written the caveat. She had not yet written the override. She had not yet written the name of the person who had written, "Timeline does not permit." She reached for her pen, not the keyboard, the pen. The same black ink she used for every marginal note, every red annotation she had never shown anyone. The same hand Quovyn had learned to read across 12 weeks of shared drafts. She opened the folder to the page with his question. Then answer this honestly. She could write a defense. She could explain the pressure, the timeline, the institutional weight. She could write that she had been 29 years old and terrified of being wrong in front of people who needed her to be right. She could write that she had told herself the override was correct, that the grief response was a false positive, that the timeline really had not permitted extended observation. She could write all of that. It would all be true, and none of it would be the full truth. She pressed the pen to the margin. Her hand trembled once, then stilled. She wrote, "I let them remove it. I told myself it was procedure. I told myself the timeline was real. I told myself I was being responsible. I was being afraid." She stopped. The words sat in the margin, her hand beside his, two different scripts on the same yellowed page. She had not answered his question yet. She had only started telling him what she had done instead of what she had known. She wrote again. "I knew the caveat was correct. I let it go anyway. Because making the assessment work mattered more than making it honest. Because I needed to be right more than I needed to be careful. Because I did not want to be the person who slowed the operation." She set the pen down. Her hand was not steady. She looked at what she had written. It was not a defense. It was not an explanation that excused. It was a sequence of admissions that led to the same place she had been avoiding for 5 years. The caveat had been correct. She had let it go. Ariane Vass had died. She picked up the pen again. One more sentence. She wrote it beneath his question, directly under the 4 words he had left her. "Yes, I will answer, but I need you to know it first." She closed the folder. The corridor outside was still empty. The archive was 2 floors down. He would be there, or he would not, but the answer was no longer inside her head. It was on the page, in her hand, waiting for him to read it. She stood. She picked up the folder. She walked toward the door. Chapter 32. She reached the door. Her hand found the handle. The metal was cold against her palm, and she could feel the folder pressed against her ribs, holding the weight of everything she had written and everything she had still not said. She stopped. Not because something blocked her. The corridor was empty, the archive 2 floors down, and he would be there. But she could feel the halfness of what she had left on the page. The admissions were true. The sequence was accurate. She had let them remove the caveat. She had been afraid. She had needed to be right. But she had not answered his question. Not really. Then answer this honestly. He had not asked her to confess. He had asked her to name what she had known when she wrote the caveat, and why she had let it go, and whether she had understood, even then, what it would cost. She had told him what she did. She had not told him what she knew. She pulled her hand back from the door. The office was still behind her, the desk lamp still burning, her half-finished letter still blinking on the screen. She walked back to the desk and set the folder down, not next to the keyboard, at the center of the blotter, where the light taught the yellowed pages. She opened it. His question was still there. Then, answer this, honestly. She picked up her pen, and she began to write the full truth. I knew the caveat was correct because I had already seen the pattern twice before, in 2 other interviews that same year. Both times, the subject repeated key questions when they were protecting someone they loved. Both times, The repetition looked like concealment. Both times, it was grief. I knew because I had written a note to myself in the margin of my own field protocol. Q7 repetition under pressure equals probable grief response. The amend more imaged pastoribs for a knackout. The most acclisement wying ever date. My arcs is from a blaried ward, saying Froome, 70 milli to a thief. Confirm with collateral before elevating to concealment indicator. I knew because I had tested it against 4 prior operations. The false positive rate for grief-based repetition was 73%. The false positive rate for concealment-based repetition was 22%. I had the data. I had calculated the odds. I knew. And I let them remove it anyway. I stopped. Her hand was pressing so hard against the paper that the pen had started to dent the page beneath. She loosened her grip. The tremor was back, running from her wrist up through her forearm. She kept writing. I told myself the timeline was real, that the operation could not wait, that the override came from someone who had the full picture, who understood the pressure, who needed a clean assessment to move forward. I told myself that my job was to deliver a usable recommendation, not a hedge that would slow command decisions. I told myself that I was being responsible. I was being a coward. I was 29 years old and I had built a reputation on being certain, on being the person who could look at ambiguous data and produce a clean call, on being the one who did not flinch. If I had filed a minority opinion, if I had documented my dissent in writing and forced a delay, I would have become the person who stopped an operation over a maybe, the person who could not make a call under pressure, the person who was not ready for the work. So I let the maybe disappear. I let them remove the caveat. I never filed a formal objection. I never preserved the handwritten note. I never told anyone that I had calculated the odds and knew they were wrong. I let Ariane Vass die because I wanted to stay the person who got to keep working. The pen stopped. She stared at the words. They were not strategic. They were not framed for sympathy. They were not shaped to make her look honest and brave by admitting error. They were the thing itself, uncut, unpolished, without the architecture she usually built around her admissions to make them safe to read. She had named the leap. She had named the fear. She had named the performed certainty. She had named the life. It sat on the page in her own hand, beside his, 2 voices on the same yellowed surface, one asking and one finally answering. She set the pen down. Her hand was shaking openly now, and she did not try to stop it. She looked at what she had written. It was not a defense. It was not an explanation that excused. It was a sequence of admissions that led to the same place she had been avoiding for 5 years. The caveat had been correct. She had known it was correct. She had let it go. Ariane Vass had died. She read the last sentence again. I let Ariane Vass die because I wanted to stay the person who got to keep working. She had never said it aloud. She had never written it. She had never let the words sit in the open air where someone else could see them. And now they were here, on the page, in her ink, beside his question, and she could not take them back. She did not want to. She closed the folder. Her hand stayed on the cover, pressing down as if the pages might escape if she did not hold them. The room was quiet. The cursor still blinked on her half-finished confessional letter, but she did not need it anymore. The answer was here, the full one, the one that named the cost. She had thought she would feel lighter. She did not. She felt hollowed out, scraped clean, as if the words had taken something with them when they left her. She did not know if she had done the right thing or the thing that would end her. She only knew it was true. The door opened behind her. She did not turn. She did not need to. She heard the step, the pause, the weight of someone reading the scene before speaking. The folder was still under her hand. The answer was still inside. She turned the folder toward him. She said, without lifting her head, I finished it. And she waited for him to read what she had never let anyone see. Chapter 33. He did not reach for it. The folder sat between them, turned toward him, the pages still warm from her hand. He stood in the doorway, one hand still on the frame, and she watched him read the scene before touching the evidence. His eyes moved over her face first, the tremor in her hand, the way she had not lifted her head, the hollowness in her shoulders, scraped clean of the armor she usually wore. Then he looked at the folder. He crossed the room slowly, as if approaching something that could shatter if he moved too fast. He did not take the chair across from her. He pulled the one beside her, the one where he had sat when they first divided the revision draft, and lowered himself into it. He opened the folder. She watched him read. His face did not change. No flicker of satisfaction, no softening of forgiveness, no hardening of judgment. He read her handwriting as if it were evidence, which it was, and he gave it the same attention he gave every piece of data she had ever seen him touch. He reached her caveat. He read her admission that she had seen the Q7 pattern twice before. He read her calculation of the false positive rates. He read the sentence she had written about being 29 and terrified of being wrong. He reached the last paragraph. He read it twice. I let Ariane Vass die because I wanted to stay the person who got to keep working. The room held still. He closed the folder. His hand stayed on the cover, palm flat, the same way hers had. She watched the shape of his fingers against the yellowed paper and realized she had memorized the lines of his hands without meaning to. He did not look at her. He said, "That is the truest thing you have ever written." She did not know if it was a verdict or an absolution. She did not ask. He sat with the folder under his hand for a long moment. The heat hummed through the vents. The light was flat and gray, winter pressing against the window. She could hear her own pulse in her ears and did not know if he could hear it too. Then he said, "Now I need you to hear mine." She lifted her head. He turned to face her fully. His gray eyes were steady, but there was something in the set of his jaw that she had not seen before. Not anger, not grief. A kind of clarity that had been sharpened by reading her confession. "I submitted the flag at 14:03, he said. "The operation was authorized at 11:17. I was 3 hours late. I have spent 5 years telling myself I did everything I could, that I flagged it in time, that the system failed, not me." He paused. "I was wrong." She opened her mouth. He held up a hand. "I am not comparing our failures. I am telling you that I know what it is to reconstruct your own complicity. I have been doing it since the night she died. I have every moment of that day mapped in my field notes, every delay, every assumption, every moment I could have pushed harder and did not." He looked down at the folder. "I told myself I did not know who wrote the profile, that if I had known, I would have acted differently, that the failure was institutional, not personal." His voice dropped. "I sat in the staff meeting 3 months ago, in this building, reading your framework for the first time, and I recognized the variable. I recognized the logic chain. I knew, before I saw your name on the ethics docket, that the person who built this model had been in the room where Vasa was decided." She felt her breath stop. "And I did not stop." He met her eyes. "I told myself I needed to see the full file, that I could not act on a pattern without proof, that I was being methodical, not afraid." He let the silence stretch. "I was afraid. I was afraid that if I named you, I would have to admit that the failure was not a system error, that it came from someone I could see, someone I could talk to, someone who is not an abstraction." He set the folder on the desk between them. "So do not sit there thinking you are the only one who chose silence over truth. I chose it too. I chose it for 3 months. She stared at him. The confession landed differently than hers. His was not a single moment of cowardice. It was a sustained withholding, a 3-month gap between knowing and acting. He had walked into the first staff meeting with her name in his files and had said nothing. She should have felt betrayed. Instead, she felt the strange, awful relief of being matched. She said, "You did not have to show me that." "No," he said, "but you showed me yours." He stood. She stood with him, not knowing if the conversation was ending or beginning. He said, "I have a plan." She waited. "Mothers will try to bury this. He will frame the correction as a routine revision. He will separate us, put me on a different project, let you publish a softened version, and claim the variable was always sound. He will do it in the name of protecting the Institute, but he will do it." She nodded. She had already seen that shape forming in Marassa's silences. "The only way to stop him is to make suppression impossible. We send the corrected framework through the ethics channel, with the full revision history preserved, every draft, every caveat, My original flag, your handwritten confession. She felt the weight of what he was proposing. If we do that, it is not a revision. It is a public correction. 17 agencies will have to reevaluate their active cases. The task force will know the Petrovic recommendation was issued under a flawed threshold. Jelgad's audit will have a completed correction to measure against. Yes, he said, and we both lose our careers. We lose our positions, he said. We do not lose our work. She looked at him. You have thought about this. I have been thinking about it since I read your caveat in the archive, since I saw the override, since I realized that the only way to make this honest is to make it impossible to suppress. He stepped closer. But it only works if the paper distributes the risk. If I author the correction and you author the thresholds, Miraz can isolate one of us and call the other a collaborator who was misled. If we split the authorship evenly, if every finding is jointly attributed, if neither of us can be removed without collapsing the entire submission, they cannot scapegoat a single name. She understood. You want to build a paper that cannot be unwritten. I want to build a paper that cannot be weaponized against one of us while the other walks free. If we go down, we go down together. If we survive together. She heard the echo of what he had said in the archive. Together. She said, and if Miraz blocks the submission before it reaches ethics? Quovyn's hand moved to the folder. He touched the edge of the page where her confession sat beside his question. Then we do not send it through his office. We send it directly. Saskia has already authorized the archive access. Yuan has the full indexed copy. Theodora has the revision history. We have the evidence. We have the corrected framework. We have each other's names on every page. He looked at her. It only works if you trust me. She looked at him. She thought about the 3 months he had held her name. She thought about the coffee kiss. She thought about the question he had written in the margin, not as accusation but as invitation. She thought about her own confession, still warm on the page, and the fact that he had met it with his own. She said, I do not know if I trust you. He did not flinch. But I trust this. She touched the folder. What do we write first? Chapter 34. They worked through the afternoon without speaking of anything but structure. Quovyn had pulled a fresh notebook from his bag and was mapping the paper in sections on the whiteboard, his handwriting sharp and economical. Imra sat with her laptop open, the half-finished confession still glowing on the screen, but she had not looked at it since he began. The correction needs 2 parts, he said, drawing a line down the center of the board. The admission and the replacement. One author cannot write both. No, you write the admission. You trace the methodology, the original threshold, the error pattern. You name what you found and when you found it. You do not name the override author because we do not know who it is yet, but you name the omission. She watched him write her name at the top of the left column. The thresholds are mine, he said. The safeguards, the uncertainty protocols, the operational conditions under which the new variable can be overridden. I write the limits, you write the failure. She should have felt the weight of that division. Instead, she felt the clean relief of function. And the credit line? She asked. Joint first authorship, alphabetical, your name first. That looks like I am the lead. It looks like we are equal. Miraz cannot remove one of us without breaking the alphabet, and the ethics reviewers will flag any tampering with the byline. She almost laughed. He had thought of everything except how to survive the aftermath. They divided the remaining sections in under an hour. Imra took the methodological history, the original framework's development context, the interviews across 17 agencies, the false positive clustering she had buried for 5 years. Quovyn did the operational case studies, the 12 documented failure cases, the corrected threshold calculations, the explicit uncertainty ranges. Each section ended with a credit to the other's essential contribution. She wrote, this correction depends on Dr. Sorby's unpublished field data, which identified the false positive pattern that the original threshold failed to capture. He wrote, the revised variable cannot be understood without Dr. Callech's comparative analysis across 17 agencies, which provided the data set necessary to distinguish grief response from concealment. She read his line and felt something shift in her chest. He was not protecting her. He was making her necessary to the correction. If Miraz tried to suppress the paper, He would have to explain why the framework's original author was suddenly not essential to understanding its flaw. "Where do we submit?" she asked. "Ethics channel. Direct. Miraz's office gets a courtesy copy after transmission, not before." "And if Saskia's inventory flags the request before we finish?" "Then Theodora sends the revision history as a separate attachment with a timestamp. Yuan forwards the indexed copy. The paper arrives in pieces if it has to, but it arrives." She looked at him. "You have been planning this for days." "I have been planning this since I saw your caveat in the archive. Since I realized that the only way to make it honest was to make it impossible to suppress." He said it without triumph. He said it like a man describing gravity. They rode in silence for the next hour. The rhythm was strange and familiar at once. She would draft a paragraph, read it aloud, watch him mark the places where her language smoothed over ambiguity. You'd hand her a threshold calculation, and she would test it against the archived scenarios, finding the edge cases where his caution bled into paralysis. They corrected each other without apology. At 16 o'clock, her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen. "Marta." She answered without greeting. "Tell me you are almost done," Marta said. "We are dividing the sections. We have the structure. We need another 12 hours. "You do not have 12 hours. Imra's hand stilled on the keyboard. "Miraz has started asking who still has access to the submission channels. He called UN 20 minutes ago. He wants a log of every document transmitted from the shared drive in the last 72 hours. "Did UN give it to him?" "Miraz is the director. UN cannot refuse a direct request. He bought you time by saying the log system was being archived and would take until tomorrow morning to generate. But that is a delaying tactic, not a denial." Imra looked at Quovyn. He had stopped writing and was watching her, his pale gray eyes unreadable. "We need to send it before Miraz locks the channels," she said. "You need to finish it before you send it. If you transmit a half-written paper, Miraz will use the gaps to call it incomplete, premature, unready for review. He will bury it in procedural hold." "Then we finish faster." "You cannot rush a threshold calculation, you know that." Imra set the phone down on the desk, speaker still on. Quovyn said, "How long until UN's delay runs out?" "Tomorrow morning," Marta said. 7, maybe 8, if he is convincing. "That gives us 14 hours. "It gives you 14 hours to write a paper that should take a team of 4 at least 3 days, and you're both exhausted and emotionally compromised." Marta's voice was flat, not cruel. She was stating facts. Quovyn looked at Imra. "We do not need to write the entire paper. We need to write enough of it to make the submission irreversible. The admission, the corrected threshold, the credit structure. The rest can be appended as supplementary data." Imra calculated the time in her head. "The admission needs 4 sections. The history, the error pattern, the data I suppressed, the acknowledgement of operational harm. That is 20 pages minimum with citations. You wrote your confession in 3 paragraphs. My confession was not a methodological paper. It was a truth statement. You already have the language, you just need to expand it into formal structure." She stared at him. "You want me to use my confession as the basis for the admission. I want you to stop pretending you need to build a new case from scratch. You already made the case. You wrote it in the margin of the VAS file. You admitted why you stayed silent, what you knew, and what it cost. That is the admission. You just need to frame it for institutional review." She felt the strange vertigo of being seen that precisely. Marta's voice cut through. "He is right. You have the core document. You need to formalize it, attach the supporting evidence, and timestamp it. Quovyn, how long for the threshold section?" "If I strip it to the operational conditions and uncertainty ranges, 4 hours, 6 for the full case studies." "You have until 6 in the morning. I will tell Yuan to stretch the log delay as far as he can. If Miraz calls you directly, do not answer. Let him leave messages. Everything you say can be used to argue procedural irregularity." "Understood." The line went silent. Imra looked at the whiteboard, at Quovyn's handwriting dividing the paper into sections that mirrored their confessions. She said, "We are not going to make it." He said, "We do not have to make it by the deadline. We have to make it before Miraz cuts the channel." "That is the same thing." "No, it means we control the timing, not him. If we finish at 5:30 and transmit at 5:31, we win. If we finish at 8 o'clock and the channel is already locked, we lose. The deadline is not a wall. It is a door that closes when he decides to close it. She understood. Then we do not sleep. No, he looked at her. But I need you to trust me for the next 14 hours. Not because I have earned it, because there is no time to rebuild it if it breaks. She thought about the 3 months he had held her name. She thought about the coffee kiss. She thought about the question he had written in the margin and the way he had met her confession with his own. She said, I trust the work. I need more than that. She looked at him. I need you to trust that when I say we send it at 5:31, I will not wait until 5:32 to see if Miraz calls first. She held his gaze. Then we send it at 5:31. He nodded once, then turned back to the whiteboard and began writing. She watched his hand move across the surface, building the structure that would save or destroy them both, and realized she had stopped calculating whether she believed him. She had started believing. Chapter 35. The admission section took shape faster than Imra expected, as if the words had been waiting in the muscle of her hand for 5 years. She wrote the history first. The original concealment variable, the 6 caveats she had removed across 8 revisions, the certainty markers she had inserted to replace each qualification. The language moved cleanly on the screen because she had stopped defending and started documenting. Quovyn worked at the whiteboard behind her, the marker clicking against the surface as he built threshold ranges and uncertainty protocols from his field notes. He did not read over her shoulder. He did not check her progress. They had divided the work and were trusting the division. At 1:47, Imra finished the 3rd section. She leaned back and read through what she had written. The error pattern, the data she had suppressed, the calculation of false positive rates she had never filed. She read her own confession formalized into institutional language, and it felt nothing like absolution. It felt like proof. She looked at the clock. 3 hours, 43 minutes until transmission. The admission is complete, she said. Quovyn turned from the whiteboard. Read it to me. Now? I need to hear it before I finalize the threshold ranges. The numbers have to match the admission. If your timeline shifts by even 1 hour, the safeguard parameters change. She understood. She read it aloud. Her voice stayed level through the description of the caveat she had abandoned. It cracked once when she reached the paragraph about Ariane Vass, but she pushed through, and by the time she reached the acknowledgement of operational harm, she sounded like someone reading a weather report. Quovyn listened without interrupting. When she finished, he said, the timestamp on your original field note, the one you wrote after the second Q7 repetition. Did you date it? October 14. The interview was October 12. That puts your awareness 3 weeks before the Voss operation. The threshold ranges need to reflect that. If you knew by October 14 and still did not file a formal objection by November 6, the window of inaction becomes evidence of institutional negligence, not just personal failure. I know. Can you add the date reference without restructuring the section? She pulled the keyboard toward her. Yes. She inserted the date, the operation timeline, the gap between knowledge and silence. The words fit like they had always been waiting for the space. At 2:13, Imra's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen. Marta, she answered on speaker. Tell me you have good news. I have news, Marta said. Ewan bought us until 7:30. Miraz called him at 1:55 asking for the log. US said the system is still indexing and will not be available until after 7. Miraz was not happy, but he did not override the delay. That gives us until 7:30 now, Quovyn said. Harder deadline. Miraz will call again at 7 o'clock to confirm. If UN says it is still not ready, Miraz will come to the archive himself. Then we transmit at 5:31 as planned, before Miraz escalates. Imra looked at the screen. The admission section was done. The threshold section was half written. The credit structure was mapped. The submission was taking shape. Saskia Ibram called at 2:41. Imra stared at the incoming name on her phone, then picked up. I am aware of the hour, Saskia said, and I am aware of what you are doing. Imra said nothing. The ethics channel is open until 6 o'clock for routine submissions. After that, any filing requires direct approval from either myself or Director Miraz. I will be in transit from 6 o'clock to 7:30. Miraz will be in the building. The information landed like a surgical incision. You are telling me to file before 6 o'clock. I am telling you that the window for submission without additional review closes in 3 hours and 19 minutes. What you do with that information is your decision. There was a pause. If you file through the ethics channel before 6 o'clock, it enters the official record and cannot be suppressed without a formal challenge that would itself become part of the record. Think carefully about what that means. Understood. Saskia ended the call. Quovyn had stopped writing. He stood with the marker still in his hand, pale gray eyes fixed on her. She just gave us an opening. She just told us Miraz cannot block the submission if we file before 6 o'clock. Then we move the deadline. Imra calculated the shift. 29 minutes. They had 29 fewer minutes than they had planned. The threshold section, she said. 2 hours. Maybe 2.5 if I strip the case studies. Strip them. We can append them as supplementary data after submission. The core document needs to be complete enough to stand on its own. He did not argue. He turned back to the whiteboard and started erasing sections, condensing the mathematics into operational parameters and uncertainty ranges. Imra pulled up the shared drive to attach the live case review annex. The folder was empty. She refreshed the directory. Nothing. She searched by file name, by date, by extension. The annex from the Petrovic family assessment, the one documenting the 7 hours of witness footage analysis, the thermal imaging log, the independent contractor assessment, had been removed. No. Quovyn turned. What? The annex, the live case review. It is gone. She turned the screen toward him so he could see the empty folder. He crossed the room and read the directory listing. His jaw tightened. When did you last access it? Before dinner. I was cross-referencing the thermal imaging data with the threshold ranges. Before dinner. Miraz asked Yuan for the log at 1:55. He must have had someone pull the annex before that, to slow us down, to make the submission incomplete. Quovyn looked at the clock. If we cannot verify the corrected threshold against live case data, the audit reviewers can argue the revision was never tested against an operational scenario. They will call it theoretical. Imra stared at the empty folder. The backup, she said. Where? Theodora. She pulled her phone and dialed. Theodora kept a full indexed copy. She said she had it. The line rang. Theodora answered on the third ring, her voice rough with interrupted sleep. You are calling to ask about the annex. How did you know? Because Yuan called me 10 minutes ago to say the file had been pulled from the shared drive, logged at 1:23 by Miraz's personal override code. Can you send it to me? I cannot send it through the Institute network. Miraz will have the transmission logs flagged by now. Imra's pulse hammered. Then how do I get it? Theodora was silent for a long moment. Do you trust me? Chapter 36. I trust you, Imra said. The words left her mouth before she could weigh them. She did not take them back. Then listen carefully. Theodora's voice had shifted, losing the roughness of sleep, sharpening into something Imra recognized from years of watching her work. I have the full indexed copy on 2 drives. One is in my desk drawer. The other is in my coat pocket because I did not trust leaving it unsecured after Yuan called. Where are you now? In the west stairwell. I came down when I heard the archive system ping the annex removal. You cannot send it through the network. No, but I can hand it to you. Imra looked at the clock. 2:47. 3 hours and 13 minutes until the window closed. Where? Not your office. Miraz will have the corridor logs flagged by now. The consultation suite on the ground floor, the one with the internal door to the records annex, the one Quovyn and I used for the first joint assessment. Yes, it has no windows onto the main corridor and the door locks from inside. I will be there in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. The building is quiet. Miraz is in his office waiting for Yuan's log. He will not leave until that arrives or until he realizes Yuan is stalling. Imra ended the call. She turned toward Quovyn, who had not moved from the whiteboard, his hand still holding the marker where he had stopped. Theodora has the annex. She is bringing it to the ground floor consultation suite, the one with the internal door. Same room, 4 minutes. He set the marker down. Then we move. They did not discuss the risk. There was nothing to discuss. Miraz had the override code, the transmission logs, and the authority to block anything that passed through institutional channels. But he was waiting for a log that would not arrive, and the ethics channel was still open, And a woman Imra had spent years training to trust her instincts had just proven she had instincts of her own. They took the stairwell instead of the corridor. 3 flights down, past the archive level, past the seminar rooms, to the ground floor where the consultation suite sat at the end of a short hallway with no cameras. The door was unlocked. Imra opened it and stepped inside. Theodora was already there, standing beside the long table where Imra and Quovyn had first tested the Petrovic's assessment against the old variable. She wore a coat over what looked like sweatpants and a sweater from the Residency lodgings. In her right hand, she held a small external drive, black, unlabeled. "You came." I said I would. Theodora held out the drive. Full indexed copy. Every file, every timestamp, every marginal note. The annex is in a folder called Supplementary Analysis, because I renamed it 3 days ago when Yuan told me Miraz had started reviewing the shared drive structure. 3 days ago, before the annex was pulled, before Miraz knew what he was looking for. Quovyn took the drive, examined it, then looked at Theodora. "How did you know he would pull it?" I did not know, but I saw the access logs from his office. He had been reviewing the shared drive folders every evening for the past 4 days. Not reading files, just checking the directory structure and noting who had accessed what. She paused. "That is not supervision. That is preparation." Imra stared at her assistant, the woman she had trained, the woman she had kept at arm's length for 5 years, the woman who had just handed her the only evidence that could make their submission stand against audit scrutiny. "You saw this 4 days ago and did not tell me?" "I did not know what you were building." Theodora met her gaze without flinching. "I knew you were fighting. I knew it mattered. I did not know whether you wanted me to see the full shape of it. And now? Now you called me, not to give an order, to ask whether I would help." Her voice was steady. "That is different." The room was silent for a long moment. Imra reached out and took the drive. "Thank you." Theodora nodded once, a motion that carried no deference, only acknowledgement. "I need to go before Miraz notices I am not in my room. If he checks, I was asleep. Yuan knows nothing about this copy. He will not hear it from me." "Good." Theodora moved toward the door, then stopped with her hand on the handle. "Imra." "Yes. When you submit this, it changes everything. Not just for you. For everyone who has used the framework. For everyone who trusted it. For everyone who thought the method was sound because the person presenting it sounded certain." Imra waited. "Make sure the admission is complete, not strategic, complete, because once it enters the record, there is no piece of it you can take back." She opened the door and slipped into the corridor. The door clicked shut. Imra stood in the silence, holding the drive, feeling the weight of what Theodora had just given her. Not just the data, the trust. The trust from someone who had watched her delete caveats and replace them with certainty markers, who had seen the face-down photograph in her desk drawer, who had preserved evidence against her own mentor because she believed Imra might one day need it. "She's right," Quovyn said quietly. "About the admission." "I know. Are you ready to make it complete?" Imra looked at the drive in her hand, then at the clock. 2:51. 3 hours and 9 minutes until the ethics channel closed. She thought of the confession she had written in the vast file margin, the admission section she had read aloud to Quovyn, the lines she had spoken over the phone to Saskia about the framework's flaw. The truth she had spent 5 years avoiding, now sitting on a black drive in her palm, waiting to become permanent. "Not yet," she said, "but by 5:31, I will be." They climbed back through the stairwell, 3 flights up, moving in the rhythm they had built over the past hours. Imra carried the drive. Quovyn carried the marker he had forgotten to put down. The building hummed around them, the old ventilation system pushing warm air through dim corridors, and somewhere above them, Mened's was waiting for a log that would never come. They reached the 3rd-floor corridor. The shared office door stood open, the whiteboard visible from the threshold, the sections still marked in his condensed handwriting and her structured outlines. Imra stopped at the door. "Quovyn." He turned. "When we transmit this, it goes to the ethics channel. Saskia. Delegard's office, the task force command. Every agency that adopted the framework receives a courtesy notification within 24 hours. Yes, there is no version of this where we walk away clean. No. She looked at him, pale gray eyes watching her with an expression she could not quite name, not anticipation, not resignation, something between. Then let us make sure the truth is worth the cost. She stepped through the door. Chapter 37. The consultation suite looked different in the low light. Imra stood at the threshold, the black drive still warm in her palm, and let herself register the room, not as she remembered it from the open review, but as it was now. Empty chairs pushed against the table, the screen dark, the ventilation hum low and constant. The same glass walls that had held her public rupture with Quovyn while Marta watched and the task force listened through speakers that had made everything sound official and irreversible. 3 weeks ago, she had stood at this table and defended a recommendation built on a variable she knew, somewhere beneath the certainty, was wrong. Quovyn moved past her and set the drive on the table. I will pull the paper up. You check the annex against the original transcript indices. She did not move. Imra, I am thinking about what happens after we send it. He stopped with his hand on the drive. Then think about it while we work. We have 90 minutes. I know how long we have. She walked to the chair facing the door, the one she had sat in during the open review, and did not sit. She touched the back of it instead, feeling the cool wood against her fingers, remembering the weight of being watched by a room full of people who did not know how close she was to breaking. Quovyn watched her for a moment, then did not push. He pulled a laptop from his bag, connected the drive, and began loading files onto the table. The screen cast a soft glow across his face. I keep thinking about the Petrovic family, he said without looking up. The revised thresholds do not just change the framework, they change the guidance we already sent to the task force. I know. If the annex goes in with the admission, the task force will have to revisit the concealment assessment. That means pulling the protective detail out of position, running new risk calculations, telling the family their situation just shifted because the model that placed them there was not what they thought. Imra turned from the chair. You are asking whether the correction costs them more than the original error. I am asking whether we are ready for the correction to be the thing that puts them in danger instead of the thing that protects them. She crossed to the table and sat across from him, the screen between them, the paper waiting in fragments on the drive. The silence stretched long enough that she could hear her own pulse in her ears. The original guidance was wrong, she said. It told the task force the wife was concealing operational knowledge when she was protecting her brother. That means they consolidated the family on a false assumption. The network already has the brother. If the task force keeps operating on our original assessment, they will keep treating the wife as a security risk instead of a coerced witness, and the network will use that gap to reach her. Quovyn looked at her. You have been thinking about this longer than the last hour. I have been thinking about it since we realized the correction redistributes error. A lower false positive rate means a higher false negative rate. The wife is safer with the new thresholds, but the next witness might not be. That is the trade we are offering. Honest trade, he said, not clean one. No. He held her gaze for a beat longer, then nodded and turned back to the screen. Then let us make sure the honesty is worth it. They worked in silence for the next 40 minutes. Imra cross-checked the annex against the transcript indices, confirming every line of Theodora's preserved copy matched the original interview logs, the wife's testimony about her brother's detention, the threefold repetition on Q7 that should have triggered the grief protocol, the thermal imaging log that showed elevated stress consistent with coercion, not concealment. Quovyn drafted the final note to the ethics channel, specifying that the submission contained contemporaneous evidence of institutional override and requesting direct review without prior routing through the director's office. At 4:27, Imra set down her pen. It is ready. Quovyn read through the complete document once, then again. His face did not change expression, but his hand, the one with the crescent burn scar on the wrist, rested on the table beside the laptop, fingers spread flat. The threshold section is incomplete. She felt her stomach tighten. Where? The live case guidance references the original framework parameters. I need to add a note that the revised thresholds are retroactively applicable to the Petrovic's assessment, and that the task force should pause any operational decisions until they receive the updated risk calculation. Then write it. He was already typing. The cursor moved in sharp, deliberate strokes, his handwriting translated to text, each sentence tightening the argument. Imra watched his hands, the way they moved across the keyboard without hesitation, the way he had stopped checking with her before making structural decisions. 3 weeks ago, she would have read that as control, as him taking ownership of something she had built. Now she recognized it as trust. He was not asking permission because he no longer doubted they wanted the same thing. He finished, saved, and closed the laptop. 4:32. He looked at her. 28 minutes until we transmit. Then we wait. We do not have to wait. We can send it now, and the ethics channel will timestamp it before 5 o'clock. Imra looked at the closed laptop, at the black drive beside it, at the room that had held her public failure and now held the paper that would rewrite it. "I want to sit with it," she said, "before it is no longer ours." Quovyn did not argue. He leaned back in his chair, the old wood creaking under his weight, and let the silence settle around them. The consultation suite hummed. The ventilation pushed warm air through the ceiling vents. Somewhere above them, Murads was still waiting for a log that would never arrive, and somewhere beyond the Institute walls, the task force was preparing to act on guidance that was about to change. Imra closed her eyes. She thought of Ariane Vass, the photograph in her desk drawer, the way she had looked at the camera, unsmiling, somewhere between exhausted and defiant. She had never known the woman whose death she had helped shape. She had never had to. The profile was abstract until it was permanent. She opened her eyes. 4:47. 14 minutes. She reached for the laptop. Her hand did not shake, but she felt the tremor waiting beneath the surface, the part of her that had spent 5 years building walls between herself and this moment. "Can I ask you something before we send it?" Quovyn watched her. "Yes. If you had known, 3 months ago, that I was the one who wrote the profile, what would you have done differently?" He did not answer immediately. His gaze did not drop, but it shifted, moving from her face to the table between them, as if he were reading something written there that only he could see. "I would have come to you first," he said. "Before filing the ethics submission, before reading the file. I would have set it in front of you and asked what you wanted to do about it. And if I had done nothing, then I would have filed it anyway. But I would have given you the chance first." His voice was quiet. "Because I think, if I had, we would have reached this room 6 weeks ago instead of tonight." Imra let the words settle. Then she opened the laptop, connected the drive, and pulled up the submission interface. 4:54. She typed the ethics channel address from memory, the one Saskia had given her over the phone, the one that bypassed the director's office routing queue. She attached the paper, the annex, the revision history, and the indexed copy of the original framework drafts, showing every caveat she had removed. The upload bars filled. Submission confirmation appeared. She positioned her hand over the enter key and looked at Quovyn. "Last chance to tell me we should not." He did not say they should not. He reached across the table and put his hand over hers, not holding her back, not pushing her forward, just there, palm against knuckles, steady and warm. "Send it." She pressed enter. The screen flickered. A confirmation timestamp appeared, 4:57. The document had entered the ethics channel under the provisions of the Ottawa Protocol on Institutional Disclosure, bypassing Mraz's office entirely. It was done. Imra sat back, her hand still under his, and felt the air leave her lungs in a long, slow exhale. "This does not feel the way I thought it would." How does it feel? She thought about it. The photograph in her desk drawer. The 5 years of certainty she had wrapped around herself like armor. The room where she had first watched Quovyn stand and announce her framework was unsound, and the room where she had just undone everything he had warned her was coming. "Like I should be terrified," she said. "But I am not." Quovyn's hand tightened over hers. "Neither am I." The screen blinked. A new message appeared in the ethics channel interface. Submission received. Routing to review board. Standard processing will proceed within 72 hours. Urgent review requested. Why? /n. Imra looked at the cursor blinking beside the question. If we request urgent review, it goes to the top of the board. Dalagard's office will read it before the end of the day. Then request it. She typed Y and pressed enter. The system accepted. A second confirmation appeared. Urgent review requested. Lead reviewer assigned. You will be notified of the preliminary response within 12 hours. 12 hours. In 12 hours, every agency that had adopted the framework would know it was flawed. In 12 hours, Miraz would know he had lost control. In 12 hours, the truth she had spent 5 years burying would be a matter of institutional record. She looked at Quovyn. Now we wait. Now we wait. But neither of them moved. His hand stayed over hers, and the screen stayed lit, and the consultation suite hummed with the sound of a building that did not yet know what has just left its walls. Imra's phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket. One message from Saskia Gibram, time-stamped 4:59. It landed. The review board flagged it for urgent processing within 30 seconds. I do not know if that is good or bad, but you are past the gate. Saskia. Imra read it twice, then showed it to Quovyn. He read it without expression, then set the phone down on the table between them. Past the gate, he said, but not past the wall. What does that mean? It means we locked the submission in. They cannot unsee it, but they have not decided what to do with it yet. He looked at her. 12 hours until we know whether the correction stands or gets buried in procedural review. Will it stand? I do not know. She believed him. And that, she realized, was what trust felt like when it was real. Not certainty, not assurance, just someone telling you the truth about what they did not know, and you staying still instead of running from it. Imra pulled her hand free of his, stood, and walked to the window. The glass showed only the dark and her own reflection. A woman with pinned-back hair and tired eyes, and a face that had spent 5 years saying one thing while knowing another. Behind her, Quovyn's chair scraped against the floor. He came to stand beside her. You asked me, before we sent it, what I would have done differently if I had known you were the profile author. Yes. I have a question for you now. She turned. If you had known, that first morning in the staff meeting, that I was the one who had run the falsification tests on your variable 2 years ago, what would you have done? She looked at his reflection beside hers in the dark glass. I would have found you, she said, and asked what you found. Before you defended it in front of everyone? Before I defended it to myself. He said nothing, but his hand found hers again, and they stood together in the dark, watching their own faces looking back, waiting for the building to learn what they had done. Chapter 38. They stood at the window for a long time after that, hands barely touching, watching their own reflections hold. Imra's phone lay dark on the table. Saskia's message had been the last one, confirmation of arrival, and the silence after felt heavier than the minutes before the submission. She kept expecting the door to burst open, kept expecting Miraz's voice in the corridor. But the building held its stillness, and the glass showed only the two of them, pale and waiting. Quovyn spoke first. Marta needs to know. Imra pulled her phone back. 3 new messages had arrived while she stood at the window. Marta Callech, 501, heard it landed. Task Force Command wants confirmation the revised thresholds are operational before their 7 o'clock briefing. Can I forward? Imra typed back. Forward. Tell them it replaces the Petrovic assessment in full. 30 seconds later, Marta's reply. Already wrote the email. Sending now. Quovyn read over her shoulder. She moves fast. She knew before we did. Imra set the phone down. She has been waiting for this. Everyone has been waiting for this. The second message was from Theodora. I know it went through. I am watching the drive indicators. Do you need me for anything else before morning? Imra replied. Get some sleep. You earned it. Theodora's answer came as a single word. Later. The third message made Imra stop. Unknown number, no name. But the first line was enough. Miraz knows. He just called UN. Get your story straight. S. Imra held the phone out so Quovyn could read. He went still. Then he reached for his own device, pulled up the ethics channel interface, and checked the status. Submission received, he said. Review board logged it at 4:59. They cannot undo that. They can try. They can try. He pocketed the phone, but it is already out of his hands. The review board has a copy. DeLagarde's office has a copy. Saskia has a copy. The only thing Merez can do now is make the aftermath painful. How painful? I do not know. He looked at her. But I am still here. She wanted to say something that would hold the moment open, but the corridor outside the consultation suite carried a sound she had been half waiting for. Footsteps, fast, deliberate, coming toward them. Imra turned from the window. The door opened without a knock. Merez stood in the frame, coat still buttoned, tablet pressed against his chest, and behind him, the corridor lights had come on, bright and sterile and full of what was coming. You sent it. Imra did not look away. Yes. Through the Auto protocol, ethics channel, urgent review requested. Yes. Merez's jaw tightened. He stepped inside and let the door close behind him, closing the three of them into the small room with the dark window and the table where the submission had been forged. Do you understand what you have done? Corrected a flawed variable, Imra said. Documented the error pattern, submitted evidence of institutional override, requested direct review without your office's involvement. I know what the submission contains. Merez's voice was flat, stripped of its usual polish. I read the routing headers. I know who received copies. I know the review board has already assigned a lead reviewer and that DeLagarde's office will see the full annex by lunch. Quovyn moved slightly, placing himself between Imra and the door. Then you also know we included the caveat removal chain and the override marginalia from the original VAS file. The one someone wrote, timeline does not permit over before removing Imra's recommendation for extended observation. Merez's eyes flicked to him. I know what you included. Then why are you here? The question hung. Merez set his tablet on the table. The screen showed the submission confirmation, the list of attachments, the timestamp. He did not touch it further. Because I am the director of this institute, he said, and the submission went out without my knowledge, without my approval, and without any institutional review of the claims it makes about the chain of command in a 5-year-old operation that I was not present for and cannot verify. You can verify it, Quovyn said. The evidence is attached. The evidence is your word against a sealed file that no one has been permitted to fully examine since the operation closed. The sealed file that you knew about. Merez went still. I knew about a flagged submission 3 months ago, he said carefully. I did not know the full contents of the file. I still do not. Neither of you has shown me what you claim is in the marginalia. Imra reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. She opened the photograph she had taken that morning in the archive, the one of her own handwriting in the margin of the VAS file, and the override written over it in different ink. She held the screen toward Merez. Here. Merez looked at the image without touching the phone. He read it. His expression did not change. Then he looked up. Who wrote the override? I do not know. The marginalia is unsigned. Then this proves nothing. It proves someone at this institute overrode a qualified assessment and removed a caveat before submission. It proves the operation that killed Ariane Voss was authorized on incomplete information. It proves the framework was built on a foundation that someone here chose to keep unsound. Merez was silent. I am not trying to destroy this institute, Imra said. I am trying to stop it from killing anyone else. The silence stretched. Then Merez picked up his tablet, turned it to face them, and showed them the message on the screen. A single line, timestamped 5:09. Incoming alert from review board. Submission number 24,789 flagged for supplementary document request. Requested materials, original handwritten field notes from VAS operation, dated November 3. Physical delivery required by 17 o'clock today. Non-compliance will trigger automatic escalation to external review. Imra read it twice. The review board was not just reading the submission, they were tracing the chain. They wanted the original notes, the ones with her handwriting, and the override, and if she did not hand them over by 5 in the afternoon, the entire submission would escalate outside the Institute's control. You see the problem, Merez said. I see the request. Do you? Because if you deliver those notes, you confirm every accusation in your submission. You confirm that someone in this building overrode your judgment before the operation. You confirm that the framework was built on a suppressed caveat. And you confirm that you knew about it and stayed silent for 5 years. Imra held his gaze. Yes. Miraz's jaw worked. Then understand this, he said. I am not trying to stop you. I am trying to make sure you know exactly what you are walking into. Because once those notes leave this building, nothing here is protected. Not you, not him, not this institute, and not the 17 agencies that trusted us to be careful. He picked up his tablet, turned toward the door, and paused. 5 o'clock, he said. I hope you are ready to answer for everything those notes contain. The door closed behind him. Imra stood in the silence, looking at the photograph still glowing on her phone. The override stared back at her. Timeline does not permit. Proceed with current assessment. 5 o'clock, she said. Quovyn stepped beside her. Then we have 11 hours. She turned the phone off. 11 hours to find out who wrote that note. The corridor lights hummed beyond the door, bright and waiting. Chapter 39. The corridor lights hummed, but the building itself felt suspended. Imra stood with the phone cold in her palm, the photograph still burning behind her eyes. The override. Timeline does not permit. Quovyn had not moved from where he stood beside her. His hand rested on the edge of the table, fingers spread, the crescent burn on his wrist catching the fluorescent glow. She knows, Imra said. Saskia. Yes. Saskia. Quovyn did not argue the point. He pulled out his own phone, scrolled once, and showed her the screen. A single message from the same number received 6 minutes ago. Maras called Guillaume before he came to you. Guillaume did not answer. He will not answer until you tell him otherwise. Imra read it twice. Guillaume is stalling. Guillaume is choosing a side. She looked at the time. 5:11. 49 minutes until Saskia went into transit. 11 hours until the field notes had to leave the building. We need to see the notes before we deliver them. Quovyn's jaw tightened. You have not opened them since you wrote them. No. Then we open them together. She did not answer. She did not need to. They walked, not toward the archive where Eoin would be waiting, but toward the third-floor office where the original field note still sat in the locked drawer Imra had not touched since the first week of the residency. The corridor was empty. The building had that hollow pre-dawn quality, light without warmth, silence without peace. Imra's heels clicked against the flooring in a rhythm she had learned to control, fast enough to move, slow enough to seem composed. When they reached the office, the door was unlocked. Imra stopped. I locked it, last night, before the submission. Quovyn's hand went to the frame. He pushed the door open without touching the handle, the way you check for something you already expect to find. The office was empty, but the desk drawer was open. Imra crossed the room in 4 strides and looked down. The folder was still there, the original field notes. Her handwriting on the cover page dated November 3rd from Aganish, 145 years ago. She pulled it out and held it to her chest before she opened it. Someone was here. Maratz, or someone who works for him. She laid the folder on the desk and opened it. The notes were intact, every page. Her cramped handwriting running across the margins, the diagrams she had drawn to map the witnesses' behavioral clusters, the Q7 repetition pattern she had flagged and then abandoned. And the override, still there, still unsigned. Timeline does not permit. Proceed with current assessment. Quovyn stood beside her and read it over her shoulder. The ink matches the archive copy. It would. Same pen, same hand. He was silent for a moment. Then he said, You have seen this handwriting before. It was not a question. Imra turned the page, laid her finger on the loop of the letter P in proceed. The way the descender curled back into itself, a habit, not a deliberate style. 3rd floor administrative offices, she said. The senior protocols officer who processed the original filing. I saw her handwriting on the chain of custody log when I reviewed the sealed file. Quovyn's head came up. You remember the handwriting from one log entry? I remember patterns. That's what I do. She looked at him. That's what I have always done. The problem was never the pattern recognition. It was what I chose not to do with what I saw. He held her gaze. Then we have a name. We have a starting point. She closed the folder and tucked it under her arm. The original field notes. The physical evidence the review board wanted by 17 o'clock. Outside the office window, the first gray of dawn was beginning to creep across the sky. They walked to the archive together. Ewan was at his station when they arrived, the same pale stillness in his face that he had worn when he handed Quovyn the sealed file. He did not ask why they were there. He simply pushed a piece of paper across the counter. Marta's name at the top. A timestamp, 5:23. Task Force Command confirms receipt of revised thresholds, proceeding under updated guidance. Petrovic extraction window adjusted to 14 o'clock today, requesting further joint input on concealment indicators within 72 hours. Quovyn read it first, then handed it to Imra. They are using the revision. Before the review board has even ruled on it, Marta pushed it through. Imra looked at the message again, the extraction window, the request for further input. The task force was moving faster than the Institute. They want us to keep working, she said. Yes. While the Institute decides whether to bury us, Ewan cleared his throat. Maraz has not called again, but he will, and when he does, I will have to tell him something. Tell him the truth, Imra said. Tell him we are preparing the field notes for delivery. Tell him we found what he was looking for. Ewan's expression did not change. And what did I find? Imra set the folder on the counter. She opened it to the marginalia page and turned it toward him. The override author. The protocols officer on the 3rd floor, I need her name. Ewan looked at the handwriting. He did not touch the page. Her name is Ilara Ven. Ilara Ven. She processed the VAS filing 5 years ago. She still works here. Early shift, 6 o'clock to 14 o'clock. Imra checked the time. 5:31. Ilara Ven would be arriving in 29 minutes. Then we wait. Ewan pulled the folder toward him and closed it. I will keep this safe until you need it. Imra nodded. Quovyn stood beside her, silent but present, his shoulder a breath of warmth against hers in the cold archive air. The building hummed as the lights flickered to full power. Dawn had arrived, and somewhere in the administrative offices the hand that had written the override was about to walk through the doors. Chapter 40. The archive smelled the same as it had the night of the storm. Paper dust, old glue, the faint metallic tang of filing cabinets that had not been opened in years. Imra stood at the long table where they had first traded near confessions, where the power had flickered, and she had almost told him the truth before she was ready. The same table, the same room, the same quiet hum of the building settling around them. But the field notes were under her arm now, and the override was named, and Quovyn was watching her from 3 feet away with an expression she had never seen on him before. Not guarded, not calculating, not waiting for her to make the first move. Open. What happens next? He said. If Ilara then confirms she wrote the override. Then we know who buried the caveat. We already know that. The handwriting tells us. We know who wrote it. We do not know why. She processed the filing. She saw your recommendation. She decided the timeline did not permit extended observation. Or someone told her to decide that. Quovyn nodded slowly. The scar along his jaw caught the low archive light. And if it was Maraz? Then he lied when he said he had never seen the marginalia. He lied about a lot of things. He did. The silence stretched between them, not uncomfortable, not charged with the old hostility that had defined their first weeks in this building. It was something else, something that felt like standing on the edge of a decision neither of them had spoken aloud. Aoife set the folder on the table. 29 minutes until Ilara Ven arrives. I know. I should prepare the questions, review the chain of custody protocol, make sure Arun has the folder logged properly for the handoff. You should. She did not move. Neither did he. The archive clock ticked somewhere behind her. The same mechanical sound that had marked their first late-night work session. The same rhythm, the same room, the same 2 people. But not the same. Nothing was the same as it had been before the confession, before the submission, before she had written her name beside her failure and watched him write his beside hers. You asked me a question once, she said, in the margin of the vast file. Then answer this honestly. Yes, I remember. I answered it. She reached into the folder and pulled out the page she had written on, the margin confession that had started in her office and ended in his hands. "But I never asked you one." Quovyn's eyes moved over her face. "Ask it now." She had not planned the question, had not rehearsed it, but standing in the archive where the storm had trapped them, where the power had flickered and she had almost told him the truth months too early, she knew what she needed to know. "When you read my confession, when you understood what I had done and why I had done it." She paused. "What did you feel?" He did not answer immediately. His gaze dropped to the table, to the folder, to the page in her hand. When he looked up again, his voice was different, lower, stripped of the precision he used to control every exchange. "I felt what I have been trying not to feel since the first staff meeting, which is that I know you." He said it like a confession. "Not your work, not your reputation. You. The way you think, the way you hold still when you are afraid, the way you write certainty over doubt because you cannot bear to let the doubt show. I felt that I had known you for years without ever meeting you." Imra's breath caught, "And that terrified me," he continued. "Because I came here to stop the framework, to expose the flaw, to prove that the system was dangerous, and instead I found the person who built it, and she was exactly what I had been looking for without knowing it. Quovyn. I am not finished." She waited. He stepped closer. One step, then another, until the distance between them was small enough that she could see the pulse moving in his throat. "When I read your confession, I felt grief, for the witness, for the 5 years we both spent alone with what we knew, for the version of myself that came here intending to dismantle you without understanding that dismantling you would mean dismantling the only person who has ever made me feel less alone in this work." The archive seemed to hold its breath. Imra's hand was still on the folder. She did not remember putting it there. Her fingers had found the edge of the page, as if they had been waiting for permission to touch something that mattered. "I was afraid," she said, "that you would see the confession and decide I was not worth the risk." "The risk of what?" "Of staying, of building something together, of letting this be real instead of tactical." Quovyn's hand moved, slow enough that she could have stepped back, slow enough that she could have turned the gesture into something else. He did not touch her. He laid his paw flat on the table between them, fingers spread, an invitation rather than a demand. "I am still here, because the work is not finished, because you are still here." The words hung between them, simple, unprotected, the kind of statement he would have buried under data and methodology 3 weeks ago. Imra looked at his hand on the table, the thin crescent burn on his right wrist, visible where his sleeve had pulled back, the same scar she had noticed the night of the storm. She placed her hand beside his, not touching, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his skin. "Ilara Ven arrives in 26 minutes. I know. When she confirms the override, everything changes. The review board escalates. Miraz stops pretending. The Institute becomes a war zone. I know, and we will have to choose what we are willing to lose." Quovyn turned his hand over, palm up, an open offering. "Then let us choose together." She looked at his hand, looked at his face, saw the fear he was trying not to show, the hope he was trying not to name, the exhaustion of 2 people who had spent weeks circling each other and had finally run out of reasons to pretend. "Before Ilara Ven walks through those doors," she said, "there is something I need to know. Ask. This." She gestured between them. "After everything, after the confession and the submission and the review board and whatever happens with the override, after Miraz tries to bury us and the task force moves faster than the Institute, after all of it, is this real, or is it the pressure of the work making us believe we are closer than we are?" Quovyn did not hesitate. "It is real." "How do you know?" "Because I have spent 5 years alone with what I knew, and the only thing that has made the weight lighter is carrying it with you." He said it like a fact, not a declaration, not a strategy, a fact as plain as the marginalia in the filed copy. Imra let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. 25 minutes, she said. 24 now. Then we have 24 minutes. She shifted her hand, let her fingers brush against his. A contact so light it could have been accidental. Neither of them pretended it was. Quovyn's fingers closed around hers, slow, deliberate. The first time they had touched without the excuse of handing over a file or steadying a page. The archive clock ticked, the lights hummed, and for 24 minutes they stood together in the room where their first near confession had failed, holding on to something that had finally, impossibly, begun. Chapter 41. They had 24 minutes. Imra did not count them. She felt them pass in the space between breaths, in the slow drag of the archive clock, in the way Quovyn's thumb moved across the back of her hand like he was memorizing the architecture of her bones. "You are shaking," he said. "So are you." He did not deny it. His fingers tightened around hers, and the tremor ran through both of them, carried by contact. "I do not know what happens after the doors open," he said. "I do not know if Alara then confirms the override, or if Miraz already has a statement drafted that buries us before the review board finishes reading the submission. I do not know if the task force's new guidance holds, or if the network has already found Petrovic's wife. Quovyn, I am trying to tell you that I do not know what comes next, and I am not used to saying that to anyone." She turned his hand over, traced the line of the crescent burn on his wrist, the mark she had noticed the night of the storm when they were still circling each other in the archive basement with power flickering and the wind tearing at the windows. "That night," she said, "when the power failed, you told me that pattern hunger was a researcher's most dangerous instinct, that we see connections because we need them, not because they are there. I remember. I thought you were talking about the variable. And now," she looked up. His gray eyes were steady, but she had learned to read the tension in his jaw, the way he held himself still when he was braced for impact. "Now I think you were telling me that you had already seen the connection between us, and you were afraid it was real because you did not trust yourself to recognize something true." Quovyn's breath caught, a sound so small she almost missed it. "I was afraid," he said, "that if I named it, I would have to act on it. And acting on it would mean admitting I had stopped being objective the moment I walked into that staff meeting. You defended my work before you knew me. I defended what I recognized. And what did you recognize?" He pulled her hand toward him. Not roughly, not quickly, with the same deliberate patience he used when unwrapping a sealed file, turning a page that had not been opened in years. "Someone who had buried the same thing I had," he said, and was pretending it did not weigh on her. Imra felt the words land somewhere beneath her ribs. "I did not want it to be you," she said. "When I walked into the shared office that first morning, I did not want it to be you sitting across from me. I wanted an adversary I could hate cleanly, someone I could defeat in argument and never think about again. And now?" She stepped closer. The distance between them collapsed to inches. "Now I do not know how to think about anything else." Quovyn's free hand came up. He did not touch her face. He placed his palm against the archive table beside her hip, caging her in without pressure, without demand. "Say it once," he said. "Say it plainly, so I know I am not reading patterns into something that is not there." She could have retreated, could have turned the moment into methodology, analysis, another layer of language between herself and the truth. She did not. "I trust you," she said, "not because you have given me certainty, because you have told me the truth about what you do not know, and that is the only thing that has ever felt safe." Quovyn's forehead dropped to hers. The contact was light, almost experimental, as if he was testing whether she would hold or break. She held. "Imra." "Yes. Tell me if you want me to stop." "I do not want you to stop." He closed the distance slowly enough that she could feel every millimeter of the approach. The warmth of his breath, the brush of his collar against her chin, the way his hand left the table and found her waist, fingers spreading against the fabric of her shirt as if he was steadying himself against something he had been falling toward for weeks. And then his mouth met hers. The kiss was not gentle. It carried the weight of everything they had not said. The grief of the witness, the anger at the years they both spent alone, the relief of being seen by someone who knew the worst and had not turned away, the want that had been building since the first staff meeting, denied and reframed and buried under professional language, until it had nowhere left to go but into the press of his lips against hers. Imra's hands found his chest, felt the rapid beat beneath her palms. The scar along his jaw brushed her fingers as she tilted her head, pulling him deeper. He made a sound, low and broken, the sound of something giving way. She understood it. She felt the same collapse happening inside her. The archive clock ticked, the lights hummed, and for one suspended moment, there was nothing between them except the truth they had finally stopped running from. Quovyn pulled back first. His forehead stayed against hers. His hand was still on her waist. His breathing was ragged. "I should have done that the night of the storm. You were not ready. Neither were you." She smiled, a small, unguarded thing she would not have let anyone else see. "We are both ready now." He kissed her again, quicker this time, a confirmation rather than a discovery. "We have 12 minutes, he said against her mouth. "Then we have 12 minutes. Her phone vibrated on the table. They both looked at it. The screen lit with Marta Callech's name. Imra pulled back. Her hand found the phone. Her thumb accepted the call. "Tell me." Marta's voice was clipped. Field urgency, the kind of tone that meant something had already happened while they were standing still. The task force picked up movement near the Petrowick's wife's last known position. Someone accessed the secondary location 40 minutes ago. No contact. No extraction, but the window just closed. Imra's spine straightened. "Marta, what window?" "The one we thought we had until 14 o'clock. The network found her first." The archive felt smaller. The warmth of the kiss still lingered on her mouth, but the world was already rushing back in. "We revised the guidance," Imra said. "The thresholds were corrected. The task force adopted them." The task force adopted the thresholds. The network did not wait for the review board to sign off. Quovyn's hand found hers, squeezed once. "Marta," Imra said, "what do you need from us?" "I need you in the consultation suite in 10 minutes. The task force wants a new assessment based on what the network's movement tells us about their decision logic. And I need it before they move again." The call ended. Imra stared at the phone. The archive clock read 5:57. 21 minutes until the ethics channel closed. 21 minutes until Ilara Van arrived. 21 minutes until everything they had just built together faced its first real test. She turned to Quovyn. 10 minutes. Then we have 10 minutes. He did not let go of her hand, and for one more breath, she let herself hold on to the warmth before they walked back into the war. Chapter 42. The consultation suite smelled of cold coffee and tension. Marta stood at the whiteboard, markers uncapped, her compact silhouette sharp against the half-written notes from their last session. She did not turn when the door opened. "You have 8 minutes." Imra closed the door behind them. Quovyn's hand was still warm on her lower back, the residue of the archive clinging to her skin, but she let it drop as she crossed to the table. "What changed?" Marta turned. Her dark hair was pulled tighter than before, the skin at her temples stretched. She had not slept. "The network did not extract her." Imra stopped. "They accessed the location and left?" "They accessed the location and left. No contact, no surveillance seating, no attempt to draw her out." Marta pressed a still image onto the table screen, a satellite shot of a farmhouse, roof visible through bare winter trees. "They were inside for 11 minutes. Then they drove east." Quovyn leaned over the image. His thumb traced the road leading away from the property. 11 minutes is not a search pattern. No. It is not an extraction either. No. Imra studied the image. The farmhouse stood, isolated, a single approach road, no cover within 200 meters. If the network had come to take Petrovic's wife, they would have done it in under 3. 11 minutes is a message, she said. Marta met her eyes. "That is what I told the task force. They want confirmation before they reposition." Quovyn straightened. His hand found the back of a chair, but he did not sit. "What kind of message?" Imra pulled up the second chair and sat heavily. The warmth from the archive was fading. The weight of the new problem settled into her chest. "The network wants her to know they found her. They want her to feel the proximity, the precision, the fact that someone told them exactly where she was hiding." "The internal source," Quovyn said. "Yes." Marta crossed her arms. "That is the working assumption. Someone inside the task force, inside the protection network, or inside this institute fed the location. The network did not find her through surveillance. They were too fast, too precise. They walked straight to the secondary site as if they had the address in their pocket before the car started. Imra pulled up the movement log Marta had already laid out. Timestamps, GPS coordinates, radio silence windows. The brothers' detention, she said. 48 hours before the wife's first interview. That was not intelligence gathering. That was a pressure test. Quovyn moved around the table, reading the log over her shoulder. They took the brother to see how fast the protection network would react, how far they would move the wife, how many layers they would add. And the wife's location changed twice after the brother was detained, Marta said. Each time the network was 2 days behind. Until tonight. Someone shortened the lag, significantly. Imra felt the shape of it forming. The pattern was not concealment. It was not grief. It was something older, more structured. Can I see the original Petrovic interview transcripts? Marta pulled them from her bag without comment. A thin folder, already annotated in Marta's compact hand. Imra opened it. The first interview had been conducted 3 weeks ago, 2 days after Petrovic approached authorities. The transcript was clean, structured, witness statement logic holding under pressure. The second interview, 8 days later, showed the first fractures. He starts hedging, Imra said, on question 7. The same cluster my variable was built on. Quovyn leaned in. What does he say? Nothing directly. He says he does not know the network's reach. He says he is not sure his wife understands the risk. He says she has been anxious about things that never happened before. Memory protection, Quovyn said, or narrative softening. He is preparing an explanation for why she might not cooperate. Marta shook her head. He is not preparing an explanation. He is describing what he has already seen. Imra looked up. What has he seen? His wife has been contacted. Before she went into protection, someone reached her at the primary residence and told her that if her husband testified, the network would know where she was hiding before the first protective detail was assigned. The room went quiet. She knew, Quovyn said slowly. She has known since before the first interview that the network had internal access. Yes. And she stayed. Yes. Imra set the transcript down. The pattern was not concealment. It was not grief. It was calibration. Petrovic's wife had not been running from the network. She had been waiting to see who reached her first. The task force, the protection team, or the people who had already proven they knew where she slept. She is testing the system, Imra said. She is watching to see whether protection holds, whether the task force can seal a location faster than the network can burn it. Marta's silence was confirmation. Quovyn straightened. His hand moved to the whiteboard, picking up a marker. Then we are not assessing concealment risk. We are assessing trust tolerance. Correct. Imra stared at the transcript. The variable her framework had built its predictions on measured concealment. The revision measured grief. Neither measured what was actually driving the behavior. What calibrates trust tolerance? Quovyn asked. Imra heard it. The shift. He was not asking Marta. He was asking her. Tinal density, she said. How many times the system proves itself reliable before the subject believes the pattern will hold? But there is a floor. If the system fails once, if one location burns, the subject resets to 0. And how many locations has the task force burned? They all knew the answer. Quovyn wrote the number on the whiteboard. 2. The first location Petrovic's wife was moved to after the brothers' detention. The secondary location the network accessed 40 minutes ago. 2 burns, Marta said. 2 proofs that the network's source is faster than the protection detail. She will not trust a third. Imra's phone vibrated. She looked down. Saskia Ibram. 1 line. Ilara Ven arrived early. She is in the archive with Yuan, asking to see the original field notes. The 21-minute window they had calculated had collapsed to 0. Quovyn saw her face. Imra, Marta, Imra said, standing. The trust tolerance assessment will take 40 minutes to write. You have the framework, you have the revision. Use both. If the task force wants an answer before dawn, give them the full range of outcomes, not a single recommendation. Where are you going? To find out who burned the first location. She was at the door before she finished the sentence. Quovyn followed without asking. The corridor hummed. The archive doors stood open. Chapter 43. The corridor stretched. The archive doors stood open. Imra reached the threshold before she knew what she would say. Ilara Venn already stood at the reading table, the original field notes open between her hands and Ewan's silent watch. She looked up when Imra entered. She was older than Imra remembered. Gray threaded through hair pinned tight, hands steady on the paper. Dr. Callech. Ilara. The name hung. Ilara's gaze flicked to the notes, then back. Ewan said you needed to see these before the review board arrives. I do. Imra stepped forward. Quovyn stopped at the door, positioning himself between the table and the corridor. Then answer a question first. Ilara's jaw tightened. Not anger. Preparation. When you processed the original VAS filing, Imra said, someone wrote in the margin that the timeline did not permit extended observation, beside my caveat about gift response. I remember. Did you write it? Ilara placed her palm flat against the notes. A long breath. No, the word landed like a stone. Who did? The tactical lead signed the authorization at 11:17. He was in the room when I filed the paperwork. He read the caveat. He said the operational window would not hold for extended observation. I recorded his instruction. You recorded it? Chain of custody protocol. Every marginal notation must document who directed it and why. Imra felt the shape of it. The tactical lead had known. He had seen the caveat. He had chosen to override it and logged his own instruction. Then the override was not unauthorized. No, Ilara said. It was documented. It was just wrong. The silence stretched. Why did you come early? Ilara met her eyes. Because Saskia told me what you submitted, and I wanted to see whether you had written the truth in these margins or just what the review board needed to hear. Imra walked to the table. She turned the field notes until the marginalia faced Ilara. Read it, Ilara read. Her hand moved across the page, not touching, following the lines of Imra's confession. The admission, the fear, the silence. When she finished, she looked at Imra with something that might have been recognition. You wrote it. Yes. Then you already know what I came to say. Quovyn stepped closer. Tell us anyway. Ilara straightened. The tactical lead who directed the override is still operational. He has been promoted twice since Vasa. He sits on the task force advisory board that requested the Institute's consultation. Imra felt the room tilt. He reviewed your Petrovic assessment, Ilara said. He knows the revised thresholds would implicate his original authorization. He has been waiting for someone to force the question. Quovyn's voice was careful. And now someone has. Yes. Ilara closed the field notes gently. You have until the review board arrives to decide how much of this you want to say in a recorded room. After that, the chain of custody logs become evidence, and every notation I ever made enters the formal inquiry. She turned to leave, paused at the door. Dr. Callech. Imra looked up. The tactical lead did not know the caveat was correct. He made a judgment under pressure with incomplete data. He was wrong, but he was not malicious. She met Imra's eyes. You were wrong too, and you knew it. That is the difference. She left. Imra stood alone with the field notes and Quovyn's quiet presence and the weight of a choice she had already made 3 hours before when she submitted the correction paper. Imra. She looked at him. The trust tolerance assessment. Marta is writing it. No, the decision pressure. Ilara said the tactical lead acted under pressure with incomplete data. That is the pattern. Not malice, not concealment. Decision pressure. Ingra heard it. The variable her framework measured was concealment. The revision measured grief. Neither measured what actually drove the failure. What would a decision pressure model look like? Quovyn reached for the whiteboard. Yuan kept propped against the archive wall. He wrote 4 words: constraints, information, consequences, time. Every operational decision is a vector across these 4 axes, he said. The tactical lead had limited information, severe time constraints, and consequences he framed as failure to act. He read your caveat as risk aversion, not methodological caution. Because I had not classified it as evidence. Because you had not told him it was evidence. You flagged grief response. You did not flag the false positive rate. You did not say the Q7 pattern was wrong 73% of the time under coercive pressure. Imra stared at the whiteboard. The framework had been built to predict subject behavior, not operator behavior, not the behavior of people making decisions under the same constraints. What calibrates decision pressure? Quovyn turned. Signal-to-noise ratio. How much of the available data is reliable evidence versus environmental noise? If the ratio drops below a threshold, the operator defaults to the most urgent interpretation, not the most accurate one. And the floor? One false signal, one piece of bad evidence that leads to a wrong call. After that, the operator stops trusting the signal entirely. The room went quiet. The VAS operation had been full of noise, time pressure, incomplete field data, a profile that sounded certain because Imra had removed the caveats that would have made it useful. The tactical lead had not been malicious. He had been operating in a system that told him confidence was competence. Neck up the marker. She wrote 3 words under Quovyn's 4. Recommendation. Hold. Marta's voice came from the doorway. Hold what? Imra turned. Marta stood with her tablet, dark circles under her eyes, a printout in her hand. The trust tolerance assessment. Did you finish it? Marta held up the printout. Full range of outcomes. 3 scenarios. Lowest probability is she cooperates within 12 hours. Highest probability is she burns the 3rd location and disappears before the task force can move. And the medium scenario? She tests the system again. She waits to see whether the network can reach the 3rd location before protection does. If the network wins, she stops cooperating entirely. Quovyn frowned. How long does the medium scenario hold? 48 hours. After that, her trust tolerance resets to 0, and she treats every contact as a threat. Imra looked at the whiteboard. Decision pressure, trust tolerance, signal-to-noise ratio. None of these were in the original framework. None of these were in the revision. Give the task force the medium scenario, she said. Tell them they have 48 hours to prove the system works. If they cannot seal the 3rd location before the network finds it, she is gone. Marta did not argue. You are signing off on this? Imra picked up the pen. She wrote her name at the bottom of the printout. Yes. The word felt different. Not like surrender, not like control, like honesty. Marta took the printout and left. Imra and Quovyn stood alone in the archive with the field notes and the whiteboard and the weight of a correction that had already begun reshaping everything. Saskia said Ilara arrived early. Quovyn nodded, which means the review board knows something we have not told them yet. Or they know something Saskia has not told us yet. Imra's phone vibrated. She looked down. One line from Saskia. External reviewers have flagged the old operation for formal inquiry. They want sworn testimony by Friday. Chapter 44. The revised recommendation went out at 6:47. Imra watched Marta read the final version over the tablet, her thumb scrolling slowly, her face giving nothing. The caution notes had been embedded at every threshold. Operator decision pressure flagged as a variable. Signal-to-noise ratio listed alongside concealment probability. Trust tolerance calibrated as a separate axis rather than folded into grief response. No recommendations without caveats, Marta said. You are certain about this? Imra did not look at Quovyn. I am certain about the uncertainty. Marta's thumb stopped scrolling. She looked up. The task force will have to rewrite their entire concealment strategy around this. They cannot act on the false positive cluster without acknowledging the framework was wrong about what it was measuring. Then they rewrite it. Marta held her gaze. Then she typed the transmission authorization. The tablet pinged confirmation 7 seconds later. Marta did not leave. She stood in the archive doorway, tablet pressed against her chest, and told them what the task force's first response looked like. The team leader had read the caution notes and ordered a 24-hour hold on all concealment-based movements. No extraction decisions until the revised thresholds were cross-referenced against the original interview data. They are adjusting, Marta said. They are not happy about it, but they are adjusting. Imra exhaled. The air in the archive felt thinner. Relief did not look like anything. It looked like Quovyn's hand flat on the table, palm up, waiting. She did not take it. Not yet. There is more, Marta said. Imra turned. The task force wants to know who flagged the false positive rate. They want to know why it was not in the original assessment. They want to know whether the VAS operation taught us anything. The room went quiet. They will get the correction paper, Imra said. That is not what they asked. I know. Marta studied her. Then you know they are going to want names, timelines, a chain of responsibility that ends somewhere specific. Imra said nothing. The archive floor hummed beneath her feet. The whiteboard still held Quovyn's 4 axes: constraints, information, consequences, time. The marker she had written recommendation, hold with sat uncapped on the ledge. Miraz found them at 7:12. He did not knock. He did not announce himself. He walked into the archive with his coat still buttoned and his tablet tucked beneath his arm and a look on his face that Imra had seen before. Controlled, strategic, calibrated for damage. The Petrovic recommendation has been logged with external reviewers. Marta nodded. Corrected thresholds, caution notes embedded at every decision point. Without my authorization, the task force requested direct consultation. The revised thresholds were adopted by operational command before the review board ruled. Miraz's jaw tightened. Then you are aware the Institute's publication control protocol was bypassed. I am aware the Institute's publication control protocol would have delayed the correction by 6 to 8 weeks, Quovyn said. The task force did not have that window. Miraz turned to him. Dr. Sorby, I was not addressing you. You were addressing the breach. I am telling you why it exists. The silence stretched. Miraz pulled a folded document from his coat pocket and laid it flat on the archive table. Emergency Internal Review. The letterhead was Dunwallan's. The signature line was blank. This will convene at 9 o'clock in the seminar room. All parties connected to the alternate submission channel, the revision history transfer, and the Petrovic family assessment are required to attend. He paused. Someone will answer publicly for the breach in publication control. Imra heard it. Not the truth, not the correction, the breach. Miraz was not investigating the framework's failure. He was investigating the submission. You are framing the investigation around the protocol violation. Someone transmitted institutional data through an unaudited channel, Miraz said. That is a compliance issue. The ethics review can address the methodology separately. The ethics review was filed first. The ethics review was filed at 4:59 after the submission channel was already in use. The sequence does not determine the severity. Imra stared at him. He knew. He knew the correction paper had been submitted through the Ottawa Protocol. He knew the Petrovic recommendation had been revised without his office. He knew the original VAS field notes were sitting on the archive table with her handwritten confession in the margin. He was not trying to stop the truth. He was trying to control how it was told. The review will determine whether the breach was procedural or intentional, Miraz said. If intentional, the individual responsible will face formal suspension pending external investigation. He picked up the folded document. The seminar room, 9 o'clock. Do not be late. He walked out. The archive door clicked shut. Marta broke first. He is going to pick one of you. Imra shook her head. He is going to pick whichever one of us he can isolate. Quovyn was already reaching for his phone. Saskia needs to know. She already knows. Imra held up her screen. Saskia's text from 3 minutes ago. He filed the review request before the Petrovic recommendation was logged. He has been preparing this since yesterday. Archive felt smaller. The whiteboard axes stared at her. Constraints, information, consequences, time. Miraz had all 4. Imra picked up the marker. She crossed out recommendation, hold. She wrote, "We speak together or not at all." Quovyn read it. He did not argue. 9 o'clock, he said. That gives us 90 minutes to decide what we are willing to say. Imra looked at the whiteboard, then at the field notes, then at the man who had carried the same weight for 5 years and chosen to set it down beside her instead of alone. 90 minutes, she said. And then? And then we tell the truth. She did not say, even if it costs us. She did not have to. He already knew. Chapter 45. The seminar room looked different at 9 o'clock. No screens, no whiteboards, no scatter of papers across the long table. Miraz had stripped it to furniture and light. the winter gray pressing through the windows like a held breath. Imra sat with her back to the wall. Quovyn took the chair beside her, not across. Marta settled at the far end with her tablet face up, the Petrovich transmission still open on the screen. Saskia stood by the door, coat still buttoned, arms crossed. Marat waited until the silence stretched thin. This session is not an inquiry into the methodological merits of the correction paper. It is an inquiry into the unauthorized transmission of institutional data through an alternate channel. He laid the folded document flat on the table. The submission logged at 4:59 bypassed the publication control protocol established by this institute's board. The protocol exists to ensure all materials released under Dunwallan's name have been reviewed for evidentiary completeness, institutional liability, and chain of custody integrity. Quovyn said nothing. Imra said nothing. The ethics submission has been received by the review board. Its contents will be evaluated separately. What we are here to determine is whether the breach in transmission protocol was procedural or intentional. Marta leaned forward. The transmission was intentional. The question is why. Miraz turned to her. The why is not in question. The why is that two members of this residency chose to act outside established governance. What remains to be decided is whether that choice was made in good faith or as a deliberate act of institutional defiance. Imra felt the shape of the argument before he finished it. Good faith meant negligence. Defiance meant intent. One was a reprimand. The other was a suspension. The correction paper was submitted because your office would have delayed it by 6 to 8 weeks, Quovyn said. The task force needed revised thresholds before the Petrovich extraction window closed. You know that. Mark Matchla did not look at him. I know that the task force received a recommendation with altered thresholds before the review board had an opportunity to assess the supporting evidence. I know that the annex attached to that recommendation contained materials that had been removed from the shared drive and preserved through an unauthorized duplication process. He paused. I know that the revision history of the framework in question shows a deletion pattern that spans 8 iterations over 5 years. And I know that the individual responsible for those deletions is sitting at this table. Imra held still. The room held still. The deletions were mine. Quovyn's voice cut before she could. The deletions were a response to institutional pressure, the same pressure that removed Imra's caveat from the BAS file, the same pressure that allowed a tactical override to proceed on incomplete data. Miraz turned to him. Dr. Sorby, you are not being accused of the deletions. I am not being accused of anything yet, but you are building a case that isolates one person, and I want to make sure the record reflects what actually happened. He pulled a folded sheet from his inner jacket pocket. The annex was preserved by Theodora Ucht 3 days before the submission. The revision history was indexed by UN Strath with timestamps that match every deletion event. The original VAS field notes contain marginalia that confirm Imra's caveat was overridden by tactical command. He placed the sheet on the table. The transmission was mine as much as hers. The submission channel was provided by Saskia Ibram. The decision to file before dawn was mutual. There is no primary actor here. Miraz studied him. Then he pulled the second document from his coat. Then you will not object to being named as the technical lead for the transmission. The document was a draft statement. Eva read it upside down before she could stop herself. Dr. Quovyn Sorby initiated the alternate channel submission. Dr. Imra Callech was consulted. The primary responsibility for the breach rests with Dr. Sorby. Sign it, Miraz said, and Dr. Callech faces a formal reprimand only. No suspension, no external investigation. Quovyn stared at the page. You are offering to shield her if I take the entire breach. I am offering institutional unity. Someone will answer publicly. The board needs a name. If the name belongs to the returning researcher who has already been on leave for 2 years, the damage to Dunwallan is minimized. Marta let out a breath. You are rewriting the chain of responsibility. I am protecting the framework, Moraz said. The correction paper exists. The thresholds will be implemented. The ethical question of the VAS operation will be addressed by the external review. What I am preventing is the destruction of the Institute's credibility in the middle of a live investigation. He pushed the statement toward Quovyn. Sign it, and the matter ends here." Imra stood before Quovyn could reach. "No." Moras did not move. "Dr. Callech." "No. We speak together or not at all. I wrote that on the whiteboard 90 minutes ago, and I meant it. You wrote it in marker. I will write it in blood if that is what it takes." Quovyn reached for her hand. She let him. Moras watched the gesture. "You understand what you were choosing. I am choosing the truth. The truth is that I built the flawed variable. I deleted the caveats. I let Ariane Vass die because I was afraid to admit I was wrong." She leaned forward. "The truth is that Quovyn flagged the error 3 hours before the operation shifted, and Command ignored him. The truth is that the tactical lead overrode my professional judgment on the Vass file, and that same person sits on the advisory board for the task force we are consulting." She tapped the draft statement. "The truth is that you filed this review before the Petrovic recommendation was even logged, because you have been preparing to isolate one of us since yesterday morning." Moras's jaw tightened. "The review is procedural. The review is strategic. You are not trying to protect the Institute. You are trying to protect the chain of command that authorized the Vass override." Silence. Imra could feel Quovyn's hand in hers. Moras picked up the draft statement. "Then we will proceed with a full formal investigation." He turned to Saskia. "Contact the external auditors. Tell them we require sworn testimony from every party connected to the Vass operation, the submission channel, and the Petrovic assessment." Saskia did not move. "I already have." Moras stopped. "Excuse me?" "I already have. The external reviewers have flagged the Vass operation for formal inquiry. They want sworn testimony by Friday. I informed them at 6:15 that the Institute would cooperate fully." Moras stared at her. "You informed them without consulting me." "I informed them because the alternative was the Institute suppressing evidence during a live investigation. You can frame this however you want for the internal record, but the external inquiry is already in motion." She stepped toward the table. "The question is not whether someone will answer for the breach. The question is whether you want the testimony to include evidence of the altered access logs, the missing annex, and the fact that you ordered a review before the revised recommendation was transmitted, or whether you want to cooperate and limit the damage." Moras stood frozen. The draft statement lay face up on the table. Imra looked at Quovyn. His hand was still in hers. 9 o'clock, she said. "We are already here." Quovyn nodded. "Then we stay." Moras's face went very still. "You are making a mistake." "We are making a choice," Imra said. "There is a difference." No one moved. The winter light pressed through the windows. Moras reached for the draft statement, picked it up, and folded it back into his coat. "Then the formal investigation proceeds. All parties named in the submission chain will provide sworn testimony. The external auditors will be granted full access to the archive, the revision history, and the original field notes." He paused at the door. "I hope you are prepared for what they find." The door clicked shut. Saskia exhaled. "Well, that happened." Imra looked at Quovyn. His face was calm, but she could feel the tension in his palm, the pulse at his wrist. "Sworn testimony by Friday," she said. "Sworn testimony by Friday. Can we do this?" Quovyn's thumb moved across her knuckles. "We just did." Marta stood. "I need to call the task force. They will want to know the Institute is under investigation before it reaches their intelligence channels." Saskia nodded. "I will coordinate with UN on the archive access. The auditors will want everything in order before they arrive." She looked at Imra. "Friday. Be ready to say the worst part aloud." Imra felt the weight of it. The worst part. She'd written it in the margin of the Vass file. Now she would have to say it to strangers. "I will be ready." The room emptied. The door stayed open. Imra and Quovyn sat alone at the seminar table, the winter light shifting across the wood, the draft statement gone, but the shape of it still pressed into the silence. Quovyn spoke first. "Friday." "Friday. And then?" Imra looked at the space where the whiteboard had been. "Then we see if the truth was worth it." Chapter 46. The winter light had not moved, neither had their hands. Imra felt the shape of Quovyn's palm against hers, The callus at the base of his thumb, the steady pulse that matched nothing in her chest. The door stood open. Saskia had not left. She stood at the far end of the table, tablet pressed against her ribs, watching them with something that looked like recognition. "You have approximately 4 hours before the auditors request their first interview," she said. "I would recommend using them to align your accounts." Imra did not let go of Quovyn's hand. "Our accounts are aligned. We wrote the same paper." "The paper is not the question. The question is whether your oral testimony matches the archive, the revision history, and the chain of custody." Quovyn's thumb moved across Imra's knuckles. "It will." Saskia studied them. "You understand what happens if even one detail diverges?" "Concealment inference," Imra said. "The auditors assume the gap is intentional. The burden shifts to us to prove it was memory failure or miscommunication, and by then the credibility window has closed." Saskia nodded. "Then you understand." She turned toward the door. "I will coordinate with Yuan on the archive access schedule. The auditors want everything in order before they arrive." "Saskia." She stopped. Imra pulled her hand free from Quovyn's and stood. "The vast file, the handwritten notes, the margin confession. I know. It is not a theoretical admission. It is the full record of what I knew and when I knew it." Saskia's face was unreadable. "That is why the auditors want to see you first." She left. The door settled into its frame. Imra stood at the table, her palms flat against the wood, the grain pressing into her skin. She could feel Quovyn behind her, not touching, close enough that she could feel the heat of him. 4 hours, she said. 4 hours. Can you do this? She turned. Quovyn's eyes were steady. "I have been trying to say the worst part aloud for 3 months. I think I am ready." "Even if it costs you everything?" He did not look away. "It already cost me everything once. The difference is that this time I am not carrying it alone." The corridor beyond the door was silent, but it would not stay silent. They found Marta in the consultation suite, her tablet propped against the whiteboard, the Petrovic's transmission still open on the screen. The revised recommendations sat beneath it. Marta looked up when they entered. "The task force wants a preliminary call before the audit schedule is published. They want to know whether the Institute's correction paper will affect their operational guidance before Friday." Imra sat. "Tell them it will not. The revised thresholds are already in their hands. The correction paper only explains why the original thresholds were wrong." "And if the auditors disagree?" Quovyn leaned against the wall. "Then the task force will have 2 competing assessments, one from the Institute, one from the auditors. They will have to choose which to follow." Marta's jaw tightened. "That is not a choice they want to make. Neither did we." Silence. Then Marta's phone lit up. She looked at the screen. "The auditors are here." Imra felt the words land in her chest. "Now?" "Now." They requested immediate access to the archive and the original field notes. Saskia is meeting them at the main entrance. Quovyn straightened. "And the seminar room?" "Still empty. Miraz is in his office." Imra stood. "Then we should not keep them waiting." The corridor was longer than she remembered. Every step carried the weight of the words she had written in the margin of the Voss file, the words she had spoken to Miraz, the words she had not yet said aloud to strangers. She could feel Quovyn beside her. His pace matched hers. They reached the main entrance as Saskia was leading 3 figures through the glass doors. 2 women, 1 man, all in dark coats, all carrying tablets and the flat, professional stillness of people who had done this before. The lead auditor stopped when she saw Imra. "Dr. Callech." "Yes. I am Senior Investigator Petra Dugagard. We have not met formally, but I have read your framework." Imra kept her voice steady. "Then you know why we are here." Dugagard's eyes were pale, unblinking. "I know why the auditors are here. I want to hear why you think we are here." The corridor went quiet. Imra could feel the weight of the room, the cohort's attention pressing against her from the open doors, the windows, the stairwell. She could feel Quovyn's stillness beside her. She could feel the truth she had buried for 5 years rising in her throat. "I am here," she said, "because the variable I built was flawed, because I knew it was flawed, and because I let an operational decision be made on my authority without disclosing the uncertainty." Silence. Dugagard's face gave nothing away. "And the witness?" Ariane Vass. Her death. I carry it. The words felt thin, but they were not thin. They were the first honest thing she had said to a stranger in 5 years. Dalligard studied her. Then we have more to discuss than the archive. She turned. The auditors followed. Imra stood in the entrance hall, the winter light cutting through the glass, the cold pressing against her skin. Quovyn's hand found hers. Friday, he said. Friday. Then we see if the truth was worth it. The seminar room filled slowly. Cohort members drifted in, faces tense, papers clutched against chests. Marta took a seat near the door, tablet ready. Saskia stood at the front, arms crossed, watching the room settle. Miraz entered last. He did not look at Imra. He took his place at the head of the table, the draft statement folded into his coat pocket, and nodded to Saskia. The session will begin with an account of the submission chain. Dr. Callech, you will describe the timeline. Imra stood. She felt the weight of every eye in the room. The timeline begins 3 months ago, she said, when I reviewed the Voss operation file and realized the caveat I removed from the original framework would have prevented the shift that led to the witness's death. Miraz's hand tightened on the table. The timeline ends this morning, when Dr. Sorby and I submitted the correction paper through the ethics channel because we believed the framework could not wait for institutional review. She paused. I take full responsibility for the submission. I also take full responsibility for the variable's original construction, for the caveats I removed, and for the operational confidence I projected when I knew there was uncertainty beneath it. The room was silent. Miraz leaned forward. Are you confessing to misconduct on the record? Imra met his eyes. I am telling the truth. If that is a confession, then yes, on the record. Miraz's voice was cold. Then the record will reflect that. He turned to Saskia. Enter Dr. Callech's statement into the formal investigation record. Saskia's fingers moved across her tablet. Done. Imra sat. Her hands were steady. She did not look at Quovyn. She did not need to. The truth had been spoken. Now it would live outside her. The session continued for another hour. Questions about the submission channel, the revision history, the chain of custody. Imra answered each one. Quovyn answered beside her. They did not contradict each other. They did not need to. When the session ended, the room emptied slowly. Cohort members filing past with eyes averted, whispers already forming in the corridor. Imra stayed at the table. Quovyn stayed with her. The winter light was fading. It is done, she said. It is started. She looked at him. What does that mean? Quovyn's eyes were steady. It means the truth is out. It means we have said the worst part aloud in front of people who will carry it further than we can control. It means we do not get to take it back. He paused. And it means we are still here. Imra felt the words settle in her chest. We are still here. The door opened. Saskia stood in the frame. The auditors want to see you, both of you. Now. Imra stood. She did not look back. She walked through the door with Quovyn beside her, the corridor stretching ahead, the winter light pressing through the windows, the truth still burning in her throat, and a new shadow falling across the floor before them. Chapter 47. The corridor outside the seminar room had become a hive. Imra felt it before she saw it, the shift in the air, the way voices dropped as she passed, then rose again when she was far enough away to pretend she could not hear. She had walked these halls for years. She knew their acoustics. She knew the weight of silence that meant colleagues were deciding what to say. This was different. This was the sound of a building that had caught a scent. The auditor interview had taken another 40 minutes. Dalligard had asked about the decision pressure model, about the tactical lead, about whether Imra believed the framework could be corrected without a full retraction of every assessment made under the original variable. Imra had answered each question as if she were still standing in the seminar room, still speaking truth into the record. Quovyn had answered beside her. They had not needed to check each other. When the interview ended, Dalligard had nodded once and said they would reconvene after reviewing the archive material. The door closed behind them, and the corridor swallowed them whole. They made it as far as the consultation suite before Theodora caught them. She came through the door without knocking, her dark hair pulled tight enough to stretch the skin at her temples, her tablet clutched against her chest like a shield. "You need to see this." Imra turned from the whiteboard. Theodora's face was pale. "What is it?" Theodora held out the tablet. "A message chain. Started about 30 minutes after your session ended. It has spread to half the cohort already." Imra took the tablet. The first message was from a junior analyst she barely knew, a name she recognized from the seminars but had never spoken to directly. Heard Dr. Callech manipulated Sorby from the start, used the collaboration to control what he could say. That is why they submitted together. She needed his name on the paper to protect herself. Imra scrolled. The second message was from someone in the Residency housing office. Makes sense. She has been running the show since day one. Sorby was just the vehicle. The third message was from an administrative coordinator in Miraz's office. Word is she confessed to avoid a worse charge. The auditors are going to find more. She is cutting her losses. Imra scrolled further. The thread continued. 10 messages, 15, each one adding another layer of speculation, another twist of the knife. She handed the tablet back to Theodora. "Who started it?" Theodora's jaw tightened. "I traced the origin to a private message sent to the junior analyst. The account is anonymous, newly created, but I cross-referenced the timing against the access logs." She paused. The message was sent from a device connected to the Institute network. The connection was routed through the administrative wing. Imra felt the floor shift beneath her. "Miraz. I cannot prove it yet, but the routing pattern matches the override codes used for the annex removal." Quovyn stepped forward. "Show me the log." Theodora handed him the tablet. He studied the screen, his pale gray eyes moving slowly across the data. The timestamp is consistent with the gap between Miraz leaving the seminar room and the auditors arriving. He would have had approximately 15 minutes to send the message before Dalagard's team entered the building. Imra closed her eyes. He is not trying to stop the truth. He is trying to control how it is told. Quovyn looked up. If the rumor takes hold, the cohort will treat the correction paper as a cover story rather than a correction. The auditors will hear whispers before they read the submission. Everything we built will be framed as damage control. Theodora's voice was quiet. "There is more." She pulled up another screen. The junior analyst who received the first message forwarded it to 3 other cohort members within 7 minutes. One of them sent it to an external address. Imra's eyes snapped open. "Who?" "The residency coordinator for the Nordic regional office." The corridor outside felt suddenly colder. If the rumor had reached Dalagard's office before the auditors even finished their first round of interviews, the institutional frame was already shifting. Imra took a breath. "Can you trace the external send?" Theodora nodded. "I have a partial route. The message was encrypted, but the relay server is in the same data center as the Institute's archival backup system." She paused. "Someone in Miraz's office has been feeding the coordinator information for weeks. This is not the first message." Quovyn set the tablet down. "Then we are not just fighting the rumor. We are fighting a coordinated narrative. Miraz is prepositioning the institutional story before the auditors can form their own." Imra looked at him. "He is building a version where I am the architect of the deception and you are the victim of it. That way, if the correction succeeds, he can claim I manipulated you into protecting me. If it fails, he can claim you were complicit in my cover-up. Either way, the framework is discredited. Either way, the Institute survives." She turned back to Theodora. "Can you preserve the message chain and the routing log without triggering archive alerts?" Theodora's face went still. "I can copy it to the same drive I used for the annex, but if Miraz's office is monitoring the network traffic, they will see the transfer." "Then do not transfer it. Keep it on the device, off the network." Theodora nodded. "And the external coordinator?" Imra considered. "Let the message reach its destination. If the coordinator forwards it to Dalagard's office, the auditors will see that Miraz is running a parallel narrative. They will ask where the information came from." Quovyn's voice was low. "And if they do not ask, then we tell them." The silence stretched. Theodora slipped the tablet into her coat. "I will keep watch. If there is another message, I will know before it spreads." She turned to leave, then stopped. "Imra." "Yes?" "Whoever sent that message knows the Institute's internal routing better than I do. That is not a casual leak. That is someone who has been inside the system for a long time." She left. The door closed behind her. Imra stood in the quiet of the consultation suite, the whiteboard still marked with the decision pressure model, the corridor humming with whispers she could not silence. Quovyn moved beside her. She is right. About what? About the routing. The person who sent that message knows the network architecture. They know the override codes. They know the timing of the audit schedule. He paused. Who in Miraz's office has that level of access? Imra thought. The administrative wing was small. 3 coordinators, 1 data steward, Miraz himself. She had worked with all of them for years. She knew their habits, their loyalties, their limits. None of them had the technical knowledge to route an encrypted message through the archival backup system. Except one. Theodora. Quovyn's eyes met hers. She is the only person in the administrative wing who understands the network architecture well enough to route a message through the archival backup system without triggering a trace. But she brought the message chain to us, unless she is running both sides, preserving evidence for us while feeding Miraz's narrative to the cohort. Imra shook her head. No? Why not? Because she preserved the annex before I asked her to. Because she risks her position every time she helps us. Because if she were feeding Miraz's narrative, she would not have shown me the message chain. She would have let it spread unnoticed. Quovyn studied her. You trust her. I trust what she has done. He was silent for a moment. Then the question is, who else in this building has the same access, the same knowledge, and the same willingness to use it? Imra looked at the door. There was one person who had access to the archive logs, the network overlay, and the administrative wing's communication records. One person who had been at the Institute longer than Miraz. One person who had preserved every document, every revision, every deletion. Iwan Strath, the archivist, the man who kept everything, even when others would rather the past stay buried. She found him in the archive, alone, a single lamp burning at his desk. He did not look up when she entered. Dr. Callech, a Yun. She sat in the chair across from him. I need to ask you something. He closed the folder he had been reading. Ask. Someone sent a message to the cohort 30 minutes after my session ended. They routed it through the archival backup system. They used override codes. Ewan's face did not change. You want to know if it was me? I want to know if you know who it was. He was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a tablet. I pulled the routing log 10 minutes ago. He turned the screen toward her. The message chain was displayed in full. Every hop, every relay, every timestamp. At the bottom of the log, in red, the originating device's identifier. Imra read it, and the floor dropped out from under her. The device was registered to the Institute's administrative communication system. The user was listed as Iwan Strath, but the message had been sent from a secondary account, one she had never seen before, one that matched the routing pattern of the annex removal. One that had been active for 6 months. She looked up at him. Yuan? His eyes were steady. I know. You are the one who removed the annex. I am the one who preserved it. He reached into the drawer again. The annex was removed from the shared drive at 123. I removed it. I copied it to a secure location. Then I restored the original file with a timestamp that shows Miraz's override code, not mine. He paused. Then I sent the message to the junior analyst, from Miraz's personal account. Imra stared at him. You framed Miraz. I preserved the truth. For how long? Yuan leaned back in his chair. 6 months, since the coordinator from the Nordic regional office contacted me, asking about the VAS operations archive status. I realized Miraz was planning to control the narrative. So I built a secondary system, one he does not know exists. He met her eyes. I am not your enemy, Dr. Callech. I am the reason the truth did not die in the archive. Chapter 48. Imra sat in the archive chair and did not speak for a long moment. Yuan watched her with the patience of someone who had already calculated every response she might give. You have been operating against Miraz for 6 months. I have been operating for the record, he said. Those are not the same thing. She thought of every document she had signed, every revision she had filed, every conversation she had trusted the archive to hold without her knowing it was being preserved by a secondary system she had never been told existed. The Nordic coordinator, she said. What did they ask you for? Confirmation that the original VAS field notes still existed, whether the chain of custody log had been altered, whether anyone had requested sealed access in the previous 12 months. And you told them. I told them the truth. Imra's hands were flat on the table. She looked at them as if they belonged to someone else. Quovyn needs to see this. Iwan nodded. She called him. The line connected on the first ring. I need you in the archive. Now? Now. He arrived in under 3 minutes, saw Imra at the table, saw Iwan across from her, saw the tablet between them. He sat without asking. Tell me. Iwan spoke first. I have been running a secondary preservation system for 6 months. The rumor message was sent from Miraz's personal account on my instruction. The annex was removed by me, preserved, then restored with Miraz's override timestamp to frame him for the removal. Quovyn's expression did not change. Who instructed you? The Nordic Regional Office Coordinator. Why? Because they wanted to know whether the Institute would bury the VAS operation or allow it to be examined. They needed someone inside to preserve what Miraz would try to destroy. Quovyn leaned back, and you agreed. I agreed to preserve the truth, not to serve the coordinator's agenda. I do not know what they intend to do with the information. I only know that if it disappeared, no one would ever be able to answer what happened. Imra looked at the tablet between them. Show us the access logs. UN pulled up the routing data. The message chain was laid out in full. Every hop, every relay, every timestamp, every device identifier. At the top of the chain, the originating instruction. Not a message to the cohort. An instruction to remove the Petrovic Family Assessment Annex from the shared drive. The user was listed as a senior administrative coordinator in Miraz's office. The instruction was timestamped 1:18, 5 minutes before the annex was removed. Under it, a second entry. The instruction to send the rumor message, routed through the same coordinator's device at 10:03, immediately after Imra's session ended. Both instructions carried Miraz's authorization code. Imra read the name. She knew her habits, her loyalty to procedure, her tendency to follow orders without asking why. Lenin Vickers, Quovyn said. Imra nodded. She has been Miraz's administrative coordinator for 9 years. She processes his communications, files his authorizations, manages his calendar. She is not the architect, Yuan said. She is the instrument. Imra looked at the timestamps again. 1:18. The annex removal instruction, 10:03, the rumor message instruction, both under Miraz's authorization code, both routed through Vickers' device. She removed the annex under direct instruction, Quovyn said. She sent the rumor the same way. She did not know what she was preserving or destroying, Imra said. She only knew she was following orders. Yuan's face was still. That does not make her innocent. No, Imra said. But it makes her replaceable. She looked at the access log again. The instruction chain was clean, every step documented, every authorization logged. Miraz had built his control system to be deniable. He never touched the evidence himself. He used a coordinator who would follow orders without question, and an archivist who would preserve everything, even when it meant framing his own director. But Uman had broken the chain. He had preserved the annex before Vickers' instruction could be fully executed. He had sent the rumor message from Miraz's account, not from Vickers' device. He had redirected the blame. Vickers does not know the message came from Miraz's personal account, Imra said. She thinks it came from his device, Uman said. She logged the instruction as received and processed. She did not verify the sending account. Which means she thinks she followed his orders. Which means she is compromised. Quovyn was looking at the tablet. If Vickers is questioned, she will say Miraz ordered the removal and the rumor. She has the logged instructions to prove it. But the instructions were written by Miraz's authorization code, not by his hand. Imra understood. Miraz can deny it. He can claim the code was used without his knowledge, that someone accessed his account, that Vickers acted on forged instructions. And Vickers takes the fall? Unless we can prove the instructions came from his device at a time when no one else had physical access. Yuan pulled up another log. Miraz's office access record, 115 to 122. Miraz's keycard logged entry at 115, exit at 122. The instruction was sent at 118, Someone could have used his card. His personal override code requires biometric verification. Imra looked at the log. Then Miraz removed the annex himself. He used Vickers to route the instruction, but he was in his office at the time of the removal. Quovyn's voice was quiet. Which means he planned this before the submission, before the session, before any of us knew the auditors were coming. Imra thought of the Petrovic recommendation, the revised thresholds, the correction paper. Miraz had been preparing his counter-narrative for hours before they submitted. He had not been reacting to their moves. He had been lawing his own. "We need to confront Vickers," she said. "Not yet," Yuan said. "Why?" "Because the courier packet arrived 10 minutes ago." He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a sealed envelope. The stamp was from the cross-border task force. The routing code matched the Petrovic case file. It was addressed to both of them. Imra took the envelope. The seal was unbroken. She looked at Quovyn. He nodded. She broke the seal. Inside was a single folder, a timeline memo, dated 3 days before the Voss operation. Imra opened it, read the first line. Her hand went still. The memo showed that field doubts about the old operation had been raised earlier than the Institute's official archive reflected. A warning notation had been made by an analyst in the Nordic Regional Office, identifying the same concealment variable flaw Quovyn had flagged 3 hours before the operation shifted. The notation had been logged, filed, and then removed from the main record by someone at Dunwallan, before the operation, before the death. Imra looked up. Someone at this institute knew the variable was flawed before Ariane Vass died. Quovyn's face was pale. They suppressed the warning. They buried it. Yuan's voice was flat. And the courier packet is the proof. Imra looked at the folder again. The notation was signed with initials she did not recognize, but the routing number was familiar. It matched the authorization code for the annex removal, the same code Miraz had used at 118. She looked at Quovyn. Miraz did not just bury the evidence after the death. He buried the warning before it even reached operational command. But Quovyn's voice was low, which means he knew the variable was unsound before you ever submitted your profile. Imra felt the room tilt, which means he let the operation proceed with a flawed assessment, knowing the flaw existed, and then buried the evidence that could have stopped it. Yuan looked at the folder, and the person who signed the suppression order is still in this building. Imra read the initials again. She knew them. She had seen them on the chain of custody log for the Voss file. The same handwriting, the same slant. She looked up. Lena Vickers. Wien's face did not change. She signed the suppression order. Quovyn's voice was sharp. Under Miraz's instruction, or under her own initiative. Imra closed the folder. Then we have 2 targets. Or 1 chain. She looked at Quovyn. We confront Vickers. Not yet. Then when? Quovyn held her gaze. When we have the full chain, the warning notation, the suppression order, the annex removal, the rumor campaign, all of it linked to the same authorization code, the same timeline, the same hands. Yuan spoke. I have the annex, I have the revision history, I have the access logs, but I do not have the original suppression order. That document is not in the Institute's archive. Then where is it? The courier packet is the only copy. It was sent to the task force by an analyst who knew it would be removed from the official record. They preserved it separately. Imra looked at the folder in her hands. The weight of it felt different now. This was not just evidence. It was a lifeline, and the person who sent it knew exactly what they were doing. Before she could speak, Yuan's phone vibrated against the table. He looked at the screen. It is the front desk, he answered. Listened. His face tightened. He hung up. Who was it? The courier who delivered the packet. He is dead. Imra's blood went cold. He was found in his vehicle in the Institute parking lot. Cause of death not confirmed. But the timing. Yuan looked at the folder. Someone knew this packet was coming. Quovyn reached for Imra's hand. She let him. The folder sat between them. A warning from the dead. Chapter 49. The folder sat open on the archive table. Imra had not moved since she read the first line. The timeline memo lay exposed beneath the desk lamp, the paper thin and brittle at the edges, as if someone had folded and unfolded it many times before sealing it in the courier packet. 3 days before the VAS operation, she read the notation again. The analyst in the Nordic regional office had flagged the same concealment variable flaw, used almost the same language Quovyn had used 3 hours before the operation shifted, the same structure, the same uncertainty waiting. The notation had been logged at 14:17 on November 3. It had been removed from the main record at 14:52, 35 minutes. Quovyn stood beside her, his breath shallow. He had not taken his eyes off the memo since she opened it. 35 minutes, he said. They read it, logged it, and buried it before the end of shift. Wim mended his desk, hands flat on the surface. The timing matches the chain of custody gap I found 6 months ago. A 30-minute window where the file was checked out of digital storage and returned with no modification logged. I assumed it was a routing error. He looked at the folder. It was not an error. Imra turned to the second page. The suppression order, signed by Lena Vickers, authorization code matching Murad's override. But the signature line had a notation beneath it, written in the same hand as the original suppression. Verbal directive received 14:05. Directive origin, executive. Imra read it aloud. Executive. Quovyn's voice was flat. That could mean Muraz, or it could mean someone above him, the Institute board, a regional director. Ewan shook his head. The board does not involve itself in operational file management. If Vickers logged a verbal directive from an executive, the executive is inside Dunwallan, operational chain. Imra looked at the memo again, the analyst's initials at the bottom. 2 letters she did not recognize, but the routing number beside them matched the same code used for the annex removal, the rumor message, the suppression order. 1 code, 1 chain, 3 different hands. She looked at Quovyn. The analyst who flagged the flaw. They preserved this copy separately. They knew it would be removed from the official record, which means they knew who would remove it. Or they knew the system. Ewan's voice was low. The Nordic coordinator asked me about the VAS archive 6 months ago. They did not say why, but they knew something was buried. They have been waiting for someone to dig it up. Imra turned back to the memo. There was a second notation at the bottom, added later in different ink. Original warning memo retained by author. No copy preserved in main file. She read it twice. The original warning memo is missing. The analyst who flagged the flaw kept a personal copy, but the Institute never received it. The main file contains only the notation that the warning existed, not the warning itself. Quovyn leaned closer. Which means we have proof that a warning was logged and removed, but we do not have the actual warning content. The analyst who wrote it preserved their own copy separately. And they sent this timeline memo to the task force, not the warning itself. Ewan spoke. The courier packet was meant to show us the suppression pattern, not the substance. The task force analyst who sent this knew we would need to see the chain before we could trust the content. Imra looked at the folder. The weight of it shifted again. This was not just evidence. It was an invitation to find the original warning memo, to see exactly what the analyst had written, to know who chose confidence over caution first. She looked at the initials again. 2 letters. She did not recognize them. But Quovyn's face had gone still. What? He pointed at the initials. I know that handwriting. Whose? He did not answer immediately. He reached into his coat and pulled out his notebook, flipped to the back page, a list of names, handwritten. He held it beside the memo. The same slant, the same pressure, the same way the final letter curved upward before the pen lifted. He looked at Imra, the analyst who flagged the flaw, the one who preserved this timeline memo, the one who sent the courier packet. He paused. It is the same person who contacted the Nordic coordinator 6 months ago. Imra went cold. The Nordic coordinator is the analyst? No. The coordinator forwarded the quest, but the handwriting on the original inquiry. He pointed at the memo. This is the same hand. He once stood. Which means the analyst who flagged the flaw 6 years ago is still working within the regional network. They have been tracking the suppression since the beginning, and they sent this packet to us. Quovyn closed his notebook. They wanted us to know who we are really fighting. Ira looked at the initials again. 2 letters. She would find the name, she would find the analyst, and she would find the original warning memo. Before the chain closed again, before someone else died. She reached for her phone. "We need to call the Nordic coordinator. Now." Hewan raised a hand. "The courier is dead." Someone knew the packet was coming. If we call the coordinator from the Institute network, they will know we have the memo. Then we call from off-network. Where? She looked at Quovyn. The consultation suite. No cameras, no network logs. He nodded. They moved. But before they reached the door, Yuan's phone vibrated again. He looked at the screen. "It is the front desk again," he answered. Listened. His face tightened. Understood. He hung up. "What?" "The police have arrived. They are securing the parking lot. They want to speak to everyone who had contact with the courier this morning." Imra looked at the folder in her hands. The memo, the suppression order, the initials. "We are the last people who touched the packet, which means we are the first people they will question." Quovyn reached for her hand. She let him. The folder sat between them, a warning from the dead. And now the living were asking questions they could not answer without revealing the chain. She looked at Yuan. "How long do we have?" 10 minutes, maybe less. She looked at Quovyn. "We call the Nordic coordinator first, then we talk to the police. And if the coordinator does not answer, then we walk into that interview holding the only copy of evidence someone already killed to suppress." She did not say the rest aloud, but she did not need to. If the coordinator did not answer, they were the only witnesses left, and the chain was not finished. Chapter 50. The consultation suite hummed with empty light. Imra set the folder on the table, spine cracking against the laminate surface. The timeline memo lay beside the suppression order, 2 documents separated by 6 years and 1 dead courier. Yuan stood at the door, hand still on the handle. "We have 9 minutes. She looked at Quovyn. "We call the coordinator first." He was already reaching for the off-network phone in his coat. A burner, unregistered. He'd carried it since the storm night, she realized. Since before she trusted him. He stopped with his hand halfway out. "Yuan, before I dial, what else is in your preservation system?" The archivist did not answer immediately. He stepped inside and closed the door. The lock clicked. The annex, the revision history, the access logs, the rumor chain. And? Un's face tightened. And the original archive structure from before the compliance reorder. Ira went still. "What reorder?" "After the Voss operation, 17 days after, a compliance directive was issued requiring the archive to be reorganized under a new classification system. The directive was signed above Miraz level." Quovyn lowered his hand. "Above Miraz level? Who?" "The signature is a routing code, not a name. Someone in the oversight board authorized the reorder, but the archive was reorganized by Dunwallan staff." "What did they reorder?" Yuan's gaze moved to Imra. "They changed the sequence. Documents that were filed before the operation were moved after it in the digital index. The physical archive was reshelved to match. Anyone searching the records by timestamp would see the warning notations as post-operation filings." Imra's throat tightened. "They reversed causality. They made it look like the warnings came after the death." "Yes." Quovyn set the Brunner phone on the table. "How many documents were moved?" 47. Notes, flag notations, internal memos, 1 partial analyst report. All filed before the operation in the original sequence. All moved to dates after November 6 inches, the reordered index. "And the original sequence, you preserved it?" Yuan nodded. "Before the compliance team reached the archive, I had 3 hours notice." "From who?" "The Nordic coordinator. They sent a sealed message through the regional courier system, not the Institute network, a physical envelope. It said the archive would be reorganized within 72 hours, and if I wanted to preserve the original chain, I should copy it before the compliance team arrived." Imra pressed her palms flat against the table. The coordinator knew. 3 years ago, they knew the archive would be reordered. They knew it was coming. They did not know who authorized it. "But you preserved the original sequence." I preserved both versions. The reordered index is what sits in the archive now. The original sequence is in my secondary system. Every document, every timestamp, every chain of custody log. Quovyn picked up the burner phone. If we produce the original sequence, it proves the archive was altered. It proves someone above Miraz participated in the suppression. It proves the reorder happened. It does not prove who authorized it. The routing code on the compliance directive leads to a dead office. The oversight board dissolved the year after the vast operation. No surviving members. Imra looked at the suppression order on the table. The notation beneath Vickers' signature. Verbal directive received 1405. Directive origin, executive. The same pattern. Verbal directives, routing codes, no names. The chain is designed to survive investigation by being unreadable. Everyone who touched it can point to someone else. The only people who cannot point are the ones at the bottom. Vickers and the Courier. The silence stretched. Imra reached for the folder. We take it all. The original sequence, the reordered index, the compliance directive. We handed to the auditors with the timeline memo and the suppression order. Saskia would be at the consultation suite by now. Or arriving. She had said she would coordinate the police access. And if the auditors ask who authorized the reorder, we tell them we do not know, because we do not. Ewan shook his head. They will ask who preserved the original sequence. They will ask why I did not report the reorder at the time. What will you tell them? That I was protecting the record, that I chose preservation over compliance because the compliance directive was unsigned and the institutional memory was being rewritten. Imra studied him. You knew this moment was coming. When you preserved the original sequence, you knew you would eventually have to explain it. I hoped I would not have to, but I prepared. Quovyn set the burner phone down. We call the coordinator, he dialed. The line clicked once, twice, 3 times. A voice answered low and clipped. This line is not secure. We know. We have the Courier packet, the timeline memo, the suppression order. A pause. Then you know what happened. We know part of it. We need the rest. Another pause. The original warning memo, the one the analyst preserved, it is not in the Courier packet. Where is it? I will not tell you over this line, but I will tell you this. When the auditors ask for sworn accounts, do not lie, do not omit, do not protect anyone above Miraz. The chain extends higher than you think, and the people at the top are watching to see who breaks. The line went dead. Quovyn lowered the phone. They are not going to give us the memo. They gave us the next best thing, a warning. Imra looked at the folder. The decision pressure model, the reordered archive, the compliance directive, the suppression order. They had enough to prove the institutional pattern, but not enough to name the person at the top. A knock at the door, Saskia's voice low and sharp. Police are inside. They are asking for the last people who touched the Courier packet. Imra looked at Quovyn. He reached for her hand. She let him. Saskia opened the door. Her gaze moved across the table. The folder. The burner phone. The two of them standing side by side. I need to know what you are carrying before you walk into that interview. Imra met her eyes. The timeline memo, the suppression order, the access logs, and the original archive sequence from before the compliance reorder. Saskia's face changed. You have the original sequence. I had preserved it. Saskia looked at the archivist. That is the one document that can prove the reorder was deliberate, not a filing error, not a bureaucratic merge, a deliberate reversal of causality. I know. The external investigators will demand sworn accounts of who knew about that reorder and when. They will ask every person in this room whether they participated in or observed the reclassification. Reach nodded. I will tell them I preserved the original sequence and did not report the reorder at the time. That is a violation of protocol. You could face professional sanctions. I know. Saskia turned to Imra. And you? When they ask you whether you knew the archive had been reordered before tonight, what will you say? Imra did not hesitate. I will say I learned it tonight, and I will hand them the original sequence without condition. Saskia held her gaze. Then she stepped aside. The police are in the east corridor. They will separate you. They will ask the same questions in different orders. Do not speculate. Do not interpret. Stick to what you have in your hands. Imra picked up the folder. Quovyn moved beside her. They walked through the door together. Chapter 51. The police interview room smelled of disinfectant and old coffee. Imra set the folder on the table, spine aligned with the edge, and waited while Saskia arranged the recording device. Two officers stood by the door. One had her arms crossed. The other kept his gaze on the folder. Saskia spoke first. Dr. Callech is here voluntarily. She will answer your questions. She will also produce evidence relevant to the Courier's delivery route this morning. The officer with crossed arms tilted her head. We need to establish contact with the deceased first. Timeline, location, anyone who handled the packet. Imra opened the folder. I received it from Yuan Strath at approximately 6:40. I opened it in the consultation suite with Dr. Sorby present. We read the contents. We did not modify them. What were the contents? A timeline memo dated November 3, 5 years ago. A suppression order signed under an authorization code. Access logs from the Institute archive. And a copy of the original archive index before compliance reorder. The officer's arms uncrossed. You are describing evidence from an operation 5 years old, not the Courier's delivery this morning. The Courier delivered it. Someone killed him to prevent that delivery. I am telling you what was worth killing for. The room went still. The second officer spoke. Do you have any reason to believe the Courier's death is connected to a current operation? Imra thought of Petrovic's wife, the secondary location, the 11-minute breach. I believe the person who ordered the Courier killed is still inside this building, and I believe they are watching to see whether we tell the full truth or the safe version. Saskia stepped in. My client will provide a full written account, but she needs to complete a sworn statement for a separate investigation before the day ends. I am requesting that these interviews be sequenced to allow that. The first officer nodded. We will take the folder as evidence. You will each give separate accounts, then you are free to attend the other proceeding. Imra's hand stayed on the folder. This evidence needs to reach the external auditors by 17 o'clock. If you impound it, you delay their investigation. Then you better give a fast account. They split her from Quovyn. She knew they would. Saskia had warned. Same questions, different orders, no time to align notes. The officer sat across from her with a notepad. When did you first learn the Courier was dead? UN Strath received a call at approximately 7:10. He told us. What was your immediate reaction? That someone knew the packet was coming. Why would anyone kill a courier to stop a document delivery? Marta met her gaze. Because the document proves the Institute knew the variable was flawed before the witness died, and that knowledge was suppressed by someone with enough authority to override an operation. The officer wrote something. You are the forensic psychologist who built the framework. I am. And you are telling me the framework was flawed. I am telling you I built the variable that failed under pressure, that I knew it might fail and did not stop the operation, that the Institute knew it might fail and suppressed the warning anyway. The officer's pen paused. That is a confession of misconduct. It is a statement of fact. Whether it becomes a confession depends on what the auditors decide. They kept her for 40 minutes. Same questions, different angles. When did you know? What did you do? Who else knew? Why did you not stop it? She answered each one the same way. No speculation, no interpretation, just the sequence. When Saskia finally opened the door, Imra's throat was dry and her hands were cold. Quovyn waited in the corridor. His face told her nothing. The officers kept Ewan in the room and closed the door. Saskia led them to an empty office 3 doors down. You held, Quovyn said it flat. Imra nodded. You? Same. They asked about the archive reorder. I told them the original sequence existed and Ewan preserved it. They will ask him why he did not report it. He already decided how to answer that. Saskia closed the door. The auditors are ready. They have set up in the seminar room. They want you both present within the hour. Imra looked at the window. The light had shifted. Morning was burning toward noon. They will separate us again. They will try. And if we refuse? Saskia's mouth tightened. You cannot refuse a sworn inquiry. But you can insist on a joint session and state that your testimony is interdependent. Quovyn moved closer. We submit the correction as a single document. We answer as a single source. If they split us, they break the coherence of the record. Saskia considered it. I can argue that the paper is joint by design, and that separating the authors would fragment the evidentiary value. But I need you to agree that if one of you hesitates, the other does not correct. You hold the same line, or you hold none. Imra looked at Quovyn. He held her gaze. We already agreed. Together or not at all. Saskia pulled the tablet from her bag. Then let me prepare you for what they will ask. She laid out the structure. 3 phases. First, the variable itself, how it was built, why it was flawed, when she knew. Second, the suppression chain, the warning, the removal, the authorization codes, the courier's packet. Third, the live case, whether the Petrovic's assessment had been contaminated by the same flaw. Imra answered each point in sequence. She did not pause. She did not soften. When she finished, Saskia set the tablet down. There is one question they will ask that you have not answered aloud to anyone except each other. Imra knew which one. The question of the witness, Ariane Vass. They will ask whether you believe your framework killed her. They will want you to say the words on the record in a room where the transcript cannot be revised. Quovyn spoke before Imra could. She does not have to answer that. She will have to. They will ask directly. Imra felt the weight of it. The name, the face, the photograph she had kept turned down in her desk drawer for 5 years. She opened her mouth to answer. The door opened. Marta Callech stood in the frame, tablet in hand, face pale. I need you both, now. Imra turned. What happened? The Petrovic wife. She moved. Moved where? Away from the 3rd location. She did not wait for extraction. She left the perimeter 30 minutes ago and crossed into unmonitored terrain. Quovyn straightened. That was not in any scenario. It was not supposed to be. The medium scenario gave us 48 hours. She broke at 14. Marta held up the tablet. There is more. She sent a message before she went dark. 1 word, directed to the task force command channel. Imra felt her chest tighten. What word? Marta met her eyes. Run. Chapter 52. Marta's tablet screen glowed in the dim corridor light. Imra read the message twice. 1 word. Run. The task force command channel would have scrambled the moment it arrived. Every analyst, every tactical lead, every duty officer staring at the same syllable and trying to parse whether it was warning, plea, or trap. When did she send it? Marta checked the timestamp. 23 minutes ago. Command held the channel open for 12 minutes, hoping for a second transmission. Nothing. Quovyn moved to the window. She did not send it to her husband. She sent it to command. That is the protocol channel. Yes, she had a direct line to the people coordinating her protection, and she used it to tell them to run. Imra felt the shape of it forming. The wife had known about the network's internal access from the beginning. She had tested the protection system twice and watched 2 locations burn. She had cooperated within narrow parameters, never fully trusting, never fully fleeing. Until now. She is not running from the network. Marta turned. What? She is running from us. From the institution that was supposed to protect her and failed twice. She sent the warning to command because she believes the threat is inside the system, not outside it. Quovyn came back from the window. That fits the revised thresholds. Her trust tolerance collapsed when she realized the same architecture that failed the Voss witness was coordinating her own protection. Marta's face tightened. The task force will not accept that interpretation. They need a moving target they can track. Then give them one. Imra crossed to the whiteboard still propped against the wall from earlier sessions. She picked up a marker and drew the axis. Time horizontal, trust vertical. The medium scenario assumed her breaking point would come from external pressure. Network closure, offender movement, resource attrition. We modeled the offender's behavior, not hers. She marked the 14-hour point. She broke because the internal exposure became visible to her. She saw the pattern, the courier, the suppression order, the archive reorder. She does not know the details, but she felt the shape of it. Marta stepped closer. You are saying she read our institutional failure faster than we did? She is a logistics coordinator's wife. She has spent years watching how systems conceal their weak points. She knows what suppressed warnings look like from the outside. Quovyn picked up the second marker. Then the question is not where she will go, it is what she believes she is fleeing. He drew a second curve beneath Imra's, declining trust, accelerating after the second burned location. If she thinks the threat is institutional, she will not move toward another protection site. She will move away from any location linked to the task force, the institute, or any agency that has touched the Voss case. Marta pulled out her phone. I need to tell Command to widen the search parameters. Tell them to shift sectors. Marta stopped. Imra set the marker down. The original route corridor assumed she would move east toward the border. That is where the network's known assets are positioned. That is where the task force concentrated its aerial coverage. The alternative route went south. South is still within the operational zone, still within the footprint of agencies that contracted with Dunwallan. Quovyn traced a line north on the whiteboard. She has unmonitored terrain to the north, no task force assets, no extradition treaties that move faster than a person can walk. If she crossed at the right point, she could reach a jurisdiction that has not adopted the framework and does not share intelligence with the agencies that did. Marta's phone buzzed. She read the screen. Command is reporting a sighting. Thermal signature moving through the northern tree line, 4 kilometers from the last known position. Imra felt the air shift. That is not her. Quovyn looked at her. If she predicted the institutional response, she also predicted they would find a decoy route first. The thermal signature is a misdirection. She sent the message to Command knowing they would track her movement pattern and focus on the most visible heat source. Marta lifted the phone again. Then where is she? Imra looked at the whiteboard. The trust curve, the 14-hour break, the word run. She is not moving through terrain. She is moving through information. She knows how the network thinks because she has been inside the protection system long enough to map its blind spots. Quovyn studied the axis. If she is not the thermal signature, she is something else. A renter, a relative, a stranger whose car she bought for cash 3 days ago and left in a lot with the keys under the mat. Marta's phone buzzed again. She read it and went still. Command lost the thermal signature. It crossed a creek bed and did not emerge on the other side. They did not lose it. They were never tracking her. Imra turned from the whiteboard. She is already through the northern corridor. She was through it before the message reached Command. The run was not a warning. It was her exit signature. Marta lowered the phone. If she is through the corridor, she is outside the task force jurisdiction within the hour. She is already outside it. Quovyn said it quietly. She sent the message from unmonitored terrain. She was already gone when she told them to run. The room held silence. Imra looked at the whiteboard, the 2 curves, the broken timeline, the 14-hour collapse of a scenario designed to last 48. She had built a framework to predict witness behavior under pressure. She had never accounted for what happened when the witness learned to predict the framework. Marta's phone lit up again. She read it without speaking, then held the screen out. A single image. Grayscale. Time-stamped 14 minutes ago. Thermal capture from a border checkpoint camera. A figure at the edge of frame. Small, hooded, moving through a gap in the fencing where the sensor array did not reach, heading north. Command wants to know what she will do next. Imra stared at the image. She already told us. She looked up. She is not running from the network. She is going to meet someone who already crossed before her. Quovyn's voice went flat. Who? We are looking in the wrong country. She tapped the image. She is not fleeing alone. Someone on the other side has been expecting her. Chapter 53. Marta listened to the phone with her jaw set. The voice on the other end was indistinct, rapid, pushing back. No, I understand that. Marta's thumb pressed against the table edge. But the original corridor assumption is compromised. She is not moving east. She is not moving south. The thermal signature was a decoy, and if we keep assets concentrated on the eastern route, we will lose the window entirely. A pause, longer than an acknowledgement. Marta closed her eyes. I am telling you the analysis has shifted. The assessment that came out of this building 12 hours ago was based on a framework that did not account for subject adaptation. I have 2 analysts in the room who have already revised the model in real time. If you want the new parameters, you need to authorize a sector reallocation. The voice on the other end rose. Marta opened her eyes. Then put me through to someone who can. She waited. The room held its breath. Marta hung up. The duty coordinator will not reallocate without a written advisory from the Institute stating the original assessment was unstable. Imra felt the weight of the words. That takes hours. Longer, because the advisory has to go through Miraz's office before it reaches command. Protocol requires director-level sign-off on any reversal of operational guidance. Quovyn set the marker down. Then we bypass the protocol. Marta looked at him. We are not inside the protocol anymore. She is across the northern corridor. The agencies that adopted the framework are still looking east. They will not find her because they are looking where the model told them to look, and the model was wrong about her from the beginning. Imra watched the whiteboard, the 2 trust curves, the 14-hour break. She did not break because the network found her. Quovyn turned. She broke because she realized the pattern, the Courier, the suppression order, the archive reorder. She saw the architecture and recognized it. She had been inside it long enough to know what it looked like when an institution was protecting itself instead of her. Marta's phone buzzed again. She read it, exhaled, and set it face down on the table. Command wants to know why she used the word run instead of help or network. They think it could be a coded signal to someone inside the task force. It is not a signal. Quovyn's voice had gone still. It is a description. He walked to the edge of the whiteboard where the thermal capture image lay beside the timeline memo. He studied the wife's message. Run. Single-word transmissions are not signature behavior for a logistics coordinator's spouse under threat. They are not the language of someone who has been coached to use the protection team's communication protocols. Imra felt the shift in his tone. What are they? Survival language, synchronized. She compressed everything into one word because she did not have time for more, but also because she knew the word would be read and acted on. She built the message for the reader. Marta picked up the phone. Command is asking again. They want us to confirm whether she is sending instructions to someone inside the network. She is not sending instructions. She is telling them what she sees. Quovyn set the thermal capture down. The question is, what she saw that made her use that word. The room went quiet. Imra looked at the message again, the single word, the 14-hour break, the decoy thermal signature, the gap in the sensor array. She did not learn that language from the network. Quovyn was watching her now. She learned it from the file. Which file? The VASIV file. He pulled the timeline memo from the folder and laid it flat beside the thermal capture. In the suppression order notation, the analyst who flagged the flaw used the same phrasing, single word, no modifier, no explanation, just one term that carried the full weight of the warning. Imra leaned over the table. The notation was still there in the chain of custody record. Warning, variable failure probability exceeds threshold. Recommend operation halt. Then, in the margin, a single line of handwriting. Run. The analyst who flagged the flaw used that word. Quovyn's voice was barely above a whisper. Petrovic's wife could not have seen the suppression order. It was sealed before she entered protection. But she saw something else. She saw the same institutional response pattern that the analyst recognized 5 years ago. Imra felt the temperature drop. Someone taught her what to look for. She taught herself. Quovyn's hand rested on the memo. Or someone who had seen it before told her what the pattern looked like. The Courier arrangement, the archive reorder, the gap between promise and delivery that widens the longer you stay inside the system. Marta's phone buzzed for the 3rd time. She did not pick it up. Then the question is not where she is going. Imra said it slowly, the shape of the answer forming in her chest. The question is who crossed first? Who has been waiting for her on the other side of that sensor gap? Quovyn looked at the timeline memo, the handwritten marginal phrase, the same word, the same compressed warning. Someone who knew what the Institute would do before the Institute did it. The room held still. Imra looked at the wife's message again, one word, the same word the analyst had written in the margin of a suppression order 5 years earlier. She had not learned that language from the network. She had learned it from the pattern of institutional failure that the analyst had named. and that Dunwallan had buried. And if she had recognized the pattern, she had also recognized who would be next to run. Imra lifted her head. "We are not looking for a witness." The silence stretched. "We are looking for someone who has already decoded the system from the inside." Quovyn's hand was motionless on the memo. "Which means we are also looking for someone who knows who killed the courier. Someone who knows what came after the suppression order. Someone who knows the full chain." Marta's phone buzzed again. No one answered it. The thermal capture image lay beside the timeline memo, 2 documents separated by 5 years, connected by a single word that had traveled across time and was still moving north. And question hanging above them all was whether the wife had learned that word from the file or from someone who had already survived what the file described. Chapter 54. The room had gone still around the question no one had answered. Marta's phone buzzed again. She silenced it without looking at the screen. "The harm statement," Saskia said quietly from the doorway. She had not left after the briefing. She had stayed, arms crossed, watching them process. "The auditors will want one before they begin the joint session. A formal declaration of known operational damage linked to the framework's use." Imra kept her eyes on the thermal capture, the hooded figure heading north, the sensor gap, the person waiting on the other side. "We have not finished the current assessment. The current assessment is moving across a border where we cannot follow." Saskia stepped into the room. "The harm statement is about what stays, what the framework has already done, what the Institute is responsible for." Quovyn said nothing. He was still holding the timeline memo, the single word in the margin, the same word Petrovic's wife had sent before she broke. "We can wait until the audit. We can." Saskia's voice carried no pressure. "But the auditors will ask why the statement was not prepared before they arrived. And if Miraz offers his own version while you are still drafting, you lose control of the narrative." Imra lifted her head. "Who drafts it?" "You do. Single author. Framework architect. First-person account of what you knew, when you knew it, and what the consequences were." "Then reviewed by Quovyn." "Reviewed, not co-signed. The distinction matters for the record." Saskia pulled a chair to the end of the table and sat without asking permission. "You have 1 hour before the joint session. The statement does not need to be long. It needs to be complete." Imra looked at the blank document on the screen, cursor blinking at the top of the page. No title, no date, no name. She began typing. "Statement of operational harm related to concealment variable implementation, Dunwallan Institute for Behavioral Research, 2018 present. The framework's concealment variable was designed to weight subject behavior under witness protection conditions against 4 behavioral clusters: memory stability, stress activation, deception probability, and cooperation trajectory. Field testing during the 2016-2018 development phase produced a false positive rate of 12.4% across the cooperation cluster under coercive conditions. This rate was documented internally, but not included in the final published thresholds." She paused. The cursor hung at the end of the sentence. "Continue," Saskia said. No judgment in her voice, just observation. Imra typed. "In November 2018, the framework was used to assess witness viability during a protected relocation operation. The concealment variable was applied without the original caveat regarding false positive elevation under coercive conditions. The resulting assessment recommended operational shift. The witness died." The words sat on the screen. Clean, chronological, distanced. She had written about Ariane Vass without naming her. Saskia leaned forward slightly. "Is that the complete account?" "It describes the causal chain. It describes an administrative error, a missing caveat, a recommendation that moved through the wrong channel." Saskia's voice remained flat. "It does not describe what you did." Imra's fingers stayed above the keyboard. "It describes what happened. It describes what would survive a lawyer's review." Saskia set her tablet on the table. "The auditors are not lawyers. They are investigators who have already flagged the vast operation for formal inquiry. They will read every sentence and ask what you chose not to say." Quovyn moved before Imra could answer. He reached into the folder, pulled out a single photograph, and set it beside the keyboard. Ariane Vass. The same image Imra had kept face down in her drawer for 5 years. The same angle, the same crop at the shoulder where the operation team had been cut out. Read what you wrote. Imra looked at the photograph, then at the screen. The witness died. That sentence is true. It is also shelter. He did not touch the photograph. He only left it there. You built the wall between what happened and what you admit. The question is who the sentence is protecting now. Marta's phone buzzed again. No one moved. Imra stared at the cursor, the blank space after the death she had never named aloud in any document that carried her signature. She thought of the suppression order, the 35-minute window, the courier dead in his vehicle, the analyst who had written "run" in the margin and watched the Institute bury the warning. She thought of Petrovic's wife using the same word to cross a border where the framework could not follow. She deleted the last sentence. The cursor blinked. She typed again. In November 2018, I assessed Ariane Vass's witness viability using the concealment variable without the documented caveat. I knew the false positive rate was elevated under coercive conditions. I did not include it in the recommendation. The operational shift that followed my assessment created conditions that led to her death. I have never stated that directly in any institutional record. I am stating it now. She stopped. The photograph lay beside her keyboard. Ariane Vass's face, unarchived, unabstracted, looking at nothing the camera could catch. I need to add the rest. Then add it. She looked at Quovyn. If I name the tactical lead, the statement becomes a weapon. The auditors will use it to open an investigation beyond the framework. Then it becomes a weapon. If I do not name him, the statement is incomplete. If you do not name him, the statement continues to protect people who have not earned protection. Saskia said nothing. Imra looked at the photograph again. 5 years. 5 years of sentences that had circled the death without landing on it. She typed. The override was directed by the tactical lead on the advisory board for the current cross-border task force. The same lead who reviewed the Petrovich assessment. The same lead who knew the variable had failed and did not halt the operation. She stopped. The sentence is true, but I cannot prove the third clause. Quovyn's voice was quiet. You do not need to prove it in the statement. You need to establish that the question exists. Imra looked at the screen. 3 clauses, 2 proven, 1 suspected. She left it in. I want to add the analyst, the one who flagged the flaw 3 days before. You do not know their name. I know their handwriting. I know they preserved a copy of the timeline memo. I know they are still working in the regional network. If you name them without their consent, you expose them to the same suppression chain. Imra looked at the timeline memo, the marginal notation, the single word that had traveled across 5 years and appeared in Petrovic's wife's message. She did not type the analyst's initials, she typed something else. The same suppression chain that removed the analyst warning from the record is active. I believe it is active now. She saved the document. The room was quiet. Marta's phone buzzed for the final time. She picked it up, read the message, and set it face down. Command has agreed to the sector reallocation. No one responded. They are routing assets north, but it will take them 4 hours to reach the corridor where she crossed. 4 hours too late, Quovyn said. 4 hours is what we have. Imra closed the document without printing it. The statement goes to the auditors as is. Do you want to revise it? She looked at the photograph. No, Saskia stood. Then we have 30 minutes before the joint session begins. The photograph remained beside the keyboard. Imra did not put it away. She looked at it the way she had not looked at it in 5 years, not as evidence, not as guilt, but as a face that had been reduced to a variable in every document that carried her name. I never wrote her name before. Quovyn said nothing, but when she reached for the keyboard to close the document, his hand stopped her. He did not speak. He only looked at the photograph, then at the screen, then waited for whatever she would add. Imra typed one more sentence at the bottom of the statement. Ariane Vass was 31 years old. She had 2 children. She was in protection because she agreed to testify against a trafficking network operating across 3 jurisdictions. The framework classified her cooperation trajectory as unstable. I now believe that classification was wrong. She saved again. Closed the document. The photograph stayed where it was. 30 minutes, Saskia repeated. Imra looked at the folder. The evidence that someone had already killed to suppress. The statement she had just written. The face of a woman she had helped bury, with a model that had not been strong enough to carry the weight of a real life. Marta picked up her phone. Yuan had not moved from the doorway. The room waited. Imra found Quovyn watching her. "Before we go in," she said, and stopped. "I need to know if you think the statement is enough." "No," the answer landed without cruelty. "Nothing you write in 30 minutes will be enough. The only question is whether it is true." "It is? Then it is enough." He pushed the photograph slightly closer to her keyboard. "Now write the rest of it after the session." He stepped toward the door. Imra looked at the folder, the timeline memo, the suppression order, the thermal capture of a woman who had already crossed into terrain no one was ready to follow. And she knew, with the same certainty that had failed her 5 years ago, that the harm statement was only the beginning of what she would have to name before any of them walked out of the Institute whole. Chapter 55. She did not close the document when the others moved toward the door. The photograph stayed where Quovyn had placed it. Ariane Voss at what looked like a kitchen table. Children blurred at the edge of the frame, eyes fixed on something outside the shot. Alive. Unaware that a profile written in a glass building on the Scottish coast would redirect the operation meant to keep her breathing. Imra's fingers rested on the keyboard. She had named her. She had stated the classification was wrong. She had written the suppression chain and the tactical lead's continuing presence on the advisory board. But she had not written the night itself. The interpretive leap. The moment she chose performed certainty over the caveat she had drafted and deleted. The 3 hours between her final recommendation and the operation shift. The room behind her had gone quiet. Marta was speaking into her phone in a low voice. Yuan had not moved from the doorway. Saskia was watching the corridor window, as if expecting someone to appear. Imra typed. The concealment variable was designed to flag subjects whose behavioral volatility made them unreliable under pressure. I classified Ariane Voss as high concealment, based on a single interview in which she refused direct eye contact for extended periods and gave inconsistent answers about her husband's knowledge of trafficking routes. She read the words. They were clinical, still hiding. She deleted them. She started again. Ariane Voss would not look at me during the interview. I interpreted that as concealment behavior. I now believe it was shame. She was testifying against people who had controlled her for years. The inconsistency in her answers was not deception. It was the structure of trauma, expressing itself in a language I did not train myself to read. She stopped. Quovyn had come back. She had not heard him approach, but he was standing at her shoulder, close enough that she could feel the heat of his arm without touching. He did not speak. He was reading over her shoulder, and she let him. She typed again. I removed the caveat from my final submission because I believed operational confidence required certainty. I believed certainty was a professional obligation. I believed that if I named the doubt, the operation would stall and the delay would be my fault. The operation stalled anyway. Because I had removed the caveat, the tactical lead did not have the information needed to judge risk accurately. He saw a clean classification and authorized the shift. Ariane Voss died because I made her readable in a way she was not, so that I could sound certain to people who did not want uncertainty. I do not know if she would have survived if I had kept the caveat in place. I know she did not survive the version I submitted. Quovyn's hand landed on the table beside her keyboard, not reaching for her, braced like he needed the surface to stay upright. She did not look at him. She typed the last line. The cost of my certainty was her life. I have carried that cost inside the framework for 5 years, hidden inside every revision, every deleted caveat. Every time I told myself the death was not caused by the variable, but by the people who overrode it. That is also untrue. I built the variable. I made it look finished. I gave them the document that let them believe they were acting on complete information. Quovyn made a sound that was not a word. She looked up. His face had gone bloodless. The scar along his jaw stood out sharp against the pallor. His eyes were fixed on the screen, not on her, and he was reading the last paragraph again, his lips moving slightly as if he needed to say the words aloud to make them land. Quovyn. He did not answer. How late it came. His voice was rough. Not accusation, something else. Something that sounded like the recognition of a wound he had carried alone and had just learned someone else had carried too, in silence, in the same building, for the same years. She did not know what to say to that. He reached past her and pressed save. Do not delete that version. I will not. He stayed where he was. His hand was still on the table. She could see the small crescent burn mark on his right wrist, the one she had noticed the first time he had rolled up his sleeves in the archive, the one she had never asked about. Yuan. Quovyn's voice carried across the room without rising. What time did Saskia say the auditors were arriving? Yuan checked his watch. 1100. They are routing through the main entrance. Quovyn looked at the timestamp on the document. 10:14. We have 46 minutes. Imra closed the document. She did not print it. The statement existed now, in the Institute's system, on her drive, and she had just written in plain language what she had evaded for 5 years. There was no taking it back. She stood. The photograph remained on the desk. She looked at it one more time. Ariane Vass at a kitchen table, alive, unknowing, about to be reduced to a variable in a file that would follow her name into every institutional record that survived her. Keep it. Quovyn was watching her. Keep the photograph. Where you can see it when you revise the next draft. He picked it up, looked at it, slid it into his notebook without comment. Marta had ended her call. She stood by the whiteboard, arms crossed, watching them both with the flat assessment of someone who had seen enough operations to know when two people had crossed a line they could not uncross. The corridor is clear, Yuan said from the doorway. Saskia is waiting at the seminar room. Imra took a breath, and then Yuan's phone buzzed. He looked down, his face changed. Not alarm, something tighter. Recognition. That is the front desk. He read the message. The external auditors are here. They came through the service entrance 20 minutes ago. They are already inside. Quovyn straightened. 20 minutes. They bypassed the main routing, Yuan said. No advance notice to the director's office. They asked for immediate access to Imra Callech and Quovyn Sorby by name. They are in the archive conference room now. They will not wait for the scheduled session. Imra felt the shift in the room's center of gravity. Saskia appeared in the corridor behind Yuan, her face tight. They are asking for the harm statement before they begin. She looked at Imra. They want it on the table, not reviewed by council, not reviewed by the Institute. On the table, now, as written. Imra looked at the closed document on her screen, the version she had just saved, the version that named the interpretive leap, the deleted caveat, the performed certainty, the cost, the version that could not be taken back. Quovyn turned to her. She did not look away. Tell them we are bringing it. Saskia's jaw tightened. Imra, if you hand them that statement before legal review, it goes into the record as your sworn foundation. You cannot amend it. You cannot qualify it. Every question after that starts from what you wrote in those pages. I know. You wrote that you caused her death. I know. Saskia held her gaze for a long moment. Then she stepped aside. Then we go now. Imra saved the document one final time. She pulled the drive from the port. She held it in her palm, small, black, carrying the weight of a truth she had spent 5 years learning how to write. The room moved toward the door. Quovyn was beside her. Marta was already in the corridor, phone pressed to her ear. Yuan walked ahead, silent, the way he had walked through every archive, every sealed file, every preserved warning that someone at the Institute had tried to bury. Imra followed, and as she stepped into the corridor, she saw the shadow that had fallen across the floor in Chapter 46 take shape at the far end. Tall, still, facing the archive conference room door. The tactical lead from the advisory board, waiting. Chapter 56. The conference room door was open. Imra saw the tactical lead first. He stood to the left of the entrance, arms loose, watching them approach with the stillness of someone who had already decided what he would say. He did not speak. He did not need to. His presence was a statement. I am here. I am part of this. You cannot walk past me without knowing it. She walked past him. The room held 3 auditors behind a long table. Petra Dalagard at the center, silver hair cut sharp, reading glasses low on her nose. A woman to her left with a tablet, a man to her right with a folder open and a pen uncapped, waiting. The tactical lead moved into the room behind them. Imra heard the door click shut. "Sit, please." Dalagard's voice was neutral, not hostile, not warm. The voice of someone who had done this enough times to know that tone determined nothing. Quovyn took the chair beside Imra, not across from her, beside. Dalagard watched the placement but did not comment. "We have read your harm statement, Dr. Callech." The silence stretched. "Before we begin," Dalagard said, "I want you to understand what is at stake here, beyond your personal admission." She slid a document across the table, an interagency memorandum. Imra recognized the header, 3 agencies listed alphabetically. The third was the Cross-Border Task Force. "Overnight," Dalagard said, "the Nordic Regional Office suspended all field use of your concealment variable pending review. The other 2 agencies on this memo have not formally suspended, but they have paused new adoptions until Dunwallan issues a substantive response." She sat back. "The pause is not public, it is operational. But it means every case currently using your framework is now in a holding pattern. Every recommendation built on the concealment variable is under review. Every conviction, every protection decision, every risk assessment that relied on your thresholds is waiting to see what happens in this room." Imra said nothing. "We need to establish the factual record," Dalagard continued. "We will take statements separately. Dr. Sorby will remain here. Dr. Callech, you will follow Investigator Nygergard to the adjacent office." She gestured to the woman with the tablet. Quovyn did not move. "She can speak here." Dalagard's expression did not change. "This is not a negotiation, Dr. Sorby." "Then it is not an investigation either. It is an interrogation designed to produce contradictions. If you want the factual record, take our statements together. We wrote the paper together. We found the evidence together. We are accountable together." The tactical lead shifted in his chair. Dalagard held Quovyn's gaze for a long moment. "Together, then." The woman with the tablet set it down. "Tell us the sequence," Dalagard said. "From the beginning. Not what you believe, not what you suspect, what you can document." Imra spoke first. She did not look at Quovyn. She did not need to. She had written the sequence in the harm statement, in the correction paper, in every revision she had ever deleted and restored. 5 years ago, I submitted a witness assessment for a protected operation. The subject was Ariane Vass, 31, 2 children, in protection to testify." She paused. "I classified her concealment behavior based on a variable I had not fully validated. I knew the false positive rate was elevated under witness pressure conditions. I removed the caveat from my final submission. I did not state the limitation in any institutional record." She waited for the tap of the tablet. It came. "I believed operational confidence required certainty. I was wrong. The operation shifted around my classification. Ariane Vass died." The room held the silence. Dalagard turned to Quovyn. "And you, Dr. Sorby, what is your documented role?" He answered without hesitation. "I was present at the operation. I flagged the same variable flaw 3 hours before the shift. The flag was logged as red. It was not acted on." "Did you know Dr. Callech had authored the profile?" "Not then. I learned that 2 years later when I accessed the sealed file." "And you returned to Dunwallan to confront her?" "No." The single word landed. "I returned to stop the framework from being deployed with the same flaw still embedded. Dr. Callech was the architect of that flaw. She was also the only person who could correct it. I needed her to see what I had seen. I could not force that." The auditor with the pen wrote something in the margin of his folder. "The tactical lead who overrode your caveat," Dalagard said, turning back to Imra. "You named him in your harm statement? Do you have documentation that links him to the Petrovic's assessment?" "No." "Then why include it?" "Because it is true. I cannot prove it yet, but I will not be the person who buries what she knows just because she cannot prove it." Dalagard leaned forward. "Dr. Callech, 3 agencies have paused adoption. More will follow if we do not issue a clear finding. Every case currently using your variable is in limbo. Do you understand the weight of what you have written?" "I understand it better than I understood it when I wrote the profile." The auditor with the folder spoke for the first time. Then answer this directly. Should the concealment variable be withdrawn from all active operations? The question hung. Imra did not look at Quovyn. She did not calculate. She had stopped calculating the moment she wrote the harm statement. Yes. The room shifted. The variable should be withdrawn, she said, until the thresholds can be rebuilt with proper safeguards, not replaced with something else. Withdrawn, temporarily, pending full review. And the framework itself? The framework is sound at its core. The variable was the weakness. I built it that way. I will help rebuild it correctly. Dalagard removed her glasses. That is not what your director wanted you to say. I know. He will argue that withdrawal creates institutional panic. Panic is better than another dead witness. The silence after that was different. Not waiting. Measured. Dalagard turned to the tactical lead. You asked to be present for this interview. Do you have anything to add? He stood, slowly. Every eye in the room followed him. I authorized the override on Dr. Callech's VASA profile, he said. I did it because her assessment gave me clean classification. I did not know the caveat had been removed. I did not know the variable was unsound. I acted on the information I had. He looked at Imra. I have sat on the advisory board for 3 years. I reviewed the Petrovuk's assessment last week. I saw the same pattern. I did not connect it to VAS until I saw Dr. Callech's correction paper. His voice did not waver. I am the person who gave the directive. I am the person who needs to answer for it. Dalagard studied him. Then you understand what happens next. I understand. He remained standing. The room had not turned. The tactical lead had not fled. He had stayed. He had walked into the interview knowing what Imra's statement contained, and he had stayed. There is one more thing, he said. Dalagard waited. The verbal directive to suppress the Nordic analyst's warning did not come from me. It came from someone above me. I do not have a name, but I have a routing code. He reached into his jacket. And I have the original memo. From an inside pocket he produced a folded document. A printout. The margins showed the annotation. The same word, the same hand. Run. Imra's breath caught. The analyst sent this to me 3 days before the VAS operation, he said. I did not act on it. I suppressed it. I told myself it was precautionary. I told myself the operation could not wait. He placed the document on the table. This is my record. I am giving it to the auditors. I am not asking for anything in return. Dalagard did not touch the document. She looked at Imra. Dr. Callech, you have written that you caused a death. You have named yourself. You have named him. You have named the institution. And he has just handed you the evidence that confirms your account. She leaned forward. This changes everything. Do you understand? Imra looked at the document. The original memo, the suppressed warning. The word she had traced from a dead file to a living corridor. I understand. Dalagard turned to the tactical lead. Sit down. You are not dismissed. He sat. The auditor with the tablet had stopped typing. The room was waiting. And Imra knew, with the certainty she had never allowed herself before, that the truth she had written was no longer just her own. It had entered the record. It had found its evidence. It could not be buried again. Quovyn reached under the table. His hand found hers. She did not pull away. Chapter 57. He was waiting. When the tactical lead sat, when Dalagard turned back with the folded memo still on the table between them like a live thing that could not be put away, the room held its breath around a question that had not yet been spoken. Dalagard said it. Dr. Callech, you have admitted the variable was flawed. You have admitted you suppressed the caveat. You have admitted Ariane Vass died because of choices you made. She paused. Walk us to the edge. Imra did not pretend to misunderstand. The edge is not the variable. Then what is it? The reason I hardened a provisional pattern into doctrine. The reason I never let anyone open it again. She heard her own voice as if from outside. Flat. Measured. The tone she had used for years to sound like she had already arrived at an answer when she was still finding it. Only now she was not finding it. She was telling it. I convinced myself that certainty was responsibility. That if I sounded sure enough, the operation would hold. That doubt would have looked like incompetence, and incompetence would have looked like the death was my fault. Dalagard did not move. It was my fault. Imra said it without emphasis. The sentence landed not as confession, but as fact she had stopped trying to outrun. I performed certainty because I thought performing it was the same as bearing the weight. I did not understand that responsibility means naming the risk you are taking, not absorbing it into silence until it looks like no risk at all. She stopped. That is the edge. The room absorbed it. The auditor with the folder wrote nothing. Nigergard's tablet sat dark. Dothergard reached for the tactical lead's suppressed memo, touched the margin where the word had been written 5 years ago. Dr. Sorby. Quovyn's hand tightened under the table. You flagged the same flaw 3 hours before the operation. You were read in, you were not acted upon. That is correct. Walk us to your edge. The silence changed. Quovyn did not answer immediately. His thumb was against the inside of Imra's wrist, pressure steadier than his voice would be. After the operation, he said, I requested the full assessment chain. I wanted to understand why my flag had been logged but not advanced. And I learned that the tactical lead's override had been authorized without the caveat. I learned the caveat had been removed before it reached him. He paused. I did not ask who removed it. Dothergard's chin lifted. Why not? Because I knew. The word hung. I knew the framework architect was the only person with the access to delete the caveat. I knew it had to be Dr. Callech, and I knew if I named her, the institution would close ranks around the method rather than examine the death. He waited. Who? So I stayed silent. To protect her. No. To protect the truth from being buried in a scapegoat hearing. I told myself she would have to answer eventually. I told myself the framework would collapse under its own weight if I waited. His voice did not rise. I told myself many things. Dothergard watched him. Dr. Sorby, did your silence enable harm? The question was not aggressive. It was clinical. Precise. A knife laid flat on the table for him to pick up. I enabled it, he said. The words came out clean, stripped. For 2 years I carried the knowledge without speaking. I let other cases use the variable. I let other witnesses be assessed against the flawed threshold. I told myself the institution would correct itself, and when it did not, I told myself the correction had to come from outside. He looked at the table. I was wrong. The tactical lead had not moved. His hands were flat on his knees. His face was the face of someone who had watched himself make the same calculation. Dothergard turned to Imra. Dr. Callech, you have said the variable should be withdrawn. You have said the framework is sound at its core. Do you still stand by that? Yes. Even though your own collaborator has just confirmed he knew of the flaw and said nothing for 2 years. Imra did not look at him. The framework is sound because the method can absorb correction. The variable was the weakness. It has been identified. It can be rebuilt. The framework is not the variable. The framework is the process of testing the variable against reality. And if the process was tested and found wanting, then the process gets rebuilt too. Dothergard set down the memo. Dr. Sorby, you have a choice. Quovyn said nothing. You may continue to give testimony separately or jointly. You may answer further questions individually, but I need to hear your account of the 2 years between the operation and your return to Dunwallan. I need to hear why you came back when you did. Quovyn's thumb pressed once against Imra's wrist. Then he let go. I came back because I received a sealed envelope from the Nordic Regional Coordinator. It contained the timeline memo the tactical lead has just surrendered. It contained the suppressed warning. It contained a note that said, "We have lost the Courier. We are running out of people who will not look away." The room did not move. The coordinator wanted to know whether I would look away again. His hand was no longer under the table. 4 days later, Miraz summoned me to the Residency. I said yes, because refusing would have meant watching the framework be adopted without opposition. I said yes because I had already spent 2 years watching. Imra saw his throat move. I said yes because I thought if I returned, I could force the truth without naming the person who wrote the profile. His eyes met hers. I was wrong about that too. Dothergard leaned forward. You are aware that the Courier is dead. I am aware. And you are aware that someone at this institution ordered the suppression that killed him. I am aware. And you are still sitting in this room. Quovyn did not look away. I am. Dothergard held his gaze for a long beat. Then she turned to Imra. Dr. Callech. Dr. Callech, you have told us you performed certainty to bear responsibility. Dr. Sorby has told us he performed silence. She set down her pen. Which of you is telling the truth now? Imra felt the question like a hand against her throat. Both of us, she said. And if that is not possible, then neither of us. The answer came before the thought. It came from the place where she had stopped calculating. Because if one of us is lying, the other has been wrong about everything for the entire residency. Dalagard nodded slowly. Then let us test that. She opened a folder Imra had not seen her produce. Dr. Callech, Dr. Sorby, the Nordic Regional Coordinator is waiting on a secure channel. She has already submitted the original warning memo, the Courier packet, and the full archive index from before the compliance reorder. She looked up. She has also submitted a sworn statement that identifies the person who gave the verbal directive to suppress the analyst's warning, and a routing code that traces to a current member of the advisory board. The tactical lead went still. She wants to know if you are ready to hear the name. Dalagard waited. Imra felt the air change. Quovyn's hand found hers again. They were not ready, but the name was coming anyway. Chapter 58. The corridor stretched ahead of them, fulescence humming in the empty air. Imra let go of Quovyn's hand the moment the conference room door clicked shut behind them. Not because she wanted to, because she needed to feel her own fingers again, needed to know where her body ended and the confession began. He did not reach for her again. They stood 3 feet apart, the distance newly strange. She watched his throat move once, saw the thin scar along his jaw catch the light when he turned his head toward the window. The glass showed them nothing but their own reflections and the gray winter sky beyond. You withdrew, she said. He did not pretend to misunderstand. Yes. She had known. Some part of her had known since the storm night in the archive, since the moment he showed her the edge cases and admitted he had flagged the flaw 3 hours before the operation shifted. What she had not allowed herself to ask was what happened after the flag failed. I filed 3 formal objections in the first month after Ariane's death, he said. His voice was flat, stripped of the cadence he used in argument. The first one stayed in the system for 11 days before it was archived without action. The second one was flagged as a duplicate and never circulated. The third one, I withdrew myself. She waited. Because the Institute offered me a choice. Continue objecting and be reassigned to a non-consulting role, or accept the finding that the operation followed correct procedures and return to fieldwork within 6 months. And you chose the fieldwork. I chose to keep access. He finally turned to face her. I thought if I stayed inside the system I could find the proof I needed from within. Document the pattern. Build a case that could not be dismissed as personal grievance. But you did not. No. He showed her the burn mark on his right wrist without being asked. The small crescent scar, pale against his skin. She had seen it before, in the seminar room when he rolled his sleeves, in the archive when he reached for a file, in the storm-lit basement when his hand had almost touched hers. I burned myself on a kettle the week I withdrew the third objection. I was standing in my kitchen at 3 in the morning, reading the official finding that the operation had followed standard protocol. The pain did not register for several seconds. When it did, I understood that I had already stopped feeling the things I was supposed to feel. Imra said nothing. I told myself it was strategy, that silence was not the same as complicity, that the institution would correct itself if I gave it enough rope. His voice dropped. I told myself that for 2 years, until the Nordic coordinator's envelope arrived, and I realized I had been running from the cost of speaking out by pretending I was waiting for the right moment. The space between them had not changed, but something had shifted in its quality. The air no longer tasted like accusation. You were wrong about your strategy, she said. I was wrong. And I was wrong about mine. He looked at her. The pale gray of his eyes was the same color she remembered from the first staff meeting, when he had read 3 pages of her framework and told a room full of colleagues that her most celebrated variable was structurally unsound. She had thought then that she was looking at an enemy. She was looking at a mirror. Do you know what I did? He said slowly. The night I read the file you wrote. Told yourself I was the architect of everything that went wrong. Yes. And now? He was silent for a long moment. Now I know I would have done the same thing in your position. She felt the words land like a hand against her sternum. Performed certainty. Yes. He stepped closer, not into her space, but closer to the edge of it. I would have hardened the pattern into doctrine. I would have removed the caveat because operational confidence required it. I would have told myself the framework needed to hold because if it did not hold, the death would mean nothing. He stopped. And I would have been wrong, too. Ina let herself breathe. You withdrew your objections, she said again. This time it was not an accusation, it was a fact, a piece of evidence she was placing beside her own failure. I withdrew my objections, he said. She looked at his wrist, the burn scar, the evidence he had been carrying for as long as she had been carrying the photograph in her desk. Then we are both people who chose silence, she said. Yes, and we both need to live with that. Yes, he did not reach for her. She did not reach for him. But the distance between them had become something they were sharing, rather than defending. The corridor remained empty. The fluorescents continued to hum, and then the phone in Quovyn's pocket buzzed. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and his face changed. Marta, he answered. Listened. Imra watched his expression shift from stillness to something she could not name. Where? He said. Pause. How many? Pause. We are coming now. He ended the call and looked at her. The redirected search command followed the revised guidance to the corridor where Marta argued the thermal signature was a decoy. He was already moving. An officer forced contact too early. The witness panicked and ran. Petrific waff. No, the contact she was heading to meet. Imra followed him down the corridor. Who was it? Quovyn did not slow down. Command does not know yet. The contact was carrying a device. A draft message was recovered before the confrontation escalated. He pushed through the stairwell door. The hinges groaned. The message uses the same phrasing we found in the archive, the same language the analyst used in the suppression order margin. Imra's mind caught. The people who archive us. Quovyn looked at her. The contact's draft message names fear of the people who archive us. They hit the bottom of the stairs at a run. The words echoed in her chest as she followed him toward the briefing room, already cold with the understanding that the thread they had been pulling was longer than either of them had known. Chapter 59. They hit the briefing room door at a run. Marta was already there, phone pressed to her ear, one hand flat on the table. The screen before her showed a frozen satellite image, a gray coastline, a single blinking marker near a ferry terminal. She looked up when they entered. Her face told them everything before she spoke. He got within 30 meters, she said into the phone. I know. She listened. Her jaw tightened. Then tell command to hold the extraction team. Do not push further into that corridor until I confirm the contact status. She ended the call and set the phone down with deliberate control. Talk to us, Quovyn said. Marta's eyes moved between them. The revised guidance worked. The corridor was exactly where your model predicted. The team located the contact at a fuel depot 6 kilometers from the ferry terminal. She paused. But the officer on point broke protocol. He identified himself too early, too loud. The contact bolted before the team could establish communication. Bolted where? Imra said. Into the terminal building, then onto the ferry platform. By the time the team secured the area, the contact had disappeared into the passenger hold. Marta tapped the satellite image. The ferry departed 12 minutes ago. They're tracking it, but the vessel has 3 intermediate stops before it reaches international waters. The contact could disembark at any one. Quovyn was already moving to the table. What else did the officer recover? Marta pulled a tablet from beneath her arm. The contact abandoned a bag at the fuel depot. Inside, the team found a tablet device. Power was still on. A draft message was open on the screen. She turned the tablet toward them. Imra read the words. They do not archive the dead. They archive the people who make them. I am afraid of the people who archive us. The phrase hit her chest like a physical weight. The people who archive us, she said aloud. Marta nodded. Identical phrasing to the suppression order margin. Same structure, same emphasis. Quovyn was reading the message again. His face had gone still. Who was the contact? He said. Command is still running identification. The team captured partial facial footage before the officer spooked them. Marta pulled up a second image. A still frame, blurred, a figure in a heavy coat, hood up, face angled away from the camera. The build matches the thermal signature from the corridor crossing, but we do not have a name yet. Imra stared at the image. The coat was civilian. The posture was not. The figure stood with weight, centered, feet slightly apart, the stance of someone who had learned to hold ground without appearing to brace. "Send that to Yuan," she said. Marta looked at her. "The archive system. If this contact has been operating anywhere near the Institute's intelligence orbit, Yuan may have cross-referenced thermal patterns against visitor logs or residency records." Marta was already typing. Quovyn had not looked away from the tablet. His voice was low. "The message is not a warning." Imra turned to him. "It is a fragment," he said. "A draft." The contact was writing to someone, telling them what they feared. He looked up. The person who receives the full message may be the same person Petrovic's wife was running to meet. Imra felt the logic lock into place. The wife broke cover, crossed the northern corridor, and went dark. The contact was waiting at the endpoint. The contact was carrying a draft that mirrored the suppression language. The contact was afraid of the same people who had buried the warning about the variable. "The contact knew about the suppression," she said. Quovyn nodded. The contact knew the language, knew the pattern, knew enough to name it. Marta's phone buzzed. She glanced at it. "Yuan is pulling the cross-reference now. He says to give him 4 minutes. She paused. "He also says Miraz just walked into the archive." Imra's stomach tightened. "Does Miraz know about the device?" "Not yet. The task force is holding the recovery report internally until we confirm the contact's identity." Marta's voice was flat. "But the terminal building has cameras. If Miraz has contacts in the Port Authority, he may learn about the recovery before Command wants him to." Quovyn moved to the window. The glass reflected the gray morning light. "This changes the timeline." Imra watched him. "What timeline?" "The one where we finish the correction paper before Miraz can bury it." He turned back to face them. "If the contact used the same language as the suppression order, and if the contact is connected to the analyst who wrote 'run' in the margin, then the contact is not running from the network. The contact is running from the Institute." Marta went still. "You are saying the contact was never a target of the network?" "I am saying Petrovic's wife may have understood the difference before we did. She decoded the pattern. She knew who would come for her. She ran from the institution that was supposed to protect her, not from the threat it was protecting her against." The room held its breath. Imra thought of the wife's single word, "run." She thought of the suppression order margin, "run." She thought of the analyst who had written that word 5 years ago, knowing it would be removed, knowing the warning would be buried, and who had preserved the evidence anyway. "The analyst," she said. Quovyn looked at her. "The analyst who flagged the variable. Who wrote 'run' in the margin. Who preserved the timeline memo." Imra felt the pieces sliding into alignment. "The analyst has been waiting for someone to find the pattern. The analyst has been waiting for someone to come looking. Or the analyst is the contact," Marta said. The words hung in the air. Imra's phone buzzed. Yuan's name on the screen. She answered. "Tell me." Yuan's voice was clipped. "The thermal cross-reference is running, but I found something else in the archive while Miraz was watching me. The analyst who flagged the variable. The one who wrote 'run' in the margin." "What about them?" 5 years ago, the same week the suppression directive was issued, the analyst submitted a formal transfer request out of the Nordic Regional Office. A pause. The request was denied. Reason cited, ongoing operational continuity. Where was the analyst trying to transfer to? Dunwallan. Imra's hand tightened on the phone. "The analyst wanted to come here, wanted to be inside the institution that suppressed the warning, wanted to see the pattern from the inside." Yuan's voice was quiet. "The analyst has been here the whole time, under another name, another role, waiting for someone to find the pattern." The briefing room felt smaller. Imra looked at Marta, looked at Quovyn. "The contact we are chasing," she said slowly. "The contact may already be inside Dunwallan." The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of accusation. Chapter 60. The briefing room felt smaller with every second the phone stayed silent in Imra's hand. Marta was already moving toward the door. "We need Yuan out of the archive before Miraz sees what he is pulling." Quovyn was beside her before she finished the sentence. "He will not leave the terminal open with Miraz watching. Then we go to him." Imra followed them into the corridor. The lights hummed overhead, the same fluorescent hum that had soundtracked every confrontation of the last 7 weeks. The whisper of waves through the winter-cut glass. The archive stairs swallowed them into the basement's paper and dust chill. Ewan was at the terminal when they reached the records room. His face was gray. He did not look up when they entered. His hands were suspended above the keyboard, fingers mid-motion, as if the act of typing had been interrupted by something he could not process. "Ewan!" No response. Quovyn stepped around the table and read the screen over Ewan's shoulder. Imra saw his jaw tighten. "What is it?" Quovyn did not answer immediately. He pointed at a column on the screen. The access logs for the suppression chain. He cross-referenced the language against the full archive index. Imra moved closer. The screen showed a dense spreadsheet of timestamps, document IDs, and routing codes, but it was the column at the far right that made her stomach drop. A list of agency names. 7 of them. Not the ones that had adopted the framework publicly. Others. Smaller. Regional. Ewan's voice came out flat. The phrase, "the people who archive us," does not appear in the suppression order margin. It appears in 3 other documents, all circulated before the VOS operation, all routed through agencies that never formally adopted the framework. His hand moved finally, clicking open a subfolder. Someone was sharing the suppression language across jurisdictions before the witness died, testing it, refining it. Marta stepped closer. "Testing what?" "The protocol for burying inconvenient evidence without triggering a formal investigation." Ewan turned to face them. His eyes were red at the edges. The variable was not the first thing they suppressed. It was just the first thing that killed someone. Imra felt the room tilt. 7 agencies, pre-circulated language. A protocol tested before it was needed. "The analyst," she said. "The one who wrote 'run' in the margin. The one who wanted to come here." Ewan nodded slowly. The analyst may have been tracking more than the suppression. The analyst may have been tracking the entire apparatus. The circulation, the agencies involved, the people who designed the language. Quovyn's voice was quiet. The analyst may have been building a case file of their own. The silence stretched. Marta broke it. "Where are those documents now?" Most were deleted from the primary archive within 72 hours of circulation, but the metadata headers survived in the backup logs because the deletion order targeted content files, not index records. Ewan pulled up a second window. "I can see the document titles, the routing codes, the recipients, but the content itself is gone, scrubbed before the kill order on the Courier." Imra studied the screen. The document titles were institutional code strings, designed to be meaningless to anyone without the key. But she recognized the pattern. The same alphanumeric structure used in the VAS field notes. "These are witness materials." Ewan went still. "What?" "Document IDs. They match the formatting convention for protected witness profiles. Pre-Petrovic. Pre-Vaza." Her mouth was dry. Someone was circulating witness material across agencies before the framework even existed. Before I built the variable. Before any of this. Quovyn was already reading the screen over her shoulder. 6 of the 7 agencies on that list never formally adopted the framework, but they had internal access to witness profiles that were classified at source level. His voice was flat. "That is not a leak. That is a distribution system." Ewan's hands were shaking now. He looked at Imra with something she had never seen in his face before. Disorientation. The archivist who knew everything in these walls was suddenly a stranger in his own territory. "I preserved the annex because I thought I was protecting the truth from a single suppression attempt. A bad director protecting bad funding." His voice cracked. "This is not morass. This is a structure. A structure that has been operating longer than any of us have been at Dunwallan." Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, coming down the archive stairs. Marta moved first. She stepped between the terminal and the doorway, arms loose, face smooth. The steps stopped at the threshold. Miraz stood in the archive entrance, coat still buttoned, tablet pressed beneath his arm. His eyes moved across the room, cataloging each face, each position, the terminal screen still glowing with the metadata matrix. No one spoke. Miraz let the silence hold. Then he stepped inside. Not fast, not slow. The measured pace of a man who expected doors to open before he reached them. I received a notification from the Port Authority. His voice was clipped. A device was recovered from a fleeing subject at the Northern Ferry Terminal. The task force has not shared the contents with this institute's administration. He let that land. Would anyone care to explain why the director of this institution is learning about an active evidence recovery from external sources rather than from the people in this room? Marta did not move. Quovyn did not answer. Iwo's hands were frozen above the keyboard. Imra felt the weight of the moment settle across her shoulders. The metadata on the screen, the 7 agencies, the pre-circulated suppression language, the analyst who had been inside Dunwallan for 5 years under another name. She looked at Miraz and saw something she had not registered before. He was not angry. He was afraid. Not of exposure, not of the auditors, not of the dead courier or the fleeing witness or the evidence packet that had already reached Dalagard's hands. He was afraid of what they were about to find. The device, Imra said slowly, contained a draft message using the same suppression language that was circulated across 7 agencies before the VAS operation. Miraz's face did not change, but his hand tightened on the tablet. I want to know, Miraz said, who authorized the access logs that produced that metadata. Chapter 61. The silence in the archive had edges now. Miraz stood inside the threshold, tablet pressed beneath his arm, the overhead light casting his face into sharp relief. He had not moved past the door. He had not asked anyone to step aside. His eyes traveled across the room, reading each position like a threat assessment. Marta had not lowered her arms. Quovyn had not stepped back from the terminal. Yuan's hands remained frozen above the keyboard, caught between compliance and defiance. Imra held Miraz's gaze and felt the space between them compress into something dangerous. I asked a question, Miraz said. Who authorized the access logs that produced that metadata? Yuan's voice came out steadier than his hands. The access logs are standard archive procedure. No authorization required for index review. Index review does not produce a cross-agency routing matrix. Miraz's tone was flat. That required either a coordinator-level override or a direct query through the backup system. Both are logged against a named credential. No one answered. Miraz stepped forward, 1 step, 2. He stopped at the edge of the terminal desk and looked past Marta to the screen, where the metadata matrix still glowed in columns of deleted document titles and routing codes. I want to know whose name is on that query. Marta shifted her weight. The query was run under my liaison authority, cross-border operational coordination, task force priority. Miraz's head turned toward her. Your liaison authority does not extend to Dunwallan's internal archive systems. It does when the data involves an active witness protection case under task force jurisdiction. Then the data should have been routed through official channels, not extracted in a closed archive at. Miraz glanced at the wall clock. 16 minutes past an unscheduled terminal access. The room tightened. Imra watched Miraz's face and saw the calculation behind the control. He was not here to investigate. He was here to contain. To identify the breach and seal it before the auditors could see the full shape of what Yuan had uncovered. She opened her mouth. Quovyn spoke first. The access was authorized. Miraz's attention shifted. Quovyn had not raised his voice. He stood beside the terminal with the same posture he had used in the seminar room on the first day, arms loose, pale gray eyes steady. I submitted a formal data request to the archive this morning under the Joint Revision Protocol. The revision scope covers any material relevant to the containment variable's development history. The cross-agency routing matrix falls within that scope. Miraz's jaw tightened. The Joint Revision Protocol does not cover material circulation outside Dunwallan. The suppression chain originated outside Dunwallan. The routing matrix documents that origin. Without it, the revision is incomplete. You are not an investigator, Sorby. You are a visiting researcher. I am the co-author of a correction paper that now carries institutional liability. Quovyn's voice did not waver. If the framework was deployed on the basis of suppressed data, the revision cannot exclude suppressed data from its scope. That is not investigation. That is due diligence. Miraz's hand tightened on the tablet. I will determine the scope of due diligence in this institute. No. The word came from Imra. She had not planned to speak, but the word was out before she could stop it, and the room turned toward her. Miraz's expression flickered. "Excuse me?" UN did not compromise confidential material. He preserved it. Imra's voice was steady. The suppression chain was not an internal communication failure. It was a coordinated protocol tested across 7 agencies before Ariane Vass died. The same language appears in a draft message recovered from a fleeing witness's device. That is not archive misconduct. That is evidence of a structure that predates this institute's current administration. Miraz was silent for 3 full seconds. When he spoke, his voice had dropped. "You are making accusations you cannot substantiate. The metadata is on that screen. Metadata is not testimony. It is a trail." Imra stepped closer. "And the auditors already have the original suppression memo. They have the routing code. They have the Nordic coordinator's sworn statement. The only question is how far up that trail goes before someone names the person who designed the language." Miraz's face did not change, but his hand on the tablet trembled, almost imperceptibly. "You think this is about confession," he said quietly. "You think transparency absolves, but you are handing your enemies the tools to dismantle everything this institute built. I am handing them the truth. Truth is what people agree to call the version that serves them." Miraz's voice was cold now. "You confess because it feels righteous, but confession without consequence is theater, and theater does not protect the next witness. It does not fund the next review. It leaves the structure intact while the people who confessed become the story." Imra felt Quovyn's presence beside her, not touching, close enough to register. "And what would you propose?" she asked. "More suppression?" "I propose control." Miraz's gaze swept the room. Institutions survive because they manage information. They assess what disclosure serves public safety and what disclosure serves destruction. You are mistaking courage for strategy. The words hung in the archive air. Imra felt something settle in her chest, a clarity she had not known she was waiting for. "You want to know who authorized the access logs?" she said. Miraz's eyes returned to her. "I did." The word landed. Miraz's head tilted. "You do not have archive coordinator credentials." "I directed the query. Quovyn submitted the formal request. Marta approved the operational scope. Wen executed the search." She held his gaze. "If you want to suspend someone, suspend all of us, because we all authorized it, and we all stand by it." Miraz's mouth opened, then closed. Then Saskia's voice came from the stairwell. "He cannot suspend anyone." She stepped into the archive doorway, coat still buttoned, tablet pressed flat against her chest. Her eyes moved across the scene and registered every position before she finished entering the room. "The auditors are in session. Any disciplinary action against personnel involved in evidence preservation during an active audit constitutes obstruction." Her voice was calm, professional, unyielding. "Director Miraz, you are welcome to file a formal complaint once the audit concludes. But until then, your authority to suspend anyone in this room has been temporarily superseded by the investigation's evidentiary privilege." Miraz turned toward her. "You do not have the standing to override institutional discipline. I have the standing of the External Audit Charter, which you signed." Saskia did not blink. Section 12, paragraph 3, explicitly prohibits any interference with personnel or materials relevant to the inquiry. The routing matrix on that terminal is now material relevant to the inquiry. Ergo, the people who accessed it are covered. Miraz's face hardened. "You have been preparing for this." "I have been preparing for the truth." Saskia stepped fully into the room. "The truth does not need management. It needs witnesses." The silence that followed was not empty. It was filled with the weight of everything unspoken. Miraz stood at the center of the archive, surrounded by people who had stopped deferring to him. His tablet pressed against his arm, his face unreadable. But his hand was still trembling. "You are making a mistake," he said. Imra looked at him. She thought of Ariane Vass, the photograph in Quovyn's notebook, the face she had kept turned down in her desk drawer for 5 years. Ariane Vass was 24 years old. The words came out quiet, but the room stopped breathing. She was trafficked across 3 borders before she was 19. She spent 4 years in protective rotations before she agreed to testify. She was 24 years old when she died. because a framework classified her shame as concealment and gave tactical command a clean override. Imra's voice did not break. When I wrote her profile, I did not write her age. I wrote a classification. I wrote a trajectory. I wrote a risk score. But I did not write that she was 24 years old and terrified and trying to survive a system that had already decided she was readable. She looked at Miraz. You say institutions need control. I say institutions need to remember that the people in their files are younger than the systems built to process them. Ariane Vass was 24, and she is dead because we forgot that. The archive was silent. Miraz did not answer. His hand finally stilled on the tablet. He looked at Imra with something she could not name. Not anger, not defeat. Something older, heavier. Then he turned and walked toward the stairs. At the threshold, he stopped. The routing code on that matrix, he said, without turning around. It was not created at Dunwallan. It was issued by the Nordic Regional Office's Internal Oversight Division, the same division that dissolved its board 3 years ago. He paused. The person who issued that code is still in post. Then he was gone. The silence he left behind was different now, charged with a new shape. Saskia broke it. That changes things. Imra stared at the empty doorway. What does it change? Saskia's face was unreadable. It means the suppression language was designed at the same level that issued the routing code, which means the person who designed it has been in a position to monitor this investigation from the beginning. Quovyn's voice came low. They have known about the metadata matrix since before Ian ran the query. The room was still, and somewhere above them, in the administrative wing, a door closed. Chapter 62. The silence Miraz left behind did not break. It expanded, filling the archive with the weight of what he had not said and the shape of what Saskia had named. Someone at the Nordic Regional Office, still in post, monitoring everything. Imra's hands were cold. She pressed them flat against the terminal edge and watched the metadata matrix on the screen. The 3 pre-VOS documents, the 7 agencies, the protected witness 499 format that should not have existed before the framework did. We need to move. Marta's voice cut through the quiet. She stood at the doorway where Miraz had stopped, arms crossed, dark hair still tight from the sprint down the stairs. We have a live case, a corrected framework, and a suppression chain that predates both. If we do not consolidate those into a single factual record before the auditors reconvene, we are giving the people at the Nordic office time to build a counter-narrative. Saskia looked up from her tablet. You want a unified submission. I want a document that cannot be picked apart because the pieces were filed separately. Marta stepped back into the room. The task force needs to know what they are working with. The auditors need a single chain of accountability, and the person still in post at the Nordic Regional Office needs to understand that their name is already in the metadata. Quovyn moved first. He crossed to the archive table where Iwan had left a stack of blank forms, the Institute's standard submission templates for joint findings. He pulled one from the pile and laid it flat. I have 3 memos. Imra watched his hands rest on the paper, steady, pale against the institutional gray. Filed after the VOS operation and withdrawn. The first flagged the variable failure without naming the framework. The second named the framework and requested a formal review. The third named the people who authorized the operation shift. He looked up. If we are building a unified record, those memos belong in it. Marta nodded once. Then we build the record. Saskia moved to the terminal, typing quickly, pulling the metadata matrix into a new document. Iwan stood slowly, his gray face regaining color as he reached for the forms. Imra did not move. She stood at the edge of the table, watching them arrange themselves around the work, and felt something shift in her chest. Not relief, not hope, something older and harder. They were building a record that would name her as clearly as it named everyone else. Her name would be on the harm statement. Her name would be on the original profile, on the removed caveat, on the performed certainty. She had spent 5 years managing the story of Ariane Vass's death. Now she was about to sign a document that would let the story tell itself. Quovyn looked her across the table. You do not have to decide now. I already decided. She heard her own voice, flat and steady. In the conference room, before Dalagard, I decided when I said the name out loud. She walked to the table. Show me the memos. He pulled them from his jacket, 3 sheets folded at the edges, worn from carrying. He laid them beside the submission form, and Imra read the first one. Subject: concealment variable false positive clustering under witness pressure conditions. Observation: unvalidated risk threshold. Recommend suspension pending peer review. Filed 9 days after VAS operation. Status: archived without action. The second, subject: formal request for review of Dunwallan Institute Framework Variable Field Application. Filed 41 days after VAS operation. Status: flagged as duplicate. The third, subject: chain of command accountability and operation directive authorization. Filed 82 days after VAS operation. Status: withdrawn by author. She read the dates and felt something pull tight inside her. 82 days. He had lasted 82 days before the Institute made him choose between his access and his voice. These go in the record, she said. It was not a question. Quovyn held her gaze. I want them in. Saskia looked up from the terminal. The auditors will require both signatures on the unified statement. Not one, not separate. Both of you, on a single document that states the factual sequence without qualification. She let that sit. If you sign this, the external sanction exposure is not theoretical. It is a sworn chain of institutional failure with 2 named authors. No insulation, no institutional liability shield. Your names, your professional standing, directly attached to a finding that a framework used across Europe was deployed with a known, suppressed flaw. Imra looked at the blank signature line at the bottom of the form. Then she looked at Quovyn. He was already watching her. When did they need it? Saskia checked her tablet. The auditors reconvene in 90 minutes. If we consolidate everything now, the unified record can be included in the afternoon session. Marta pulled a chair to the table. Then we work. They did not speak much after that. Ewan pulled the metadata headers, the routing matrix, the document IDs. Marta dictated the Petrovic's timeline, the wife's message, the contact's device. Saskia typed the suppression chain, the 35-minute gap, the courier's death. Imra wrote her own entry. Statement of harm. I, Imra Callech, developed the concealment variable and removed the caveat on the VAS profile. I performed certainty to ensure operational confidence. I did not write the subject's age, only her classification. Ariane Vass, 24, died because the framework made her readable in a way she was not. This statement is entered into the unified record without qualification or legal review. When she finished, she did not read it again. She handed it to Saskia and watched her scan it into the terminal. Quovyn wrote his entry beneath hers. Statement of withdrawal. I, Quovyn Sorby, filed 3 formal objections after the VAS operation and withdrew the 3rd to preserve field access. I knew the caveat had been removed before the operation shift and did not name Imra Callech because I believed silence would eventually force accountability. I was wrong. He placed the pen down with the same deliberate care he used for everything. Then he pushed the form across the table toward her. The signature line is joint. Imra looked at the empty space beside his name. They had written separate confessions, but the document would hold them together. She picked up the pen. The ink touched paper and she signed. The scratch of the nib was the loudest sound in the room. When she lifted the pen, Quovyn's hand was waiting. He signed beside her, his name pressing into the paper an inch from hers. Marta looked at the clock. 82 minutes. Saskia pulled the form into the file stack. I will deliver it to the auditors. She stopped at the door. This document cannot be recalled. You understand that? Imra nodded. I understand. Saskia left. The archive exhaled. Marta's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and her face changed. The task force. Imra's chest tightened. What about them? Marta read the message once, then again. The missing witness surfaced. Petrovic's wife. She did not cross. She has been indirect. A third party contacted the task force 40 minutes ago and said she will proceed only if Dunwallan's analysts join the next briefing live. Quovyn straightened. Live as in now? Live as in the briefing opens in 12 minutes. Encrypted channel. Direct line to the third party. Marta looked up from the screen. They're waiting for us. Chapter 63. The archive settled into a different kind of quiet after Saskia left. Not the charged silence of before, when Miraz's departure had left them braced for the next strike. Something heavier. Settled. The unified record was gone, delivered to the auditors, and the space where it had sat on the table felt larger than the document itself. Imra did not move from her chair. She looked at her hand, still resting on the table where she had signed. The pen lay beside the empty space. The ink had dried. She had done it. They had done it. Quovyn sat 2 feet away, his arm still extended from the signature line, his hand flat on the table as if testing whether the surface still held. Neither of them spoke. The act of signing had felt more intimate than any touch they had allowed themselves, more exposed. She had written her name beside his on a document that named institutional failure, without insulation, without liability shield, without any way to take it back. And he had written his beside hers, matching her exposure with his own. She did not know how to say that. She did not need to. He turned his hand over, palm up, on the table between them. An invitation, not a demand. She looked at his palm, the lines crossing its surface, the small crescent scar visible at the edge of his wrist where the cuff had pulled back. She placed her hand in his. His fingers closed around hers, warm, steady. He did not squeeze or stroke. He simply held her hand, palm to palm, as if anchoring them both to the same piece of ground. Marta's voice came from across the room, low and focused. 12 minutes. I need to route the channel through the secure line. UN, can you patch the Narkev terminal into the encrypted frequency? Wayne nodded, already moving. I will need the task force's transmission key. Marta passed him a folded slip of paper without looking away from her phone. Already have it. The room shifted into operational rhythm. Marta pulled up a chair at the archive terminal. Yuan worked the cabling beneath the desk, his hands moving with practiced economy. Saskia had left her tablet on the table, the screen dark. Imra stayed seated, her hand still in Quovyn's. She should let go. They had minutes before the briefing, before the channel opened and the third party's voice filled the archive. There was no time for this. She did not let go. Quovyn's thumb moved once across the side of her hand, a brush of contact that said nothing and everything. Then he released her, and the absence of his palm against hers felt like a door closing. He stood first. Tell me what we know. Marta turned from the terminal. Pitchwick's wife made contact through a lawyer in the Northern Corridor, not a local firm, someone who practices across 3 jurisdictions and does not advertise. The lawyer sent a single message to the task force 8 hours ago, claiming the wife wanted to speak but would only do so if the Dunwallan analysts were present on the call. Imra stood, her knees steady despite the hollow in her chest. Did the lawyer name us specifically? Named both of you. By name. Said the wife knew who flagged the variable and who wrote the profile. She wanted to hear from the people who did not suppress it, not the ones who did. Quovyn's jaw tightened. She knows about the suppression chain. She knows something, Marta said. She has been running for 6 days. She decoded the pattern the task force was still mapping. She created a thermal decoy, crossed unmonitored terrain, and found a lawyer who does not work with institutions. She has been gathering information, not fleeing. Imra's throat tightened. Then she knows what we did. She knows what you did, Marta said, and she is still willing to speak to you. That is not a given. That is a choice she has made, and we do not have time to analyze why. E1 looked up from the terminal. Encrypted channel is live. I have the transmission key patched through. The third party is waiting. Marta crossed to the terminal and pressed a key. The speaker crackled. A voice came through, flat and precise, with an accent Imra could not place. This is the legal representative. Are the Dunwallan analysts present? Marta looked at Imra. Imra stepped forward. We are here. A pause. The sound of breathing, someone shifting the phone. Then a different voice, female, hoarse with exhaustion and something harder. Something that had burrowed through fear and come out the other side. You are Imra Callech. It was not a question. Yes. I read your work. Before I ran, I read the framework the task force was using to find me. I saw the variable that classified my husband's cooperation trajectory. I saw the false positive rate that was not there. The voice stopped. Imra stood frozen, her hand still tingling from where Quovyn had held it. The woman who built the system that tracked me is on this call, and the man who flagged the flaw that almost stopped it. And I want to know, before I say anything else, whether you have fixed it, or whether you are still giving agencies a tool that kills people when they trust it. The line went silent. Imra looked at Quovyn. He was watching her, his gray eyes unreadable, waiting to see what she would choose. She had already chosen. "We have fixed it," she said. "But it should never have needed fixing. I built a variable that classified shame as deception. I removed the caveat that could have saved Area and Vass. I cannot undo that. But I can tell you the truth about what happened and what we have done to stop it from happening again." The silence stretched. Then the voice came back, softer now. "Tell me." The terminal screen flickered. A file began loading. Marta's hand hovered over the keyboard. The briefing was open, the clock was running, and the witness was listening. Chapter 64. The audio feed crackled once, then steadied. The legal representative's voice came through again, flat and precise, the accent still unplaceable. "The analysts have confirmed their presence. You may proceed." A beat of silence. Then the other voice, the one Imra had heard before, hoarse and burned clean of hesitation. "You fixed the variable." Imra stood with her palms pressed flat against the archive table, the terminal screen casting blue light across her knuckles. "Yes." "How?" The question landed like a blade, not curious, testing. Imra looked at Quovyn. He had moved to the edge of the terminal, his arms loose at his sides, watching the speaker as if he could read the silence between words. She turned back to the microphone. "We rebuilt the concealment threshold from the original interview data. The false positive rate was suppressed in the original model. We documented the correction, the methodology, and the reason the suppression occurred." "Why now?" The voice was not hostile. It was calibrated, each word measured for what it would reveal about the speaker on the other end. Imra felt the trap before she saw it. The question was not about the correction. It was about the timing, about whether the fix had come because someone finally listened or because the institution needed to protect itself. "The answer matters to you," Imra said slowly, "because if we only fixed it when we were caught, then the fix is contingent. It will hold until the next time silence is more convenient than truth." A pause. "Yes." Quovyn stepped closer to the terminal. "The correction was submitted before the external audit began, before anyone knew the device had been recovered. We filed it because the model was wrong, not because we were discovered." "Who is we?" "Dr. Callech and I." The silence stretched. Then the voice said, "You filed it together." "She wrote the admission," Quovyn said. "I wrote the replacement thresholds. Both are on the record with the external auditors. Neither can be withdrawn without the other." Another pause. Imra realized the voice was not hesitating. It was processing, reading their answers against information the speaker already held, testing for consistency against a known baseline. The legal representative had not interrupted. That meant the representative was listening for the same thing. Marta shifted behind them. "The lawyer is a former investigator," she said quietly, not into the feed. "3 jurisdictions. She does not work with institutions because she has seen them bury evidence from the inside." Imra understood. The intermediary was not just a messenger. The intermediary was a filter, trained to detect whether the authorities on the other end of the line would collapse uncertainty into accusation, would turn the wife's testimony into a weapon against the people who had tried to protect her. "Your question about time," Imra said into the microphone. "You want to know whether the correction would have happened if your husband had not been flagged, whether we would have let the framework stand and covered the flaw until another witness died." Silence. "Yes, it is the right question." She felt Quovyn's attention shift to her, but she did not look at him. "The variable should have been corrected 5 years ago. I knew the false positive rate was unreliable. I suppressed my own caveat because I believed operational confidence required certainty, and I did not want to be the person who slowed an operation that might save a life." She stopped. The silence on the line was absolute. And Vast died because of that choice. Not because the framework failed, because I failed to name the risk, and because someone above me used my clean classification to authorize an operation shift that killed her. Imra drew a breath. The correction happened now because Dr. Sorby returned to Dunwallan and forced me to face what I had buried. I cannot tell you it would have happened without him. I can tell you it happened before we knew about your husband's case, before we knew you existed. The silence broke. A sound, not a word, a breath that caught and released. Then the voice said, "You removed the caveat." "Yes." "You made Ariane Vass readable." "Yes." "And you are telling me this on a recorded line knowing my lawyer will preserve it." "Yes." The voice went quiet for so long that Imra thought the connection had dropped. Then, different tone, softer but no less precise. "Who at Dunwallan changed the model after someone died?" The question hit the room like a door slamming shut. Imra's chest tightened. "Changed it how?" "Do not answer a question with a question. You know what I am asking." "Someone modified the classification language after the Vass operation. Adjusted the concealment variable documentation to remove the word provisional from the published threshold. Shifted the attribution so the warning appeared later in the chain than it had. I have seen the version history. I need to know who did it." Marta's hand moved to the terminal. Quovyn leaned in, his voice low. "You have access to the version history." "I have access to a lot of things. The pattern, the suppression language, the routing codes. I have been reading your archive from the outside for longer than you have been reading it from the inside. The question is not what I know. The question is whether you will tell me the truth about what happened inside your building after Ariane Vass was buried." The file on the terminal screen continued loading. Imra looked at Quovyn. His gray eyes held hers. She turned back to the microphone. "The variable documentation was modified by the same person who removed my caveat from the original assessment. The tactical lead had it reclassified after the fatality review. 2 other signatories authorized the language change. I do not have all 3 names on the record yet, but I know who issued the routing code." "Tell me." "Not yet." The voice sharpened. "Why not?" "Because the person who issued that code is still in post. Because the oversight board that could have stopped them was dissolved 3 years ago. Because if I name them on this line before we have the evidence locked, they will destroy the chain before we can trace it." "You are protecting your investigation. I am protecting the evidence that will hold when they try to bury it." Imra paused. "The same way you protected yourself by running to a lawyer who does not work with institutions." The silence that followed was not cold. It was recognition. Then the voice said, "The file I am sending contains the full suppression language chain, the draft message from the recovered device, the routing codes across 7 agencies, and a name." Imra's pulse jumped. "Whose name?" "The analyst who flagged the variable 5 years ago. The one who wrote 'run' in the margin. The one who has been inside Dunwallan for 5 years under a name you have not found yet." The screen flickered. A file transfer began. The voice on the line said, "I am not running from your institution, Dr. Callech. I am running to the people inside it who have been waiting for someone to find them." The terminal pinged. The file was complete. Chapter 65. The line stayed live. The file transfer complete. Light glowed on the terminal screen, steady and final, and the silence on the channel felt heavier than any question the voice could have asked. The legal representative had not disconnected. The wife had not spoken again. They were waiting. Marta's hand moved across the console. The microphone cut. 30 seconds, she said, her voice flat and fast. "We have 30 seconds before they decide we are stalling. Whatever we say next determines whether the evidence on that terminal enters the record through her channel or whether she burns the connection and takes the routing codes with her." Imra's pulse beat at the base of her throat. "I told her the truth about the caveat. She asked about the model change." "You told her who changed it, but not why they could. That is the gap she is watching." Marta's eyes stayed on the terminal. "She asked who modified the classification language after the operation. You said the tactical lead and 2 other signatories. You did not tell her the suppression chain reaches someone still in post at the Nordic office who designed the language itself. Because that creates a target, and the risk she becomes that target." Marta's voice did not soften. "She already knows the suppression language. She already sent the name of the analyst inside Dunwallan. She is running toward people she trusts inside the institution, not away from them. That means she has a protection network of her own. But if we name the Nordic designer on a live line, we lose the chain before we can trace it. Quovyn's hand rested on the table beside Imra's. He did not reach for her. He placed his palm flat, open, an offer of stillness. The lawyer is a former investigator from 3 jurisdictions, he said. She knows how evidence gets buried. That is why she went silent after Imra gave the narrow answer. She is testing whether we have a containment strategy or whether we are still guessing. Marta looked at him. We have a containment strategy. The question is whether we tell them about the Nordic Oversight Board dissolution and the designer still in post, or whether we hold that until the evidence is physically secure. Imra thought of the file on the terminal, the analyst's name, the routing codes, the suppression chain across 7 agencies. If she told Petrovic's wife everything now, the line was recorded, the evidence became actionable tonight. But the Nordic designer would know exactly what the wife had and could move to destroy remaining traces before morning. If she held back, the wife might interpret silence as complicity and sever the channel before the evidence crossed into the record. What does the analyst's name tell us? She asked. Marta's jaw tightened. The name is flagged under a different identity in the Dunwallan personnel file. Theodora is cross-referencing it now against archived access logs. If the analyst has been inside for 5 years under another name, there will be a pattern we can trace. The wife sent us the key to finding the analyst, Imra said slowly. She did not send us the analyst's current location or contact method. She still holds that. Yes, because she is not giving us everything until we prove we will use it. Marta's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted. Agreement. Then I answer the question, Imra said, narrowly, truthfully, with enough weight that she understands why I am holding the last piece. Quovyn's hand turned over on the table, palm up. She looked at it. Then she looked at Marta. Unmute the line. Marta's finger moved. The silence on the channel breathed back. I cannot tell you the full chain yet, Imra said. Not because I am protecting the people who built the suppression language, because I am protecting the evidence that will prove what they built. If I name the designer on this line before the routing codes are physically secured, the chain collapses before it reaches the record. She paused. But you asked who modified the model after Ariane died, and I told you the truth about the tactical lead and the 2 signatories. I will tell you this as well. The model was changed because certainty caused harm. That is the only reason it should ever be changed. Not to protect reputation, not to shift attribution. Because the false positive rate was unreliable, and a woman died because we called her readable when she was not. The silence stretched. Then the legal representative's voice, measured and neutral. One final location marker. The witness will not speak again until she is standing in front of you. I will send coordinates when the connection is stable. Do not share them with any authority outside your immediate channel. If you do, she disappears. The line clicked. The terminal screen dimmed to standby. Marta's hand hovered over the console, knuckles white. She gave us the marker, Imra said. She gave us a test. Marta's voice was quiet. The real question is whether we pass it before the Nordic designer learns we are holding it. The room hummed. Quovyn's hand remained open on the table, and somewhere in the encrypted silence between the terminal and the corridor, a single coordinate was already forming, waiting to be sent. Chapter 66. The terminal screen flickered once before the coordinate resolved. Imra read it standing. Quovyn read it over her shoulder. Marta's finger traced the line from the marker to the nearest mapped corridor before any of them spoke. Ferry corridor, not inland. Not the unmonitored terrain every agency had pre-positioned assets for. A maritime transit lane running parallel to the coast, with 3 scheduled departures before dawn and no extradition architecture at the far end. She was never heading for the hills, Marta said. She wanted us looking at the wrong map. Imra's throat tightened. The framework assessment had predicted eastward movement through rural terrain with low surveillance density. The task force had staged resources along farm access routes, forest service roads, the border checkpoint at the northern crossing, all of it aimed at the ground. Petrovic's wife had been reading water. Can we reallocate without command authorization? Quovyn asked. No. Marta's jaw worked, and by the time I explain why the framework was wrong about the direction of travel, she will have cleared the second departure. Imra looked at the coordinate again. The marker was precise enough to identify a specific berth at a specific terminal. The legal representative had not sent a region, she had sent a door. She is telling us where to meet her, Imra said, not where to intercept her. Quovyn's hand moved before his voice did. He pulled a notebook from his coat, flipped to a clean page, and began writing departure times from the terminal's published schedule. First departure is 47 minutes, he said. If we are on it, we can reach the transfer point before she clears customs at the far end. Marta's phone vibrated against the table. She picked it up, read the screen, and her expression shifted into something Imra had not seen before. Not alarm, not calculation, recognition. Saska, Marta said. She has the preliminary audit language. Imra turned. Quovyn stopped writing. Marta read aloud, her voice flat enough to drain the words of hope or damage. The framework may continue deployment under revised national safeguards and full attribution of all prior methodological contributions, including but not limited to unpublished field data, archived interview transcripts, and the documented revision history of the concealment variable. Full attribution. Imra felt the weight of it settle across her shoulders. The framework would survive. It would enter national review, corrected, acknowledged, transcribed. Every name attached to every contribution would be visible, including hers, including Quovyn's, including the analyst hidden in Dunwallan's personnel files under a name no one had yet matched. Saskia's on her way, Marta said. She wants to discuss the attribution language before the auditors formalize it. She wants to know who we protect in the final version, Quovyn said. Imra looked at the terminal, at the coordinates still glowing on the dim screen, at the berth where Petrovic's wife would either find them waiting or vanish into the network of people who had been watching the institution longer than the institution had known it was being watched. If the audit names every contributor, Imra said slowly, it names the analyst inside Dunwallan, the one the wife sent us the key to find, the one who has been waiting for 5 years. Then the analyst becomes visible, Marta said, and the suppression network knows exactly who to neutralize before the testimony begins. Quovyn set his pen down. Unless we reach the wife first, unless she is standing in front of us when the names are read. The room held its breath. Imra thought of the ferry corridor, the 3 departures, the legal representative's warning about sharing the marker with any authority outside their immediate channel. Petrovic's wife had not sent them evidence. She had sent them an address, and she would not speak again until she was looking at them. She is not testing our strategy, Imra said. She is testing whether we will get on the boat. Marta's phone lit again. Another message, this one from the task force command channel. Reallocation denied. Maintain current posture. Repeat, maintain current posture. They do not see it yet, Marta said. They are still watching the roads. Quovyn stood. He did not look at Marta. He looked at Imra. Then we do not wait for permission. The words hung between them. Imra remembered the storm night in the archive. The hour before dawn in the consultation suite. The moment his hand had turned over on the table, palm up, an offer of stillness she had not yet taken. She took it now. What do we need to move? She asked. Marta was already reaching for her coat. 3 tickets, a window before the second departure, and a story that does not collapse if someone asks where we are going. Quovyn's hand found the edge of the terminal. He pulled the coordinate off the screen onto his notebook, folded the page once, and pressed it into his pocket. The story is that we are following the evidence, he said. It is not a lie. Imra looked at the door. Saskia would arrive in minutes with the attribution language. Miraz would learn of the reallocation denial before the first departure cleared the berth. The Nordic designer still in post would be checking the same ferry schedules, calculating the same window, measuring whether the people holding the marker would move before the suppression chain closed. Then we move now, Imra said. And we tell Saskia the truth after we are on the water. Marta's hand paused on the door handle. After, she repeated. Not before. Before, she stops us. After, she covers for us. Quovyn's mouth curved at the edge. Not quite a smile. Recognition. She is learning, he said. Imra did not answer. She stepped toward the door and the corridor beyond it, and the dark winter water that would carry them toward a woman who had already survived more than any framework had ever predicted. Chapter 67. The rain had not stopped. It sheeted against the glass corridor in long gray curtains, blurring the courtyard lights into smeared halos. Imra moved fast, Quovyn half a step behind her, Marta already at the junction where the corridor split toward the staff entrance. She saw him before she heard him. Marta stood at the far end of the glass passage, coat still buttoned, tablet pressed against his chest like a shield. He had not come from his office. He had come from the direction of the ferry terminal road. "Dr. Callech." Not a greeting, a containment. Imra kept walking. "We are on a deadline, Director." "Deadlines are exactly what I want to discuss." He did not move aside. The corridor was narrow here, the glass walls turning the winter dark into a cold aquarium. "You and Dr. Sorby have submitted a unified record to the auditors without institutional review. You have signed statements that place operational failures on the record without legal counsel present. And now I am told you intend to leave the Institute without authorization?" Marta stopped at the junction. Her hand rested on the door handle. Her eyes stayed on Imra. "Who told you that?" Imra asked. Miraz's mouth tightened. "The same people who have been watching this investigation from the beginning. The same people who will read every word of the audit findings and decide whether Dunwallan survives as a research institution or becomes a cautionary footnote in a parliamentary review." The rain drummed against the glass. "You are mistaking confession for courage, Imra." His voice dropped. The director's tone, the one that had made junior researchers fold for years. "You think naming every failure, every omission, every moment of weakness makes you brave. It does not. It makes you useful to people who want to tear this institution apart for their own advantage." Quovyn stepped forward. "The institution tore itself apart. We are documenting the wreckage." Miraz did not look at him. His eyes stayed on Imra. 5 years ago, you made a professional judgment under operational pressure. You classified a witness's behavior as concealment. The operation shifted. The witness died. That was your error. Imra felt the words land, each one precise, each one designed. Now you are helping the same people who built the suppression system gut everything you worked for. You think the Nordic Regional Office will thank you for exposing their routing codes? You think the advisory board will applaud your transparency when their names surface in the testimony? I do not care what they do. Then you are naive. Miraz's voice sharpened. The framework you built will survive under revised safeguards, yes, but you will not control it. The attribution language Saskia is bringing will name every contributor, including the analyst hidden inside Dunwallan under a false identity. Do you know what happens to that analyst when the suppression network learns their name before testimony begins? Imra's throat tightened. I did not think so. Miraz stepped closer. You are so focused on the purity of your confession that you have not considered who gets caught in the blast radius. Behind her, Quovyn was still. Dunwallan's authority is already fractured, Miraz continued. The other agencies are watching. The boards are preparing their distancing statements, and when the full record is published, the people who will survive are the ones who positioned themselves correctly. He paused. Quovyn Sorby will not be one of them. Imra's pulse slowed. She looked at Miraz's face, the controlled set of his jaw, the slight tension at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean? I mean, his role in the old operation is about to become very visible, not as a whistleblower, as a participant who knew the caveat was removed and said nothing for 2 years. The outside boards will not protect a man who watched an error unfold and chose strategic silence over intervention. He filed 3 formal objections. He withdrew the 3rd. Miraz's voice was flat. He traded accountability for field access. He chose to stay inside the system rather than tear it down. That is not courage. That is complicity with a delay. The corridor hummed. Imra thought of Quovyn's admission in the audit room, the way he had named his silence before anyone else could. The burned scar on his wrist that she had never asked about because she already knew what it meant. She turned to face Marta fully. You are trying to divide us. I am trying to warn you. You are trying to divide us, she repeated. Because you know the unified record cannot be broken if we stay together. You know the suppression chain traces to the Nordic office. You know the analyst inside Dunwallan has been waiting 5 years for someone to find them. And you know that if we reach Petrovic's wife before the suppression network closes, the testimony will name names you cannot bury. Moraz's jaw tightened. So let me be clear. Ingwa's voice did not waver. I am not mistaking confession for courage. I am telling the truth because the alternative is letting more people die while the institution protects itself. And if you want to threaten Quovyn's reputation to make me hesitate, you have already lost. She stepped past him. At the junction, Marta held the door open. The cold air hit Ingwa's face, salt and diesel, and the dark smell of the water. Imra, Marta's voice came from behind her, quieter now. The ferry terminal is monitored. The second departure will be watched. If you board that boat, you are not following evidence. You are putting yourselves outside every protection this institution can offer. Imra did not turn. Then we will have to survive without it. She stepped through the door, and the winter night swallowed her. Marta's boots struck the wet pavement ahead. Quovyn's hand found the small of Imra's back, a brief pressure, a question. She answered by keeping moving. The terminal lights burned through the rain 300 meters away. The first departure had already cleared. The second was boarding. And somewhere in the dark water between the berths, a woman who had already survived more than any framework predicted was waiting to see if they would come. Imra's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen. Saskia's name. A single line of text. They know you left. The Nordic Oversight Office just called Miraz. They are already moving. The terminal lights flickered, and then the rain swallowed the signal, and Imra kept walking toward the boat. Chapter 68. 300 meters to the terminal lights. Imra's boots hit wet tarmac in a rhythm she did not set, matching Quovyn's pace without deciding to. Marta walked ahead, phone pressed to her ear, voice low and clipped. The rain had changed. Thinner now, driven sideways by wind that smelled of open water. Quovyn. He did not slow. She grabbed his sleeve. Quovyn, stop. He stopped. The terminal lights threw his shadow long across the wet ground. His face was hard to read in the dark. Whatever Miraz said back there, she said, I need you to tell me if it is true. You heard him. I heard him say you withdrew the third objection. I heard him say you chose strategic silence. I did. The words landed flat. No defense, no context. Then tell me why. Quovyn's jaw tightened. He looked past her, toward the water, toward the ferry that was boarding without them. Because I thought I could stop the framework from inside. I thought if I stayed, published my own corrections, built a competing methodology, I could make the flaw irrelevant without ever having to name the people who let it happen. I told myself that was the strategic choice, that silence was patience. And it was cowardice dressed as patience. He looked at her now. I told myself I was preserving my credibility for the fight that mattered. But the fight that mattered was happening right in front of me, and I let it happen to someone else. Imra held still. Ariane Vass, she said. Yes. The wind hit them. The ferry horn sounded once, low and long. I have spent 5 years refusing to look at what I did, she said. You spent 5 years refusing to say what you knew. We are the same. No. Quovyn stepped closer. You built the profile. I watched. You removed the caveat. I knew. You carried the guilt alone. I let you. Because you did not know it was me. I knew someone had removed it. I assumed it was tactical. I assumed the system had swallowed your warning the way it swallows everything. I did not bother to learn your name until the staff meeting. The ferry horn again, shorter this time. Moraz is going to use this, she said. He is going to circulate the story of your withdrawal. He is going to make you look complicit. I know, and you are not going to defend yourself. No. Imra stared at him. He is going to paint you as a man who knew and said nothing. He is going to destroy your credibility so that when you speak against the suppression chain, no one listens. And you are going to let him. I am not going to let him. Quovyn's voice was quiet. I am going to write the addendum myself. It took her 3 seconds to understand. You are going to name your own silence. Yes, in the record. If I let Miraz control the narrative, the timing of my withdrawal becomes a weapon against everything we have built. If I write it first, if I put it in the revision history, then it is not a scandal. It is part of the correction. Imra thought of Miraz's voice in the corridor, the careful way he had placed the revelation. Quovyn, that will cost you. I know. Your field access, your reputation, any future you had as an independent researcher. If you put that in writing, every board that looks at your name will see a man who watched an error unfold and said nothing for 2 years. Yes, they will not see the objections you filed. They will not see the strategy. They will only see the withdrawal. He did not argue. And if I let you bear that alone, she said, then I am still the woman who let someone else carry the cost of her mistake. Quovyn's mouth moved, almost a smile. Then we will have to write it together. Marta's voice cut through the wind. If you two are finished having a crisis, the second ferry is boarding in 6 minutes, and I just got word that the Nordic office has already contacted the terminal security. Imra turned. Marta stood 10 meters ahead, phone lowered, face unreadable. Contacted them how? They did not ask for a lockdown. They asked for a passenger manifest. That means they are trying to identify us before we board, not stop us. Then we board before the manifest is compiled, Quovyn said. Marta shook her head. Too late. Standard procedure. Every ferry sends the list 10 minutes before departure. They already have it. Imra's chest tightened. Then they know we are here. They know 3 passengers from Dunwallan are listed. They do not know which 3 yet. Marta's voice was flat. But they will, the second we scan our tickets. The wind shifted. The ferry lights swayed. Then we do not scan, Imra said. Both of them looked at her. We board without tickets. We move before they match names to faces. We get on that boat, and we find Petrovic's wife, and we do it before the Nordic office has time to decide whether to stop us. Marta's eyes narrowed. The terminal has cameras at every gangway. Then we find the blind spots. You do not know the terminal layout. No? Imra turned to Quovyn. But you do. He held her gaze for a second. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out his notebook, flipped past the ferry coordinates, past the departure times, past pages she had never seen. Service entrance, staff corridor, maintenance access to the berth level. 1 blind spot between camera 7 and camera 9 where the gangway connects. Marta stared at him. How do you know that? Because I mapped it the night I found the ferry coordinate. Imra felt something shift in her chest. You knew we would need this. I knew I would not let us be stopped by a camera. The terminal lights flickered. The second ferry horn sounded. 3 long notes. Final boarding. Then let us move, Marta said, and started walking. Imra caught Quovyn's hand before he followed. When you write that addendum, she said, I am signing it. He looked at her. The rain streaked his face. The wind pulled at his coat. Imra, I am not letting you carry this alone either. His hand tightened around hers. Then we had better survive the ferry. He turned, and she followed. The terminal swallowed them. Chapter 69. The ferry hummed beneath them, diesel vibration through the deck plates, salt air thick in the passageway. Imra pressed her back against the bulkhead and watched the terminal lights shrink through a porthole. No sirens, no running footsteps, just the dark water widening between them and the pier. Quovyn stood beside her, notebook open, the pages damp at the edges from rain. He had not written anything yet. He was just looking at the blank spread where the addendum would go. Marta appeared from the stairwell, phone dark in her hand. We are not on the manifest they pulled. 2 of us boarded through the maintenance corridor. Quovyn bought a ticket for a passenger who did not show. Imra looked at him. You planned for this. I planned for needing to move without a trace. He did not look up from the notebook. I did not plan for what comes after. The ferry pitched slightly. Somewhere above, a door clanged shut. We need to write it now, Imra said. Before we lose the light. Before the Nordic office confirms which 3 passengers match our descriptions. I know. Then write. Quovyn's hand moved. He wrote the date first, then his full name, then the words, I, Dr. Quovyn Sorby, state for the record that I withdrew my 3rd formal objection to the Voss operation and chose silence for 2 years. He stopped. Imra watched his hand hover. The pen pressed against the page but did not move. What is wrong? I have written this sentence 6 times in my head over the past hour. It is different when the ink is wet. Then write the next one. He did. I knew the concealment variable caveat had been removed before the operation shifted. I did not name the person who removed it. I told myself silence was strategy. It was not. It was complicity dressed as patience. Imra's throat tightened. Keep going. I returned to Dunwallan believing the framework would collapse under its own weight if I let it. I did not account for the lives that would be affected while I waited. I did not account for the cost of watching without intervening. I was wrong. He wrote for another minute, then another paragraph. His hand steady now, the words coming faster. When he finished, he held the page out to her. She read it. He had named everything. The 3 objections, the withdrawal, the 2 years of silence, the moment he learned it was her profile, the moment he decided to tell her anyway, the moment he understood that strategy and cowardice could wear the same face. It was harsher than anything Moralgs could have written. It was also true. I need to add something, she said. She took his pen. Below his final line, she wrote, I, Dr. Imra Callech, state for the record that I built the concealment variable, removed the caveat, and authored the profile that shaped the operation. Quovyn Sorby's silence followed my choice. I do not claim his failure as mine, but I will not let him stand alone in the record while I stand in the margins. She signed her name. Quovyn looked at it for a long moment. You did not have to. I know. And you understand what this means. If the audit panel reads this alongside your harm statement, they will not see you as the corrected architect. They will see you as someone who shielded a collaborator after the fact. They will see someone who refused to let one person carry a shared cost. He was quiet. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out his own pen, and below her signature he wrote, This addendum is a joint document. Neither signatory bears sole responsibility for the decisions described herein. The record shall reflect that the correction was made together, because the error was carried together. He signed again. Imra stared at the page. You just made it impossible for them to scapegoat either of us. Yes. If they try to separate us, the document reads as incomplete. If they try to attack you in isolation, my signature binds the admission to me. If they try to bury it, the version history proves it existed before any institutional response. Yes. She looked at him. You thought of this before you started writing? I thought of it the night I found the ferry coordinate. His voice was quiet. I thought of it when I realized I would not survive what comes next if I had to face it without you. The ferry hummed beneath them. Marta's phone lit up. She read it, face unreadable. Task force, she said. Contact established. Petrovic's wife is present. They have eyes on her. Imra's chest loosened, but a senior officer is pushing to force extraction now. He wants to move before the network can regroup. He is arguing that waiting trades initiative for safety. Quovyn closed the notebook. How long do we have? Marta's thumb scrolled. The task force lead is holding the line, but he says if the officer escalates to command, the extraction order could come within minutes. Imra thought of Petrovic's wife's voice on the line, the way she had tested them, the way she had said she would not speak again until standing in front of them. If they force extraction, she will bolt. She will disappear into whatever terrain she can reach, and she will never trust an institutional contact again. I know. Then we need to reach her before the officer reaches command. Marta's phone lit again. She read it. Her face went still. They are not asking for permission anymore. The officer has already called for a tactical unit. He is moving? Quovyn was already standing. How many minutes until the ferry docks? Marta checked. 43. We do not have 43 minutes. Imra looked at the notebook in Quovyn's hand. The addendum, their names, the record they had built together. Then we find another way to reach her before the extraction team does. The ferry engines shifted. Somewhere above, a radio crackled with static. Chapter 70. The encrypted line clicked open. Marta held the phone between them on the ferry's lower deck, the speaker crackling with the task force's command frequency. A man's voice came through, flat and clipped, the tone of someone who had already made up his mind. We have visual. Target is inside a ground floor unit with 2 exits. If we wait for the ferry to dock, we lose the window. Imra leaned toward the phone. Who am I speaking to? Senior Officer Hartman, I have tactical command of this phase. You have tactical command. You do not have behavioral command. A pause. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Imra's voice stayed level. The ferry hummed beneath her feet, the engines vibrating through the deck plates. 41 minutes until docking, maybe less now. It means if you force extraction, she will interpret your tactical unit as the same network that has been hunting her for 11 days. She will fight, flee, or shut down. None of those outcomes gives you the testimony you need. She is a protected witness in an active threat environment. My job is to secure her before the network regroups. Your job is to secure her testimony, Quovyn said. A body in a safe house does not close the case. A body that trusts you enough to speak does. Hartman's breath was audible on the line. You are 40 minutes out. You do not have eyes on her. You do not have authority over my unit. Marta cut in. I have authority over the operational framework that your agency signed off on 3 weeks ago. That framework now includes the revised thresholds that your own review board accepted this morning. The revised thresholds state that witness contact under coercive conditions requires behavioral assessment before tactical intervention. The revision has not been formally adopted. It has been submitted to Audit, the same audit that will review whether your unit acted in accordance with the most current guidance when it moved against a witness who explicitly requested the analysts she trusts to be present. Silence. The ferry shifted against a current. Somewhere above, footsteps crossed the deck. Hartman spoke again, slower. You are asking me to hold position while the network closes. I am asking you to hold position while we dock, Imra said. 39 minutes. You have eyes on her location. You have a perimeter. What you do not have is certainty that forcing contact now will produce the outcome you want. And you do? I have a profile of the woman on the other end of that door. She has been running for 11 days. She has outmaneuvered a suppression network across 3 jurisdictions. She created a thermal decoy, crossed unmonitored terrain, and reached a location she chose with no help from any institutional asset. Imra paused. That is not someone who responds well to being told what to do. Quovyn picked up without looking at her. She is in what we call a high-agency survival state. Every decision she has made since the leak reinforced her sense that she can only rely on herself. If your team breaches that door, you will confirm every belief she has about institutions. She will not trust you with her evidence. She may destroy it before you reach her. Hartman said nothing. The longer you wait, Quovyn continued, the more time she has to watch you not breach. Each minute you hold distance is a minute she reads as restraint, not hesitation. Restraint she can interpret as control. Hesitation she will interpret as weakness. You want her to see the difference. Your analysts are describing a psychological profile from a ferry deck. They are describing the same women they spoke to on an encrypted line 2 hours ago, the same women who told them she would not speak again until standing in front of them. Imra's voice hardened. She did not say until she was secured. She said until she was standing in front of us. That is not a request for protection. That is a condition. Marta raised the phone closer to her mouth. Officer Hartman, I have a documented revision trail signed by 2 principal authors and submitted to the ethics channel. I have a preliminary audit finding that the framework survives national review. If your unit forces extraction before the behavioral analysts arrive, I will submit a supplemental finding that the extraction was conducted in contradiction of the most current guidance, and I will name every officer who participated. The silence stretched. Then, how long until your ferry docks? 37 minutes. 37 minutes is a long time in an active threat environment. It is long enough for you to watch a woman choose to trust you because you gave her the space to make that choice. Imra's voice dropped. She has not had that space in 11 days. Give it to her. A muffled sound on Hartman's end. Someone speaking in the background. A door opening. Then Hartman's voice returned, different now, lower. We will hold distance, but the extraction team stays in position. If I see movement toward her unit from any direction that is not yours, we breach. Understood. If you are wrong about this and she bolts or the network reaches her before you do, that is on your assessment. It is on our assessment, Quovyn said. We are aware. The line went quiet. Marta let out a breath she had been holding. He will hold for now. That is all we get. The ferry engines shifted pitch. The lights of the terminal were visible through the rain-streaked window, low and yellow against the dark water. Imra leapt at Quovyn. His face was unreadable, but his hand rested on the notebook beside him, the addendum they had written together still inside. "You sounded certain," she said. "I was not certain. I was correct. Those are not the same thing." "No," he looked at her. "But they can stand in the same room now." The ferry slowed. Marta checked her phone. "ETA 8 minutes. But we have a problem." She turned the screen toward them. A message from the task force frequency, time-stamped 30 seconds ago. "Unidentified vehicle approaching the witness location from the east. No tactical markings. Moving fast." Imra's chest tightened. "Tell Hartman to hold his team. He knows." The ferry engines reversed. The terminal loomed through the rain, lights blurring through the water on the glass. 8 minutes was too long, and the vehicle was already there. Chapter 71. The vehicle was not a network asset. Marta read the update from the task force frequency, her face shifting through recognition into something harder. "Local police. Unmarked car, 2 officers. No tactical training. No briefing on the revised thresholds." Imra's chest tightened. "They are going to approach." "They are already approaching." Marta turned the screen. "Command just confirmed. Patrol unit received a noise complaint call 12 minutes ago. Anonymous. The vehicle was dispatched before anyone could intercept." "A noise complaint," Quovyn said. "In a ferry terminal industrial zone at 3 in the morning. Someone wanted uniformed officers at that door before we docked." The ferry engines reversed again. The terminal lights sharpened through the rain. Imra could see the dock now, wet concrete and stacked cargo containers. The low building where Petrovic's wife was hiding somewhere behind the eastern wall. 7 minutes, maybe less. "Tell Hartman to call the station," Imra said. "Get the patrol unit recalled before they knock." Hartman does not have authority over local policing. He tried. The dispatcher will not pull the unit without a supervisor override, and the supervisor is not answering the command channel. Quovyn was already pulling his notebook open, the addendum pages sliding aside beneath his fingers. He found a clean page and wrote 3 lines. "Send this to Hartman. He reads it to the patrol frequency on the tactical net." Marta took the notebook. Her eyes moved across the lines. "They will not follow a script from an unknown voice on a channel they do not use. They will follow it if Hartman identifies himself as Senior Tactical Command and states the building contains an active evidence preservation operation under cross-jurisdictional protocol." "That is not true." "It is true enough. The evidence she carries is physical. Preservation applies until the evidence is secured. Local officers understand preservation. They understand jurisdictional overlap. They do not understand behavioral thresholds." Imra looked at the lines he had written. They were short, direct, no room for interpretation. "Identify as tactical command. State building contains evidence preservation operation. Do not approach. Maintain visual only. Confirm compliance on this channel." "Add a line," she said. "Tell them the subject is known to be carrying documentation that cannot be replaced." Quovyn added it without hesitation, then handed the page to Marta. "Now, before they reach the door," Marta transmitted. The ferry vibrated beneath them, the dock sliding closer through the rain-streaked window. The seconds stretched. Then Hartman's voice returned, tight and compressed. "Patrol unit acknowledged. They are holding at the corner of the adjacent building. Visual only, no approach." Imra let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Quovyn's hand was still on the notebook. She watched his fingers press flat against the page, a deliberate stillness. "That buys us 6 minutes," Marta said. "Maybe 7. The patrol supervisor will check the dispatch log eventually and realize there is no preservation protocol on file. Then we need Petrovic's wife to see the difference before that happens." Imra turned to face the window. The terminal was close enough now to make out individual lights, the yellow glow above a service door, the dark shape of a security camera mounted on a pole. "She has been watching the building approach. She knows the police are there. She needs to see them hold." "She cannot see them from inside," Quovyn said. "She can hear the absence of movement. 11 days of flight means she has learned to read silence as well as sound. If the patrol unit stops advancing, she will register it." Marta's phone lit again. "Task Force channel. Command wants confirmation of strategy before docking. They are asking for an ETA on analyst deployment to the witness location. Tell them we are deploying now. We are on a ferry that is not docked yet. We are deploying the moment the ramp lowers. That is now. Marta typed the response. The ferry horn sounded, long and low, echoing off the concrete terminal. 3 minutes. Imra looked at Quovyn. His face was composed, but she saw the tension in the set of his shoulders, the way his hand stayed on the notebook as if grounding himself through the paper. "The script you wrote," she said, "that was not new thresholds." "No, that was field logic. It was logic I learned the hard way, watching officers make contact before the subject is ready to be contacted." He paused. "I wrote that script the first time 3 years ago. I have rewritten it every time I watched someone ignore it." She thought about the scar along his jaw, the crescent burn on his wrist, the years he had spent watching institutions repeat the same error. "You carried that into every objection you filed. I carried it into every silence, too." The ferry shuddered as it made contact with the dock. The ramped mechanisms engaged, hydraulic hiss and metal groan. Marta stood. "We go now, fast and quiet. Hartman will have an officer at the gangway to escort us through the terminal. We do not stop. We do not talk to anyone who is not part of the task force." Imra stood. Her legs felt unsteady beneath her, the deck still shifting as the ferry settled against the dock. Quovyn closed his notebook and tucked it into his coat. "If the patrol unit moves before we reach her." "They will not," he said. "You cannot guarantee that. I can guarantee they have been told to hold. The rest is timing." The ramp lowered with a final metallic clang. Marta moved first, stepping off the ferry onto the wet concrete of the terminal dock. Imra followed, Quovyn behind her. The air hit her face, cold and salt-tinged, carrying the smell of diesel and rain. A uniformed officer stood at the edge of the dock, hand raised to guide them toward the terminal building. "This way. Quickly." They moved. The terminal interior was empty, bright fluorescent light reflecting off wet floors. Their footsteps echoed against the high ceiling as they ran. Marta's phone buzzed. She checked it without slowing. "Hartman, the patrol unit is still holding. No movement." Imra's lungs burned. She had not run this distance in years. The eastern exit was ahead. Yellow sign, push bars. Marta reached it first, shoved it open. The air outside was different, colder. The buildings on this side of the terminal sat in shadow, the nearest streetlight casting a pale cone 20 meters away. Petrovic's wife was in the ground floor unit to the left, 2 exits. The patrol car was visible at the corner of the adjacent building, dark and still. Imra stopped. "Where is the audio feed?" Marta raised her wrist where a small transmitter was strapped beneath her sleeve. "Live now. They can hear us." "And the vehicle? The one approaching from the east?" Marta's face went still. "It stopped, 200 meters out. No movement for the last 90 seconds. Imra looked at Quovyn. His eyes were on the dark vehicle, barely visible through the rain between the buildings. "They are watching," he said, "waiting to see what we do. Then we do not give them a reason to move." Imra started walking toward the ground floor unit, her pace steady, her hands visible at her sides. She heard Quovyn fall into step beside her. She heard Marta's voice behind them, low and urgent into the transmitter. And then the audio feed cut out. Chapter 72. The audio feed cut. Not static, not interference. A clean severance, the line gone as if someone had reached into the circuit and pulled the connection free with their fingers. Imra stopped walking. The building was 30 meters ahead. Ground floor, 2 exits, windows dark, no movement visible behind the glass. Marta lifted her wrist, tapped the transmitter, shook her head. "Dead. Jamming or physical disruption. Does not matter. They cannot hear us and we cannot hear them." Quovyn stood beside her, his face turned toward the dark building. The rain had thinned to a cold mist that clung to his coat, his hair, the edge of his jaw. "The patrol unit," he said. Marta looked toward the adjacent corner. The unmarked car was still there, dark and still, its occupants presumably watching the building from a different angle. "They have radio. If something happens inside, they will hear it before we do." "That is not reassuring," It was not meant to be. The vehicle 200 meters east remained motionless. Imra could see its outline through the mist, a shape that did not resolve into any familiar profile. "We keep moving," she said. "Slowly. Hands visible. We stop at the door and we wait." "Wait for what?" Marta's voice carried an edge. "For her to decide we are not a threat." Imra started walking again. The ground was wet concrete, the cold seeping through the soles of her shoes. She counted her steps. 20 to the first corner, 15 to the doorway. She kept her hands at shoulder height, palms open, fingers spread. Quovyn matched her pace on her left. She heard his breathing, steady and controlled, the rhythm of someone who had done this before. "You have done this before," she said, not turning her head. "Approached a fortified witness through a kill box with no comms? No. But something like it. Something like it?" They reached the corner of the adjacent building. The patrol car was visible now, its windows angled toward the ground floor unit. The officers inside had not moved. Marta's voice behind them, low. "If the door does not open in 60 seconds, we need a fallback." "What fallback?" Quovyn said. "We use the patrol unit as cover. Get them to create a distraction while we circle to the secondary exit." "They will not agree to that without the supervisor override. Then we find another way." Imra stopped at the doorway. It was a plain steel door, painted a color that had once been white. No window, no number. The lock was a standard deadbolt, visible at the edge of the frame. She raised her hand, knocked twice. The sound was flat against the metal, swallowed by the mist. Nothing. She knocked again. 3 times. A pause. 2 more. The rhythm she had used in the archive briefing, the one Pentuic's wife had not acknowledged, but had heard. The seconds stretched. Marta's phone remained dark. The patrol car remained still. The vehicle to the east remained a shape in the mist. Imra's hand stayed raised, palm open, fingers ready to knock again. Then the lock turned. The sound was small, a metal bolt sliding back. The door opened a crack, no wider than a hand's width, and a voice she had only heard through static and encrypted audio said, "The step outside the door is clear. The step inside is not. You have 10 seconds to decide which one you trust." Imra did not look at Quovyn. She stepped through the doorway. The space inside was dark, the only light coming from a single lamp on a table against the far wall. The air smelled of dust, stale coffee, and the sharp chemical tang of something that had been cleaned recently. Petrovic's wife stood 3 meters back, a compact figure in dark clothing, her face half-shadowed. She held something in her right hand, not raised but visible. A phone. Screen dark. "The feed," Imra said. "Did you cut it?" "I turned off the device that was relaying it. The device is in the back room. When you leave, you will take it with you, and you will tell the task force that the signal was lost due to interference, not intervention." "Why?" "Because I need to hear what you say without knowing it is being recorded. And because the vehicle 200 meters east has been sitting there for 11 minutes, and I need to know whether you brought it." "We did not." "Prove it." Quovyn stepped forward. His hand moved slowly, reaching into his coat. Petrovic's wife did not flinch. He pulled out the notebook, opened it to the page where the ferry coordinate was written, the addendum, the signatures. He held it out. "This is the proof. We left Dunwallan without authorization, without institutional protection, without any channel that could be traced back to you. We are here because we chose to be, not because we were sent." Petrovic's wife looked at the page. Her eyes moved across the handwriting, the signatures, the dates. She did not lower the phone. "The vehicle 200 meters east. If it is not yours, whose is it?" Marta answered from the doorway. "We do not know. It arrived before we did. There are no markings, no identifiers. It has not moved since we docked." "Then we have a problem." The phone in Petrovic's wife's hand lit, a single line of text. Imra could not read it from this distance. But she saw the woman's face change, the set of her jaw shifting from suspicion to something harder. "What is it?" Imra said. Petrovic's wife turned the phone toward them. The message read, "He is standing behind you." Imra's blood went cold. She turned. The doorway was empty. The mist beyond it was still. But the vehicle to the east was no longer 200 meters away. It was 50, and it was moving. Chapter 73. The vehicle stopped exactly 50 meters from the door. Not at the building, not at the corner. At an angle that told Imra the driver knew exactly where to park to keep the steel door in the windshield while leaving the passenger side obscured. She heard Petrovic's wife breathe once, sharp, as though she had been holding it since the message lit her screen. "Do you know who that is?" Imra said. "I know who sent the message. I do not know who is driving. Who sent it?" Petrovic's wife did not answer. She was watching the vehicle through the crack in the door, her hand still holding the phone, the screen still showing the line of text. "He is standing behind you." Imra turned to Quovyn. His face was still, but his hand had moved to the notebook, not to show it again, to grip it. "The analyst," she said. "The one who has been inside Dunwallan for 5 years. The one who flagged the variable before Vasa died." "He is not an analyst anymore," Quovyn said. "He stopped being an analyst the night he chose to stay inside and watch instead of leaving." Marta shifted at the doorway, her body angled toward the patrol car still visible at the corner. "If that vehicle belongs to the network, we have less than 2 minutes before we are pinned between them and the patrol unit. If it belongs to the extraction team, we have less than that before Hartman breaches." "It does not belong to Hartman," Imra said. She knew it the same way she knew the vehicle had been waiting, not hunting. It had sat 200 meters east for 11 minutes, watching the approach, timing its movement to coincide with their arrival. Whoever was inside had not come to extract Petrovic's wife. They had come to intercept. The driver's door opened. The figure that stepped out was compact, dressed in dark clothing that had no insignia, no markings, nothing that identified agency or affiliation. He left the door open and stood beside it, hands visible at his sides. He did not walk toward them. He waited. Petrovic's wife made a sound that might have been recognition. "You know him," Imra said. "I know what he carries." "What does he carry?" "The original suppression order, the one that was issued before the variable was removed, the one that names the person who gave the verbal directive." Quovyn's hand tightened on the notebook. "If he has that document, he has been holding it for 5 years. Why bring it now?" "Because we are here," Petrovic's wife said. "Because the audit findings were released 20 minutes ago, and he knows the window for using that document is closing." Imra's chest tightened. "The audit findings." "Saskia sent them to the device I turned off. I saw the notification before I cut the feed. Preliminary clearance for the corrected framework. National review pending. Conditional on named accountability statements from all principal authors by end of day." The words landed like a second message, colder than the first. Named accountability statements. By end of day. Quovyn was already moving, stepping past Imra, past Marta, until he stood in the open doorway with his hands visible and his face turned toward the figure beside the vehicle. "Which one are you?" he said. The figure did not answer immediately. Then he raised his right hand, palm open, and pointed to the notebook Quovyn was holding. "The one whose name you have not written yet." The silence stretched. Imra understood then that the man was not a threat. He was a delivery system. He had come to give them something before the window closed, and the fact that he had chosen to do it here, at this door, with Petrovic's wife watching, was not coincidence. It was a test. She stepped past Quovyn into the mist and walked toward the vehicle. "Imra," Quovyn said, "stay at the door." She kept walking until she was 10 feet from the man, close enough to see his face in the gray light. Mid-40s, gray at the temples, eyes that had been watching for a long time. "You flagged the variable 3 days before Vas died," she said. "You submitted a transfer request to Dunwallan the same week the suppression directive was issued. You have been inside the Institute for 5 years under a name that is not yours." He did not deny it. "I also preserved the original suppression order," he said. "The one that was issued before the caveat was removed. The one that names the person who gave the verbal directive. I've carried it for 5 years because I knew the moment I handed it over, I would become the target instead of the document." "Why now?" "Because the audit findings cleared the framework for national review, and because the report recommends named accountability statements from all principal authors by end of day. If you write those statements without the suppression order, you will be naming yourselves for errors that were engineered above your level." He reached into his coat. Quovyn moved, but Imra held up her hand. The man pulled out a sealed envelope, cream-colored, no markings, and held it out. "This is the original suppression directive, issued by the Nordic Oversight Office's internal division, signed by the person who dissolved the board 3 years ago to prevent tracing, the same person who has been monitoring your investigation from the beginning." Imra took the envelope. It was heavier than it looked. The seal was intact. "If I open this," she said, "I am officially in possession of evidence that was suppressed before a witness died." "Yes. And the person who gave it to me will become a target." "Yes." She looked at the envelope, then at the man who had carried it for 5 years. "Why did you stay inside Dunwallan all this time?" He met her eyes. "Because I believed that someone would eventually come who was willing to name the truth instead of just finding it." The mist shifted. The patrol car's engine turned over in the distance. The man stepped back, closed his door, and drove away without another word. Imra stood in the parking lot with the envelope in her hands and the audit findings already shaping the next hour's demands. When she turned back to the doorway, Quovyn was watching her with an expression she had not seen before. Not fear, not hope. Recognition. She walked back to the door, past Marta, past Petrovic's wife, and laid the envelope on the table beside the lamp. "We have until end of day to write our accountability statements," she said. Quovyn looked at the envelope. "And after we open that?" Uma pressed her palm flat against the cream-colored paper, feeling the weight of what was inside. "After we open it, we decide whether we are naming ourselves for the errors we made, or whether we are naming the people who engineered those errors above us." She looked at Quovyn. "We cannot do both. The report expects principal authors. The suppression order expects witnesses. We have to choose which truth we are telling before sunset." The mist pressed against the windows. Petrovic's wife was still holding her phone. The message still read, "He is standing behind you." But the vehicle was gone, and the clock was running. Chapter 74. The envelope sat between them on the table, cream-colored and unbroken, while the mist pressed against the windows. Imra did not open it. She slid it to the edge of the lamp's glow, out of the immediate light, and pulled a blank page from her bag. "I write mine first," she said. "You write yours after. We compare before either goes anywhere." Quovyn watched her lay the page flat. "You are drafting now. The deadline is end of day. That is 3 hours, maybe 4 if Saskia stretches the window. I am not spending them deciding whether to open an envelope I have already decided to open." "Have you?" She met his eyes. "I will open it after the statements are written. So the statement is mine, not the envelope's." He did not argue. He pulled his chair to the other end of the table, opened his notebook, and began writing his own version without waiting for hers. The room went quiet except for the scratch of pens. Imra wrote the date first, then her full name, then the title she had held for 8 years, Principal Framework Architect, Dunwallan Institute for Behavioral Research. She stopped. That title had never felt like a lie before. Now it read like an accusation she had written herself. She kept going. "I, Imra Callech, acknowledge that the concealment variable in the Dunwallan profiling framework was developed under my sole methodological authority. I further acknowledge that I removed the provisional caveat from the variable documentation during the 8th revision cycle, a decision that removed the operational warning that would have prevented the VAS operation from proceeding under false certainty." The sentences were clean, precise, legally defensible. They were also wrong. She stared at the page. Every word was true. Every word was structured to make her sound like someone who had already processed the failure and could now describe it with clinical distance. She was doing it again, performing accountability instead of delivering it. Quovyn did not look up from his notebook. "You are writing it in your conference voice." "I am writing it accurately. You are writing it so no one can say you wrote it badly. That is not the same thing." She set the pen down. "What do you want me to write? A confession or a document that survives review?" "Both. Those things contradict each other." "No." He looked up. "They only contradict if you think surviving review requires sounding like you were never wrong." She picked the pen up again, read what she had written, saw the structure underneath the words, a framework designed to contain blame inside clean language. She crossed out the last sentence, writ beneath it. I removed the caveat because I believed the framework was ready. I was wrong. A woman died because I needed to be believed more than I needed to be accurate. She stopped. The word believed sat there, naked, without institutional armor. Quovyn leaned over and read it. Then he reached across the table, took her pen, and crossed out the last line. She started to speak. He replaced it with 4 words. I wanted to be believed. She stared at them. They were not elegant. They did not protect her. They did not frame her failure as a tragic consequence of institutional pressure or cognitive bias, or any of the frameworks she had spent years using to explain other people's errors. They were true. If I submit that, she said, I am not just admitting I was wrong. I am admitting I chose wrong. Yes. They will use it to prove I was on foot to build the framework in the first place. Maybe. She looked at the 4 words, then at him. Why do you want me to write that? He closed his notebook. Because you told Petrovic's wife that certainty caused the harm, not reputation. But you are still writing your statement like the person who has to survive review matters more than the person who has to be honest. The room held still. She looked back at the page, read the 4 words again. I wanted to be believed. She did not cross them out. Read me yours, she said. He hesitated. Then he turned his notebook around. His statement was shorter. Fewer dates, fewer institutional references. 1 paragraph naming his withdrawal of the 3rd objection. 1 paragraph naming his silence after the caveat was removed. 1 paragraph naming the reason. I stayed silent because I believed that staying inside the institution was the only way to stop it. I was wrong. I chose access over accountability, and the cost of that choice was measured in someone else's life. She read it twice. We are going to look like we coordinated these, she said. We did. We are standing in the same doorway. Different words, same shape. That is what happens when 2 people tell the same truth from different angles. She was about to answer when her phone lit up. Not a message, a calendar alert. Cohort assembly, director's response. Seminar room, 16 o'clock. She looked at the time, 15:47. He is calling everyone together, she said, before our statements reach the record. Quovyn stood. Then we bring the statements with us. He will try to contain this. Let him try. He picked up the envelope from the edge of the lamp's glow. You want to open this now or after? She looked at the sealed cream paper. The name of the person who dissolved the board was inside, the person who had been watching them from the beginning. After, she said. I want to hear what he says first. She folded her statement once, cleanly, and slipped it into her coat pocket. The 4 words stayed on the page. I wanted to be believed. She still had not decided whether she would read them aloud. They walked toward the door together. Marta was already in the corridor, jacket on, tablet in hand. Miraz just sent the call, she said. Full cohort, no exclusions. Petrovic's wife? Sitting tight, audio still dead by her choice. She knows we have until end of day. They moved through the corridor. The mist had thickened, pressing against the glass, turning the outside world into a gray wall. The seminar room door was open. Imra stepped inside and saw the room arranged differently than usual. Chairs in rows. A single table at the front. Miraz standing behind it, coat still buttoned, hands resting on a folder. The cohort filled the seats. Theodora near the back, Iwan at the side wall, Saskia standing by the window, arms crossed, Landowski, Dalagard's junior investigator, faces she knew and faces she had barely spoken to in 12 weeks. Miraz waited until the room was full. Then he spoke. I have called this assembly, he said, to deliver the Institute's formal response to the audit findings that were released this morning. He paused. The corrected framework has cleared preliminary review. The thresholds will be revised. The attribution will be shared. That is the institutional position. He looked up. However, the audit also recommends named accountability statements from principal authors before end of day. And I have been informed that 2 such statements have already been drafted. His gaze found Imra, then Quovyn. I would like to read them now, before anyone submits them to the record. The room went quiet. Ewer's hand went to her coat pocket. The paper was there. The 4 words were on it. She had not decided yet whether she would let him see them, but she had already decided she would not let him stop them. Chapter 75. The room held still. Miraz waited behind the single table, hands resting on the folder, coat still buttoned, as if he had not planned to stay long. The cohort filled the chairs in uneven rows. Theodora near the back, Yuan at the side wall, Saskia by the window, arms crossed, face unreadable. Imra's hand stayed in her coat pocket, fingers against the folded paper. The 4 words were still on it. I wanted to be believed. She had not decided yet. There has been some confusion, Miraz said, about what the audit findings mean for this institute. He spoke slowly, measured, the voice of a man who had spent years learning exactly how much weight to put on each syllable. The corrected framework has cleared preliminary review. That is a fact. The thresholds will be revised. The attribution will be shared. The work will continue. He paused. Some have interpreted this as a verdict against Dunwallan, against the methods that built the framework, against the people who invested years of their careers in making it functional. His gaze moved across the room. It is not. Imra felt Quovyn shift beside her, not toward her, not away. A small adjustment of weight, like a man settling into a position he intended to hold. The audit identified a flaw, Miraz continued. A single variable, correctable, contained. The revision process has already begun. That is how institutions improve. That is how science advances. Through discovery, not destruction. He opened the folder. The narrative that has spread through this residency, the rumor that Dunwallan deliberately suppressed evidence, that the framework was built on concealed harm, that the chain of responsibility leads back through this administration, is not supported by the documentary record. Saskia's arms uncrossed. With respect, she said. That is not true. The room turned. Miraz looked up. Excuse me? Saskia did not move from the window. Her voice was low, precise. The documentary record supports exactly that narrative. The timeline memo flagged 3 days before the operation. The caveat removed from the final profile. The routing code issued by the Oversight Division that was dissolved specifically to prevent tracing. She paused. The same routing code that connects directly to your office's access logs. Miraz's jaw tightened. That is a serious allegation. It is not an allegation. It is a documented sequence. Saskia pulled a tablet from her bag. I have the metadata, the index records, the preserved annex that was removed from the archive and then restored with your timestamp. She looked at him. Would you like me to read them aloud, or shall we proceed with the accountability statements as scheduled? The room held. Imra watched Miraz's hands. They were still on the folder, still steady. But the knuckles had gone white. I will not be ambushed in my own institute, he said. Then do not position yourself as the target. The silence stretched. Banowski shifted in his seat. Theodora's gaze moved between Imra and Saskia, calculating. Miraz closed the folder. The board will review this matter separately, he said. I have already submitted my own account of the revision process and my role in it. Good, Saskia said. Then we can move to the principal authors. She turned toward Imra and Quovyn. Director Miraz has asked to read the accountability statements before submission. That is not standard procedure, but it is not forbidden either. She waited. The question is whether you are prepared to read them aloud, to the cohort, on the record. Imra's hand tightened around the paper. The 4 words pressed against her palm. I wanted to be believed. She looked at Quovyn. He was watching her, not the room, not Saskia, not Miraz. Only her. The paper is in my pocket, she said. Saskia nodded. Then the choice is yours. Miraz stepped forward. If those statements contain allegations that have not been verified, read them aloud, and the Institute will be forced to respond publicly before we have completed our internal review. Then verify them first, Saskia said. You have the same evidence I do. You have had longer to examine it. I have had a duty to protect the institution's stability while the evidence was being assessed. And now the assessment is complete. Miraz said nothing. Saskia turned back to Imra. The cohort is waiting. Imra looked at the room. Theodora's face was tight, watching. Yuan had not moved from the wall, but his hand rested on the side of his tablet, ready. Ladowski had leaned forward, fingers drumming against his knee. They were all waiting for her to choose. She pulled the paper from her pocket. It was warm from her body heat. Folded once, cleanly, the crease sharp where she had pressed it flat in the archive. She did not unfold it. "I wrote this statement this morning," she said. "It names the decisions I made, the caveat I removed, the certainty I performed, the cost of that performance." She paused. "It names the person whose death I contributed to." The room went quiet. Miraz's hand moved toward the folder. "Imra, I strongly advise you to consider the implications of reading that document aloud without legal counsel present." "I have legal counsel present. Saskia is retained by the Institute. She is also an officer of the court." The silence thickened. Imra looked at Quovyn. He did not nod. He did not speak, but his hand moved slightly, not reaching for her, not touching, but open at his side. The same gesture he had made in the terminal. The same offer. Flat palm. Still. Waiting. She turned back to the room. "I will read it," she said, "but I want Quovyn to read his first." Miraz straightened. "That is not appropriate. It is the condition. You cannot dictate the order of this proceeding." "I am not dictating the proceeding." She held the paper against her chest. "I am telling you what I will and will not do with my own statement." The room held. Miraz looked at Saskia, who said nothing. He looked at the cohort, who watched with the stillness of people who knew they were witnessing something irreversible. He looked at Quovyn. Quovyn met his gaze. "Read yours first," Imra said. Quovyn reached into his coat. His notebook came out. Not the worn field notebook, but a smaller one, newer, the spine unbroken. He opened it to the last page. "I wrote this after Imra wrote hers," he said. "I do not have the same dates. I do not have the same admissions. But I have the same shape." He looked at Miraz. Because the truth does not change depending on who tells it. He began to read. His voice was low, uninflected. The voice of a man who had practiced these words alone in a room before speaking them to anyone else. "I withdrew my third formal objection to the VAS operation 82 days after the death. I did it because I was told continued field access depended on it. I believed that staying inside the institution was the only way to stop the framework from spreading. I chose access over accountability." He looked up. "I knew the caveat had been removed before the operation shifted. I did not name the person who removed it. I told myself that silence would eventually force the truth to surface. I was wrong. Silence does not force truth. It protects the people who benefit from the lie." The room was silent. "I stayed silent for 2 years. In those 2 years, the framework was adopted by 4 additional agencies. The concealment variable was applied to 14 live operations. The false positive rate that would have prevented Ariane Vass's death was never documented in any institutional record." His voice broke, once, barely, on the name. "I am not the person who built the flawed variable, but I am the person who watched it spread and did not stop it." He closed the notebook. "There is no version of this story where I am innocent." The room held. Imra looked at the paper in her hand. She unfolded it. The 4 words were at the bottom. "I wanted to be believed." She looked at Quovyn. He was watching her. Pale gray eyes steady. No judgment, no rescue, only presence. She looked at Saskia. Saskia's face was unreadable, but her hand had moved to rest on the tablet, ready to record. She looked at Miraz. He was still behind the table, hands flat on the folder, waiting for her to speak. Imra took a breath. She opened her mouth to begin reading when her phone vibrated against her thigh. Chapter 76. She did not look at the phone. The room watched her hand where it rested against her thigh, the vibration still humming through her palm. She held the paper in her other hand, the crease sharp, the 4 words waiting at the bottom. Quovyn was the first to understand. He did not ask what the message said. He did not reach for her. He simply stood still and let her choose. Imra pulled the phone from her pocket. Marta's name on the screen. 2 lines. "Wife is secure." They held distance. She came out on her own. Correction worked. The words did not land like relief. They landed like something heavier, a confirmation that arrived too late to undo what she was about to say, but early enough to prove it had not been pointless. She looked at Miraz. "The wife is secure," she said. They held distance. She came out voluntarily. The room shifted. Miraz's hands stayed flat on the folder. "That is not relevant to this proceeding. It is the only relevant fact in this room." Imra set the phone face up on the table. The revised thresholds produced a voluntary contact. No extraction, no breach, no casualty. She looked at the cohort. "The correction works." Saskia moved before Miraz could speak. She stepped around the table, picked up Imra's phone, read the message herself. Her face did not change, but her hand tightened around the device. "This goes into the record," Saskia said. "It is not verified," Miraz said. "It is time-stamped from a task force liaison on an operational channel. It carries more evidentiary weight than your account to the board." Saskia set the phone back down. "You submitted your version this morning. The room can compare." Imra looked at Quovyn. He was watching her the way he had watched her in the archive, in the corridor, in the terminal. Flat palm. Still, she turned back to the paper. "I am going to read this now." Miraz opened his mouth. "Do not." Her voice carried no heat. "I did not interrupt Quovyn. You will not interrupt me." She lifted the paper. The room held. She read. "My name is Imra Callech. I am the principal architect of the concealment variable in the Dunwallan profiling framework. I built it from field data I did not fully cite. I refined it through interviews I conducted after reading unpublished research that was not mine to use. I defended it against internal review, external audit, and every challenge that arrived across 5 years, because I believed the framework could not survive without it." She paused. "I was wrong." The word hung in the air. The variable was designed to identify concealment behavior in protected witnesses under pressure. It worked in controlled conditions. It failed in the field. I knew the false positive rate was elevated under witness pressure scenarios. I did not document it. I did not flag it for the agencies that adopted the framework. I removed my own caveat from the VAS operation profile because I believed certainty was more useful than caution. She looked up. "I performed certainty. I performed it for the task force. I performed it for the Institute. I performed it for myself." Her voice did not break. "I performed it so well that I believed it." She looked back at the paper. Ariane Vass was 24 years old. She was a protected witness in an operation that my profile helped redirect. The operation shifted because I judged her concealment behavior as deception rather than shame. My judgment was wrong. She died because my certainty could not tolerate its own margin of error. The room was silent. I have carried that death in the shape of a framework I refused to revise. I told myself I was protecting the methodology. I was protecting myself. She reached the bottom of the page. The 4 words. She read them. "I wanted to be believed." She lowered the paper. The silence stretched. Landowski's hand had stopped moving against his knee. Theodora had not blinked. Marta was not in the room, but her message sat on the table like a counterweight to everything Imra had just named. Saskia spoke first. "Is that your full statement?" "It is." "No qualifications?" "No qualifications." Saskia looked at Quovyn. "Do you have anything to add?" Quovyn did not look at his notebook. He looked at Imra. "No," he said. "She said what needed to be said." Miraz straightened. "This does not change the institutional record. The framework has been cleared for national review. The correction paper has been submitted. These statements are personal admissions, not operational findings." "They are on the record," Saskia said. "They are unsworn. They are witnessed by the full cohort. They are time-stamped. They are corroborated by the documentary evidence I have already presented." Saskia stepped forward. "There is no procedural mechanism that can remove them from this record now." Murad's jaw tightened. Imra folded the paper. The phone on the table vibrated again. She picked it up. Marta again. She wants to know who changed the model. She wants a name. The room watched her read. Imra looked at Quovyn. He saw her face shift. "What is it?" She held up the phone. The wife is asking who changed the model. Saskia understood first. She does not know about the correction paper. She only knows the contact protocol changed. She wants to know who authorized the restraint. Imra nodded. She is not asking about the Institute, Quovyn said. She is asking about the person. Maya's hand moved toward the folder. That information is not to be transmitted without institutional review. Saskia turned on him. She is a protected witness who just walked out of hiding because a revised threshold kept the tactical unit at distance. She has earned the name of the person who changed the protocol that saved her life. She has earned a secure channel, not operational details. She has earned the truth. Maza's face went cold. You do not get to decide what constitutes operational truth. The cohort just heard it read aloud. Saskia gestured at the room. The question is whether you will let it reach the person it was meant to serve. Imra looked at the phone in her hand. Marta was waiting. The room was waiting. She typed 3 words. Imra Callech. Quovyn Sorby. Together. She pressed send. Rationworst mix. Then the screen went dark! Mazas did not speak. Saskia did not speak. Quovyn moved 1 step closer. Not to take the phone, not to touch her, but to stand beside her in the space where the answer had just gone out. The room understood. Landowski picked up his tablet. Theodora's gaze moved between Imra and Saskia, calculating something no one else in the room was ready to name. The door at the back of the seminar room opened. Marta stepped in, phone still in her hand, face unreadable. She looked at Imra. She replied. Imra's throat tightened. What did she say? Marta held up the screen. 1 word. Good. Chapter 77. Marta lowered the phone. The single word hung in the air between them. Good. The room unsettled around the sound of it. Landowski's tablet clicked against the table as he set it down. Theodora's gaze had not moved from Imra's face. Saskia stood with her hand still resting on the table edge, the gesture arrested mid-motion. Miraz spoke into the pause. This does not constitute operational clearance. The wife remains in an unsecured location without formal protection status. She just came out of hiding, Saskia said. That is not nothing. It is not a resolution. It is a proof of concept. Saskia turned to face him fully. The revised thresholds produced voluntary contact without extraction, without breach, without a single casualty. That is what the correction paper was designed to do. Miraz's jaw tightened. 1 successful contact does not validate a model. It validates the principle that restraint outperforms certainty. Saskia's voice carried no triumph, only fact, which is what the framework lacked, which is what they corrected. She gestured toward Imra and Quovyn. Miraz did not look at them. The silence stretched until Marta stepped forward and set her phone on the table between them. There is more. She looked at Imra. The wife wants to know if the correction applies to her husband's assessment. Imra felt the question land in her chest. Petrovic's profile. She read the original recommendation, the concealment flag, the elevated risk assessment. Marta's voice was flat. She wants to know whether the same flawed variable that created the overread in your office also created the overread on her husband. Quovyn moved before Imra could answer. It did. He said it without hesitation. The same variable cluster. The same false positive pattern under witness pressure conditions. He looked at Marta. Tell her we are revising the Petrovic assessment. Tell her it will be recirculated with corrected thresholds by end of day. Marta's gaze shifted to Imra. Imra nodded. Do it. Marta typed into her phone. The screen lit and went dark. Saskia spoke into the new quiet. That answer goes into the record. Of course it does. Quovyn's voice held no edge, only exhausted certainty. The whole point of saying it was to put it where no one can take it back. Miraz's hand moved toward the folder on the table. This proceeding is not concluded. It is concluded enough. Saskia stepped past him. The statements have been read, the record has been preserved, the witness has been secured. Any further action will require a formal motion from the review board, not a summary decision from this room. You should sleep. You should do whatever it takes to be functional before the board opens the session tomorrow. Imra held her gaze. I need to see the envelope, the sealed envelope. It has a name on it. I need to know whose. Saskia considered this. Not tonight. Tonight, before the board session. I need to know whose signature is on the suppression directive before I face a room full of people who will try to frame me for it. Saskia's expression did not change, but something shifted in her posture, a fractional relaxation that might have been recognition. The envelope is in the archive. It was logged at 1943. She glanced at the wall clock. That was 57 minutes ago. Imra was already moving toward the door. Quovyn followed. Marta's voice cut after them. That envelope is evidence. It was not logged to your name. It was not logged to anyone in this institute. It was logged to the archive. Saskia did not turn. Which means it is accessible under standard retrieval protocol. Standard retrieval requires authorization. The evening archivist is Yuan Strath. Saskia's voice carried a note of finality. I suspect he will authorize whatever he believes serves the record. Imra pushed through the door. The corridor stretched ahead, empty, humming with the low thrum of the building's ventilation system. She walked fast, heels clicking against the floor, not looking back. Quovyn caught up at the junction. You are about to open it. I am. Alone? She stopped, turned, looked at him. I do not know what is inside. I do not know whether naming the person who signed the directive protects me or implicates me further. I do not know whether it is someone I have worked with, respected, trusted. She paused. But I know one thing. Say it, where we start. I do not want to read it alone. His breath caught. She saw it, held it. Come with me. He did not answer with words. He stepped forward, matching her pace as she turned back toward the archive. They walked in silence through the empty corridors, past the seminar room where the assembly had gathered, past the consultation suite where they had written the addendum, past the glass corridor where Marta had tried to divide them. The archive door was closed. Imra knocked. The lock turned. Yuan Strath opened the door, his face unreadable, his hand still resting on the handle. He looked at Imra, then at Quovyn, then at the envelope sitting on the archive table, unopened, waiting. Chapter 78. The archive door clicked shut behind them. The sound was soft, final. Yuan Strath stood at the far end of the table, hands flat on the surface, watching them both with that unreadable stillness he had worn since the first day she walked into this room. He looked at Imra, then at Quovyn, then at the envelope between them. You want me to leave? I want you to witness, Eamon said. That is what you do. He nodded once. Then he stepped back to the wall and folded his arms. The envelope sat in the center of the archive table, cream-colored, unmarked except for the log timestamp at the lower right corner. 1943. 57 minutes since Saskia had confirmed its existence. 57 minutes since the world had narrowed to this single piece of paper. Imra did not sit. She stood at the edge of the table, looking at the envelope as if it might speak before she touched it. Quovyn's voice came from behind her, low and careful. Saskia said rest. The board session is tomorrow. You could wait. If I wait, I will spend the night imagining every possible name. She did not turn. I would rather know the actual one. Then open it. She reached for the envelope. Her fingers touched the cream paper. The weight was negligible. A single sheet, folded once, sealed with pressure adhesive rather than wax. No institutional markings, no chain of custody stamp. Whoever had logged it had not wanted a permanent record of its passage. She lifted the flap. Inside was a single page, white, unwatermarked, typed in a font she recognized from Dunwallan's internal correspondence system. 5 lines, a date stamp, a reference number, a directive, and a signature. She read the name. Her hand stopped moving. The room went very still. Imra. Quovyn's voice pulled at her. Who is it? She did not answer. She held the page for a long moment, reading the words again, letting them settle into the place where she kept the things she could not unsay. Then she turned the paper and set it flat on the table so he could see. Quovyn stepped forward. His gaze moved across the directive. the suppression language, the routing code, the authorization line. Then he reached the signature. His breath stopped. That is not possible. It is on the page. She dissolved the board. She signed the order that disbanded the Oversight Committee. That was 3 years ago. He looked up. She was the one who told us to submit the correction paper directly through ethics. She handed us the evidence. Imra's throat tightened. She was the one who preserved it. Saskia Ibram's signature sat at the bottom of the suppression directive. 5 years old. Authenticated by the routing code that matched the cross-agency distribution system, the same routing code that had been flagged in the recovered device from the ferry terminal. The same routing code that had threaded through 7 agencies before the VAS operation ever reached tactical command. She built the system, Imra said. She built the suppression system. Then she dissolved the board so no one could trace it back to her. And then she waited. For what? For someone to come close enough to the truth that she could control how it emerged. Quovyn's hand moved toward the page, then stopped short of touching it. She fed us the analyst. She fed us the envelope. She made sure we had the evidence to name ourselves instead of naming her. Yes. She has been inside our investigation the entire time. Yes. Imra looked at the signature again. The letters were crisp, legible, unmistakable. She had watched Saskia sign documents in that same hand, had trusted that hand, had let that hand guide her toward the board session, the accountability statements, the open record. She needed us to confess first, Imra said, before anyone looked at the suppression chain, because once our admissions were on the record, they would be the story. The framework would be corrected. The institution would survive. And Saskia would still be in her position, untouched, because the person who signed the original directive was also the person who delivered the evidence against it. Quovyn was silent for a long moment. Then he said, She played both sides. She built both sides. The word settled between them. Imra picked up the page and folded it back into the envelope. She did not look away from the name. What do we do with it? Quovyn asked. We keep it. If we keep it, she will know we opened it. She will have contingencies. She has had contingencies for 5 years. Imra tucked the envelope into her coat pocket. She is not the person I need to face tonight. Who is? She turned to face him fully. The person I have been lying to? His gray eyes caught the archive's dim light. You have not lied to me. I have not told you the whole truth. She paused. Not the part that matters most. He waited. She stepped closer. When I wrote my statement, I thought I was confessing to my worst failure. I thought naming the variable, naming the caveat, naming Ariane Vass's death would be the hardest thing I ever did. She looked at him. It was not. What was? Admitting why I read your field notes. The air between them changed. I did not read them because I needed the data. I had enough data. I read them because I knew who you were before I met you. I had read your name on a citation list 3 years before the residency. I had followed your work. I had built my interview protocols around the structure of your unpublished case studies. His jaw tightened. You knew who I was. I knew your name, your methodology, your reputation. She held his gaze. I did not know you had been at the VAS operation. I did not know you had flagged the same variable I was burying. But I knew your work. I patterned my thinking after it. And when you walked into that first staff meeting and dismantled my framework in front of everyone, I was not just afraid of losing my reputation. She stopped. I was afraid you would see how much of my work had been shaped by yours, and that you would think I had stolen it. Quovyn's expression did not change, but his hand moved. He reached across the space between them and touched her wrist, lightly, a contact that could be broken with a single motion. 3 years, he said. Yes. You were reading my case studies 3 years before the residency. Yes. He let out a breath that was almost a laugh. I have been reading your work for 4. She felt the words land in her chest. You have been reading my work for 4 years, and you still walked into that staff meeting and said the variable was structurally unsound. The variable was structurally unsound. His hand tightened on her wrist. Your methodology was the reason I knew it. And your methodology was built on patterns I recognized because I had tried to teach the same ones to people who did not want to learn them. The archives hummed around them. You saw yourself in my work. I saw someone who thought the same way I did, he said, and who had made the same mistakes I had made, alone, without anyone to stop her. Imra did not pull away. And now? No, I am standing in an archive at midnight, with a suppression directive in your pocket, and a board session tomorrow that will decide whether either of us works in this field again. He looked at her, and I am still asking the same question. Which question? Whether you are still stepping toward me. She answered by closing the last distance between them. Her hand came up to his chest, flat against the fabric of his shirt, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through the layers of exhaustion and certainty and the long, bitter cost of the day. Her forehead touched his. I have not stopped stepping toward you since the night we were trapped in the archive together. He exhaled. His hand slid to her waist, pulling her closer, not urgently but entirely, as if he had been waiting for permission he had not known he needed. Then we are still here, he said. Together. She kissed him. It was not the first kiss. That had been stolen in a seminar room after a public defeat, hungry and terrified and unresolved. This was steadier, slower, weighted with the things they had said aloud in front of witnesses, the names they had named, the admissions they had sealed into the record. His hand moved to the back of her neck, fingers threading through her pinned hair until a strand came loose. She pressed closer. The envelope in her coat pressed between them, a thin rectangle of paper that held Saskia Ibram's name and 5 years of institutional architecture built on controlled revelation. It would still be there in the morning. But this was the first thing she had chosen for herself. When she broke the kiss, she did not step back. She stayed in the circle of his arms, her forehead against his, her breath uneven. I do not know what happens tomorrow. Neither do I. I do not know whether the board will accept our statements, whether Saskia will move against us, whether the framework survives the morning. None of that has changed since we walked in here. She looked at him. What has changed? He reached down and took her hand. You stopped performing certainty. The archive lights hummed, the envelope pressed against her coat pocket. The future sat somewhere outside the building, waiting to decide what they had earned. But in this room, for this moment, there was only the weight of his hand in hers and the knowledge that she had finally told the truth and not been left alone with it. Chapter 79. The archive hummed around them, the fluorescent lights casting their shadows long across the table where the envelope lay open. Imra stood with her back to the shelves, Quovyn's hand still at her waist, the warmth of his palm burning through the layers of exhaustion and the long, bitter cost of the night. The suppression directive sat between them, a thin rectangle of paper that held Saskia Ibram's name and 5 years of institutional architecture built on controlled revelation. She had kissed him. She had told him the truth about his work, about the case studies she had patterned her thinking on, about the 3 years of reading him before she ever met him. And he had told her he had been reading her for 4. The symmetry sat between them like a thing alive. We should sleep, she said. No. She looked at him. We should not pretend there is anything waiting for us in sleep. Quovyn's hand tightened on her waist. His pale, gray eyes held hers, and she saw something in them she had not seen before. Not wariness, not calculation. Relief. You are still here. Where else would I be? You know what I mean. She did. She had spent 5 years running from the name on that envelope, burying the truth about the VAS operation under performed certainty and polished language. And now, she had kissed the man who had forced her to stop. I know. The archive lights hummed. Imra reached into her coat pocket and pulled out the suppression directive. She unfolded it, smoothing the creases flat on the table. Saskia Ibram's signature sat at the bottom, 5 years old, authenticated by the routing code that had threaded through 7 agencies before the VAS operation. This is what she built. Quovyn stepped closer, his shoulder brushing hers. And what we dismantled. Not entirely. She looked at him. She's still in post. She still holds the evidence we submitted. She still has contingencies we have not seen. And we still have her name, and the board session tomorrow, and her signature on a document that proves she built the suppression system, then dissolved the board to prevent tracing. Imra nodded slowly. I do not know whether that will be enough. Neither do I. They stood together, facing the table, the envelope, the name that had changed everything. After a long moment, Quovyn reached into his coat and pulled out the archived file. The vast file. The profile she had written. The caveat she had removed. The judgment that had cost a life. This is yours, he said. It is ours. He did not argue. He laid the file on the table beside the suppression directive. Then he reached into his coat again and pulled out something else. Her answered pages. The confession she had written in the margins of the Voss profile. The words she had scrawled in her own hand. The truth she had finally spoken without armor. I kept them, he said. I know. I do not know why. She looked at him. Because you needed proof. He shook his head. Because I needed to know I had not imagined it. The words landed in her chest. Imagined what? That someone could say what they had done, name it, and not look away. Imra reached down and picked up the answered pages. Her handwriting stared back at her, the words she had written in the dark, alone, before she had known whether he would ever see them. I wanted to be believed, but also, I did not want to be the only one. She folded the pages carefully and slid them into her coat pocket beside the suppression directive. I am not going to let this destroy her, she said. Quovyn turned to face her fully. I know. I am going to name her, but I am not going to let the narrative become about one person's failure. That was the mistake the first time, naming one person, stopping there. What do you want to happen? I want the system to change, the thresholds, the adoption protocols, the oversight process. She paused. And I want her to face what she did, but I do not want her to become the scapegoat so everyone else can keep pretending the rest of the chain is clean. Quovyn did not answer immediately. He stood looking at her, and she saw him turn her words over, testing them against what he knew, against what he had seen in the field, against the years he had spent watching institutions repeat the same mistakes. You are not the same person who wrote that profile. I know. You are not the same person who walked into that first staff meeting and dismantled my critique in front of everyone. I know that too. He reached out and touched her wrist, the same spot he had touched when she told him about the case studies. What do you want tomorrow? I want to read the suppression directive into the record. I want to name Saskia Ibram as the signatory. I want the board to see the routing code, the 7 agencies, the pattern of suppression that predates the framework itself. And after that, she looked at him. I want to know what I am allowed to build now that I do not have to pretend. Quovyn's hand tightened on her wrist. That is not an answer I can give you. I know, but I can stand beside you while you find it. The archive hummed around them. The envelope sat on the table. The vast file sat beside it. The future sat somewhere outside the building, waiting to decide what they had earned. Imra stepped closer. Her hand came up to his chest, flat against the fabric of his shirt, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through the layers of exhaustion and certainty and the long, bitter cost of the night. I do not know what happens after tomorrow. Neither do I. But I know I am not facing it alone. He exhaled. Neither am I. She kissed him. It was steadier than the first, slower, weighted with the things they had said aloud in front of witnesses, the names they had named, the admissions they had sealed into the record. But it was also different, because this time there was nothing left to hide. His hand slid to the small of her back, pulling her closer. She pressed into him, feeling the hard edge of the table against her hip, the weight of the envelope in her coat, the warmth of his body against hers. When they broke apart, she did not step back. She stayed in the circle of his arms, her forehead against his, her breath uneven. Do not leave me with this alone. I will not. He reached down and picked up the archived file. Then he picked up her answered pages. He laid them together on the table, side by side. The profile she had written, the confession she had scrawled, the truth they had both carried. This is not a burden, he said. Then what is it? It is a record of what we did and what we chose to build after. Imra looked at the file, at her own handwriting, at the years of buried guilt and performed certainty. And the board session tomorrow? We will walk in together. We will name Saskia Ibram. We will read the suppression directive into the record, and we will see what the system does when it cannot look away. And after that, he looked at her. After that, we decide. She reached down and picked up the archived file. She laid it on top of the suppression directive, creating a single stack. What are you doing? Putting them together. Why? Because they belong together. She looked at him. The suppression and the profile, the silence and the confession, the years we spent avoiding each other's truth. She paused. And we are going to build what comes next from that. The archive hummed around them. Imra stood facing the table, the stack of paper, the name that had changed everything. Quovyn stood beside her, his hand resting on the small of her back, the warmth of his palm steady through her coat. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow. She turned to face him. There is something else. He waited. After the board session, after the record is established, after we see what the system does when it cannot look away. Yes. I want to know what we look like when we are not fighting for survival. Quovyn did not answer immediately. He reached out and touched her wrist, the same spot, the same gesture that had become a language between them. So do I. The lights hummed. The envelope sat on the table. The future sat somewhere outside the building, waiting to decide what they had earned. But in this room, for this moment, there was only the weight of his hand on her wrist and the knowledge that she had finally told the truth and not been left alone with it. And when they walked out of the archive together, she did not look back. Her phone buzzed against her thigh as she reached the door. She pulled it out. The message was from Marta. New case, your framework. The correction will be tested tomorrow. Imra read the words twice. Quovyn looked over her shoulder. Tomorrow. Yes. She slid the phone back into her pocket, beside the suppression directive, beside the answered pages, beside the truth she had finally stopped running from. And when footsteps stopped outside her door, she did not ask who it was before opening it. Chapter 80. The door opened onto Quovyn's silhouette, the corridor light spilling around his shoulders. He did not speak. He did not need to. Imra stepped back, letting him in. The Voss file lay open on the table. The suppression directive sat beside it, Saskia Ibram's signature visible through the glassine sleeve. The stack of paper looked smaller now than it had 5 years ago, thinner than the weight it had carried. Quovyn stopped at the edge of the table, looking down at the evidence. She will have a response. I know. Any idea what it is? Imra shook her head. 5 years of contingencies. I assume she prepared for this moment the same way she prepared for everything else. Quovyn picked up the directive, turning it toward the light. The routing code goes through 7 agencies. She could not have controlled all of them alone. She did not need to. She just needed enough to ensure the signal never reached the board. He set the directive down. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out the answered pages, the margins she had filled with her own handwriting, the confession he had carried for them both. He placed them on top of the stack. They belonged together. Imra looked at the papers, at the years of silence and the hours of truth. Have you slept? No. Neither have I. The room hummed with the sound of the archive vents. Imra moved to the window. The sky was still dark, but a seam of gray edged the horizon, the first sign of a new day. We have 3 hours before the board session. 3 hours. She turned. I want to spend them with you, not preparing, not strategizing, just here. Quovyn crossed the room. He stopped a foot away, close enough to touch, not reaching. I do not know how to stop preparing. Neither do I. She reached out and took his hand. But I am learning. They stood at the window, watching the line between night and morning thin. Outside, the Institute's grounds stretched dark and still. The ferry terminal was a memory now. Petrovich's wife was somewhere safe, her evidence logged, her trust earned. The correction paper had been submitted, the thresholds revised, the accountability statements read into the record. But the board session waited. Saskia Abram's name waited. The new case waited. Imra felt the phone in her pocket, Marta's message still glowing against her thigh. She pulled it out. New case. Your framework. The correction will be tested tomorrow. She read it again. Quovyn looked over her shoulder. What case? Not specified. Then we find out at the session. Yes. She slid the phone back. The seam of gray in the sky widened. A bird called somewhere beyond the glass. A single canoe note rendered to not let go of his hand. They stood in the quiet, the VOS file and the suppression directive, and the answered pages waiting on the table behind them. When the first light touched the window, Quovyn spoke. Are you ready? Imra considered the question. She thought about Ariane Voss, about the profile she had written, the caveat she had removed, the certainty she had performed. She thought about the years of silence, the weight of buried guilt, the relief of naming it aloud. She thought about Quovyn's marginal note, the one that had changed everything. Then answered this honestly. She had answered. She had written the truth in the margins of the file that had haunted them both, and she was still standing. Ready enough, she said. He nodded. Then let us go. They gathered the papers together. The VOS file, the suppression directive, the answered pages, the accountability statements. Kuhn tucked them into a single folder, flat against her chest. At the door, she paused. What if Saskia has already moved? Then we adapt. And if the board does not accept the evidence, then we submit it through the Nordic Coordinators channel, the one who contacted Iowan 6 months ago, the one who preserved the timeline memo. Imra looked at him. You already planned for that. I planned for every outcome that would not end with the truth being buried again. She did not ask why. She already knew. Because he had spent 5 years watching the truth get buried, and he would not let it happen again. Not with her, not with their work, not with the system they had built from the wreckage of the old one. She opened the door. The corridor was empty but for the hum of the lights and the distant sound of the building waking. They walked together, their footsteps synchronized. The board session was in the third-floor conference room, the same room where Miraz had convened the cohort assembly, where Saskia had presented her preserved annex, where Imra had read her statement aloud and watched the room shift around her. When they reached the door, it was closed. Imra reached for the handle. Then she stopped. She turned to Quovyn. Before we go in. Yes. I want you to know that whatever happens in there, whatever comes after, I do not regret this. Regret what? Choosing the truth. Choosing you. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached out and touched her wrist, the same spot, the same gesture that had become their language. Neither do I. She opened the door. The conference room was half full. Board members, auditors, legal representatives. Miraz sat at the far end, his face unreadable. Saskia Abram occupied the chair beside him, a tablet on the table before her, her expression composed, her eyes moving over the room like a chess player calculating the next move. She looked at Imra as they entered, and she smiled, a thin, practiced expression that did not reach her eyes. Imra did not look away. She walked to the table, the folder under her arm, Quovyn beside her. The correction paper was moving toward national adoption. The thresholds were revised. The accountability statements were on the record, but the board session had not yet begun. The new case had not yet been announced. Saskia's contingencies had not yet been revealed. Imra set the folder on the table. She looked at Saskia, and she waited for the session to tell them what came next.